Chapter 1 The Taoist Impersonating a Summoner. Anti-continentoftian aerium composed of countless races. Therarese deathunit diethypocritical humans, the fierce andrithless orcs, therogantiat exquisite elves, the clever yet cunning goblins, the fiery and drunken dwarves, and the powerful yet greedy dragons. Additionally, there are the mysterious behemoths, long vanished for a millennium, capable of contending with dragons. Among these, humans are the most formidable race in terms of comprehensive strength, for they possess esteemed sorcerers, noble knights, and fervent mercenaries. At this moment, in a quainto named Suncha, locate down the outskirts of an oft-hatry great empires of humanity, the Tanding Empire. Ayunman Cladina pristine white robust rolls down Hess Street. Hisef modest height, standing at 1.72 meters, with a allows achels lung diagonally across his waist. A blade of wild grass is clenched between his teeth, and an innocent smile gracious face. The night in the town is rather subdued, with few pedestrians and roads. The wind blows sated fire solitonite, causing the dim street lights to sway precariously, the yellow glow flickering incessantly. Not far from the unman stands a dilapidated tavern, its walls adorned with various wooden slats note as mere decoration, beauteous windbreaks. A sign bearing the name Red Peony hangs from Theovisoft Tea Tavern, surrounded by a few flickering neon lights, widely othershave along to function. The tavern's name bears no relation to the flower it is merely named after the tavern's proprietress, Hong Muden. Thornblau of Tea Tavern spillstrute Kraxinthuls, accompanied by the sounds of fracasouts. The Zistian La Tavern and the town and the liveliest plispa night. Wanyopusha the Durant steps inside. Closeth the door, you brat. Immediately a discontented voice rings out from within, upon saying Wang Nua, Thetone softens and the speaker awkwardly raises a beer to drink with the person beside him. Bite him, Xiao Bai. Dajai counterattack, run. That's it, bite tight leg. In the center of the tavern, a large urine surrounded Biakrod, all holding beers and bills, cheering for its spectacly unfolding before them. Indeed, it is a spectacle, not involving humans. Within the arena, two summoned beasts are locked in combat, and to pierce the toy wolf has the upper hand against its opponent, a creature resembling a porcupine. Before long, the white wolf tears the porcupine apart, its remains disperse into starlight in the air. Damn! Cursed you Mang, didn't you say it was her vision? Good heavens, I wagered $500 and finished, my wife will kill him. A cacophony of lamentations says from the losing side, while it have victors liberate with clinky glasses of beer. Excellent work, Xiao Bai. Tala climbs into Theranon tosses his malorb shimmering with a dark cluster anthesis of a marble into the mode of the white wolf, which immediately appears invigorated. Ha, hoderested disputami prowess, my white wolf is invincible, Tala stands in the center of Tirana, basking in admiration of Tekrod. Wang no approaches the barandras in the counter. A pint of barley ale, no utter added. Behind the bar, the voluptuous proprietress dancidress resembling sheer fabric, pouring a large mug of beer in slam and get down in front of Wang Nua. When have you ever diluted it, you little brat, you spia nonsense. Wang Nua shoots a glance at Hong Muden's silent like questioning when she refrained from watering it down. Hong Muden, dressed provocatively, reveals a hint of white fleshischer mugmanskas harem plebiscimtus way. The sight is enough to make Tian Lucas around the bar swallow hard. Watery oustering at, go home and watch your mother. Hong Muden, acting like a shrew, points at the surrounding patrons, causing several burly men to lower their heads in embarrassment. What do you need me for? Wang Nu inquires, to king a hearty gulp of beer. Hong Nu danges to restore data behind the corner, and Wang Nu will follow her. A thutable sit three individuals two young men dressed in train garb, their fair skin and striking features evident, while Thethard, cloaked in black, possesses an unremarkable visage. It is apparent that these three hail from the city, as Sancho and Notarius lie impoverished and wonder what brings them here. Thazy kagaito venture into the mountains, and there were disquit substantial. Into the mountains, at the stamio fire, there shard lie anything to hunt outside the mountains, Wang war plies, Alreda surmising Thaura like lyric lord seeking boredom the countryside. Unsure, Theta didn't specify. They're looking for a guide with summoned beasts. If I are interested, you could showcase our skills with knows, they might take Iala King Toya, and Demir Slapov T fingers could provide a with a feast, Hong Mutant suggests. Wan Nuo ferocious bro, Wayne Kinkrasankins. If it's merely a jaunt around the forest's edge, he wouldn't mind accompanying these wealthy young lords for some amusement. However, if they venture deeper, thought would be unwise if the beasts taught Dunathibernette during the season Arquitefricious, and encountering magical beasts would pose a significant danger. Drayamon, Yori a summoner to go so off first. Whether thigh take Iala King Toy Wizenother matter, Hong Mudan retorts. Alright then. Having spoken, Wang Nokal Sao toward Thirana, Tali, let Maheva Gawathiu. Crap, Wang Nuwa. What's she doing here? This guy is back at Skamever. Only an idiot would battle him as among beastes to sinister. Hearing Wang Nua's voice, the young man named Tilly immediately draws his expointed star formation 9th year with a shand, and Thwite will vanishes into it, disappearing without a trace. Bastard, I want fight you. Tala humps down from Thirana, preferring to face an evolved magical beast than to contend with Wang Nua summoned creature. In Ruth Gintha Centra region, few would read a battle Wang Nua, for his among beast is regarded as exceedingly sinister. In duels, should a summon beast be defeated by Wang Nuas, it could take monstory establish communication. Tali and Saskafeta this notion and faced Wang Nua, only to spend an entire month before he could summon Ziobe again. Don't Biskard quickly find Dekollinger, my amutai iso read a starve for action. Wang Nua plim Sant Athena, laughing heartily. Give a terrorist. Just get down un eyes going to full for tat. E wouldn't fight o evan if I paid me. Oh, you fiend, I can't have in summon me Alino. Everyone, don't be deceived be Hisala his little demon. Thecrowed around Thirana grumbles in resentment, as most have previously suffered from one Nua sinister summon beast. In the corner, the figure in black robes glances at Wang Nuan Thiranan and speaks, Ahua, Gogavihimetry. Yes, miss, the Unman stands up respectfully, responding. Growing impatient amidst the surrounding clamor, Awa wonders what notable figure Escutpa sublimer Jeff from such a shabby village cannot fathom with Miss Seeksaged when he and his brother armoreth insufficient. Away approaches Thiranan declares, I will challenge ya. Sheep, sheep, sheep. A good should. Ha, lethibading begin tentun, wagerin Wang Nualosing. Upon hearing the surrounding voices, a wash-face flashes with injured see unsophisticated country bumpkins believe Kudlos how absurd. Silence. Ewa barks drawing off formation with his shins in front of ishist. A flash of white light erupts, and a colossal wolf far more imposing than Talus Xiaobai, a person the arena. The black giant wolf, with blood-red eyes, fix its gazianthocrode droll trickling down its jaws to the ground where wooden plank sizzly and dema twisps off smoke. Damn, a level 3 Badlapit. Hesber Liafage. Woish. The moment the giant wolf appears, it commands the attention of the surrounding crowd, for it is a level 3 summon beast in occurrence ethetany might witness in Litwisi Irinthismaltown. Wasn't the supposed Toba betting, Ilwagerin Mijulf Dyson Reta matchet? As Awa speaks, a sum of 100,000 coins materializes in Hishans. 100,000, good heavens, I couldn't have that makina lifa time. A magic device. A spatial ring. A Korosov gasps ripless through Tekrode spatial item scan and libby created by Zerserers. Sorcerer Sorathemus destimad individuals across the continent, why the venking streeting them with deference. And yet more person associated with a sorcerer becomes an object of longing and reverence for ordinary folk. For the people of Sancha, merely encountering a sorcerer would be tremendous honor. The astonishing expressions surround him bring a woman's satisfaction. Thoth possesses merliad effective a magic device selfless tan half I cubic meter, showcasing telways evokes and viand astonishment among the onlookers. Dyson Iana Doretto bet against me, uwe werepeats. Thedivern falsolent, with no on daring to speak, for Rewa possesses sanat mafe sorcerer. And you, do you wish to competizwal, if I owe your summon create reckon withstand a single blow from a giant wolf, Thismane is yours, Iwa provocatively addresses Wang Nua. One blow, Wang Nua clarifies. Indeed, one blow Wawa confirms. Well then, let me give it a shot. Wanya reached into the cloth pouch at his waist and produced a bagwamir. He gestured flamboyantly over its ornate surface a few times before pressing it against this for a dan calling out, "Come forth at Aimuti." There was neither a blinding light nor a radiant globe but rather a simply appearance of a young boy dressed in King Dynasty attire adorned with an official's cap who materialized on Thirana. The boy had his eyes closed, his complexion ashen, with dark circles under his eyes. Hishan swear eyes head straight, with nails extending over 12 centimeters, and dapisophila paper ways affixed to his forehead upon which chaotic red scribbles were drawn. Indeed, you guessed correctly, it was a zombie. As for height was a zombie, we shall elaborate later. Ahuath, the humanoid summoning creature, had witnessed various beings before, yet nothing gasteth these. Oa felt a slight heaviness in his heart, due to recalling that one no had needy damagical medium to summon Heffel treasured. Imdayan go flotter you still can't even draw as a summoning kirkle, a were marked disdainfully. The summoning kirkle's a magic formation that allows summoners to commune with other dimensions. It can be inscribed anywhere in the body, and unless successfully drawn, it merely requires replication thereafter. Of course, no two variant is the same. Some individual sargel with a diet awakened the talent for summoning creatures. Due to various reasons, they are reunable to inscribe the summoning cleaned mostrally on magical mediums. In a view, Wang Nuo was such a person. Little did Heck know, Wang Nuasiction swore Moliarius Ferret that if he did nothing Gadel, simply releasing Thesmalt zombie from Thebagwamir would frighten others, hence his ostentatious gestures. Unbeknownst to Wanyan, a figure on a black robe in the corner had turned around, observing the little zombie on Thestage. A samage she's in sedna magica fluctuations whatsoever. Chapter 2 The Little Zombie Ai Muti. That's an Imoveo mentioned, Wang Nuo confirmed on some more. Rest assured, I keep my promises, but that lifeless little creature of yours probably won't withstand a single blow, a wascoft. Oh, Ildamibust. Ash spoke, one Eureka do tand removed the talisman from Aimutis head. As the talisman fell away, Aimuti immediately opened his eyes, and upon seeing the surroundings, had become ecstatic. Bouncing around, Aimuti turned, his largis blinking cat Wang Nuo. First, you need tar consetha task is done, Ilgavuokuki, Wang Nu instructed. Aimuta paid no heed, shaking Ishtwamsikli out Wang Nuo. With Asigof resignation, Wang Nu retrieved de bershaped kukimedo for grantash from Miss Baggins to feditinto Aimutismuth. Why Aimuta possessed intelligence us beyond Wang Nuo's understanding, perhaps amething a corregering the crossing, or perhaps it was related to this world. Let it strike us, and when you return, I will give you another, Wang Nu said, producing another bear-shaped cookie, tossing it playfully in Hishan like he ackled. Aimutai noted eagerly, bouncing with delight. Are you ready? Owa was growing impatient to look down and Wang Nu even morno. Summoning creatures Erethimus loyal companion soft midges. Once summoned, Theika bite absolute loyalty, not flinch and Javen when commanded Toperish the Rishud but no need for incentive estimotivatithem. Let's go, Wang Nu declared. Fireball, eliminate it directly, Hawa commanded decisively. Thagiaint Wolfon Thirana lifted shed, fixating its gazian Aimuti, its center mouse-jawsparting. The surrounding magical energy converged within the giant 12's mouth, forming a gradually enlarging spherical fireball. Instantly the temperature around soared, causing the crowd beside Hirana to retreat, fourth eyes wazak into when it conly should be image. In a split second, Theffer ball shot forth, hurtling toward Aimuti. Aimutisto done flinching, gazing curiously at the fireball. Asatapiretto beyond the verge of colliding with Aimuti, Thean Lucas shut their eyes, already envisioning the Fatetha to wait him. Boom! The fireball struck Aimuti, enveloping Hymenowavia of intense heat, instant liar deucing his clothes, hat, and chustoshes. One USA dine exasperation on Sarasiva dispayment, he would certainly commission a fireproof outfit for Aimuti. As for the fireball's damage to Aimuti, Wang did not concern himself with it. What a joke zombie sexist beyond their realms of three dimensions, transcending the five-element shokud such a lowly magic harm them? Indeed, Aimushin dured the fireball's impact, and Desedefro misgarments being scorched, has afforded neither harm. Now standing bare, he gazed vacant layeth a own little member. This is impossible, Ahu exclaimed Interer. His turd tier giant 12 hammer libur net the clothing off tiopasing summoning creature, leaving no ta single mark in it, not even a speck of suit. What manner of summoning creature is these? How can it be munito fire damage, magic immunity? Impossible. How cold thisb, such a creature does not have an existent the capital. Owa bombarded one now with apel therav questions, overwhelmed by astonishment. Summoning creature are conjured by mages from the dimensional void. The most precious summoning creatures are dragons, for the not only wield formidable magic but also possess robust physiques, inherently endowed with considerable magic immunity. Aside from dragons, there are a select few summoned beings that may also bear magic immunity. These creatures are the most valuable, aside from dragons. Owa would never concede that some could possess such a creature in this place. Physis bedevejoni and medi full of mijolf wong nutat hastily a swingacommand. Though Aimuta did not comprehend, Heprum pliabade, lying down on the ground, his body twitching rhythmically. At this moment, the crowd snapped back to reality, erupting into cacophonous incredulous exclamations. How is this possible? The tways a 30 giant wolf. Is this some kind of farce? Has our little town produced a prodigy? Oh me goddess, what a tremendous pulsing thesis. Hong Mudane J's death a figure on vestige, her expression fluctuating shatuasi adjure to ascertain what exactly Aimuti was. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I refuse it obeli of a apart, Owa commanded Thegian 12. Hey, Wiggery denonum awaria going back on your word, Wong no hastily interjected, but the giant 12 fatal redilunged forward, its jaws witty open aiming to bite Aimuti. One knew a quickless-sized Aimutis leg illuminating Thebagwamir in Hishand, which immediately absorbed Aimuti back inside. Hathen Dukkade cited just into me to avoid the attic. Though Aimuti could withstand low-tier elemental spells, his current physical strength was not much for the giant wolf. If you were harmed, Wong knew a woldavito into Aimuti in a kafin for rain and determinate period until her recovered. Seeing that Aimuti had vanished, the giant wolf immediately turned its focus in Wong Nua. The tavern's limited space made the evasion difficult. Beast, you have provoked him. Wong Nua steeled himself, reaching into his pouch to retrieve the talisman. Forming a seal with ends, Hinton, Shintian Wuji, borrowing the laws of universe, heaven. At that moment, Thedavern door burst open, and an individual appeared before Wong Nua with astonishing speed. Beast, Dario harm others? The newcomer stood to a meter stall, bearing a large sword upon his back, cladding gleaming white armor. With own hand, he seized the giant 12 with the naked, with a swift motion, hurled it down onto Therina. The impact sent Thien Tyrarines in king several centimeters, showcasing the sheer force involved. The giant 12 struggled briefly before dissipating into specks of light. A third tier giant 12 had been vanquished in an instant. The sudden turn of events left Avirion dumbfounded, and as they gazed at Themon standing before Wong Nua, they felt as if Thyrius were playing tricks on them. Bossly. Bossly. Oppenherringus namicled, boss litter ned and greeted the crowd warmly. Talik, li nua, chasila hello everyone. Hissafable to nuesa mens li deceptive a hakud associatiag with the fire says wordsman from moment sego? Suddenly, someone in the crowd spot the shield emblemanly see just plate, which depict today's word encircled by zig sparkling diamonds. 6-star mercenary. Oh me god, he must be drunk. Mercenarius are the largest organization on the Tianan continent, their presence effel throughout Hirolm, yet our and under the control of Ana kingdom, existing solely in a state of employment with various kingdoms. The Mercenary Guild and Mage Guild are the mightiest organizations in the Tianan continent. The Mage Guild is the most esteemed guild, revered for the rarity of mages and the cataclysmic spells wielded by archmages, which stem citus. Someone might argue that with so many mages in the tavern, it does not seem particularly prestigious. Nodal mages are considered trumiges and lighthouse who have undergone the assessment with Mage Guild and received their magico robescan bacall edmedies. Those mages who can summon creatures are for toas magical apprentices. For them, elithatime of being go magical apprentices almost certain. Without fun sermenters, they can never become a magician unless diarion in a million a prodigiu fun prolelid talent. Themage assemble misabuk, featuring gastaff surrounded by diamonds tot no tethirink. Midser classified in tonin tiers those of the first to third tiers are colledmades, the fourth to sixth tiers are grandmades, the seventh to ninth tiers are stellarmages, and those above a thinth tier are fered tos archmages. Similarly, the mercenary guild swordsmen are classified in tonin ranks anito 3 fered toa swordsman, ranks 4 to 6 as great swordsman, and rank 7 toninia stiller swordsman. Those above a thinth rank are known as divine knights. Show off what, gettin' therin changey our clothes, Red Peony scolded. Lister sheepishly scratcha the shadon dremovid theba Jeffro misperson. The Sisyphake I just medit forfin, he'd cleared, darting into the room like the wind. Inside the tavern, a group of phone lookers exchanged bewildered lances. Did Huckus for fools, is this a mething on can merletoy with, lethiking give it a try and see if he deries. Whoa whoa whoa. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began to weep, lamenting, "Im doomed, last time it didn't pay for midring con smash a dabitally overished. Im finished to insulted him several times. Oh heavens above, take me life, even kicked a great swordsman in thurrer. How could have imagined that the same person would typically caped wood and fetched water, wearing a foolish grin, and had been scolded by the tavern mistress like a full way sexually a great swordsman just a steep away from becoming a stellar swordsman? A stellar swordsman, indeed, represents the backbone of the empire. Why in Sukarimo telecation would there be as extra great swordsman, it is utterly baffling. Madam, the bill, please. At the bar, several lecherous men tossed down a few bills and bolted out to door, having direct to Pipathiba Soma a great swordsman's wife. How reckless! The patron sent the tavern soon realized the absurdity and rushed to the bar, leaving money behind without a care for whether they had ever paid. Lister, you scoundrel, I severaltius with we worry expelled. As Red Peony gathered the coins from Thitables, Shunlisha de torrent off curses. The tavern, now nearly empty, left only a wain the arena, along with twa individuals in the corner, on one nua with Red Peony and Lister. In the corner, a figure clad in black robes rose, and twa tendant Shasta moved to stand behind her. Thirabed Figori approached the bar, lifting the hood that obscured her face. Adilikatevase Jimerjed before a crowd, her black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her features exuding gauge and grace, a proud nose curving beautifully, and her lips appearing soft and luscious. One Noah Castiglance, somewhat taken aback by her beauty, contemplating whether he might reconsider the notion of renouncing his vows. Jo Jas Jokin Paisha respects Dostalermich, Lady Betty, Jokin said, placing her hands over her heart and bowing deeply. Red Peony paused in her diddying, smiling gas her plead, "You have mistaken that person." At that moment, Lister emerged, reverting to his usual simple demeanor, nodding a Theother Sasha took a cloth to ipet hittables. Utrulia dog, putting on a better rack than Edo, Wong Nutuli. Chapter 3, The Star Mage. I beg your pardon, I may have mistaken you for someone else. Farewell. As Hongyuden refused to acknowledge it, Zhou Qin chose not to elaborate further. She had no desire to incite the wrath of a Star Mage. If she were to offend her grace Lady Betty, a mere fireball could reduce them all to ashes. Ahem. Once they departed, Wang Nuo feigned a cough. He had known Hongyuden, or Lister, for several years, and their relationship was quite amicable. Lister often pilfered his wine, and he had never realized that they were both extraordinary masters. It was already quite remarkable that this ear-tugging fellow was a great swordsman. Now, this Hongyuden was a Star Mage. My goodness, Wang Nuo felt as though he had stumbled upon a grave secret. Staying any longer might lead to his demise. Almost forgot, dinner is still cooking at home. I shall take my leave. Wang Nuo pretended to remain calm as he made his way to the door. However, once outside, his heart settled, and he sprinted away. You think you can escape? Hongyuden raised her right hand, and without uttering a spell, a tempest suddenly enveloped Wang Nuo. He found himself uncontrollably swept back to the tavern, enveloped by an invisible wind. His sister Hong, this is a misunderstanding. I did not spy on you, you know my character. And brotherly, I have never wronged you, have I? I even treated you to beggar's chicken. Wang Nuo hurriedly exclaimed. Oh, now it's sister Hong, weren't you just telling him I was fierce and suggested he divorce me for a pretty one? Hongyuden replied with a teasing smile. Oh dear, this Lister is quite the ear-tugging fellow, sharing such tales with his wife. I'm doomed. I find myself in peril at the hands of a Star Mage. After 10 years of careful concealment, I never imagined I would fall victim to this ear-tugging fool. A misunderstanding, Sister Hong, truly. I was merely jesting, not to boast, but in all of Sansha Town, even in the capital. How many can match your beauty, your figure, no, your countenance is a rarity in this world. Desperate for his life, Wang Nuo unleashed a torrent of flattery, extolling Hong Muden's beauty as if she were a goddess. Lister, who had been wiping the table, paused to smile at Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo continued speaking while casting furtive glances at Lister, silently pleading for assistance. Enough, Betty, don't tease him any longer, Lister finally spoke. Hong Muden waved her hand, and Wang Nuo was instantly released from her magical grasp. You've caused quite the ruckus tonight, scaring my customers away. Clean this mess up, Hong Muden commanded. Wang Nuo gazed around the expansive tavern, cluttered with bottles, jars and nuts, and refused, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Here he was, minding his own business at home, only to be summoned by her, and now her husband had frightened off all the patrons. And the blame was laid squarely upon him. However, he kept such thoughts to himself and took out a gossip mirror. Casting a spell, out came Aimuti, appearing bare-bottomed in the hall, looking at Wang Nuo with a craving for cookies. Remembering Wang Nuo's earlier promise, still wanting cookies? Look what you've done, it scared Sister Hong's customers away. You'll be cleaning the floor instead. Wang Nuo handed Aimuti a broom and tossed him a cookie. And Aimuti happily bounced off to begin sweeping. Wang Nuo grabbed another broom and started tidying up on the other side, eager to finish quickly and return home. Half an hour later. Sister Hong, it's done, please take a look, Wang Nuo said respectfully. Be gone. Come back for dinner tomorrow, Hong Muden replied. Let us not, I have matters to attend to. Wang Nuo outright refused, with you two being so dangerous. I fear I might go mad and become entangled with you, Lister. Is it not a crime for a noble to slay a commoner? Hong Muden suddenly inquired. Not a crime, Lister replied from his seat on the arena's edge, not bothering to look up. Ear-tugging fool. Wait for me, Sister Hong, I was merely joking. I'll definitely come tomorrow, Wang Nuo assured her. Bring wine. As Wang Nuo reached the door, Lister's voice echoed, don't forget the wine. Brotherly. Of course, brotherly. Wang Nuo hurriedly departed. Alas, the quiet days have come to an end. Hong Muden approached Lister, leaning into his embrace. It's alright, we can find another place, let it be, you've stayed with me for 10 years. It is time to return home and take a look with you around wherever you go. That is home. Who taught you that? Hong Muden asked, somewhat surprised. Wang Nuo. Lister replied, grinning. Hong Muden shot him a glare, saying, you're cut from the same cloth. All you have is a thick skin and no real skill. Lister chuckled, his innocence reminiscent of a decade ago when he was merely a novice swordsman proclaiming his loyalty to her despite his family's pleas. What do you think of his so-called summon? Hong Muden suddenly asked. I don't know. I sense no vitality, Lister responded earnestly. Not a magician, he possesses no magical energy, yet when you saved him tonight, I felt a peculiar force. Hong Muden mused. A strange force, could it be fighting spirit or from the abyss? Lister held unwavering faith in Hong Muden's words, for his wife was hailed as the most promising candidate for ascension to Archmage in a century. It's neither fighting spirit nor those vile things. It's a power I've never encountered before. Hong Muden shook her head. The villagers know him, yet no one knows where he came from. That yellow paper he possesses is quite suspicious, Hong Muden noted, recalling the strange energy she had sensed when Wang Nuo first revealed it. Those items are of his own making. It's just ordinary yellow paper. But he uses a mixture of minerals and blood when writing on it. I've seen it many times. They're just common items, Lister remarked. Having known Wang Nuo for many years, Lister had already discerned his uniqueness and had monitored him for a time without finding anything particularly special. His summon, that Aimuti, is curious. It seems to consume little magic. Look, he has been cleaning for half an hour and appears unscathed, Lister added. If Lister only knew that Aimuti slept in a coffin every night, he might think differently. Zombies like Aimuti lacked any vital signs, and no matter how much magic or fighting spirit they employed, they wouldn't detect him. I suspect he is not a magician. Surely you've heard of alchemists, Hong Muden speculated. Are you suggesting Wang Nuo is an alchemist? Lister retorted incredulously. No, he doesn't exhibit those traits, but I suspect he has inherited alchemical knowledge. His summon should be a puppet. Alchemists, a profession that had vanished from the continent of Tianan for centuries, were notorious for their madness. They would forge various items using magical artifacts to transform themselves, becoming neither human nor ghost. These lunatics disregarded humanity. To achieve their goals, they would massacre an entire city for experimentation. 400 years ago, an alchemist had even gone so far as to abduct the descendant of an archmage in an attempt to seize their bloodline. The result was 9 archmages unleashing their wrath upon all alchemists across the continent. The might of the archmages was not to be trifled with, as since then, alchemists had become extinct. He must be exploring new avenues. He is quite the intriguing little fellow, Lister said. Enough about him. You've been gone for 2 months. I want you to carry me into the room, Hong Muden stated. Lister stood, scooping Hong Muden into a princess carry and bringing her into the room. Meanwhile, Zhou Qin and the others returned to their lodgings, feeling hesitant about whether to inform Lister of the matters concerning the Li family. In the royal city, 4 towering magical towers stood at the corners, symbolizing the Tangdin dynasty. As long as the towers stood, the dynasty would endure. Each tower was overseen by an archmage, one belonging to Archmage Castan. 10 years ago, due to his most promising disciple, Betty, eloping with Lister, this archmage nearly obliterated the Li family in a fit of rage. For the past decade, various families had conspired against the Li family to curry favor with Archmage Castan. In just 10 years, a top-tier family had plummeted to a first-tier one. Recently, a storm brewing against the Li family threatened to escalate. Zhou Qin recognized Lister's armor. Its distinctive design was unique to the Li family in the royal capital. She had never encountered Lister before, but seeing the Li family armor in this remote town, combined with others referring to him as Boss Li, made the truth evident. This was indeed the very swordsman who had spirited away the Star Mage, causing a sensation throughout the Tangdin kingdom. Little did she expect that in just 10 years, he would nearly join the ranks of the Star Swordsman, truly a genius of the Li family. I apologize, miss. I've brought shame upon you and your family. Ahua lamented. It's not the loss that brings shame, but the loss while still fighting. You have indeed disgraced the family. From now on, you are no longer my attendant. Return home at once, Zhou Qin declared. Yes, Miss. Ahua's heart brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not voice it. The nearby Amu cautioned him with a shake of his head. Leave. Ahua said nothing, hastily exited, and mounted his horse to depart. It's all that wretched commoner, that accursed commoner. Ahua's eyes were filled with bitterness and fear. His family had expended all their resources to make him and his brother attendants to the Zhou family as young lady. He couldn't bear to imagine the consequences if his family learned of this news. Commoner, you truly deserve to die. At that moment, the lowly figure in Ahua's sight appeared, and in a fit of fervor, Ahua mounted his horse and charged forth. Meanwhile, Wang Nuo was deep in thought when he was suddenly confronted by a horse barreling towards him. Chapter 4, The 3 Purities. Taoist Arts. Damn, I can't afford to lose. Is revenge upon me? Upon seeing the rider, Wang Nuo swiftly evaded, clutching a yellow talisman that he flung towards Ahua. Just as he was preparing to retaliate, he realized Ahua had galloped away, showing no inclination to engage in a confrontation. What is going on? Did the horse stumble? There is no such thing as a horse stumbling. Ahua regretted his impulsiveness, for there were matters to attend to behind the young lady that required Wang Nuo's presence. Should anything befall Wang Nuo and it be traced back to him, his family would likely face utter devastation. That gaze surely intends to eliminate me, you scoundrel, if I don't teach you a lesson. You'll never learn how many eyes the Horse King possesses. That 100,000 hasn't been given to me yet. Wang Nuo briskly walked from his home. His abode lay at the foot of the mountain, a modest structure he had built a decade prior after arriving in this world. 3 rooms were enclosed by a fence, and as Wang Nuo entered the yard and approached the main entrance, he kicked the door open with a forceful motion. Before him hung a hastily drawn portrait of the 3 Purities, beneath which stood an altar adorned with a small cauldron containing a trace of incense ash. Most of these items were of his own making, including the portrait of the ancestral master. Wang Nuo hurried to the statue of the ancestor, lighting 3 sticks of incense with reverence before placing them in the small cauldron. Ancestral master, today I have been bullied by foreigners. May you bless me in my quest for the method. Wang Nuo sat on the ground before the ancestral statue, unfurling a cloth adorned with the 8 trigrams. In his left hand, he held a dressed straw man, and in his right hand, he pressed a talisman onto it. Wang Nuo formed hand seals and chanted, Mystical heaven, boundless, I borrow the law of heaven and earth. Soul control technique. As his words echoed, he immediately sensed Ahua's location in his mind. Thank you, ancestral master. Wang Nuo quickly prostrated himself, for he knew that this soul control technique typically succeeded only once in 3 attempts. To succeed at once today was surely the ancestral master's blessing. Thankfully, Ahua hadn't escaped beyond his control. You scoundrel, enjoy this while you can. Ahua, while writing, suddenly felt a chill envelop him. and his hands became uncontrollable, repeatedly striking his own chest. "What is happening?" No one answered him. The surroundings were eerily silent. Ah Hua felt as if his bones were about to shatter from his own blows. And then his hands, again beyond his control, started slapping his own face. As a guard to the young lady of the Zhou family, if I have inadvertently offended a great sorcerer, I ask for your forgiveness. Fear gripped Ah Hua's heart, for he recognized that he had undoubtedly fallen under the mental dominion of that sorcerer. Ha, bullying me. Now let me see you perform Einstein's theory of relativity. When a person jumps while riding a horse, will they land back on the horse? Wang Nuo began to shake the straw man up and down. Ah Hua was on the verge of tears, his face swollen like a pig's head, his body bouncing painfully on the horse, his groin ablaze with agony that only intensified. I'm nearing the limits of my control. Strip your clothes off. Wang Nuo's wicked hands reached towards the straw man's garments. No, please, I was wrong. Your Excellency Betty, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Ah Hua thought that only the lady's mention of Lady Betty could achieve such a feat in the small town. He watched in horror as his hands tore off and shredded his clothes, tossing them onto the ground until he was left with only a pair of white underpants. Should anyone see him like this, it would be more unbearable than death. Suddenly that point in his mind ceased, and Wang Nuo erupted into joyous laughter. Surely he has crashed into a tree. Stepping into the adjacent room, Wang Nuo summoned Aimuti, adhering a talisman to its forehead. I'm too tired today to entertain you. Just lie down. He kicked open the small coffin in the room, placing Aimuti inside, then grabbed a bamboo pole from the corner to lift the wooden planks of the roof, allowing moonlight to shine directly upon Aimuti. Wang Nuo was not from this world. He hailed from the Blue Star Empire. There he had been a young Taoist, learning corpse handling techniques and Taoist magic under his master from a young age. Upon his master's death, he naturally inherited the mantle. During one of his corpse handling expeditions, he inadvertently stumbled into a zombie cave. Inside, there were 3 zombies, 1 small and 2 large. The 2 large zombies awakened upon receiving his blood from an injury. A fierce battle was imminent. Despite employing all he had learned, Wang Nuo could not prevail and was on the brink of demise when, inexplicably, a hexagram arose around him, and he fainted. When Wang Nuo regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a mountainside with 2 large zombies sleeping beside him and a small zombie hopping around. Fortunately, he had not lost his belongings. Wang Nuo collected the small zombie, affixed talismans to the 2 large ones, and concealed them in a secluded spot. He intended to venture down the mountain for supplies before returning to bury them. Upon reaching the base, Wang Nuo noted the architectural style resembled that of medieval England, with predominantly white inhabitants and few of Asian descent. He initially thought he had traveled abroad, as his work pertained to metaphysics, a phenomenon he would not find astonishing. Oddly, the locals spoke their native tongue, and they were quite amiable. Fearing the 2 large corpses would transform into zombies, he borrowed some tools and returned to the mountain. That night, he crafted 2 coffins and drew several large talismans to bury the 2 large zombies. For safety, he placed his master's Yin-Yang Bagua mirror inside to ward off the corpses. The next morning, after descending the mountain and returning the tools, he encountered something unbelievable. Wang Nuo witnessed a vendor selling breakfast who ignited a fire with a mere finger, uttering a few words, and then his hand was engulfed in flames. Even more ludicrous was seeing someone summon a pig out of thin air and then ride it away. The most astonishing change was that he appeared to have regained his youth, his features resembling those of an 11 or 12-year-old. Approaching a small shop, he inquired and learned that he had traversed into another world entirely, now known as the Tianan continent, a realm where martial prowess and magic coexisted. Composed of countless kingdoms, this land not only housed human kingdoms but also elven forests, orc empires, gnome technology, dwarf castles, and more. Wang Nuo resided in Sansha Town, situated on the borders of the Tandin Kingdom. The town was dreadfully impoverished, lacking in resources. Its inhabitants survived by hunting and foraging, packaging fine herbs and animal pelts to sell in the distant city, a journey on foot taking half a month. The local taverns served as their sole form of entertainment, and the practice of beast fighting was a pastime they learned from the city. This world presented a stark disparity between wealth and poverty, with an even greater divide among social classes. The highest authority lay with the king, followed by dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. Those with titles were regarded as nobles, possessing the power to execute commoners and slaves without consequence. Sansha Town fell under the domain of Baron Tatadin, but due to its remoteness, few people visited for inspections. Upon understanding the nature of the world he had entered, Wang Nuo began to disguise himself. Recognizing the inherent dangers around him. In just 3 months, Wang Nuo integrated himself into the town, engaging amiably with everyone, presenting himself as humble, honest, and eager to help. This was the impression he left on all. He told them he had lost his memory and was unaware of how he had arrived there. With the townsfolk's assistance, Wang Nuo managed to establish a semblance of a home. To his delight, the spiritual energy in this world was far more abundant than in the Blue Star, greatly benefiting cultivators. Spiritual energy was essential for practicing Taoist arts, enabling him to accomplish numerous feats. The small zombie astonishingly developed sentience, a truly shocking turn of events. Wang Nuo refrained from eliminating the small zombie, recognizing that in order to thrive in this world, one must possess a skill, having both come from the Blue Star. They could be considered compatriots. Over the past decade, Wang Nuo had been exceedingly cautious, fearing the revelation of his uniqueness. He never employed Taoist arts in front of others unless faced with life-threatening situations, such as encountering wild beasts while hunting in the mountains. In truth, Wang Nuo had been overly anxious. The Tianan continent was vast, with a multitude of races as numerous as the stars. Some races resembled humans but were not, and it was unlikely anyone would notice a mere apprentice sorcerer. Thus, several years passed, and Wang Nuo successfully assimilated into the small town. He had convincingly masqueraded as a magician, with the small zombie serving as his familiar, often taking it into the forest to hunt. In moments of boredom, he would also visit the tavern for beast fights. Due to the small zombie's peculiar nature, anything it attacked became exceedingly difficult to summon. Gradually, no one wished to engage with him, and Wang Nuo gained a modest reputation in nearby towns. He emptied the ash from the cauldron, mixing in some beast blood, then stirred the concoction before pouring it into a small bear mold. Once prepared, he set it atop the roof. This was the small zombie's favorite bear-shaped cookie. Reclining on the rooftop, he formed a hand seal, feeling immense spiritual energy begin to converge within him, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Regarding the invitation from the Lister couple, he felt indifferent. After all, there was no avoiding them, nor could he overpower them. Whatever would happen would happen, unless the big sweet potato was involved, but that was far too perilous. If it did not heed his commands, it would spell disaster. Chapter 5, Alchemist. As dawn broke the following day, Wang Nuo held a piece of beast hide, measuring it against Aimuti, preparing to craft a set of clothing for the small zombie. After all, it wouldn't do to have it running around in the nude. Stand still. If you move, I'll confine you. Upon hearing the order to confine himself, Aimuti immediately ceased his movements. Wang Nuo measured Aimuti's dimensions, and then retrieved a jar of beast's blood from within the room. Inserting a wooden straw and placing it upon the table, you may consume this. I shall go and craft your attire. Aimuti seized the jar, intent on following Wang Nuo outside, but upon being struck by sunlight, he promptly retreated, for he was without a hat. Despite his mutation, the sun's harm to Aimuti was not excessively severe. Typically, he would wear a hat during the day to venture outside. Yet without one now, he was somewhat startled. After all, Aimuti was a zombie. Under sunlight, he appeared weak and his combat efficacy was significantly diminished. Wang Nuo, clutching a piece of beast hide, arrived at the tailor's shop. "Aunt Molly, are you crafting a set of garments?" he inquired. "Indeed, I wish to make an ensemble for Aimuti. As you know, Aunt Molly, my summoned beast is quite formidable. I've heard of Aimuti's esteemed reputation." Molly responded, taking the materials from Wang Nuo and waddling over to the adjacent table. Just then, the back door of the room swung open, and a burly man entered. Uncle Hans, he grunted. Hans, the town's blacksmith and Molly's husband, had lost 500 coins the previous night. Wang Nuo's appearance had robbed him of any chance of recouping his losses. If Molly were to find out, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Approaching Wang Nuo, Hans whispered, "A wandering poet has arrived from the neighboring town, along with a summoner. Join me tonight for a beast battle. Help me win some coin." Having witnessed Aimuti's prowess the night before, Hans held unwavering confidence in him. Few in the area had summoned beasts of the third tier. "Uncle Hans, gambling is unwise. It would be prudent to abstain," Wang Nuo replied. "A wandering poet, who knows where he hails from? If he brings along formidable bodyguards and we lose, what then? Nonsense. Over these years, how much have you won at the Red Peony?" Hans retorted, fuming. "I always return half to you. No other establishment operates thus." Wang Nuo countered, "Just tell me whether you will come or not." Hans pressed, eager to restore his finances before Molly discovered the truth. "I shall not go." "Very well, do not expect me to lend you a single nail in the future." Hans threatened to I shall borrow from you, do not gamble again. Wang Nuo handed 500 coins to Hans, who was well acquainted with the townsfolk and had received ample assistance during the construction of his home. With Hans being the most significant contributor. Ha, I knew I had not misjudged you, praised the goddess. Hans boomed with laughter, observing his demeanor. Wang Nuo surmised that Hans would likely engage in beast battles and gambling that night. Aunt Molly, Uncle Hans lost 500 coins in the beast battle last night, Wang Nuo announced before making his exit. What did you say, Hans? A thunderous uproar reverberated through the town as Molly brandished a club as thick as a man's arm. Wang Nuo, you little devil. Molly, my goddess, I swear I did not, the money is right here. Passers-by erupted in laughter. Hans's gambling habits and frequent beatings from Molly had become a common sight. Good morning, Aunt Ling. Good morning, Uncle Cook, and to you as well, Elder Tu. Throughout his journey, Wang Nuo greeted the residents of the small town. With a mere 200 inhabitants, they had coexisted for 10 years, forming a tight-knit community akin to a family. Occasionally neighbors would quarrel, but they would reconcile within days. In an era devoid of technology, the air was indeed refreshing. Wang Nuo sighed as he returned home, finding Aimuti had finished the beast's blood and was idly toying with the empty jar. Upon Wang Nuo's return, Aimuti eagerly hopped over, clutching the empty jar. Can you eat so much now? Wang Nuo entered the room and retrieved another jar. Contemplating Aimuti, Wang Nuo rested his chin in thought. How might he enhance Aimuti's physical strength? Generally, zombies grow stronger by absorbing moonlight, yet this process is exceedingly time-consuming. Wang Nuo had experimented with various herbal infusions, but to little effect. Currently, Aimuti's physical resilience was formidable. Ordinary blades held little threat to him. However, this world was different. Those swordsmen possessed combat skills, and Wang Nuo harbored doubts regarding Aimuti's ability to withstand a powerful swordsman's strike. Never mind, I shall procure some armor for you, he mused. An armored zombie, how magnificent that would be. Wang Nuo resolved to accompany the village group to the city in a few days, hoping to procure a set of equipment for Aimuti. Noticing the incense was nearly burnt out, he inserted 3 additional sticks. Grandmaster, I, your disciple, seek self-preservation and have inadvertently violated the Taoist prohibitions. I implore your forgiveness, for this world is truly perilous. Ascending to the rooftop, Wang Nuo stowed some bear-shaped cookies in his bag and gathered some banana-like leaves from a nearby tree. Moments later, a conical hat took shape in his hands, placing the hat upon Aimuti's head. It fit perfectly. As expected of me, flawless. Aimuti, now sated, donned the hat and joyfully leapt about. Observing that the jar still contained a substantial amount of blood, Wang Nuo decided to store it in the room. For animals were scarce in this season, and he needed to conserve supplies. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly time to head to the tavern. Wang Nuo walked to the corner of the room and retrieved a large jar. There is hardly any wine left. That rascal must have pilfered it. Wang Nuo thought indignantly, yet he found a smaller jar, filled it, and had Aimuti carry it, which he then stored in the Bagua mirror. This mirror was a creation of Wang Nuo's, passed down from his grandmaster. It could be utilized in conjunction with Taoist techniques. He was unaware of the mirror's capacity, but it could indeed contain Aimuti. Moreover, he discovered that any object in contact with Aimuti could also be stored within. It could be considered a sort of storage bag, though regrettably it required Taoist principles for use. Otherwise, he could have profited by selling storage bags. Upon reaching the tailor's shop, Wang Nuo collected the garment, only to find Hans glaring at him from next door, his face bruised and battered from a recent altercation. Pushing open the tavern door, he found it empty. Clearly news of the previous night's events had spread, and no one dared to enter. Red Peony sat languidly at the bar, and as Wang Nuo entered, she beckoned, causing him to float to her side. Bring forth your summoned beast to entertain us. He is asleep. A flicker of purple flame ignited in Red Peony's hand, the searing heat nearly scorching Wang Nuo. Hastily, he retrieved the Bagua mirror. Come forth. Aimuti, dazed and clutching a jar while wearing a conical hat, appeared in the tavern. Why is he not clad in garments? Did I not just have Aunt Molly make them? He has yet to don them. Wang Nuo took the jar from Aimuti's hands and set it on the counter, swiftly dressing Aimuti in a small leather garment. Oh, a magical device? Not at all. This is merely Aimuti's resting place, which appeared alongside him when I summoned him, and no other items may be placed within, only those he holds, Wang Nuo hastily clarified. Accursed magical device, it is merely a tool. Red Peony, holding the Bagua mirror, channeled her magical energy into it, but it yielded no effect, revealing it to be an ordinary mirror. Look at your distressed expression. It is merely a magical device. Even if you offered it to me, I would not value it. Red Peony tossed the Bagua mirror into Wang Nua's arms, and he caught it with urgency. Indeed, how could such a trinket possibly hold your interest? Virtue, Red Peony remarked, extending her finger to touch Aimutiai's form, feeling its rigidity, indeed reminiscent of the legendary alchemical puppets. An alchemical puppet with sentience. What lies at its core? I am tempted to dismantle it for examination. Are you an alchemist? She inquired. What alchemist? Wang Nua replied, bewildered, still pretending. You are clearly no mage, Red Peony asserted. Well, Wang Nua panicked, unsure how to explain the situation. Having been discovered. A star mage, he certainly could not match such a being. Escape was futile. Should he summon Aimutiai's father? This little creature, devoid of life yet possessing intelligence, was indeed an extraordinary creation. Having only heard of alchemists' capabilities, witnessing one firsthand was a revelation. How did you create this? Red Peony inquired. Wang Nua was at his wit's end. How could a zombie be crafted? This was merely a corpse absorbing the essence of the moon, resulting in mutation. What could he possibly create? Do not fret. It seems you are aware that an alchemist's identity must remain concealed. Rest assured, I harbor no animosity towards alchemists. I merely did not expect that after 400 years of extinction, a remnant would still remain. Anti-Hong, I truly do not recall. I awoke here in the mountains, having forgotten everything that came before, Wang Nua stated, employing amnesia as a convenient excuse. Oh, let me assist you. As a mage nearing the level of a sorceress, mental healing was a fundamental skill for Red Peony. She pointed a finger at Wang Nua's brow, her consciousness delving into his mind to explore his memories. Suddenly, a terrifying presence enveloped her consciousness. A luminous elder opened his eyes, and with a single glance, Red Peony felt an overwhelming force crash upon her soul, inflicting immediate devastation. Wang Nua looked on, puzzled, as she staggered, blood pouring from her orifices, and she shouted, Lister, hurry out, your wife is dying. With the sudden arrival of List, he was taken aback by the sight of Hong Muten, his hand instinctively reaching out to grasp her. Do not touch me, she protested, her voice strained as if uttering those few words had drained her of all strength. She was uncertain whether the deity she had never encountered had withdrawn. Fearing that it might implicate List. In Chapter 6, The Divine Abode, Hong Muten felt her consciousness beginning to disperse. She exerted every ounce of her will to extricate herself from Wang Nua's body, but to no avail. Esteemed deity, Crown King, I beg your forgiveness for my transgression. I meant no harm to Wang Nua. The divine entity within her consciousness remained unresponsive, eyes closed, while Hong Muten's spirit continued to fade away. At that moment, a grimoire manifested in her hands, and as it appeared, dark fissures began to tear through the fabric of the space around them. List, take us to the mountains, quickly, Hong Muten urged, each passing second feeling like an eternity. She was oblivious to the formidable deity residing in Wang Nua's mind, uncertain if it would obliterate her soul in the next instant. Having lived in this place for many years, she could not bear the thought of her magic laying waste to it. List, no longer embodying his usual earnest demeanor, fixed a steely gaze upon Wang Nua. Upon hearing Hong Muten's plea, he seized both of them and dashed into the depths of the forest. The streets were thrown into chaos, and they appeared as mere shadows darting by. Behind List trailed a diminutive figure clad in animal pelts, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and clutching a ceramic jar, leaping several meters to keep pace. As they surged deeper into the mountains, Wang Nua sensed the scenery shifting around him. Moments later, they reached the heart of the vast mountain range, where terrifying magical beasts let out furious roars. That's enough, you must leave now. I need to cast a forbidden spell, List stated. He sat beside Hong Muten, reminiscent of how he had sat outside the mage tower a decade ago. Tears streamed down Hong Muten's face, washing away the traces of blood. O great goddess of magic, Lilia, I am your loyal servant, Larentia Betty. I beseech you with my lifetime of magic and heartfelt prayers, grant your descent upon this world. As she prayed, the grimoire flipped pages wildly. The forest began to howl with wind, and the clear sky erupted with thunder and lightning. In a moment of transcendence, a deity materialized in the sky, her visage so exquisite that no words could encapsulate her beauty, for she epitomized perfection itself. At this juncture, all mages across the continent bowed their heads in reverence, extolling the beauty of the goddess of magic, Lilia. They pondered who among them had encountered such dire straits that they would invoke the magic goddess. A forbidden spell, the summoning of the goddess of magic. A feat only a mage could accomplish, requiring the sacrifice of all their magical prowess. In a nearby town, Zhou prayed with her head bowed, feeling the overwhelming surge of magical energy and pressure due to their proximity. A mage in the forest, who could it be? She wondered. What lay hidden within the forest that compelled a mage to wield such a forbidden spell? The figure in the sky grew more defined. And in the next instant, Lilia opened her eyes, her gaze piercing through the forest. At that moment, two beams of golden light shot forth from the woods, one of which traversed the heavens to meet Lilia. In the sky, Lilia's form began to dissipate, and tranquility returned to the heavens. Within the forest, Hong Mudan finally broke free from the mysterious force. She opened her eyes to find List sitting beside her. Concern etched across his features, while Wang Nuo stood nearby, utterly bewildered. What just transpired? He asked. A moment ago, there was a tempest, and now, nothing. Ijijia, what happened to you? Wang Nuo inquired, worry threading his voice. Hong Mudan poked her finger at her own forehead, as if trying to cast a spell, nearly losing her life in the process. What on earth was that? She muttered, eyeing Wang Nuo warily, searching for answers in his expression, but found only concern and confusion. List, I have lost my magic, she lamented bitterly. Fear not, I shall protect you from now on, List reassured her. You have put me through so much suffering. Hong Mudan chastised Wang Nuo. What on earth happened? Jie, please do not frighten me, Wang Nuo insisted, eager to unravel the mystery. I cannot say. Hong Mudan shook her head, realizing that if she were to endure another encounter, it would surely lead to her demise. She lacked the strength to cast a forbidden spell again. The more she expressed her plight, the more Wang Nuo's curiosity intensified. My soul has been gravely wounded, my power is nearly extinguished. It seems I must return to the royal capital. Hong Mudan stated, the soul is paramount to everyone, surpassing the importance of the body. When one's soul is sufficiently robust, it can even transcend the corporeal form. For mages, the strength of one's soul directly determines the amount of magical energy one can absorb, thus dictating their power. And now, with all her magic siphoned away by Lilia and her soul shattered by the deity in Wang Nuo's mind, her situation was indeed dire. Magic can be compensated with magical items, but artifacts that can mend a soul are exceedingly rare, and it remains uncertain whether restoration is still possible. Hong Mudan could only place her hopes in her mentor. Then let us depart at once, List declared. Wait, Wang Nuo interjected. List turned to Wang Nuo, feeling the surge of his inner energy, ready to protect Betty at all costs. Do not act rashly, Wang Nuo urged, then turned to Hong Mudan. Ijijia, I suspect you encountered something in my mind. Did you not? Hong Mudan remained silent, paralyzed by the fear of the deity residing in Wang Nuo's consciousness, a terror that rivaled her fear of the goddess Lilia, perhaps even stronger. No, Jie, List, trust me. If you share this with me, I may have a way to assist you, Wang Nuo implored. You doubt me, do you? By the goddess of magic, I swear. He raised a hand. Hong Mudan was at a loss for words. It was not the goddess she doubted, but Wang Nuo's invocation of her name. Do not inquire further. I dare not speak. My soul is injured, she confessed. Yes, there's something within my head that struck you, Wang Nuo questioned, puzzled. Upon hearing this, List's fury ignited. Do not lay a hand on him, Hong Mudan quickly restrained List, then nodded at Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo realized that there was likely an unknown presence within his mind. Jie, your soul is wounded. Correct, do not fret. Let me try. I might be able to help, he offered. Do you possess something that can heal the soul? Hong Mudan inquired urgently. What is that? Wang Nuo asked, perplexed. A hint of disappointment flickered across Hong Mudan's face. After all, such items are exceedingly rare treasures, and it was improbable that Wang Nuo would possess one. You do not believe me? Watch closely. Wang Nuo produced a talisman from his pocket, preparing to affix it to Hong Mudan's forehead. List instinctively took a step back, perceiving Wang Nuo as a monster. How could an ordinary person reduce a 9th-level star mage to this state? Who would believe it? List, I have never harmed you or Jie. Have I? Trust me this once, Wang Nuo implored. Believe in Sha Nuo, Hong Mudan encouraged. Having spent years together, she regarded Wang Nuo as a younger brother and had faith that he would not intentionally cause her harm. We should go to the royal capital to find your mentor, List suggested, still wary of Wang Nuo. Trust me, List. There is still time, but if we delay beyond 12 hours, I will be unable to assist. Wang Nuo insisted. Hong Mudan, struggling to stand, smiled as she said, Sha Nuo, I believe you mean no harm. Go ahead. Wang Nuo placed the talisman on Hong Mudan's forehead and began to weave a spell. Xian Tian Wu Ji, Qian Kuan Jiafe, condense the soul, return. He pointed at Hong Mudan. Minutes later, Hong Mudan opened her eyes, astonishment dawning on her face. By the goddess of magic, how is this possible? How did you manage this? she exclaimed in disbelief. Is it effective? List asked anxiously. Yes, I have regained 1%, Hong Mudan replied, her shock overwhelming, surpassing even the first time she encountered the goddess of magic. The notion that magic could heal the soul was unfathomable. Wang Nuo, hearing her words, nearly spat out blood. He could only perform this spell 10 times, and now she claimed to have regained just 1%. What on earth is this yellow paper? Hong Mudan pressed. A talisman, something you would not understand, Wang Nuo replied. Wang Nuo, if you save Betty, I will offer anything in return, List vowed, disregarding Wang Nuo's peculiarities, willing to do whatever it took to restore her. List, I fear I cannot save Jijit. Wang Nuo confessed. Wang Nuo, name your price, List insisted. It is not a matter of price. I can only use this spell 10 times before I am rendered unable to do so, much like Jij's magic. Wang Nuo clarified. I have seen your talismans. You have a whole pile at home, List countered. It is not the talismans that are the issue, they are merely a medium, Wang Nuo explained. I understand now. You are employing a different kind of magic, but your power only allows for 10 uses, is that correct? Hong Mudan surmised, realizing Wang Nuo wielded an alternative force. Precisely, then we shall wait for my magical energy to recover. We have time, List concluded. You do not comprehend. Jie's injury must be treated within 12 hours. Beyond that, it will be futile. In a span of 12 hours, given my abilities, I can at most restore a mere 10%. Wang Nuo lamented. It's alright, Wang Nuo, there is no need to feel guilty, just do your best, Hong Mudan replied, her demeanor surprisingly light-hearted as she smiled at him. Chirp, chirp. In the distance, a small zombie leapt forward. Aimuti, Wang Nuo hurried over, only feeling relieved when he saw that Aimuti was unharmed. The little creature bounced about, chattering excitedly while performing various antics. Alright, I understand, you care for me. Here is a biscuit, Wang Nuo said, removing a clay pot filled with wine and placing a biscuit into Aimuti's hands. The little zombie instantly erupted into joyous leaps. Chapter 7, The Altar. Wang Nuo. What is it about that biscuit that Aimuti finds so delectable? Hong Mudan inquired. Humans cannot consume it. Doing so would lead to illness, Wang Nuo replied, then added, Sister Hong, let me continue treating you. Xiao Nuo, thank you, please accept this, Hong Mudan said, removing a bracelet from her wrist and handing it to Wang Nuo. A necklace? He asked, bewildered. Silly boy, aside from my spellbook, this is my most treasured possession. It can protect you from any forbidden magic up to 5 times. While I may not fully comprehend your abilities, one must always be wary of others who might wish to harm you. My intention was to give this to you after my departure with Li Site. But I shall bestow it upon you now, Hong Mudan explained. Thank you, Sister Hong, Wang Nuo said, his eyes glistening. Over the years spent in Sancha Town, Hong Mudan and Li Site had treated him like a younger brother. And he shared a special bond with Li Site. Wang Nuo was uncertain about the thoughts swirling in his mind that had caused harm to Hong Mudan, yet her willingness to present him with such a precious item during this time genuinely moved him. Please, do not shed tears, Hong Mudan urged. Sister, I have decided not to use the talismans on you any longer, Wang Nuo resolved internally. I possess a technique that may aid in your recovery significantly. But I cannot guarantee success. If I employ that technique, I will be unable to utilize the talismans. It's up to you to decide if you are willing to take that risk. Wang Nuo proposed. Is there danger involved? Hong Mudan queried. None, Wang Nuo asserted, feeling confident that she would not be in peril, though he remained uncertain about his own fate. Hong Mudan glanced at Li Site. I am willing to gamble, Li Site declared. Now, I require several items, listen closely. Everything must be gathered here within 5 hours, Wang Nuo instructed. Very well, proceed. A large piece of yellow cloth, a large brush. What is a brush? Acquire a bag of animal hair, and I shall manage the rest. 10 pounds of glutinous rice, 1 black pig's head, 10 bamboo poles, a bundle of red string, the thinner the better. And 2 pairs of large red candles. Additionally, I need everything from my home, the offering table, the cauldron, and talisman paper. All must be brought here. Is that all? Li Site asked. Yes, it is imperative to have a black pig's head. And the candles must be red. And ensure to bring that portrait from inside the house. It must be handled with utmost respect, bowed to, and carried carefully to avoid any damage, Wang Nuo stated earnestly. Whether tonight's endeavor succeeds or fails depends entirely on the favor of the ancestral spirits. Given my current level, attempting the soul summoning technique is exceedingly ambitious, thus I must appeal to the ancestors. Understood, I shall go at once, Li Site replied before swiftly departing. Xiao Nuo, is the magic you intend to perform this evening exceedingly difficult? Hong Mudan asked. Yes, Sister Hong, you must brace yourself. I cannot ascertain whether I will succeed. Frankly, I possess only a 30% chance, Wang Nuo admitted. That is fine, given the situation, whether you succeed or fail, I will not hold it against you, Hong Mudan reassured him. Very well, I shall meditate and recuperate. Wait, may I ask, will you be in any danger? Hong Mudan inquired, knowing that mages require ample resources and collaboration for large-scale spells and formations. There is no danger, merely a small price to pay. It is nothing, Sister Hong, you were wounded because of me, so this could be considered a form of karmic retribution, Wang Nuo concluded, settling into a meditative posture to restore his mind and body. Karma. Meanwhile, Li Site arrived in town and commenced an extensive search, being well acquainted with the whereabouts of most things within the settlement. Tali was at home dining when suddenly the door was blown open. What the hell? Who's there? Lord Li, may I assist you with anything? Upon realizing it was Li Site, Tali immediately knelt, trembling. Do you possess a black pig? I do. Where is it? Tali pointed in a direction. But when he looked up, Li Site had already vanished. Before him lay a pile of gold coins. My God, gold, gold. Tali trembled uncontrollably, clutching the coins. Gold was a currency reserved for nobility. Commoners could only trade with gold. As paper money was beneath their notice, that he had seen gold coins before, but this was his first time possessing them. Thank you, noble knight, for your generous gift, Tali said, bowing deeply toward the pig pen. Li Site returned to the mountain, setting the deceased pig aside along with various animal pelts. Thank you for your hard work, Site. Not at all, Li Site smiled before swiftly leaving again. Back in town, he resumed his search for red candles and red string, which he had yet to procure. I am Li Site, from the Duke's household of the Empire. Everyone gather in the square within 10 minutes, anyone who fails to arrive will face dire consequences. His booming voice reverberated throughout the town, prompting citizens to rush outdoors and flock to the square upon arrival. Everyone knelt, their heads bowed, too fearful to look up. Even a mere baron would invoke their utmost respect. They were commoners, mere slaves beneath their feudal lords. Among the crowd were Zhou Qin and Amu, the former standing while the latter knelt. Zhou Qin was curious to discover what had ignited such urgency in this formidable swordsman. I require red candles, the larger the better, and red string, the thinner the better. Whoever can procure these shall receive all of this gold, Li Site proclaimed, casting all the gold coins from his person to the ground. The townsfolk, heads bowed, cautiously raised their eyes to behold countless coins glimmering like the sun. Do not remain kneeling. Go find them. I swear upon my honor as a knight that I shall not retract this gold. I shall return in 20 minutes. With that, Li Site departed, intent on transporting all of Wang Nuo's belongings up the mountain. The crowd dispersed like startled birds, racing homeward. Gold, it was gold, it could facilitate their move to the city for a better life. And there was so much, surely over 100 coins, red candles, red string. Zhou Qin was left utterly perplexed by the intentions of this great swordsman. The direction he ran towards was the mountain. Up the mountain, under the blazing sun, Zhou Qin felt an inexplicable chill envelop her. How is this possible? Forbidden magic is wielded by Lady Betty, a mage of great renown. This cannot be. Zhou Qin shook her head in disbelief. Her thoughts a turbulent storm. The youngest known mage in the Heaven's Grace continent was 58 years old, while Lady Betty seemed to be merely 40. What on earth was happening in the mountain? Zhou Qin, now unsettled, declared, we must venture into the mountains. Yes, miss, her companion replied. Li Site tirelessly transported items up the mountain, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He even brought Aimuti's little coffin along. Upon seeing his small bed, Aimuti gleefully jumped in, lying down and getting up repeatedly, chattering at Hong Mudan as if inviting her to join him. In the distance, Li Site approached with utmost reverence, carefully carrying the portrait, moving slowly to avoid any damage. A journey that should have taken mere minutes took him a full 40. Wang Nuo cautiously accepted the portrait when suddenly Li Site's expression hardened, and he shouted towards the left side of the forest. Come out! As his words echoed, he dashed forward. Miss, we must flee. Adi unsheathed his great sword, charging at Li Site. There was no choice. As a knight, he felt honored to serve Zhou Qin. Knights are meant to protect those to whom they pledge loyalty. And though he knew he was facing a feudal battle, his knighthood and family honor forbade him from retreating. Ice shield. Zhou Qin recited a spell from her magic book, summoning a shimmering cross-shaped shield before Adi. Yet, it proved ineffectual, barely halting Li Site for even a second. Aberrantly, I mean no harm, Zhou Qin quickly exclaimed. Stop, Li Gu, please do not kill anyone. It is forbidden to shed blood here. in those fleeting moments. Wang Nuo finally reacted, shouting loudly that he intended to summon souls for Hong Newton. If someone perished nearby, it would summon more than one spirit, making the task far beyond his capabilities, as he faced Li Ct's clenched fist. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Ada's forehead. He feared not death, but that did not mean he desired it. Barrenly, I hold no ill intentions, I merely approached out of curiosity, Zhou Qin stated. Cite, bring them forth, Hong Newton commanded. Li Cite seized both individuals and brought them before Hong Newton, tossing them to the ground. Zhou Qin paid no heed, standing tall and offering the highest respect befitting a mage. Esteemed mage Lady Betty, I salute you, she said. Din knelt, his head bowed, too afraid to utter a word. In the heavens' grace continent, mages were regarded as the most exalted beings, and one was forbidden from gazing upon them without permission. When did you arrive? Hong Newton inquired. Due to the damage to his soul, he was unaware of anyone's presence nearby. Lady, it has been 5 minutes since we arrived. Zhou Qin replied candidly. What have you seen? I observed Zhou Qin gazing at Wang Nuo, uncertain of how to address him. He is my younger brother, Wang Nuo. I saw Wang Nuo binding a piece of yellow cloth to a tree and inserting bamboo poles into the ground. Subsequently, Lord Lister approached, carrying an object, and then discovered us. Xiao Nuo, how should we proceed? Hong Newton inquired, her meaning clear. They had witnessed an abundance of items and were contemplating whether to eliminate us, thus placing the decision in Wang Nuo's hands. Your Highness, Zhou Qin harbors no ill intentions. Both the Zhou and Li families are dukes and have business dealings. As Zhou Qin hastily interjected, I am aware that your Zhou family possesses a sorcerer. Are you attempting to leverage the Zhou family against me? Hong Newton's expression shifted as she questioned, Your Highness, I absolutely did not mean that. Zhou Qin quickly replied. If a sorcerer truly were to perish, would your family really wage war against a sorcerer on my behalf? Chapter 8, Invoking the Ancestors. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ai Muti, upon hearing the sound, leaped from the coffin, dancing in circles before the others. Xiao Nuo. What do you think we should do? Hong Newton still entrusted the decision to Wang Nuo. Zhou Qin looked at Wang Nuo with a pleading expression, her beautiful visage stirring something within him. Wuliang Tianzuan, my cultivation is still insufficient. He sighed, conceding that it was better to let it be. As long as they remained silent, it would suffice. Thank you. Zhou Qin had never anticipated uttering such words to a commoner. And her impression of Wang Nuo began to shift, though she quickly regretted it. Knock her out and find a place to confine her. Before Zhou Qin could finish speaking, she was rendered unconscious by Lister. As soon as Ade made a move, Lister struck him down as well. Have you not found the red string and candles yet? The townsfolk have already begun searching. I shall take a look. With that, Lister seized both individuals and departed. Wang Nuo positioned himself between the two large trees, unfolding the portrait of the ancestor and placing it in the center. Upon seeing it, Hong Newton's heart raced with fear. Was this not the deity itself? How dare he replicate the image of a deity? Such depictions should never be exposed to the world. Everything happening to Wang Nuo disrupted her understanding of this realm. On the continent of Tianan, there were multiple deities, yet no one had ever dared to replicate their likenesses, for it was an act of blasphemy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ai Muti approached Hong Newton, curiously observing her. Come here and help me move the table, just as we do at home, Wang Nuo commanded. Ai Muti promptly jumped over to lift the table, only to abruptly spot a large pile of jars beneath the tree. Abandoning the table to rush over, wow, you've already consumed 2 jars today. Wang Nuo affixed a talisman to Ai Muti's forehead, placing him into the coffin and closing the lid. Is he truly a puppet? Hong Newton questioned her suspicions. Do puppets require sustenance? Puppet, certainly not. He is one I have raised, Wang Nuo replied while continuing to move the table. Meanwhile, Lister arrived at the square, where it was already filled with kneeling townsfolk. Countless red candles of various sizes were arranged on one side, yet there was a scarcity of red string, most of the others being different colors. The villagers gazed eagerly at their own candles, hoping Lister would select theirs. Is there no red string? Lister inquired. No one in the square dared to respond, keeping their heads bowed. At that moment, a person timidly raised their hand. Hans, stand up. Hans complied, lowering his head. Aware that he was in the presence of the Duke's son, Lister, beside him, Aunt Mari gently tugged at Hans. I know where to find red string, Hans stated. Speak, if it is genuine, half the gold is yours. If false, you shall die. Earlier, a figure clad in black robes stood in the square, her garments made of red silk. Black robe. Lister immediately recognized her and went to Wang Nuo's residence, where he promptly awakened Zhou Qin. Indeed, she was adorned in a red silk outfit. Lister reached out to rouse Joachim, for the honor of a knight forbade him from removing a woman's clothing without her consent. Baron Lister, please release me. I can take a soul oath and promise not to disclose anything, Joachim said, appearing somewhat flustered. You are not in danger. Betty is injured and requires healing. I need the red garment you are wearing. I will compensate you once we return to the capital, Lister replied. Just the clothing? Joachim questioned, puzzled by the connection between injury and attire. I swear by my knightly honor, it is solely the clothing. Very well. Joachim generously removed her red outer garment and handed it directly to Lister. I will render you unconscious and let you go tomorrow. With that, Lister swiftly struck her down. At the square. Lister gathered all the red candles, dividing the gold into 2 piles with his foot. Half is yours, and the other half is for those who provided the red candles. After Lister departed, those who had offered their candles rushed forward with fervor. If you dare to steal, I will certainly inform Lord Lister, Hans shouted, causing the crowd to immediately calm down. Life was more precious than gold. Hans lay on the ground, rolling the gold coins in his hands. Overwhelmed by the abundance, unsure of how to utilize it, the others who received gold were equally elated, celebrating with exuberance. On the mountain, Wang Nuo had already set up the altar point. 10 bamboo poles were inserted on either side. Adorned with various talismans, a piece of yellow cloth hung in the center of the tree, and the portrait of the ancestor was placed in the middle. Surrounding it was a scattering of glutinous rice. With a piece of yellow cloth bearing the 8 trigrams on the ground, while Wang Nuo sat at the center, the offering table held a pig's head, a wooden sword, a brush, and an incense burner. Lister appeared on the mountain, a bundle of red threads in hand. Do you think these will suffice? No, I am still figuring it out. Wang Nuo examined them, frowning at their insufficiency. Allow me to handle this. Wang Nuo retrieved a small knife from his bag, found a ceramic jar, and made a cut on his wrist, blood instantly flowing forth. Xiao Nuo, what are you doing? Hong Muden asked anxiously. It is nothing. Wang Nuo casually replied, letting his blood drip into the jar. Lister approached and stopped him. Use mine. As soon as he finished speaking, Lister made a large incision on his own wrist. Wang Nuo quickly embraced the jar and moved aside. It must be mine. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Nuo noticed the jar was nearly half full of his blood. He felt weak and nearly collapsed, prompting Lister to quickly support him. Lister retrieved some ointment from his bag and applied it to Wang Nuo's wrist, then found a strip of cloth to bind it. Wang Nuo, struggling, placed the red thread into the jar and then picked up the brush from the table. Ready to draw a talisman, however, as he turned, he suddenly collapsed, realizing it was due to excessive blood loss and anemia. Lister supported him and laid him on the ground. No, I must rest for a moment. I cannot draw the talisman in this state. Xiao Nuo, we should give up, Hong Muden said sympathetically from the side. It is fine. If I abandon this blood now, it would have been for naught. Just let me rest for a while. Lister gazed at Wang Nuo, pondering his thoughts, fully aware that he owed Wang Nuo a life debt this time. An hour later, Wang Nuo sat up and began to draw symbols on the yellow cloth in the center of the tree. He recited incantations in an unintelligible language, his brush dancing across the cloth, creating symbols one after another. After finishing the yellow cloth, Wang Nuo took out yellow paper and began to draw talismans. After completing 3, he nearly fainted again, realizing that drawing talismans required an immense amount of vitality. Do you have anything to restore mental energy? Wang Nuo inquired. Yes. Lister quickly produced a few blue fruits from his ring. Wang Nuo, not hesitating, grabbed one and consumed it, instantly feeling a significant restoration of his mental energy, as if his soul had been cleansed. Delightful, excellent stuff. If you like it, once I recover, I will gather some more from the misty forest for you. Hong Muden promised. Great. Wang Nuo continued to draw over 20 more talismans. The jar was nearly empty save for the red thread. Only then did he cease. Hong Jie, come here. Hong Muden approached Wang Nuo, who was about to speak but suddenly noticed the coffin containing Aimu tea, startling him. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If the ancestor were to possess Aimu tea first, it would have been quite the predicament. Li Gu, take Aimu tea far away. The farther, the better. Leave this to me and return in an hour. Understood. Lister hoisted the small coffin and promptly left. Hong Jie, bow 3 times to the portrait. Clearing your mind. Do not allow any stray thoughts. Understood. Hong Muden respectfully bowed 3 times, awaiting Wang Nuo's next instructions. Wang Nuo took the red thread and wound it around the bamboo, connecting all the poles. Then bound both ends to Hong Muden's hands. From now on, close your eyes. regardless of what occurs, do not open them unless I call for you. Understood. Wang Nuo approached the table, grasping the peachwood sword in his right hand and the talisman paper in his left. Reciting the incantation as he circled around Hong Mudan, after over an hour of chanting, Wang Nuo stood before the portrait, biting his finger to press a blood seal on his forehead. Disciple Wang Yangzi, the 157th generation leader of the Xiantian Taoist sect, today beseeches the ancestor to possess me. Xiantian Wuj Chenkuan Jiefat Taishan Lao Jun urgent as the law commands, we humbly welcome the ancestor. The surroundings fell silent, with no response. Wang Nuo pressed a blood seal on his forehead once more. A disciple Xiantian, the 157th generation leader of the Taoist sect, Wang Yangzi, today beseeches the ancestral master to descend Xiantian Wuj. The cosmos grants its power. Taishan Lao Jun, urgently I command, we humbly welcome the ancestral master. Yet, it proved futile. Wang Nuo opened his eyes, steeling his resolve, and pressed a blood seal onto the blank space of his brow once more. As the mark manifested, he felt as though struck by a hammer upon his chest, a mouthful of fresh blood erupting forth. The current depth of his Taoist cultivation rendered the creation of 2 blood seals exceedingly arduous. Disciple Xiantian, the 157th generation leader of the Taoist sect, Wang Yangzi, today beseeches the ancestral master to descend Xiantian Wuj. The cosmos grants its power. Taishan Lao Jun, urgently I command, we humbly welcome the ancestral master. Suddenly, a vast and mysterious force descended, causing Hong Mudan to close her eyes, trembling. What brings me here? Disciple has inadvertently harmed her soul. I implore the ancestral master to assist in her restoration. How is it that a disciple of the Tao possesses such inadequate cultivation? The disciple's techniques have been lost, rendering cultivation impossible. To forcibly summon a soul into your body will cost you 30 years of lifespan. Do you consent? The disciple consents. However, an invisible hand reached skyward, gathering countless fragments into a single droplet, then soaring towards Hong Mudan. Chapter 9. The sorceress Betty felt her lost soul gradually returning, as if she were re-experiencing the journey of magical cultivation anew. Ascending through the ranks to 7th, 8th, and then 9th level, and still climbing, the magic core within her mind began to shatter into pieces, which then continuously refined and reorganized, ultimately transforming into a liquid that shrank down to form a singular orb. At that moment, a most unexpected guest entered Wang Nuo's abode. Ania, a 7th-level star mage, had been dispatched by the Duke to check on the young lady, who had been away for far too long. In his possession was the young lady's engraved seal, allowing him to pinpoint her exact location. A few hours prior, he had detected the use of forbidden magic, and its trajectory aligned with the young lady's whereabouts. Prompting his immediate rush to her side, upon arrival, he was struck with terror. The young lady had been knocked unconscious. Nia could scarcely fathom that anyone in the kingdom of Tandian would dare lay hands on the scion of the Zhou family. Regardless of who you are, you shall face the wrath of the Zhou clan. Clarity spell. Nia cast his spell, awakening Zhou Qin and Ada. Young lady, who did this? Nia inquired with fury. It was Lister, Uncle Nia. What brings you here, Lister? Lister of the Li family. He is here. Nia turned quickly to look. Indeed, Betty is present, and it was she who cast the forbidden magic. Zhou Qin stated. Impossible. She is only 40, how could she possibly become a sorceress? Nia dismissed the notion outright, knowing well that only a sorceress could wield forbidden magic. Common knowledge. It is indeed true. She herself acknowledged it. Are you saying that Betty invoked the summoning of the goddess of magic? Nia suddenly posited. Yes, then she must have lost her power, her soul shattered. Nia said, his heart racing. A sorceress losing her power, her wealth, the wealth of a sorceress. Good heavens! Nia could scarcely imagine the heights he could reach if he acquired such riches. Should he seize the opportunity presented by a sorceress stripped of her magic and soul? Uncle Nia, do not entertain such unwholesome thoughts, Zhou Qin warned. Very well, young lady, I have not rested on my journey to find you. I shall take a moment to recuperate, Nia replied, seating himself to the side. Zhou Qin nodded in agreement and also settled down. After a short while, Lister entered, noticing Nia and inquiring, who is he? Baron Lister. I have not departed, this is my family's guest, Uncle Nia. Zhou Qin explained. A mage? Lister questioned, frowning. Indeed, a star mage. No, this is wrong. Lister felt unease. Why had Nia not greeted him upon entering and was instead caught in meditation? Something did not sit right. What is wrong? Zhou Qin asked, puzzled. Lister kicked Nia, and his form instantly vanished. Clone technique, Zhou Qin exclaimed. Cursed Zhou family, if anything has happened to Betty, I will ensure you pay dearly. Lister dashed deeper into the forest, an ominous premonition growing stronger within him. Great Spirit of the Winds, grant me strength. A tempest enveloped Zhou Qin, lifting her into the forest steppes. Lister and Wang Nuo's strange machinations were surely aimed at rescuing Betty. Should she truly recover, and Nia encounter her again, the implications were unfathomable. Though the odds seemed slim, should she indeed regain her strength, the entire Zhou family would bear the wrath of a sorceress. Especially one who was the most powerful disciple of the sorceress within the royal city. Nia must be out of his mind. Betty remained seated upon the ground, fully restored and indeed elevated to the true level of a sorceress. She dared not move, for Wang Nuo remained silent. Nia stood at a distance, unable to comprehend the intricate phenomena before him, yet he beheld Betty, immobile upon the ground. It appeared she had indeed been rendered incapable. At such close proximity, he had not even detected her presence. Supreme Lord of Flames, heed my prayer. Arise, a flame dragon, Nia whispered, and a fiery dragon surged toward Betty. Betty, be careful. In the nick of time, Lister arrived, hearing Lister's call. Betty opened her eyes to see a crimson dragon hurtling toward her. Instantly she conjured 2 magical crystals, which transformed into dust. Feeling the surge of magic within her flame dragon technique, Betty declared. A colossal flame dragon emerged from behind her. Its edges sharp, scales distinct, and its red eyes ablaze with fire. In both size and appearance, it dwarfed Nia's dragon by countless measures. The flame dragon summoned by Betty let out a mighty roar, devouring Nia's fire dragon before charging at him. No, Nia could only utter a single word before being consumed by ashes. Betty, you have recovered, Lister exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, who is this person? A member of the Zhou family. Very well, upon returning to the imperial capital, I shall settle accounts with them. Betty, infuriated yet amused, could hardly believe that someone would attempt to eliminate her while she was vulnerable. My Lady Betty, please believe me. This was not the Zhou family's intention. I advised him against harboring ill thoughts, yet he deceived me with the clone technique. You may inquire with Baron Lister. Zhou Qin arrived atop the mountain, hastily explaining. Baron Lister, I implore you to assist in clarifying this matter. Zhou Qin deeply bowed before Lister, recognizing the necessity of an explanation. It is indeed so. I only discovered it was a clone technique upon approaching. Lister confirmed, recognizing the connections between the Zhou and Li families, both of noble status. And what of it? The Zhou family, is it? I shall spare your life. You may convey a message to your duke. In a few days I will return to the royal city to seek him out. Depart, Betty asserted. Zhou Qin, feeling defeated, left hastily, needing to return to the capital with utmost urgency to inform her father. And then there was Wang Nuo, who had somehow managed to heal the aftermath of the goddess of magic's descent. Such a feat was truly astonishing. Betty turned to discover Wang Nuo had collapsed to the ground. Wang Nuo. At that moment, Wang Nuo bore little resemblance to a youth. His hair had turned half white, his forehead and garments stained with blood, and he appeared to have aged decades, his complexion pale as parchment. You tend to him. I must make a trip to the northern sea. Understood, Lister replied without further ado. Betty produced a dozen crystals emanating a dark luminescence, casting them to the ground, with a series of gestures. Streams of white light danced across the earth. As the white light emitted by the black crystals intertwined, it formed an exceedingly intricate magical array. Betty stepped into the array, vanishing without a trace. Lister cradled Wang Nuo, suddenly recalling that he had discarded his alchemical puppet, and urgently rushed down the mountain. Upon returning home, he found Ai Muti resting peacefully within the wooden chest, and he sighed in relief. Gently laying Wang Nuo on the bed, he gazed upon his friend's state, feeling a pang of sympathy as memories of their shared past flooded back. Ligo. Have you ever tasted the beggar's chicken? Does this even qualify as wine? Allow me to show you what true wine is. Just wait, you are far too fierce. Better to part ways. I can introduce you to someone suitable. How about Aunt Mary? Do not grin like a foolish child. I am Xuantian's foremost disciple. This little town is truly delightful, devoid of scheming, lacking societal hierarchies, where everyone feels like a friend. A decade ago, Lister had been the talented swordsman of the royal capital, the pride of the Li family. As a noble family, the Li's position was second only to the king, and at that time, he shone brightly as the star of the capital, where all believed that the Li family would soon produce a divine knight. Yet, in the capital, there existed an even greater prodigy above him, the genius sorceress Betty. She was a marvel that astonished the entire continent. Having achieved the rank of star mage by the age of 30, her brilliance was beyond mere genius. Lister vividly recalled their first encounter at a royal banquet hosted by the king. where Betty accompanied her mentor. With just a glance, Lister resolved to remain by her side for all his days, even if only as a servant. Thus began his fervent pursuit of Betty, leveraging his connections to the Lee family to freely access the Mage Tower. This, however, thoroughly vexed Betty, who nearly incinerated Lister with a fire spell. What family is this, and what genius? She simply does not care. Lister had stayed at home for 2 months, donned his armor, and taken up his sword before rushing to the magic tower once again. This time, he did not enter. He merely knelt on one knee outside the tower, declaring his intention to be Betty's guardian knight. The wizards possess the power to devastate the world. Their physical forms are frail. Thus every Grand Wizard is accompanied by their own knightly retinue. A minimum of 2 and a maximum of 12 knights is mandated by the Empire, for it requires loyalty from knights as well. Among these knights, one serves as a guardian managing all affairs of the wizard, and is thus the most trusted and intimate companion. Lister knelt for 3 days and nights without the appearance of Betty, until Duke Levi showed up, delivering a punishing slap that was nothing short of brutal. The Lee family ranks among the top 3 families in the Empire, and due to Lister's previous brilliance, every action of his represented the family. If Lister were indeed to win Betty's affection, it would be a match made in heaven, bringing joy to all. Yet, she was clearly uninterested, nearly having him beaten to death. And now he had come to kneel outside the tower, while she couldn't even muster the desire to meet him. Lister's behavior turned the Lee family into a laughingstock, prompting Duke Levi to personally intervene and beat him nearly to death before dragging him back. Little did they know, once Lister recuperated, he returned to kneel beneath the tower once more, unwavering in his resolve. This persistence eventually moved Betty, who decided to grant Lister an opportunity. That day, she emerged from the magic tower. "Lister, do you love me?" "Yes, you are my princess. I shall marry no one else in this life. I will give you a chance. I shall create an illusion that if you can exit, I will accept you. If not, you shall perish within." Very well. Chapter 10. Queen of the Elves. Alice. Outside the magic tower, Betty personally inscribed a 7th-level magic array, and without hesitation, Lister stepped inside to eye in the first layer of the illusion. Lister had to crawl barefoot over a mountain engulfed in flames. Within this illusion, he crawled for a full year and 2 months, reaching the endpoint with nothing left of his feet but his legs. In the second layer of the illusion, Betty was captured by a demon, who demanded Lister's heart in exchange for her life. Without a moment's hesitation, he smiled and sliced open his chest, retrieving his heart. In the third layer, Betty lost her magic, becoming old and frail, a mere shadow of her former self. Lister remained in the illusion with Betty for 30 years, until her death. After burying her, he broke his sword and chose to lay beside her in eternal rest. Moved by his devotion, Betty ceased her trials, terminating the illusion. Upon exiting, Lister collapsed to the ground, trembling. The honor of a knight would not permit him to lie down. Summoning every ounce of strength, he grasped his sword and knelt on one knee. Before the gaze of thousands, Betty spoke. "Lister, do you vow to follow me for all your days, to be my guardian knight, regardless of my aging or loss of beauty, regardless of my strength or frailty? Will you stand by my side and fight for me?" Lister lifted his gaze to Betty and resolutely replied, "I do." "Then pledge your oath in the name of knighthood." Lister rose, brushed off the ashes from his attire, straightened his garments, wiped the dust from his face, and once more knelt on one knee. "I, Lister, do hereby swear by the name of knighthood, to serve Betty for all my days, dedicating everything to you. I shall remember humility, honor, sacrifice, courage, compassion, spirit, honesty, and justice. My sword is here. Before I fall, it and I shall protect you. Even after my death, my spirit shall guard you. My loyalty is my armor, and I shall shed my blood for you. My sword remains here, and I shall hold dear the virtues of humility, honor, sacrifice, courage, compassion, spirit, honesty, and justice. I shall offer my soul and life at the feet of the God of justice. My blood shall be spilled before you, mingled with honor. My sword is here. May the gods bless it to remain sharp forever. Unless it's master bows, it shall never break. My princess, please accept my sword." Lister raised the sword with both hands, holding the emblem of a knight's life above his head. Betty grasped the sword. My knight. At that moment, witnessed by thousands across the Empire, Lister became Betty's guardian knight. Everyone began to envision the potential of their union, speculating how the Lee family's power would expand within the Empire as they matured. Decades hence, the Lee family would surely ascend to become the foremost family of the Empire, even instilling fear in the royal family. For Betty is the youngest Starlight Mage of the continent, and all are aware that as long as she lives, she will inevitably become a sorceress, with the most powerful sorcerer of the kingdom of Tandian as her master. Two sorcerers coupled with Duke Levi's status. No one dared to imagine such a scene, however. Just a day after List's oath, the two vanished without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, they simply disappeared into thin air. For Betty, Master Castan had poured all his effort, firmly believing that her future achievements would surpass his own, perhaps even reaching the legendary status of a grand sorcerer, yet his promising disciple had vanished without a trace. Enraged, Master Castan stormed to the Lee family, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Duke Levi. The spectacle of the battle remained unseen, but it was known that after Castan's departure, half of the Duke's castle had disappeared. The Lee family faced immense humiliation, yet lacked the power to retaliate, leaving Duke Levi gravely ill with anger. The empire only held 3 dukedoms. Such a scandal within the Lee family left the surrounding marquises eager to capitalize on the opportunity. All vying for advancement, with Castan's reputation backing them, those marquises began to probe the Lee family, while the imperial royalty sat back to observe the unfolding chaos, deriving amusement from the spectacle. Weakening the Duke's power was of great benefit to the royal family. Over the course of 10 years, the Lee family faced various forms of targeting. Although Duke Levi remained, his title was not stripped, yet the family's strength had plummeted to a level beneath that of mere marquises. The entire empire awaited the old duke's passing, eager to see which marquis would seize that coveted position. High in the distant northern sea, there lies a mysterious and beautiful forest, home to the elven race. Towering trees reach for the heavens, their branches and leaves intertwining to form a verdant canopy, sunlight filtering through the gaps to create a mosaic of light and shadow. Beautiful elves labor among the branches. Possessing an astonishing beauty, they are slender and graceful, their skin is white as sheep fat, glimmering with a faint radiance. Their eyes are large and bright, akin to dazzling stars, deep and enchanting. The elves' hair flows like silk. Varied in color, some like golden sunlight, others like emerald leaves, and still others reminiscent of the azure sky. Their attire is exquisitely crafted, inspired by the elements of nature, woven from silk and leaves, light and ethereal. The elves' ears are pointed and slightly upturned, adding a touch of liveliness and playfulness. The elves of the forest are in harmony with nature, listening to the songs of birds and feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. They excel in magic, able to communicate with trees and animals, safeguarding the tranquility of their forest. Deep within the woods lies an elven city, its architecture unique and suffused with an artistic essence. The city boasts splendid gardens and fountains, flowers blooming and fragrance wafting through the air. The elves live a blissful life here, their laughter and songs echoing throughout the forest. This forest serves as both a sanctuary and a spiritual home for the elves. At this moment, above the castle, a black hole suddenly appeared, from which a wizard clad in a black robe with golden trim emerged. Within the castle, a beautiful elf ascended into the air, dressed in a flowing green gown. Adorned with a magnificent crown, and wielding a staff birthed from the ancient tree of life. Betty, do you wish to break the covenant between humans and elves? Alice inquired. 1,000 years ago, the continent of Tianen was ravaged by war, with various races waging endless battles, leading to widespread suffering. Ultimately, under the pressure of the Grand Sorcerer Wilson, peace treaties were signed among the races, stipulating that unless a national war was declared, top-tier forces such as Divine Knights and Grand Sorcerers were forbidden from entering the capitals of the various races without permission. I mean no offense, Your Majesty. Queen Alice, Betty replied with a bow. Leave the elven forest, Alice commanded, for the relationship between our races is far from amicable. Those wicked humans delight in capturing elves, and the nobility takes pride in possessing elven slaves. Your Majesty Alice, I humbly request a fruit of life. Betty's demeanor was exceedingly modest. The fruit of life, the highest sacred object of the elven race, is condensed from the guardian tree of life. It is ranked among the top 3 divine artifacts of the continent, reputed to heal all wounds except for the soul. Betty, are you provoking me? To disregard the treaty signed by the Grand Sorcerer and the elven race, and to seek sacred artifacts within the elven castle, was undoubtedly seen as a provocation by Alice's green light began to swirl around Alice's staff. Your Majesty, I do not wish to engage in combat with you. If you have any conditions, please state them. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me, if you were to exchange your teacher? I might consider it. Alice acknowledged Betty as the most talented wizard among humans, the youngest starlight mage, and the one most likely to ascend to the status of a grand sorcerer, but that was merely a possibility. Is that so? Divine manifestation. Betty unveiled the arcane tome, and as she intoned the incantation, a nebulous silhouette materialized behind her. A hexagram insignia manifested upon her forehead. Each mage who ascends to the rank of archmage gains the privilege to confront the goddess of magic. Lilia, thereby acquiring the capacity to harness her myriad powers, rendering incantations unnecessary for spellcasting. The divine manifestation signifies the mark of an archomage. An archmage, you have become an archmage, exclaimed Alice, her expression one of astonishment. A 40-year-old archmage was a rarity across the entire continent of Tianen. Even the renowned archmage from a millennium ago had entered this realm at the age of 58. Now, this record had been shattered a full 18 years earlier. Leaving her utterly astounded. Indeed, Your Majesty Alice, I beseech your forgiveness for my audacity. A beloved family member of mine is in dire need of the life fruit for survival. I am willing to barter my friendship for your benevolence. Betty articulated earnestly. Alice regarded Betty with a complex expression. She felt no trepidation towards the archmage, especially within the confines of the elven forest. The lifespan of the elven race is extraordinarily prolonged. Alice had surpassed the archmage rank for over 2 centuries and possessed the confidence to subdue Betty. However, should she proceed, the entire elven kin would bear the wrath of humanity. The elven race lacked the capacity to withstand human retribution. Nonetheless, the life fruit was immensely precious, and although Betty maintained a humble demeanor, it still bore an air of provocation. As Alice wrestled with her thoughts, a translucent green fruit soared from the depths of the forest. Floating before Betty, the elven kin are willing to accept your friendship. We honor you, great prophet of the tree of life. Gaia. Betty grasped the life fruit and turned, stepping into the black void, restoring tranquility to the sky. Alice entered the sacred grove, bowing her noble head before the ancient tree of life. Chapter 11, Gaia, the prophet. Alice stood before the colossal tree, her noble head bowed. Upon the immense trunk, human features emerged. Alice, within a century, a calamity will once again descend upon us. A calamity? Prophet, what manner of calamity? I know not. I have glimpsed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, yet I cannot discern the source. The elven kin require allies, and Betty represents the finest choice. Open the barrier and permit our kin to venture forth for training. I heed your counsel. As the oldest entity in this realm, the Tree of Life possessed a degree of prophetic ability, having demonstrated its accuracy over millennia. A calamity? With a heavy heart, Alice departed the sacred grove. On this very day, many noticed the dissolution of the elven barrier. As enchanting elven sorceresses and archers emerged from the forest, in the blink of an eye, 20 days had elapsed, and King Nua exhibited no signs of awakening. Lister remained steadfastly by his side. Having attempted to administer magical potions, all of which were promptly rejected, consequently, he resorted to providing King Nua with ordinary sustenance and water to sustain his life. The northern sea lay countless miles away, and no one could ascertain when Betty would return. Lister had already restored King Nua's abode to its former state. Inside, Aimoti hopped about, incessantly chattering at Lister, having witnessed King Nua feeding Aimoti before. Lister had procured some food a fortnight ago, tearing away the paper from Aimoti's head, thus reviving it. Aimoti drank from the clay pot of beast blood, but as the days passed and the blood ran dry, it began to chatter incessantly. Poor Lister was utterly confounded by Aimoti's ramblings. Having tried various foods, all of which were declined, he attempted to affix talismans, but Aimoti promptly tore them off and tossed them aside, angrily stomping upon them. At that moment, a cavalry unit appeared at the entrance of Sancha town, riding magnificent steeds clad in white armor, their capes adorned with a prominently insignia. Each knight bore a sharp broadsword upon their backs, their armor caked with dust, faces etched with fatigue, yet their gazes resolutely fixed ahead. At the forefront rode a man in his 40s, golden hair flowing in the wind, mounted upon a great white wolf. The surrounding villagers hastily prostrated themselves, terrified to move lest the knights take offense and slay them. Where is Lister? The leader inquired. The villagers, too afraid to lift their heads, tremulously pointed towards the foot of the mountain. Maintain formation, do not harm the civilians. After issuing the command, Llywelyn exhaled in relief, having finally located his quarry. Upon the return of Betty's tidings to the royal capital, the entire city reverberated with excitement. A 40-year-old archmage. By the heavens, the king was eager to personally welcome her. Archmage Castan had departed for another empire in search of a rare material, remaining unaware of this development, due to Lister's connection with Betty. The king entrusted the mission to the Lee family. Upon receiving the task, Llywelyn assembled the family's most elite cavalry, equipped with swift steeds capable of covering vast distances. After 20 arduous days, they finally arrived. As the knights entered the village, Lister sensed their approach. Clad in armor and bearing a broadsword, he stood at the mountain's base, observing the swiftly advancing party. As he drew closer, Llywelyn regarded Lister. Noting that his nephew had matured significantly over the past decade, the armor bore numerous scratches and magical sigils, a testament to the battles he had endured over the years. Lister stood resolute. Embodying the unyielding spirit of a knight, tenacious, upright, and indomitable, Lister received my challenge. Li Weilin drew his sword, crouching low before launching himself into the air, a visible wave of sword energy hurtling towards Lister. The giant wolf beneath Li Weilin was knocked to the ground by the force of the attack. With swift reflexes, Lister unsheathed his sword, cleaving through the sword energy and charging at Li Weilin. The two blades clashed, producing a shower of sparks. Wind slash! A blade of energy shot forth, aimed squarely at Lister's chest. Cyclone slash! Lister sidestepped just in time, wielding his massive sword with fervor. The combat intensified, and the air crackled with energy as scattered sword forces severed surrounding trees. Li Weilin unleashed his full power, evading Lister's assault, delivering a kick to his foot, and striking him with a sword, sending Lister sprawling 3 meters backward into a tree. Lister coughed up a mouthful of blood. This strike is for the 10 years you owe the family. Lister rose, approaching Li Weilin, bowing deeply before lifting his gaze, eyes now glistening with emotion. Uncle Weilin. Lister. Li Weilin embraced him tightly. Ai Moody stood at the doorway, curiously observing the unfamiliar faces. Where is Lady Betty? She has gone to the Northern Sea. Uncle, please come inside. Li Weilin stepped into the abode, intrigued by the decor. What an unusual design. Ai Moody continued its incessant chatter, pushing against Li Weilin, attempting to usher him out. Caught off guard, Li Weilin stumbled back, immediately channeling his battle aura. Such strength. Who is this? A puppet? In truth, I am unsure what it is, Lister replied. Ai Moody, realizing it could not budge Li Weilin, turned to push Lister instead. Uncle, let us speak outside, Lister said with a wry smile. Though curious, Li Weilin acquiesced and followed Lister into the courtyard. Inside the room lay a patient, the one whom Betty sought to save. Betty had ventured to the Northern Sea for him. He was her summoned beast. Oh, you must introduce me, for anyone capable of healing Lady Betty must be an extraordinary sorcerer. Uncle, he has been in a coma for 20 days, all in an effort to save Betty. Fear not, I have brought medicine, see if it may be of use. Li Weilin said, producing a vial from within his cloak. This is a potion crafted by Master Eileen, worth trying. Eileen, the renowned alchemist of the Empire. Her concoctions are celebrated throughout the kingdom of Tandine. I have already tried it. It bore no effect. His body seems to reject magical energy. Lister lamented. Is he not a summoner? How could he reject magical energy? I know not. Wang Nuo is peculiar. Lister could only describe Wang Nuo in such terms. Peculiar. Indeed, he is no sorcerer, yet he possesses an inexplicable strength. Inexplicable. I cannot fathom it. Uncle, Wang Nuo's circumstances must remain confidential. You've grown. Even Uncle Weilin finds it hard to believe. Nay, Uncle, I shall first tend to Wang Nuo with some food. Turning to Ai Moody, who stood guard at the door, Lister apologized. Uncle, I must trouble you to wait outside. Very well. After Lister departed, Li Weilin began to scrutinize his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed 10 distinct fingerprints etched upon his armor. How is this possible? Li Weilin gasped in shock. This armor was forged from cold iron. How could such tiny fingers leave such sharp imprints? Ai Moody, noticing Li Weilin's gaze, chattered insistently. Such oddities compelled Li Weilin to remain on guard. Surround the courtyard. Anyone who approaches shall be met with lethal force. Understood. A dozen knights dismounted, drawing their swords, encircling the courtyard with vigilance. As the night deepened, the moon emerged, and Ai Moody leapt forth, once again expelling Li Weilin. Subsequently, he relocated his own coffin into the courtyard and jumped inside. Steer, please enlighten Uncle about this perplexing situation. Uncle, I truly do not know, replied Betty, but it is highly likely that he is an alchemical puppet. An alchemist? Is that Wang Nuo an alchemist? Li Weilin interjected hastily. An alchemist is a sworn enemy of all magic masters on the continent. If the Li family has rescued an alchemist, they would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. No, that is absolutely not the case. That is why we are bewildered. We sought to investigate his peculiarities. Betty nearly perished and was compelled to resort to forbidden magic, the summoning of the magic goddess. Indeed, hold on, let me collect my thoughts. You mean to say that Betty the magic master almost died while investigating him, leading her to reluctantly use forbidden magic? At this moment, Li Weilin was somewhat dazed. Could such powerful beings truly exist in this world? Was he a paladin, a grand sorcerer, a war god, a celestial being, a beast king? No, he is quite weak. Any knight here could easily vanquish him, stated Li Site. Then how did he manage it? I do not know. Hence my assertion of his peculiarity. I have known him for 7 years, and he is a genuinely kind individual, more akin to a humble and courteous noble than a commoner. The only oddity is this summoned beast. He treats everyone in the small town with kindness, viewing all as equals. He is like a brother to Betty and me. When the Zhou family's young lady discovered us, we prepared to leave. But Betty insisted on using magic to probe Wang Nuo's secrets before departing, and that is when the incident occurred. Betty nearly lost her life, ultimately compelled to cast forbidden magic as a 9th-tier star mage. Wait, Betty did not advance to Magic Master. She could use forbidden magic at the 9th tier. Li Weilin felt as if he were dreaming. Everything he heard surpassed his understanding. A commoner nearly caused the demise of a Magic Master. And a Stardust Mage could wield forbidden magic. Uncle, you have no idea how talented Betty is. Even the grand sorcerers from 1,000 years ago could only look up to her at this age. Praise Li Site. And then what happened? Chapter 12. Betty's return after employing forbidden magic. Betty lost all her magic, her soul shattered, and she was gravely injured. We resolved to return to the Empire to seek help from Betty's master. But Wang Nuo obstructed us. He utilized a method we had never heard of before to rescue Betty. At that moment, the Zhou family attempted to launch a surprise attack while Betty was incapacitated. But she fortuitously regained consciousness and eliminated the assailants. Upon witnessing Wang Nuo's uncertain fate, Betty immediately journeyed to the Northern Sea. The Zhou family attempted a surprise attack. I would never have anticipated such audacity from them. Did they not consider the consequences? Did the young lady from the Zhou family not mention this? Li Site inquired. No wonder they inexplicably presented a large array of precious gifts to the Li family. It turns out to be this. Li Weilin nodded in realization. Return the gifts. Betty will not let this slide. Li Site understood Betty well. She was a woman of fiery temperament. Very well. I will send a message home. Li Weilin took out a crystal and spoke. I have located Site. I cannot return for the time being, but there is no danger. Return all gifts from the Zhou family. With that, he shattered the crystal. This communication crystal was a product of mages. Only those who reached the Stardust Mage level could craft it, and generally noble knights carried a few. How much power has Her Majesty Betty regained? A Magic Master. Li Weilin looked at Li Site bewildered. Had they not just mentioned a 9th-tier Stardust Mage? She is a Magic Master. After Wang Nuo revived Betty, she ascended to the rank of Magic Master. I was by her side when she established the teleportation array. That was the power of a Magic Master. Li Weilin fell silent. Everything was utterly astonishing. Let me see him. At this moment, Li Weilin was consumed by this singular thought. He could not wait another second. He needed to see Wang Nuo with his own eyes at once to pay his utmost respect. Ai Muti suddenly sat up and jumped to the ground. Chirp chirp chirp, Li Site sighed. He will not allow you to enter. Control him, uncle, please do not. He is Wang Nuo's closest companion. Li Site quickly intervened, pulling Li Weilin back from the courtyard. Just let me take a glance. I will attempt it. Li Site approached Ai Muti, unsure if Ai Muti could understand. He is my uncle, not a bad person. May he enter to see Wang Nuo? Please, chirp chirp chirp. Ai Muti shook his head vigorously, his meaning clear. No. Upon seeing this, Li Weilin realized that the little creature could comprehend speech, hastily producing a vial of potion. I can save him. This is medicine. Ai Muti turned and leapt back into the house. Let's go. Li Weilin followed Li Site into the room with an excited heart, and there he beheld an elderly man with graying hair and a pale complexion resting on the bed. Appearing to be over 50 years old. He had not always looked this way. It was a transformation born of saving Betty, as if his vitality had been drained. So that is why, no wonder Her Majesty Betty ventured to the Northern Sea. Only there can one find the divine artifacts for healing life. Chirp chirp chirp. Ai Muti cried, gesturing toward Wang Nuo, urging him to be saved. Li Weilin opened the crystal vial and poured the potion into Wang Nuo's mouth, only to see the liquid flow out immediately. It is futile. I have tried. Chirp chirp chirp. Ai Muti urged them to leave. Back outside, Li Weilin inquired, do you know what methods Wang Nuo used to save Her Majesty Betty? A spell capable of healing a Magic Master. If the Li family could acquire it, they would undoubtedly become the most prestigious family in the entire Tianan continent. I know. Quickly tell me. You must understand how vital this is for the family. It is useless, uncle. I have never seen such a formation. Site, you are still young. Your understanding of magic is surely not as profound as mine. Perhaps I have encountered it in some book. As Li Weilin spoke, he took out paper and ink. This was too important, and he did not even dare to store it in the magic crystal. A pig's head. Li Weilin looked up at Li Cte. It is a pig's head. It involved the use of a pig's head. Is it the kind of pig's head I am thinking of? Yes, it should be a black pig. Li Weilin put away the paper and ink, his expression serious as he said, Cte, I understand Wang Nuo's significance in your heart, but you must consider what the family has sacrificed for you over the years. Li Cte sighed. He knew that no one would believe him. I swear on my knightly honor that I speak the truth. Now Li Weilin believed him. A knight's honor was the most precious thing to every knight. Alright, continued. A black pig's head, sheep's wool, yellow cloth, an altar, a wooden sword, red candles, red string, yellow paper, bamboo, a brush, a mirror, an incense burner, a portrait, and one's own blood. That is all. Li Weilin was bewildered. These items could all be purchased for a single gold coin in large quantities. They were all mundane objects, none of which had any connection to magic. Second uncle, do not look at me like that. This is absolutely true. Li Weilin solemnly placed the items against his chest. Resolved to begin his experiments upon returning, the next morning, a table appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, where a commoner stood trembling, holding a brush and trying to replicate the portrait inside. A large pile of discarded paper lay beside the table, clearly failing to meet Li Weilin's standards. Just then, a rift appeared in the air, and Betty emerged, barely steadying herself to avoid falling. Betty, Li Cte rushed over to support her. At this moment, Betty appeared quite disheveled and utterly fatigued. Greetings, Her Majesty Magic Master Betty. Without even glancing, Betty strode directly into the room. Chirp chirp chirp. Ai Muti blocked her path. Betty raised her hand and pointed. Ice seal. Ai Muti was instantly encased in a square block of ice, unable to break free, no matter how hard he struggled, though Ai Muti possessed magic immunity. Being trapped rendered him powerless. With his strength, he could not shatter a magic master's ice sealing spell. Betty produced a fruit of life from her ring. The moment the fruit appeared, a radiant green light enveloped the room. Rippling outward in concentric circles from the fruit's center. In the courtyard, the grass and trees began to grow wildly. Residents of the small town felt their bodies rejuvenating, as if they had become youthful once more. Within the courtyard, Li Weilin felt his old injuries heal significantly. Li Cte and Betty, standing in the room, experienced immediate restoration, and no one noticed the flicker of vitality that seemed to spark within Ai Muti's eyes. After feeding the entire fruit to Wang Nuo, the transcendent aura vanished instantly. Wang Nuo's body began to levitate, his hair darkening, and his features began to restore. Black liquid seeped from his skin, and sounds akin to bone growth emanated from within him. This effect persisted for 5 minutes before fading, and Wang Nuo fell back onto the bed, then opened his eyes. Hongjiat Li Gu, what is happening? Do you not remember? Betty inquired. I do remember. Did I not faint? You were unconscious for 22 days, Li Cte stated. Was it that long? What is that foul odor? He merely felt as though he had experienced a dream wherein the venerable ancestor imparted to him several formidable techniques of Tao. And he was in the midst of cultivation. Regrettably, in the realm of reality, his level was inadequate, preventing him from manifesting them. At that moment, Wang Nuo detected a foul stench emanating from the room. Upon noticing the damp clothing, he immediately realized that it was his own bodily fluid. Hastily, he dashed into the courtyard, observing the towering flowers and grasses that stood taller than a person. Are you certain I have been unconscious for 22 days? Not 2 years. First, go wash up. We can talk later. Alright. Wang Nuo seized a set of clothes and hurried to the well, fetching several buckets of water to cleanse himself, shielded by the wild grasses. No one would see him. Goodness, how has my physique become so robust? Why does this clothing feel smaller? Upon returning indoors, he beheld Ai Muti encased in ice. Sister Hongjia, what has Ai Muti done to offend you? Please be magnanimous and release him. With a mere gesture, Betty made the ice imprisoning Ai Muti vanish. Ai Muti immediately rushed to Wang Nuo's side, incessantly chattering and pointing at Betty. Wang Nuo chuckled. It seemed Ai Muti was complaining that Betty had bullied him. Behave yourself, Ai Muti. Sister Hongjia is merely teasing you. Chirp chirp chirp. Hungry. What did you say? Chirp chirp chirp. Hungry. Wang Nuo was certain he had not misheard. Ai Muti had expressed hunger, albeit in a somewhat indistinct manner rather than merely chirping. Wait, you can talk. Chirp chirp chirp. Hungry hungry. Li Gu. Hongjia, did you see that? Ai Muti can speak. Wang Nuo joyfully lifted Ai Muti. And no one could fathom the elation swelling within him. He had always felt an overwhelming solitude, as if he were the lone inhabitant of this world. Now, the sudden ability of Ai Muti to converse filled him with immense joy. Just a moment, let me fetch you a drink. Upon entering the room, Wang Nuo realized that everything had been consumed. He recalled how long he had been unconscious. You have been in a coma for far too long. I have no idea what he prefers to eat. Beast's blood. Aimuti only consumes beast's blood. That is simple enough. Licite retrieved a ceramic jar from the corner and soon returned with a jar of beast's blood. Wang Nuo accepted the blood, tossed in a handful of fragrant ashes from the cauldron, then burned a talisman and stirred it all together with a stick before inserting a straw and handing it to Aimuti. Aimuti embraced the ceramic jar and began to drink joyfully. Chapter 13, Dimensional Distortion. Thank you, Sister Hongjie. After Licite recounted the events that transpired during Wang Nuo's coma, he finally understood what had occurred. So, I consumed the fruit of life. Outside, Li Weilin nearly stumbled. The fruit of life, by the heavens, that is one of the top 3 divine treasures of the Tianan continent. A coveted item for countless powerful beings, and you consumed it. Indeed, alas, what a pity. I didn't even get to savor its flavor. Is there more, Sister Hongjie? Please let me try some. Betty shot him a glance, for she had incurred a tremendous debt in obtaining that fruit of life. To returned swiftly. She had activated over 100 teleportation arrays, exhausting her magical energy to the point of near collapse. The fruit of life is a divine object of the elven race. In nearly a century, only 3 have been found. Your Sister Hongjie nearly exhausted herself. Do you truly wish to consume another? Licite remarked. Sister Hongjie, thank you, Wang Nuo expressed, as he truly grasped the rarity of the fruit of life. The fact that Aimuti could now speak was likely related to it. His body had become astonishingly powerful, and his Xiantian Dao had directly advanced from the pinnacle of the first layer to the third, granting him access to many techniques he had never utilized before. Silly boy, I am your sister, there is no need for such formality. In that moment, Wang Nuo genuinely regarded Betty as his elder sister. Gather your belongings, we are heading to the royal capital. What for? I am not going. Wang Nuo refused, thinking it a jest. He was acutely aware of his own status. The royal capital was teeming with formidable individuals, and should he venture there, his fate would be entirely in the hands of fate rather than himself. You must go regardless, but Sister Hongjie, fear not, Betty has become a mage. Even His Majesty the King must pay his respects. The Li family also holds status in the royal capital. Once there, you may act as you please. Just as you do here. Licite discerned Wang Nuo's trepidation and interjected, really, rest assured, as long as you do not admit to being an alchemist, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. Now pack your things. Alright Aimuti, gather your belongings, we are off to the royal capital. Wang Nuo rushed into the room, beginning to stow away his possessions into the necklace Betty had gifted him, which not only warded off magical attacks but also served as a storage device, allowing him to utilize it simply by holding a magical stone emerging from the room with a box in his arms. He opened it to find it filled with gold coins, his savings over the past decade, amounting to approximately 70 or 80,000. No need to bring that, the royal capital only accepts gold coins. I will provide you with some when the time comes, Licite said. I want to distribute it to the villagers. Please wait for me. Wang Nuo dashed to the town. Xiao Nuo, it has been ages. Has Xiao Nuo gone into the mountains? Wang Nuo arrived at the tailor shop. Aunt Molly, Xiao Nuo, it has been so long. I wanted to visit you a few days ago, but your home was surrounded by knights, and we did not dare approach. Aunt Molly, I am fine. I am going to the royal capital with Bosley. Please help me distribute this money to the villagers. Good child, why are you leaving so soon? Aunt Molly embraced Wang Nuo tightly, causing him to feel breathless from the pressure of her ample bosom. After a struggle, he finally escaped her warm embrace, only to be approached by Hans, who sympathetically stuffed a bag into Wang Nuo's arms. Hurry, hurry, open it once you reach the royal capital. Wang Nuo bid farewell to the townsfolk one by one. In the distance, several individuals watched Wang Nuo bustling about, smiles gracing their faces. He resembles a noble more than I do. Licite remarked that he is a noble. Betty replied, with Betty and Licite as his backing, who would dare claim that Wang Nuo was not a noble. Wang Nuo returned home and knelt before the portrait of the ancestor. Outside, Li Weilin strolled in, his ears perked up. O venerable ancestor, I, your disciple, am unfilial and beseech your guidance. He bowed 3 times, removed the portrait, and placed it into a prepared box, which he then stored in his storage necklace. Just as the portrait entered the necklace, the air suddenly became tumultuous, and the necklace exploded, unleashing the magical energy sealed within, as though it sought to rend asunder everything around it. Who goes there? Li Weilin drew his sword to annihilate the exile. With a mere wave of her hand, Betty banished the magical energy into a rift in space. All of Wang Nuo's belongings within the storage necklace were obliterated. Save for the ancestor's portrait that fell to the ground. What is happening? Li Weilin and Li Site brandished their swords, while Betty realized what had transpired. Her magical item was ill-equipped to contain the image of this deity. Wang Nuo stared in bewilderment at the devastation surrounding him. All his possessions were destroyed, but thankfully Yaimuti's various bundles had yet to be absorbed. The explosion of the magical item had incited a spatial turbulence. Is anything of importance damaged? Betty inquired. No, just the usual items. I can recreate them. That is good to hear. Remember, this portrait must not be placed within any magical related items, Betty instructed. Understood. Li Weilin attempted to steady his emotions. A single portrait could rupture a mage's storage necklace. What kind of power was this? Simultaneously, he was astonished by the mage's strength. Such violent magic was effortlessly subdued by Betty with a mere flick of her finger. Let us depart, Betty instructed his sister. I have one more thing to ask. Please take me and Aimuti to a location where no one can follow, Wang Nuo whispered. Li Site and Li Weilin possessed keen hearing. They caught the exchange, and though their curiosity piqued, they pretended not to have heard. None of you follow. Betty soared into the air with Wang Nuo and Aimuti, and under Wang Nuo's direction. They arrived at the site where he had regained consciousness. Wang Nuo located the burial site of the great sweet potato and the great taro. Upon arriving, Aimuti became ecstatic, immediately diving to the ground to begin excavating. Wang Nuo hastily produced a talisman and affixed it to Aimuti's forehead. Sister Hongjie, can you seal off the area within a 10-mile radius, preventing any person or creature from approaching? Certainly. No one shall be permitted entry, Wang Nuo reiterated. If the great sweet potato and the great taro were to resurrect and disobey my commands, wreaking havoc and draining human blood with their indestructible bodies, impervious to any magic, I cannot fathom what this world would become. Wang Nuo resolved to venture to the royal capital with Betty to seek out divine items, should his Xintian Dao advance to the 7th layer. He could face the great sweet potato and the great taro without fear. Rest assured. Seeing the seriousness in Wang Nuo's demeanor, Betty took out her spellbook. By the name of Mage Laurentia Betty, I seal this mountain. From the spellbook, beams of red light shot forth, weaving through the forest like a cage, enveloping the entire area. All done, unless someone possesses greater power than I to break this barrier. Nothing can enter. That's good. We're all set. Upon returning, Li Site and Li Weilin were also prepared. You may return at your leisure, Betty declared. Very well, Your Highness. Betty, replied Li Weilin. He then departed from Sansha town with his family's nightly order. Making their way towards the royal capital, Betty had no desire to transport such a multitude back. Primarily, she lacked sufficient magic crystals. This journey had depleted her entire savings of magical energy. Betty produced several magic crystals and arranged a teleportation circle upon the ground. Simply step inside, she instructed. Wang Nuo entered the circle, and suddenly a whirlwind of chaotic energy enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a world ablaze with radiant light. In the distance, a hurricane surged towards him. And before he could react, a gaping wound appeared on his arm. What on earth is happening? Aren't we headed to the royal capital? He thought in despair. Faced with an onslaught of hurricanes, Wang Nuo could only shut his eyes and await his end. Just then, the image on his chest began to glow, expanding to encompass him, and tore through the fabric of space, propelling him forth. Outside, Lister and Betty stood in shock, witnessing the teleportation circle erupt in a violent explosion. What is happening? Why is this occurring? Lister inquired. The image, it must be the image. Cursed, how could I have forgotten? Betty exclaimed, retrieving her spellbook and ripping through the space to dive and knowing Wang Nuo had been cast into a void. His physical form remained trapped in a dimensional space. Time and again, she pushed through, her magical robe tattered and her skin exposed, blood seeping from several wounds. The divine mark on her forehead began to dim. The dimensional space comprised countless realms, and even the goddess of magic could not hope to locate Wang and Yuo. It's all my fault, Betty lamented, collapsing to the ground in tears. It's not your fault, Lister consoled her, embracing her. Though he felt immense pain over Wang Nuo's predicament, he could not bear to watch Betty succumb to despair. Her magical energy was clearly on the brink of collapse. It is my fault, all my fault. I knew better, she sobbed. Betty, look at me, Lister urged, raising his voice. Wang Nuo might be fine, think about it. He possesses extraordinary powers that will protect him. What if, there is no what if, he will survive. He is no ordinary person. We must return to the capital and consult your mentor for any possible solutions. If Wang Nuo is alive, he has likely been transported to another location. I will mobilize all the resources of the Li family to search for him. Lister gently patted Betty's back, holding her close. Chapter 14, The Royal Capital of Tandaneley Family Duke's Manor. After a decade, Lister returned to the royal capital, accompanied by the youngest magic tutor on the continent. Lorendia. Betty's reputation resounded throughout the capital. King Woolwich, along with 3 dukes, personally visited the Mage Tower to invite her to a banquet. However, Betty declined, engrossed in perusing various texts in the tower, seeking knowledge related to spatial turbulence. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Wang Nuo, leaving her no inclination to attend any feast. The king bore no anger at her refusal. As the youngest magic tutor on the continent, Betty had earned that right. Her emergence had shifted the balance in the Tandane kingdom, establishing it as the nation with the most magic tutors among the 3 great kingdoms. Once the news spread, Tandane would ascend as the mightiest human empire. Finally, Betty discovered a passage in one of the texts. In the 32nd century of the Upper Yuan era, the magic tutor Evans was engulfed by dimensional turbulence during a spatial magic experiment. Merely minutes later, when Evans reappeared, he had aged several decades. He recalled that time flowed differently within that realm, and he was fortunate to possess an amulet from a grand magic tutor, which enabled his escape. Evans cautioned all magic practitioners against recklessly attempting spatial magic, especially those involving time, as such domains were reserved solely for grand magic tutors. Betty's heart was in turmoil. She was uncertain of what Wang Nuo might encounter within the dimensional turbulence. She had traversed spatial rifts countless times, and although she had not encountered the time turbulence described in the texts, the chaos of dimensional rifts and voracious elements devoured everything around her. At this moment, she could only place her hope in the deity that Wang Nuo carried with him. The ominous cloud that loomed over the Li family dissipated entirely with Lister's return. Those who had once offended or attempted to offend the Li family arrived bearing precious gifts, seeking the Duke's forgiveness. Old Duke Li Wei did not intervene directly, delegating all matters to his eldest son. Lister's father Li Tailin died in the old Duke's study. Lister stood before the desk, recounting his experiences over the past decade. So Wang Nuo has vanished. Indeed, alas, a remarkable individual. Such a loss is truly regrettable. Old Duke Li Wei. It seemed likely that Wang Nuo had perished. No one in history had ever survived an encounter with dimensional turbulence. Grandfather, I require the family's assistance in the search, as this is also Betty's wish. Even the slightest hope compels me to try it out. Of course, you may mobilize all the family's resources for this endeavor. Remember, the family is now intertwined with you and Lady Betty. You represent the entire Duke's estate. You have the authority to grant anything Lady Betty requires, and the entire family will cooperate. Old Duke Li Wei effectively transferred his power entirely to Lister. This had been destined since Betty ascended to magic tutor. You have worked hard these 10 years for the family. What is hard work? The old Duke had prepared himself for this moment since deciding to let Lister depart, though he had not anticipated the volatility of Lord Caston's temperament. A decade ago, the moment Lister swore his oath of guardianship, the old Duke had begun preparing for the future. The Li family was an imperial duke, having reached the pinnacle of worldly power. At this juncture, Lister's association with Betty was undoubtedly a perilous signal. Neither the royal family nor the other 2 dukes would overlook it. Open conflict is easily avoided, but treachery is insidious. For the sake of the family and the safety of Lister and Betty, old Duke Li Wei chose to distance them. Unless Lister ascends to a 9th-tier stellar knight or Betty becomes a magic tutor, do not return. Only the old Duke and the 2 of them were aware of this decision. Thus, when the incident occurred, the old Duke forbade anyone from searching for Lister. Li Wei had initially believed he would require another decade, but he was astounded by Betty's prodigious talent. The time had come for her efforts to bear fruit. I do not expect you to place the family above all else, but do remember that the family has borne the weight for you and Betty for these 10 years, for those years. To silence external voices, the old Duke had sent numerous knights and relatives to the battlefield, unaware of how many had perished. Understood. 3 days later, Caston received news and returned to the royal capital. Betty, how did you accomplish this? Caston exclaimed incredulously within the Mage Tower. Betty recounted the entire tale, now seeking her mentor's assistance, hoping he might possess a solution. Upon hearing Betty's account, Caston was equally astonished. It was indeed remarkable that a deity could walk among mortals, inhabiting a believer's form. Betty, I regret to inform you that I am powerless in this matter. It is far more complex than you can imagine. Only a Grand Magic Tutor could intervene, and even then, it would merely be a possibility. However, no Grand Magic Tutor has appeared on the continent in 600 years. Mentor, is there truly no way? Betty, you must understand that the spatial teleportation circle has already delved into the realm of time, which is not merely a matter of dimensional turbulence. However, as you stated, if a deity truly resides within Wang Nuo, he is likely unharmed, merely transported to another location. Caston's words echoed Lister's sentiments, and at this moment, Betty began to regain her composure. Her mentor, hailed as the wisest magic tutor on the continent, spoke with a high degree of credibility. Indeed, the deity would surely safeguard Wang Nuo. Mentor, I require all texts on time magic. My dear student, your heart is in disarray. It is not the right time for you to practice time magic. Perhaps in due course. Mentor, Betty, listen, are you not concerned about this old man? I have been playing along with you for a decade. And mentor, you were aware, the entire royal capital has been under my watch. How could your magic possibly deceive me? Caston chuckled, recalling his initial desire to dissuade Betty but ultimately choosing to bless her, not wanting her to bear the same regrets he had carried after the loss of his late wife. The following day, an announcement emerged from the Mage Tower. If anyone can assist in locating Wang Nuo, magic tutor Loren Dia will fulfill one request of theirs or take them or their descendants as my apprentice. This news spread like wildfire from the royal capital. The prospect of a magic tutor personally taking on an apprentice was a coveted honor for all magic practitioners. Even those who were not mages could propose a request. Envisioning how such a request could help eliminate enemies, gain power, or acquire boundless wealth, naturally no one would be foolish enough to choose power or riches over the personal tutelage of a magic tutor. Concurrently, the Li family began their efforts. Knights across the Li domain brandished portraits in search. Within months, this news reached every corner of the Tandane kingdom, from the nobility to commoners, all seeking a young man with black hair and yellow skin. Chapter 15. The Dulan Empire. Wang Nuo opened his eyes to find himself confined within an iron cage, accompanied by a dozen or so individuals, all clad in tattered garments like himself. The last memory he retained was of closing his eyes in resignation, only to subsequently lose consciousness. Are you awake? Inquired an elderly man nearby. Greetings, sir. Where is this place? How did I end up here? This is the Dulan Empire. You were discovered on the road a few days ago. The Dulan Empire. Wang Nuo was astonished. He had somehow found himself in an entirely different country. The mystery of what transpired after his fainting spell intrigued him. Who are they? The slave masters. We are slaves. Wang Nuo gasped in horror. What does that mean? Slaves are the most wretched beings in this world, devoid of freedom and dignity, their lives entirely at the mercy of their masters. Typically, slaves are captured from other nations or races as a result of defeat. They possess no identity and are often regarded as lesser than animals. Who permitted you to speak? Crack, a whip lashed out, striking both Wang Nuo and the elderly man. Thanks to consuming the life fruit, Wang Nuo had developed a physique comparable to a third-tier swordsman, so the blow barely affected him, while the old man writhed in agony. Bloodied from the impact, the others in the cage hastily retreated to the far side, fearful of being implicated. Avon, come here quickly, it seems we've stumbled upon a treasure, exclaimed the whip-wielding slave master, excitement evident in his voice. Damn it, you better not be deceiving me. A towering figure emerged from a distant tent, cursing as he approached the cage. Look, I just struck him, yet he hasn't bled at all, Mondor remarked. Avon unlocked the cage and seized Wang Nuo by the hair, pulling him out. Give me the whip. Avon received the whip and delivered a vicious strike to Wang Nuo, shredding his clothing and igniting a fiery pain across his back. Avon then stepped closer, tearing apart Wang Nuo's remaining garments, revealing but a single red mark upon his skin, which instantly filled him with glee. Ha, a swordsman indeed. Bring me the anti-magic chains. Mondor produced a pair of manacles and shackles from the tent, fastened them onto Wang Nuo, and declared these are specially designed to subdue mages and warriors, capable of sealing their magical and combat energies. Given Wang Nuo's physical prowess, Avon assumed he was a swordsman. The upcoming auction will surely yield great profit. Isolate him. With a wave of Mondor's hand, Wang Nuo was confined to a smaller cage. As he sat there, contemplating how to alter his dire circumstances, he felt an inexplicable depletion of his inner energy, akin to a desiccated husk, and he was acutely aware of his hunger. I wish to bask in the sun, Wang Nuo called out. Damn it, slave, have I been too lenient with you? Mondor brandished the whip and lashed out at the cage. You scoundrel! What are you doing? Do you wish to ruin my fortune? Avon kicked Mondor, rushing over to examine Wang Nuo's injuries. Kid, you'd best behave. My lord, I will certainly obey, but I am ill and wish to bask in the sun, Wang Nuo implored meekly. Avon lifted the cage and cast it into the sunlight. Thank you for your mercy. My lord, might you spare me a morsel? If I regain my strength, you too shall profit from my sale, Wang Nuo beseeched once more. Did you hear that? He calls me merciful. Mondor, fetch him some food. Avon laughed heartily, having heard many compliments, but none quite as absurd as that of mercy. Confident that the anti-magic chains would prevent Wang Nuo's escape, Mondor brought forth some dry rations and water. Tossing Wang Nuo a leftover piece of meat, which he gratefully accepted. You are the most spineless swordsman I have ever encountered. Worthless, Mondor scoffed. Shin Tian Wuji, Jin Kuan Jifat, sun, moon, and star deities above. Wang Nuo, now satiated, formed hand seals and began absorbing sunlight. He resolved that once his energy was restored, escape would be possible. Damn it, where is my Bagua mirror? If I could summon Imuti, even if I couldn't defeat them, at least I could flee. As evening descended, several slave traders emerged, splashing water from a nearby filthy ditch onto the slaves, Wang Nuo included. Observing the lifeless expressions of those around him, he grew increasingly concerned for the elderly man who had spoken to him, who had remained motionless for an extended period. By midday the following day, Wang Nuo could no longer contain himself. Merciful Lord, please help him, he is on the brink of death, and you will incur a loss of gold. Laughter erupted from the crowd, reveling in the notion of their own mercy. Mondor approached the old man, yanking him out and discovering his grievous injuries, not worth saving. Toss him into the river. We cannot afford illness to spread. Avon declared. No, you cannot do that. Save him, Wang Nuo shouted, gripping the iron bars of the cage, his voice filled with desperation. It seems you only comprehend my mercy, yet remain ignorant of my cruelty. I will surely kill you all. Avon effortlessly tore apart the cage, seizing Wang Nuo and slamming him to the ground, continuing to kick him until blood spilled from Wang Nuo's mouth. Curled upon the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon Avon, as if to imprint his image upon the depths of his soul. I relish such a gaze, it invigorates me. Do not provide him with any food until we reach Rada City. In the ensuing days, Wang Nuo remained silent within the cage as the cart transported him. After 3 days, the cart halted before a town's gate. Avon approached, slipping 2 silver coins into the guard's hand, and the vehicle proceeded into the city. The architectural style within the town was distinctive, characterized by towering stone walls and grand gates. Shops and houses lined the bustling streets, where people hurried to and fro, indifferent to the presence of slaves. Wang Nuo surveyed his surroundings, calculating the likelihood of escape. The cart came to rest in a lively open space, the town's slave market, teeming with various slaves, including not only humans but also beastmen and dwarves. Avon, you are late, a bearded man called out from a distance. Mort, I hear you have captured a dwarf. You must be in for a fortune. By mere luck. What about you, have you found anything valuable? Mort asked, unable to contain his grin, as dwarves were born blacksmiths and could fetch a handsome price among nobles, and not quite as fortunate. However, I did acquire a 3rd-tier swordsman. Oh, not a mercenary, I hope? Mort inquired. Certainly not. He bears no mercenary insignia and is not from our nation. All races could become mercenaries, and once they did, as long as they did not violate human laws, they would be protected by the mercenary guild. Which is why the guild had become the largest organization in the world. No one dared provoke the guild, for those who attempted to capture a mercenary would only meet their demise. At that moment, a richly dressed elder accompanied by several swordsmen approached, prompting the slave traders to gather eagerly around him. Lord Rio, you have finally arrived. We have brought many exceptional slaves. Excellent, I find myself in need of manpower. Under the slave traders' invitation, Lord Rio inspected the cages one by one. All those he pointed out were swiftly extracted. Upon reaching Wang Nuo, Avon promptly exclaimed, Lord Rio, this is a 3rd-tier swordsman, he is quite robust. Oh, is his background unblemished? Of course, I would not dare deceive you or the noble Gita Baron. Avon replied humbly, very well, Miss Gilly requires a toy, he shall suffice. Lord Rio selected over 30 slaves, all young and strong men. As for women, the repugnant ones were beneath his notice. Wang Nuo and the dwarf were among those chosen, and Lord Rio led the group to an open area. You filthy slaves, you are fortunate to have arrived in the territory of Baron Gita. From now on, you shall be slaves here. As long as you obediently heed our commands, you shall find sustenance. Should you disobey, Lord Rio smirked ominously, prompting one of the swordsmen to unsheath his sword and suddenly thrust it into a slave's chest. The unfortunate victim stared in disbelief at the blade embedded in his torso before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Panic ensued among the surrounding slaves, who began to retreat in fear. Any further movement will result in execution. The swordsman declared. Lord Rio, observing the terror etched upon the slaves' faces, felt immense satisfaction. Such displays of brutality were a recurrent occurrence, happening once every 6 months. As long as you comply, such events shall not transpire. Now strip off all your clothing. The slaves began to disrobe, with the exception of Wang Nuo, who remained motionless. A fool, hurry and remove your clothes, lest you implicate me. Damn these wretched humans. Once I escape, I shall ensure their demise. The dwarf cursed as he hastily shed his garments. The swordsman approached Wang Nuo, stating, "Do you seek death, my lord? I am shackled and cannot remove them." Worthless. The swordsman raised his long sword. Do not injure him. Miss Gilly requires a toy. Lord Rio interjected. Very well, Master Steward. The swordsman swiftly disrobed Wang Nuo, while 2 servants carried over a furnace, several iron bars sizzling within. Li Sun and several swordsmen drew iron rods and branded the slaves' chests with an inscribed iron seal. This was a rite every slave had to endure. The mark signified to whom the slave belonged. A chorus of anguished cries erupted around them. No, you cannot treat me this way. I can help you forge iron. The dwarf exclaimed. Li Sun kicked the dwarf down, the iron seal now imprinted on his chest. It hurts. The dwarf writhed in agony on the ground. Wang Nuo gritted his teeth in silence. Resistance was futile, yielding only additional scars and no other outcome. Chapter 16. Miss Gilly once branded, the slaves were separated. Most were dispatched to the mountains to clear land for farming. Wang Nuo's magic restraining chains were removed, and he, along with a few others, was taken to the Duke's residence, while some were assigned to the stables. The dwarf, known as Taikwai, was cast into the blacksmith shop. Following Liu, Wang Nuo arrived at a courtyard where several slaves stood balancing clay pots atop their heads. On the other side stood a golden-haired maiden, bow and arrow in hand, flanked by 2 armored guards. Lower your head, scum. Who permitted you to gaze upon Miss Gilly? Liu reprimanded. Liu, my steward, what brings you here? The maiden inquired, lowering her bow. Miss, I have brought you a gift. What gift? Upon hearing the word gift, the maiden's spirits brightened. It is he. He is a 3rd-level swordsman, capable of entertaining you at your leisure. Liu announced. A 3rd-level swordsman, splendid. Kunlun already has a swordsman slave. Now I finally have one too. Ha, what is your name? Gilly asked. Wang Nuo, he replied. Liu slapped Wang Nuo across the face, stating, filthy wretch, I warned you not to raise your eyes to the lady. You must address her with proper titles. Yes, Miss. Wang Nuo grumbled, suppressing the fury in his chest and bowing his head. And now, Liu, do not harm him. You are a level 5 swordsman, Gilly remarked, then turned to Wang Nuo. I am Gilly. Miss Gilly. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my personal slave. Serve me well, and I shall not treat you unjustly, Gilly declared, stepping closer to Wang Nuo. A flicker of disdain crossed Wang Nuo's eyes, though he concealed it adeptly. Yes, miss, he responded, bowing his head in submission. Ha, truly an obedient fellow. Gilly laughed as she turned to leave. Bring him down, prepare a room for him, and let him recuperate from his injuries. 2 guards stepped forward, escorting Wang Nuo out of the courtyard. He was brought to a modest chamber, furnished only with a bed and some simple furniture. Behave yourself, scum, one guard said before locking the door. Sitting on the bed, Wang Nuo reflected on the sudden turn of events over the past few days. He had intended to enjoy a life of luxury with Hongjie in the capital, only to find himself inexplicably enslaved. Now bereft of all possessions and stripped of his magical abilities, his immediate priority was to restore his powers and locate Aimuti. Compared to the previous days, things had improved. Important locations within the castle were guarded by swordsmen, and as long as one did not wander aimlessly, punishments were generally avoided. Slaves dined alongside servants in a large hall filled with tables and benches. Upon entering the dining area, Wang Nuo saw Taikwai standing before the serving lady with a large basin. Do you wish to starve me? Fill it to the brim, Taikwai demanded. I've already served you 2 portions. If I give you more, there will be nothing left for those behind you. I need to forge iron. Do you understand what it means to forge? Without strength, how can I do so? For heaven's sake. Do you wish to starve a noble dwarven craftsman? You ugly dwarf, get out of my way, or I will summon Lord Liu. The serving lady retorted. By the dwarven king above, you will regret this. Upon hearing the mention of the steward, Taikwai grumbled and found a seat, devouring his food. Wang Nuo filled his bowl and sat across from Taikwai. Damn it, does this even count as meat, you miser? Just like a gnome, Can't you serve a little more meat? Tai Kwai grumbled as he ate. Hello, my name is Wang Nua, he introduced himself. Tai Kwai glanced at him with beady eyes. Human, what do you want? Nothing much. Just to make a friend. Ha ha ha, cunning human, Lord Tai Kwai has nothing left. You cannot deceive me. Since you have nothing, why would I want to deceive you? We are all slaves, we should help one another. I will not trust a human, Tai Kwai declared, adamant, recalling how he had been captured due to misplaced trust. Do you not wish to escape? Wang Nua whispered. I see, you were sent by the steward to test me. Foolish human, Tai Kwai is clever and will not be fooled. You have already been captured as a slave. How clever can you be? Wang Nua shot back. Truly, as the wandering poet said, aside from their innate strength and talent for forging, dwarves are left with nothing but arrogance. What would convince you to trust me? Wang Nua inquired, knowing that the dwarven divine power might prove useful later. Stop dreaming, unless you can provide me with half a bottle. No, a whole bottle of rum. Indeed, the legends spoke the truth. Dwarves were renowned for their drinking as much as their forging. Even in their current plight, Tai Kwai still in for rum. The strongest drink at the Hong Muden Tavern was merely 20. Most were fruit wines, while rum reached about 30, being both potent and unpleasant. Fine, wait here. I will find a way to procure a bottle for you. Really, indeed. By the honor of Tai Kwai, if you can bring me rum, we shall be good friends. As Tai Kwai spoke, saliva dripped from his mouth. Were it not for his own hunger, Wang Nua would have considered giving his food to Tai Kwai. Returning to his room, Wang Nua began to meditate. Awaiting the arrival of nightfall, time passed swiftly and darkness descended as expected. Wang Nua opened the window, gazing at the crescent moon and twinkling stars. He retrieved a piece of dark yellow cloth, a trinket he had pilfered upon his return. Sitting cross-legged in the moonlight, Wang Nua bit his finger, drawing a hexagram upon the cloth. Xian Tian Wuji, Xian Kuan GF8 7 stars positioning. So close, Wang Nua instantly sensed the location of the hexagram mirror. It was within the city, indicating that the slave traders had brought it along in their cart. At long last, a piece of good news. Now, the challenge was how to obtain the hexagram mirror. Slaves like Wang Nua were generally required to accompany their masters unless their masters were resting, making it nearly impossible to escape the duke's residence. He feared that even attempting to leave would result in being slain by swordsmen. Wang Nua harbored no confidence in his own combat abilities. Swords in this world were significantly larger, contrasting starkly with the agility and finesse of those in Blue Star. It appeared he would have to find a way to manipulate Miss Geely. Days passed, and Wang Nua's body began to heal. He was summoned to the small courtyard. You are a third-level swordsman. Kelly is 1-2. You two shall duel, Geely commanded. As you wish, miss. The swordsman behind Geely drew his sword and stepped forward to face Wang Nua. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Wang Nua reluctantly picked up a large sword from the ground. Kelly launched an immediate attack, his swordplay fierce. Wang Nua, gripping the sword with both hands, was forced back a considerable distance. Before he could gather his thoughts, Kelly's large sword swung again, and Wang Nua barely managed to sidestep, only to be kicked in the rear, landing him unceremoniously on the ground. Turning his head, he found a large sword pointed at his face. You are not a third-level swordsman, you wretched slave. You deceive Steward Liua, and I will punish you, Geely exclaimed, anger radiating from her. No, miss, I am a third-level swordsman. It is merely that this sword is too heavy, and I am unaccustomed to it. If you provide me with a smaller sword, I am certain I can defeat him, Wang Nua quickly protested. Very well, I shall give you another chance. Bring a smaller sword. Before long someone arrived with a sword, but Wang Nua noticed it was still quite large. Is there one even smaller? You wretched slave, are you mocking the lady? This is already the smallest sword in the continent. Miss Geely, I speak no lies. I can wield this sword, but it lacks power. You will see for yourself. Wang Nua seized the sword and swiftly formed a seal. Xian Tian Wuji, Qian Kuan Jfag, feeling considerably lighter, Wang Nua charged forward with one hand on the sword. He knew he could not maintain this for long this time. Wang Nua indeed improved significantly. Utilizing footwork and speed to match Kelly's attacks, Wang Nua simply lacked proficiency with two-handed swords. In this world, swords emphasized weight over finesse, and without his magical arts, lifting them one-handed was quite taxing. Seals and swords were fundamental skills for every Taoist, though their sword techniques were less potent, focusing mainly on agility. Seizing an opening, Wang Nua kicked Kelly's foot and was about to strike when he suddenly felt the power from his magical arts dissipate. He weakened and fell to the ground. Kelly, having suffered such a significant setback, would not let Wang Nua off easily. He raised his sword, aiming for Wang Nua's neck. Stop, Geely commanded, stepping forward to Wang Nua. Curiously remarking how strange, Why are you so powerful with a smaller sword, miss? As you can see, I did not deceive you, Wang Nuo replied. Very well, I shall spare you, thank you, miss. The swordsmanship passed down in my family is meant for women. It is not as effective when wielded by men, thus, though I am a third-level swordsman, I am somewhat weaker. Wang Nuo declared that he intended to seize this opportunity to pique Jili's curiosity. A swordsmanship exclusive to women, indeed, Jili was intrigued. As a scion of nobility, she possessed wealth beyond the reach of ordinary folk, and it was customary for women to pursue the study of magic. However, Jili's magical aptitude was woefully inadequate, and she found herself unable to endure the tedium of meditation. Thus she had developed a greater fondness for swordsmanship upon hearing Wang Nuo mention a sword technique specifically for women. Her interest was instantly ignited. Do tell me more about this swordsmanship, Jili hastily inquired. Miss, he must be deceiving you. Where in this world is there a swordsmanship designed for women? Corey interjected, feeling humiliated by his earlier embarrassment before Jili. Wishing fervently to rid himself of Wang Nuo's silence, who gave you permission to speak? Slap yourself. Corey, unable to resist, raised his hand to strike his own face. You will regret deceiving me, Jili warned. I would never dare to deceive. For women's swordsmanship requires specially crafted weapons. Wang Nuo was confident that by procuring a sword from the realm of Blue Star, complemented by exquisite movements, he could ensure that Jili would fall in love with it at first sight. Specially crafted weapons, Jili echoed it. Indeed, miss, a dwarf accompanied me a few days ago, and he is certainly capable of forging it. That little dwarf named Taikwai, he has been locked up for his disobedience. I beg for your mercy. Miss, only he possesses the skill to forge such a weapon. Wang Nuo pleaded that he never anticipated that Taikwai would offend his master within merely 2 days. What was this fellow's mind even for? Bring him here. When Corey brought Taikwai, Wang Nuo could hardly suppress his laughter. Taikwai's long hair and beard had been singed halfway, leaving him drenched and adorned with scraps of vegetable leaves, as though he had been tossed into a bucket. Just kill me, I no longer wish to live, Taikwai lamented. Wang Nuo swiftly intervened, approaching Taikwai and stating, the esteemed Miss Jili wishes to commission a weapon. Should you craft it, you shall be pardoned and rewarded with a bottle of rum. Taikwai remained silent, and Wang Nuo was taken aback. What torment had Taikwai endured to render him disinterested in alcohol? 1 barrel, if you can forge it, I will grant you a barrel, Jili declared, raising a finger. Taikwai swallowed hard and spoke, I do not trust you, all humans are cunning, bring him a barrel of wine. Upon seeing the wine, Taikwai's mouth watered. This is exquisite grape wine, would you care for a taste? Taikwai continued to swallow, nodding frantically. If you fail to forge it, I shall kill you. How could there be anything we dwarves cannot create? We are born artisans, Taikwai asserted confidently. Give me the blueprint, Wang Nuo awkwardly replied. Miss, may I have some paper and a pen? I can draw it immediately. A few minutes later, Wang Nuo presented the blueprint to Taikwai, who examined it quizzically. He had never encountered a sword of such design. Such a diminutive sword, what use could it possibly serve? It could be easily crushed. Taikwai, this sword requires exceptional flexibility and must be capable of bending. Can you forge it? Wang Nuo inquired. Taikwai cast a disdainful glance at Wang Nuo. Deeming him unworthy of conversation, the great Taikwai shall demonstrate through action how foolish it is to doubt a dwarf's forging skills. I require fine iron, blue starstone, layered carbon, and 2 taels of purple gold. Jili cast a dubious look at Taikwai. Purple gold, that is a metal comparable to gold, and exceedingly valuable. What kind of look is that? By the artisan gods, please do not insult a dwarf. While we may be greedy for wealth and wine, we would never covet a customer's materials. If this human lad seeks flexibility, purple gold must be included. Do you understand? Taikwai retorted angrily. Provide it to him. If he cannot produce the sword, I shall hold him accountable. Wang Nuo and Taikwai accompanied Jili to the blacksmith's shop, where Taikwai ordered everyone else to leave. Soon, the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed throughout the shop. An hour later, Taikwai emerged, brandishing the sword and tossing it onto the table outside. Proudly raising his head in anticipation of praise, the azure blade glimmered, its sharp edge glistening. Wang Nuo picked up the sword and thrust it towards the table. The blade pierced through effortlessly, with both hands gripping the sword. He bent it into a stunning arc. Wang Nuo could not help but admire the craftsmanship of the dwarf. This sword would undoubtedly be a masterful collector's item in Blue Starred. Is this the sword you spoke of? Jili queried. Indeed, miss, please take a look, Wang Nuo replied, stepping into an open space to demonstrate. Sword dancing was an art he had mastered. His movements were swift, alternating between rapid and slow as he appeared to dance. the sword flowing gracefully in his hands like a dancer's flowing veil. So beautiful, so captivating. I wish to learn this, Geely exclaimed in delight. Miss, this sword is flimsy and lacks practical combat capability. This slave is surely deceiving you. So please do not believe him, Corey asserted. In his eyes, Wang Nua's swordplay was merely a spectacle devoid of utility. With a single strike, he could easily bring Wang Nua to his knees in supplication. Geely, however, gradually regained her composure. If it lacked practicality, what was the point of learning it? If she merely desired aesthetics, she might as well take up dancing. Who says it lacks practicality? We can have a competition. Wang Nua proposed. He sought to seize any opportunity that piqued Geely's interest, hoping to persuade her to help him reclaim his belongings from the slavers when the moment was right. Very well. Let us see you compete, Geely commanded. As you wish, Mississippi. Corey charged forward with his sword, unleashing all his strength towards Wang Nua. Shintian Wuji Chen Kuan borrowing technique extreme. Wang Nua once more invoked the technique, this time wielding the long sword with increased speed. Corey's strikes, left and right, failed to even graze him. Instead, Wang Nua utilized his speed, finding openings to deliver several stabs to Corey. The more Corey fought, the angrier he became until a sword was suddenly poised at his throat. Wang Nua panted heavily, his chi was far too depleted, and he was nearing his limit. Incredible, I must learn this, Geely exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, captivated by Wang Nua's graceful movements, which had also confirmed the small sword's combat viability. I refuse to accept this. Do you still possess the honor of a swordsman? Why not face me head-on? Corey bellowed, his face flushed with rage. I've already stated that this swordsmanship is designed for women, and thus unsuitable for men, Wang Nua replied with an air of inevitability. Very well, this truly is a technique for women. Should I master it, who could possibly defeat me? Geely declared. Wang Nua, if you teach me, I shall free you from your status as a slave and grant you citizenship. Wang Nua's heart soared, though he desired something far more pressing at that moment. Miss Geely, it would be my honor to teach you. I would gladly remain your slave, if only you could assist me in retrieving my mother's heirlooms. Heirlooms? Geely inquired, perplexed. Yes, Miss Geely, I was captured by slavers, and they took my heirlooms. They are not valuable items. Merely a commonplace mirror and some sketches my mother drew. Those are the only possessions she left me. I implore you to help me reclaim them. As he spoke, Wang Nua knelt, wiping away tears with his sleeve. So moved by his own performance that he nearly convinced himself. Taikwai regarded Wang Nua with suspicion. He sensed that Wang Nua was not entirely virtuous, that there was likely a hidden agenda. No, there must be a scheme afoot. Very well, I shall inform the steward. If the slavers remain in the city, Geely stated, her meaning clear, if they were indeed in the city, she would assist him. If not, then it would be of no concern. Thank you, miss. I am willing to follow you for a lifetime, Wang Nua said gratefully. Geely was pleased with Wang Nua's attitude and instructed, wait for me in the courtyard. I shall seek out the steward immediately. Thank you, miss. Thank you, Wang Nua exclaimed, hastily expressing his gratitude. Once Geely departed, Taikwai scrutinized Wang Nua, probing, are you plotting to escape? How could I am well fed and well cared for. Miss intends to grant me citizenship. Why would I wish to flee? Wang Nua replied with feigned certainty. You cannot deceive me, human. Taikwai remarked sagely. Why were you imprisoned before, and what happened to your hair and beard? Wang Nua sought to divert the topic. Curse it, the despicable woman burned away my beard and hair, claiming it would make me more charming. Truly infuriating. Taikwai seethed defiantly. She is a loathsome creature from the abyss. Harboring an evil heart. Upon mentioning Geely, Taikwai instantly became agitated, passionately recounting her misdeeds. Wang Nua chuckled at the sight of Taikwai, envisioning him bald. He resembled a cartoon character. Sly human, you are diverting my attention. You still have not revealed your intentions. Taikwai suddenly regained focus. Share half of the wine with me, Wang Nua proposed, then dashed off to the small courtyard. Damn it, humans are indeed untrustworthy. That is mine. Mine, Taikwai thought, momentarily forgetting all schemes and plots. His sole focus was on the full barrel of wine before him. In the courtyard, Wang Nua elaborated on the various techniques of the small sword to Geely, thrusts, slashes, chops, jabs, and flicks, describing them in fantastical terms, emphasizing the mystique of each move, even though he himself did not fully comprehend the intricacies. On the other side, Rio had also obtained Wang Nua's belongings, which consisted of a gaudy mirror, a haphazardly painted piece of yellow paper, and some small bits of biscuits. Upon sniffing the contents, Rio immediately discarded them. Arriving at the Geely courtyard, he saw Wang Nua holding a small sword he had never seen before. Demonstrating its use. What kind of weapon is this? Geely inquired. You're here, how did it go? Did you get the items? Yes, I have them, Rio replied, handing the items to Geely, curiosity evident in his voice. What were you doing just now? Practicing swordsmanship, Wang Nuo answered. You dare to call this a sword? Are you insulting swordsman? Rio's gaze turned icy as he looked at Wang Nuo. No, Lord Rio, I would never dare to do that. This is a sword technique for women. Passed down in my family. I understand it may be offensive to swordsmen, which is why I have never used it, Wang Nuo quickly explained. Hearing this, Rio's anger subsided slightly, and he nodded, saying, Do not harbor any ill intentions. Take good care of the young lady, and in due time I shall assist you in erasing your slave status, granting you a commoner identity. Thank you, Lord Rio. Thank you, Amiss. Wang Nuo expressed his gratitude, though inwardly he cursed. What a dog of a man! Geely grants citizenship while you only offer commoner status, truly despicable. Geely opened Wang Nuo's package and examined its contents, finding them utterly unimpressive. The mirror and painting were horrendously ugly. She returned the items and tossed them back to Wang Nuo. Ecstatic, Wang Nuo's face still bore a trace of sorrow. Chapter 18, The Legend of the Abyss in the Tanding Empire, atop the magical tower at night. Betty and Lister stood gazing down at the royal city, akin to two brilliant pearls adorning the peak of this bustling metropolis. The royal city at night was stunning, the multicolored magical lights twinkled like stars in the night sky, casting a beautiful glow that adorned the city in a dreamlike splendor. Lister turned to Betty, noticing she was fixated on the horizon, as if something in the distance captivated her attention. What are you looking at? Lister asked curiously, his voice gentle. Do you think Wang Nuo has returned home? Betty replied, her tone laced with worry and anticipation. Following her gaze, Lister looked towards the direction of Sancha Town, the place they had once shared with Wang Nuo. I have arranged for someone to be there. If he truly has returned, we will receive news immediately, Lister assured her. It has been 3 years. Do you think he is still alive? Betty asked. He must be alive? Lister stated decisively, yet, deep down, he had lost much hope. In these 3 years, the Tanding Kingdom had been turned upside down by the Li family, and he had personally explored even the most secluded mountains, only to return empty-handed each time. He must be alive, Betty insisted, looking at Lister earnestly. Indeed, it has been 3 years since Wang Nuo's incident. However, he has become lost in the dimensional rift, and due to the flow of time, he perceives it as merely a fleeting moment. Throughout these 3 years, not only the Li family but also the Zhou family had participated in the search to quell Betty's fury, yet they had found nothing. The Zhou family paid a heavy price for the ambush on Betty by Nia. Although the Zhou family had magical tutors, the fault lay with them, as they had no intention of waging war against Betty. Forcing them to swallow their pride, ambushing a magical tutor was an unforgivable crime. Nia's entire family had been sentenced to death by hanging. Lister and Betty were married, and she had become a pillar of support for the Li family. The influence of the Li family soared, establishing themselves as the foremost family in the Tanding Empire. Meanwhile, their younger brother Wang Nuo was currently teaching the sword to a young lady from a baronial family. All while being a slave. Finally, in the stillness of the night, Wang Nuo took out the Bagua mirror and released the AI Muti. Chirp chirp chirp, Amuti immediately exclaimed upon appearing. Shoo! Wang Nuo quickly covered AI Muti's mouth. Do not speak. AI Muti nodded, looking at Wang Nuo while carrying various bags. Wang Nuo held AI Muti close. This period had been exceedingly long, and he had feared losing AI Muti. So he was relieved that all was well. With AI Muti by his side, Wang Nuo felt emboldened to escape. After several days of observation, he realized that the baronial residence housed no magicians, with the highest combat power being the steward, a 5th-tier great swordsman, along with 2 4th-tier great swordsmen guarding the baron. The primary threats were these 3 individuals, as long as he could avoid them. With AI Muti's assistance, he could escape. Unfortunately, Wang Nuo's quarters were situated too close to the baron's, and if he were caught by the great swordsman during his escape, it would spell disaster. He could withstand a single 4th-tier swordsman, and AI Muti could hold off another, but he could not contend with the steward. Matters of life and death compelled Wang Nuo to refrain from taking unnecessary risks and to bide his time. He also wished to gather more information about his surroundings. After his escape, where should he go? From which direction should he flee? These were considerations he needed to explore. Miss Geely, you truly are an unparalleled genius. I never imagined that my family's sword technique could flourish in your hands. My deceased family and I are deeply honored, Wang Nuo flatteringly remarked after a day of instruction. In truth, This sword was exceedingly suited for women, though not for the battlefield. In the face of absolute power, cunning was of no avail. All the third-tier swordsmen in the castle had, without exception, been bested by Jili. Though that was intentionally done, the more Jili practiced, the more she enjoyed it. After half a month of study, she had already grasped the usage of this new style of sword, and combined with her rough magical prowess, it appeared quite impressive. Very well, Wang Nuo, I shall reward you. What do you desire? To praise you, benevolent Miss Jili. May I be freed from my slave status? Wang Nuo tentatively inquired if he could escape slavery and obtain commoner status. He would have much more freedom, certainly. I have stated before that as long as you teach me well, I will grant you citizenship. I stand by my word. Tomorrow I will inform my father and have your slave contract annulled. Wang Nuo felt a surge of joy. It was not mere commoner status, but citizenship, which was a rank above. Citizenship was akin to a small landlord in the Blue Star, allowing one to own land and hire commoners to serve them. Upon entering the Duke's residence, they were branded with a mark and bound by a slave contract. As long as the contract was destroyed and the mark removed, they would be free. As for citizenship, the Lord's office would issue a certificate of identification. After a month of interaction, Wang Nuo had come to understand Miss Jili quite well. She was not a bad person, loved to play, though her thinking was rather conventional. This was unavoidable, as in this world the education nobles received from a young age taught them that slaves were not human, but livestock. Thank you, Miss Jili, you are as beautiful as the stars in the sky. Jili felt her cheeks flush. This slave was unlike any she had encountered before. His compliments were delightful to hear. You will remain my attendant, and come to spar with me every day. It would be my honor. The following day, Steward Rio presented the slave contract to Wang Nuo using a branding iron to remove the mark on his skin. Do your best. If you can break through to a great swordsman, you will be summoned by the Baron. If you possess talent, you may even become a Knight of Honor. A swordsman who breaks through to a great swordsman experiences a significant enhancement in strength. Each great swordsman can seek an allegiance with a noble. As for knights, that is a unique symbol of nobility. Only nobles and academies possess the means to cultivate knights of the armor, weapons, steeds, and great swords of knights require substantial financial resources, making it difficult for ordinary families to bear such expenses. Indeed, steward, I praise the Baron. Rio smiled at Wang Nuo, patted his shoulder, and then departed. In the dining hall, Rio recounted to everyone present the news of Wang Nuo's emancipation and elevation to citizen status. All eyes turned to Wang Nuo with fiery intensity. As slaves, they had spent their entire lives striving to escape their bondage. Given that slavery was hereditary, their children would also become slaves. Jili generously gifted Wang Nuo 3 gold coins and arranged for him to have a room near the Baroness' residence. Wang Nuo looked at the room with satisfaction. It was much larger than his quarters in Sanxia town, beautifully decorated, ready for immediate occupancy. Now, he was no longer in a rush to leave. He had learned that slave traders arrived every 6 months, and he intended to eliminate that scoundrel named AI. When before departing, strolling through the small town, Wang Nuo purchased some timber and common supplies, and as he passed through the market, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura. The market served as a trading hub for nearby villagers, where they sold gathered herbs and hunted animal pelts. Wang Nuo halted his steps, venturing deeper into the market. This was the first time he had felt such a chill in this world. He stopped at a stall, where the vendor, a boy of about 15 or 16, was freckled and quickly stood upon seeing Wang Nuo in his attendant's attire. Sir, feel free to take anything you need. It's on the house. The stall displayed various dried herbs, animal bones, and a few green iron shards. Wang Nuo picked up a shard, instantly feeling a wave of coldness emanating from it, a chill that penetrated not only his body but also his soul. It was undoubtedly a cursed object. Where did you find this, sir? I wouldn't dare deceive you. I found it on the mountain, the boy named Aili replied. Do you have more? Only this one, Aili said. He had discovered this iron shard while hunting. Holding it made one feel an overwhelming cold. Seizing the opportunity presented by the market, he brought along the iron block and carelessly tossed it onto the stall. Eager to see if anyone could discern its nature. I'll have it. How much? No charge, no charge. Aili hastily waved his hand. He dared not accept money from the Lord's manor. I require such an item. Should you manage to procure 5 pieces, this gold coin shall be yours. After Wang Nuo departed, Aili gazed incredulously at the gold coin in his hand, lifting it to his mouth to bite. Heavens, it's real! Aili tucked the coin into his bosom, tidied the stall, and dashed out of the market. 1 gold coin was a sum he could not earn in a year. He must rally the entire village to search for such iron scraps. Upon returning home, Wang Nuo retrieved the iron fragment, impatient to summon Aimuti. Gigi, eat. Aimuti picked up the iron piece, gazing at Wang Nuo with anticipation. Go ahead. With Wang Nuo's consent, Aimuti brought the iron block close to his nose and inhaled deeply. A surge of blue energy flowing into his nostrils. Aimuti felt invigorated, akin to having inhaled catnip. Wang Nuo took the iron block, now devoid of any ominous energy, merely an ordinary piece of iron. Circling it around Aimuti. No noticeable change. Aimuti extended his hand towards Wang Nuo, who noticed that his pinky had turned black. Here, give it a try. Wang Nuo presented the iron block before Aimuti, who effortlessly sliced through it with his pinky as if it were tofu. By heavens, how formidable! Observing the iron block in his hand, the cut surface gleaming like a mirror, Wang Nuo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Gigi, yes, indeed, you are the mightiest. Wang Nuo produced a piece of paper, preparing to recreate the portrait of his ancestor, as honoring the ancestor was a fundamental practice for a Taoist disciple. His slow recovery over the past month was closely tied to the loss of the ancestor's painting. The original portrait, after a decade of veneration, had accumulated spiritual energy. Now, he would have to start anew. Chapter 19. The Hunt. Aimuti's pack, which he had not stowed in the storage necklace, had successfully evaded calamity and remained intact. It contained many ready items, or else Wang Nuo would have been even more troubled. After painstakingly working for half a day, he finally completed the reproduction of the ancestor's portrait and hung it high on the wall. He then took out a newly purchased small incense burner, retrieved 3 sticks of incense from his backpack, and after lighting them, bowed respectfully 3 times before inserting them, the moment the incense was placed. Wang Nuo felt a subtle shift within himself, indescribable in nature. He crafted a small coffin for Aimuti, but as for the little bear biscuits, that was out of the question. Without merit incense ash, it was certainly unattainable. The following day, Wang Nuo visited the blacksmith shop in search of iron blocks. Having aided Jili in crafting several exquisite swords, the iron block had now become the foreman of the blacksmith shop. No longer requiring his intervention, most gratifying for the iron block was that he could indulge in wine daily. Praise the Dwarven King, this life is truly fulfilling. Wang Nuo believed that even if summoned away now, he would not leave. Iron block, can you tell me what kind of iron this is? The iron block took a glance and casually tossed it aside. This is merely common iron, buried too long in the earth and corroded. No. Wait, the iron block picked up the iron fragment again, examining the cut surface closely. What on earth could have cut this so sharply? He mused, leaning in to sniff it, and immediately recoiled in horror. Throwing the piece far away, stench, the aura of the abyss, by the artisan's grace, why would such malevolent material be found here? What's the matter? Wang Nuo queried, perplexed by the iron block's fright over a simple iron fragment. Kid, where did you get this? Are you trying to curse me? The iron block climbed onto the table, grabbing Wang Nuo by the collar. I bought it at the market, gathered by nearby villagers from the mountains. Displayed for sale. I thought it was something valuable, hoping you could forge me a sword. Wang Nuo replied, nonsense. This can't be anything good. It's a relic of the evil abyss. I know, it must be from the great battle a millennium ago when monsters perished here, leaving behind such remnants, but these should have all been incinerated. The iron block pondered. Abyss? What is that? Wang Nuo inquired, confused. You don't even know about the abyss? The iron block looked at him incredulously. I suffered a severe head injury and lost my memory. Many things have slipped my mind. Wang Nuo casually offered as an excuse. I have no interest in discussing the abyss. The iron block needs to sleep now. You may leave. With that, the iron block lay down on the table. 1 bottle of wine, Wang Nuo declared, unleashing his trump card. The iron block visibly stirred, then flipped over, continuing to feign sleep, not indulging him further. Wang Nuo turned to leave. Cunning human. 2 bottles. The iron block scrambled to sit up and called out, fine, I'll bring them tomorrow. Wang Nuo replied, eyeing the iron block skeptically. Damn iron block, I've gifted you 10 bottles of wine this month. Do you really think I would deceive you? He tossed a gold coin into the air, demonstrating his wealth. Of course, we are the best of friends. You give me 3 bottles, and I will share everything I know. Wang Nuo grinned, witnessing the iron block's rapid transformation from a shrewd merchant to a dear friend. Alright, the iron block settled onto the table and began. 1,000 years ago, the abyss invaded, and the continent of Tianan was engulfed in a great war. With nearly all races participating, the primary cause of the conflict was the abyss, from which many grotesque monsters emerged, resembling incomplete corpses. Each race had its own, even bone dragons. That iron fragment you possess is a remnant of those creatures. The monsters from the abyss attacked any living beings they encountered, and those who fell to them would transform into their likeness. Do you understand? These monsters carry curses, multiplying with each battle. Many races were destroyed during that time. Eventually, your kind, led by the powerful Archmage Wilson, united with 8 other mages to cast a forbidden spell, sealing the abyss. The monsters outside were also eradicated by the combined forces of the races, and all their remains were gathered and burned. In that conflict, your kind suffered the most, with 3 of the 6 empires annihilated, were it not for Archmage Wilson's formidable power, compelling us to sign numerous unequal treaties. Your kind would have been extinct long ago, the Iron Block expressed with indignation. Without that Archmage, humanity would be enslaved now. Wang Nuo was taken aback. The Iron Block's description of the monsters bore a striking resemblance to zombies. What is a curse? How would I know? That's just what the books say. And what happened afterward? That's all I know, the Iron Block replied. You're lying. How could you know the scent of this iron fragment? Wang Nuo pressed, knowing is knowing. That's all I know, but if you don't believe it, so be it. You owe me 3 bottles of wine. Seeing the Iron Block refused to divulge more, Wang Nuo abandoned his line of questioning. The ominous energy accompanying the iron fragment could potentially allow Imuti to evolve. Thus, did that imply an abundance of such energy in the abyss? Even if it did, it seemed to be a realm far beyond his reach. And the strength of those monsters, as described by the Iron Block, was daunting. The Iron Block had provided scant detail. Surely Hongjia would know more. If only he could return to the Tangding Empire. Wang Nuo mused. After this period of inquiries, he had thoroughly extinguished any hopes of a short-term return to the Tangding Empire. The Dulan Empire lay between the Tangding Empire and the Orc Kingdom, as well as the Goblin Kingdom. To return, it would require a mage to open a teleportation circle. However, such thoughts were fanciful. No king received such privileges, and what right did he have to expect a mage's assistance? The second route involved traversing both empires, the goblins being manageable as they were humanity's best allies, while the Orc Empire was simply out of the question. Their enmity with humanity was profound, often resulting in immediate conflict upon meeting. However, it was rumored that orcs had a good rapport with dwarves, with much of their equipment supplied by them. Wang Nuo had only heard such tales, and they all seemed too distant for him now, leaving him to take things slowly, moving forward step by step. After Wang Nuo departed, the Iron Block tossed the 2 fragments into the forge. The Dwarven race had concealed many of such armors from the outside world, as the Dwarven king believed they could not place their hopes in humanity. Should the abyss invade again, they needed means of self-preservation. Over the years, the dwarves had been researching curses, aiming to create armor capable of resisting such malevolence. This was the dwarves' greatest secret, which is why the Iron Block recognized the scent of the abyss. Wang Nuo arrived at the dining hall, where a servant rushed over. Sir Guard, the young lady seeks your presence. In this world, where social hierarchies were strictly observed, especially among the nobility, individuals of lower rank typically addressed those of higher status as Sir. Wang Nuo curiously made his way to the small courtyard, where he discovered a gathering of a dozen swordsmen, with the Iron Block among them, and Geely sitting anxiously to one side. Miss Geely. Yes, everyone is here. Come, let us discuss how we might win the competition. Under Geely's narration, Wang Nuo comprehended the situation at hand. Baron Bailey, accompanied by his offspring, had recently returned from the imperial capital and, while passing through Baron Tali's territory, decided to pay a visit. However, rather than a simple visit, it seemed more akin to a display of wealth. Among Baron Bailey's entourage were 10 knights and a young master, who wished to hunt in this region and had invited Geely to join, causing her considerable distress. Baron Bailey is the lord of the neighboring city, his estate abutting the sea, thriving with trade. Far wealthier than Baron Jita could ever dream. A mere glance at the entirety of Jita's castle, devoid of a single magician, speaks volumes of his impoverishment. Hunting stands as the most favored pastime among the nobility. These lords, lacking neither food nor clothing, naturally seek some form of mental sustenance. Unlike mercenaries and hunters who depend on such pursuits for their livelihood, their interest is best sustained by the thrill of gambling. Baron Bailey, possessing substantial wealth, often stakes several hundred gold coins during each hunt, a fact that troubles Beta greatly, for his city barely earns 2,000 gold coins a year, with expenses leaving him with less than half of that. Each year, he finds himself losing several hundred gold coins to Bailey, a situation that causes him immense anguish. Yet, bound by the decorum of nobility, Jita cannot outright refuse. As a fellow baron, to do so would render him a laughingstock among his peers. In a bid to offer Berengita a glimmer of hope, this hunting expedition differs from the past. No knights of the 3rd tier or above shall be dispatched, instead, young Master Beta and Miss Geely shall each lead 5 knights. With the setting sun marking the end of the hunt, the victor shall be determined by the value of the spoils collected. Geely summoned everyone together, intent on devising a strategy to secure victory. She held young Master Wang Nuo in high regard, believing him to be brimming with ideas, thus she invited him to join the discussion. Poison, Wang Nuo suggested, immediately sensing the fury of the surrounding knights. To them, such a despicable tactic was a grave insult. I was merely jesting, Geely reflected momentarily before proposing. The wager this time is 500 gold coins. If you assist me in winning, I shall share half with you. 5 individuals, 250 gold coins, translating to 50 coins each of this represented a fortune substantial enough for them to purchase a fine steed or forge a quality sword, causing the nearby swordsman to breathe with anticipation. Are there no magicians on the opposing side? Inquired one knight. None. Baron Bailey's daughter is a magician, studying at the Langius City Magic Academy. Only his son, Beta, is a 3rd-tier knight. Upon learning that Beta was also a 3rd-tier knight, the group felt reassured. If we could ascertain the distribution of magical beasts in advance, we could seize the initiative. Wang Nuo's suggestion ignited a spark in Geely's eyes. The task of driving the beasts from the forest would fall to their own men, rendering the plan feasible. What else can we do? We could also set traps in advance. Upon Wang Nuo's declaration, he glanced at the surrounding swordsmen, who remained silent in pursuit of gold. Continued, Geely urged excitedly. Hunting ordinary beasts requires bows and arrows, while magical beasts necessitate close combat. We should focus on hunting a greater number of ordinary beasts. That won't suffice. Ordinary beasts hold little value. Hunting 100 of them would not be worth a single 2nd-tier magical beast. Geely countered. Could we enlist Ironblock's assistance to craft bows that inflict significant damage on magical beasts? Wang Nuo suggested to Ironblock. Indeed, how did I not think of that, Ironblock? This task is yours. Proceed at once. Geely issued her command, yet Ironblock remained unmoving. If we win, I want my share of the gold. Agreed. Geely readily consented, subsequently appointing 5 knights while the others departed. Wang Nuo lingered behind. What is it, Wang Nuo? Do you have something to discuss? Geely inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Miss Geely, I may have a means to assist you in securing victory, with only a few months left before his departure. Wang Nuo had his eyes set on the 60 gold coins. Such wealth could resolve numerous dilemmas. A wise man once said, gold cannot solve all problems, but it can alleviate 99 of them. You, with your lackluster swordsmanship and poor horsemanship, how do you expect to win? And let us not even mention poison. If that were to leak, our entire family would become a laughingstock, Geely retorted, having seen Wang Nuo's shortcomings over the past few months. Particularly his abysmal writing skills, which were nothing short of tragic. She had even doubted whether he was a swordsman at all. Wang Nuo explained that he had simply suffered a head injury that caused him to forget many things. I would never resort to such a despicable method as poisoning, Wang Nuo declared with righteous indignation. Miss Geely, I possess a plan, but you must promise to keep it confidential. What plan? Geely inquired. Miss Geely, I assure you that you can triumph in this hunt, but you must swear upon your family's honor not to divulge my secret. Wang Nuo spoke mysteriously, his enigmatic demeanor piqued Geely's curiosity. A secret? What sort of secret do you possess? Geely pressed. Wang Nuo remained silent, adopting a posture that suggested he would not speak unless she agreed. Very well, I swear upon the honor of the baronial family that I will not disclose this to anyone. Wang Nuo cautiously surveyed the surroundings before whispering, Miss Geely, I am, in fact, a 3rd-tier magical summoner. A magician. Geely nearly choked on her drink upon hearing this revelation. Examining Wang Nuo from every angle, she could hardly fathom how he resembled a magician. I truly am a magician. How is that possible? How could you possibly be a magician? No magician would ever be captured as a slave. Geely was incredulous, for no slave trader would dare sell a noble magician. Miss Geely, please observe. Wang Nuo produced a mystical mirror, inscribing a hexagram on its surface, and recited, Noble goddess of magic, bestow upon me the power of summoning. Arise, Aimuti. As Wang Nuo summoned, Aimuti materialized in the clearing. Donning a hat and clad in animal skins. Who are you? Geely gasped, rising in shock as she gazed at Aimuti. Do not be afraid, miss, he is my summoned beast. Your summoned beast is a person? Geely, only 15 and having fled the Langius City Magic Academy after a year, had never encountered a humanoid summoned beast, only those resembling magical creatures. His name is Aimuti, from the Jumping Clan. He is my summoned beast and quite formidable, Wang Nuo continued to boast. Jumping clan? What sort of race is that? Geely inquired. Miss, as a magician you should understand that when we summoners communicate through dimensional prayers, we are unaware of which dimension will respond. I have no idea why I summoned him, and as for the name Jumping Clan, it is simply because he cannot walk, he can only jump. Watch. Wang Nuo removed Imuti's talisman. Imuti, jump over there. Imuti leaped over 10 meters before promptly bouncing back. Impressive, Geely exclaimed, stepping forward to observe Imuti with curiosity, who in turn regarded her with equal intrigue. To bolster Geely's confidence, Wang Nuo prepared to showcase Imuti's prowess. Not only that, but don't let his small stature fool you. Imuti possesses the strength of an ox, with skin as tough as iron. Imuti, demonstrate your strength. Imuti approached a stone bench, effortlessly lifting the heavy stone table and then gently lowering it, puncturing the surface with 10-finger-width deep holes. Just then, Wang Nuo heard footsteps approaching and swiftly recalled Imuti. A guard entered, casting a scornful glance at Wang Nuo, perceiving him as a shameless opportunist who had won Geely's favor through flattery. Miss Geely, is there something amiss? I heard commotion from this vicinity. Nay, nothing is amiss, you may leave. Wang Nuo and I are discussing the details of the hunt, and no one is to approach. Understood. Mississippi. Once the guard departed, Geely eyed Wang Nuo with suspicion, not being foolish. If Wang Nuo were truly a magician, why then had he been captured as a slave? You are a magician. Why were you taken as a slave? Even if captured, why did you not reveal your identity? And that mirror, did you not claim it was a relic of your mother? What is your true intention in approaching my family? Wang Nuo had anticipated these inquiries and replied, Miss, I was once a magician. But due to certain circumstances, I suffered from magical depletion. Unless I can acquire high-grade magical potions or a magical spring, I may never regain my powers. A goodness, magical depletion. Geely regarded Wang Nuo with a touch of sympathy. Magical energy is the essence of a magician. Without it, one cannot cast spells, as it is provided by the magician's magical core. A magician who overexerts themselves may deplete their energy entirely, and if they exceed the limits of their core, it can lead to magical exhaustion. Such a condition can only be remedied by a magical spring, a creation exclusive to magic masters, making any related item exorbitantly priced. Indeed, I suffer from magical depletion. My magical core has even shattered. Imuti is my summoned beast. We have formed a contract, allowing me to summon him. This mirror serves as my summoning medium. Only through it can I call forth Imuti. Wang Nuo explained. At that time I was gravely injured and on the brink of death when slave traders captured me, taking my mirror as well, which is why I could not speak out. After spending a month in your company, I realized Miss Geely is exceptionally kind-hearted, and this hunt is of great importance to you, hence I took the risk of revealing my secret. I implore you to keep it confidential. Wang Nuo continued to weave his tale. Thank you, Wang Nuo. Geely cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Nuo, taken aback by his misfortune. His magic core shattered, he had been abruptly relegated from a sorcerer to a mere slave. A truly pitiful fate. Observing Geely's peculiar gaze, Wang Nuo mistakenly assumed she was skeptical and immediately declared, I swear by the magic goddess Lilia that every word I speak is the truth. Chapter 21, The Exploding Bear. This world is unlike Blue Star, where one can casually make oaths and boast. In this realm, pledging allegiance to a deity invokes a promise that will inevitably be tested at some point. For instance, if Wang Nuo genuinely revered the magic goddess Lilia, his subsequent use of magic could very well manifest that oath. Have you offended someone? What caused your magic depletion? Geely inquired. A formidable stellar mage. Wang Nuo lamented. My family inadvertently acquired a precious magical material, and he killed my entire family in a bid to seize it. I was merely fortunate to escape with my life, but frequent use of magic during my flight led to the shattering of my magic core. His eyes drifted away, revealing his sorrow. A stellar mage, how could your family have offended such a being? You should have offered the magical material to gain her favor, Geely suggested. A stellar mage is already among the pinnacle of power on the continent of Tianan. Such individuals are coveted by nobility in any nation. Wang Nuo replied, Indeed, it is regrettable that the deed has been done and cannot be undone. I implore you to keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. I never anticipated you would trust me so deeply, Geely said, touched that Wang Nuo confided such a significant issue to her. However, her concern quickly resurfaced. Wang Nuo, A stellar mage is not someone my family can afford to offend. Fear not, my lady, after I assist you in winning the competition, I shall depart immediately, ensuring that I do not bring any trouble to your family. This was the excuse Wang Nuo had meticulously crafted to justify his honorable exit. After a moment of contemplation, Jili replied, "Once you help me triumph in the competition, I shall reward you with 100 gold coins. At which point you may leave. It would be wise for you to join a mercenary guild, that way, you shall be safer." "Thank you, Miss Jili, and now prepare yourself, you shall blend in among the servants assisting in the hunt." During each hunting competition, a few servants accompany the team, while the master handles the hunt and they take care of the gathering and transportation. "Very well, my lady." Wang Nuo strolled down the street. Elated by how effortlessly he had secured the arrangement, the young girl was indeed quite gullible that he resolved that after aiding Jili in winning this hunt and collecting his reward, he would head to Lengia City to join the mercenary guild, which did not scrutinize one's background, provided there were no criminal records within the empire, and one passed the necessary evaluations. As for that AI, he wondered how long it would be before he returned to the market. He had no interest in any abyssal artifacts. As long as they could enhance his power, he would let AI Muti consume them first. In this world, the laws do not protect ordinary individuals. Without strength, one could perish without forewarning. Days later, the hunt officially commenced. In the hunting grounds, Jili and Beta rode splendid steeds, adorned in armor, standing in the training field, flanked by 5 knights and 10 servants. "Jili, I shan't hold back," Beta confidently proclaimed. They had never lost a hunting competition against the Jita barony. For him, it was merely an annual opportunity to earn a handsome sum. "Who said you needed to hold back? The victor remains to be seen. Let us proceed," Jili retorted, leading her team to the right, where the magical beasts were more abundant. Among the creatures in the hunting area was a third-tier magical beast known as the Exploding Bear. Whichever team managed to slay it would claim immediate victory. Jili instructed Butler Rio to procure some high-grade magical beast dung to drive the Exploding Bear towards the right. Wang Nuo and the other servants followed closely behind Jili as they entered the forest, dispersing to search for magical beasts, with no concern for ordinary wildlife. Upon reaching their destination, Jili began directing everyone to spread out in search of magical beasts and indicated a direction to Wang Nuo, where the Exploding Bear was likely to be found. Wang Nuo nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly darted into the underbrush, ensuring no one was around before summoning AI Muti. "Sniff it out. Where are the formidable beings?" In the decades since their time in Sancha village, the pair had hunted countless times in the mountains. Within a kilometer, AI Muti could detect any life form. Under Wang Nuo's training, AI Muti could discern the strength of living beings. It was precisely due to this unique skill that Wang Nuo thrived in Sancha village, as he never provoked the powerful magical beasts. AI Muti sniffed the air and immediately pointed in a direction. Wang Nuo leapt onto AI Muti's back. "Let us set forth, AI Muti." In the forest, AI Muti carried Wang Nuo at remarkable speed, leaping over 20 meters at a time. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would surely be amazed by such an extraordinary beast. Before long, they stumbled upon a third-tier magical beast resembling a bear, yet much larger, standing over 3 meters tall. "This must be the Exploding Bear." In a moment, charge forward, utilize your speed, and strike it on the head. "Understood. Do not engage directly. This is a third-tier beast, far stronger than the second-tier beasts we previously encountered. Do you comprehend?" Wang Nuo strategized with AI Muti. AI Muti nodded and promptly raced forward, leaping before the massive bear. The Exploding Bear, bewildered, regarded AI Muti, pondering what this diminutive creature could possibly be. Had it come to present a snack? AI Muti, undeterred, lunged forward and jabbed the bear's leg multiple times, creating several holes. Roar. Feeling the pain, the Exploding Bear was enraged, let out a thunderous roar, and swung its enormous paw towards AI Muti. AI Muti narrowly evaded the strike, barely escaping the bear's attack. Wang Nuo, watching from a distance, felt a surge of anxiety as a massive pawprint appeared where AI Muti had stood moments before. Had it been struck, AI Muti would have surely been buried beneath the earth. "Jump onto its back, you fool! What did we just discuss? What did I teach you?" Upon hearing Wang Nuo's words, AI Muti leaped onto the bear's back, thrusting its limbs into the creature. The Exploding Bear, in agony, swatted its paws wildly at its back. AI Muti danced around, but in a moment of carelessness, was struck by the bear, sending it hurtling into the forest like a cannonball. What incredible strength! The Exploding Bear, losing its target, immediately locked its sights on Wang Nuo and charged toward him. "Xian Tian Wu Ji. Jian Kuan borrowing law extreme, Wang Nua hastily cast a spell, dashing toward Aimuti but tripped over a branch, almost falling in a most undignified manner. Aimuti, rising, bounded toward Wang Nua, appearing unscathed, which allowed Wang Nua to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it could endure, it was all that mattered. He produced a talisman and affixed it to Aimuti. Go, strike its head. As Wang Nua shouted, he darted behind a large tree to conceal himself. The exploding bear paused, momentarily bewildered by Aimuti, wondering how this little creature had survived its earlier blow and could still move. Aimuti, however, disregarded such thoughts and charged forward to continue jabbing the giant bear. Shen Tian Wuji, Chen Kuan borrowing law extreme, Wang Nua cast his spell once more, this time targeting Aimuti. Unfortunately, his cultivation remained at the 3rd level, limiting him to these supportive spells. Once he reached the 4th level, he would be able to utilize the Golden Light spell and Yellow Turban Warrior. With the enhancement from his spell, Aimuti became considerably more agile, evading the bear's swipes effortlessly. Aim for its head, you simpleton, roar. After enduring several jabs from Aimuti, the exploding bear, now furious, summoned a yellowish energy orb and hurled it at Aimuti. Chapter 22, Victory. The yellow energy orb hurtled toward Aimuti, who found itself unable to evade, yet something perplexing occurred for the exploding bear. The explosive energy orb struck Aimuti, akin to a gentle breeze passing by, leaving not a single mark on its body. The exploding bear's eyes widened in disbelief, displaying a human-like expression. Before turning to flee, it was terrified that its most powerful attack had no effect whatsoever. Affix the talisman to it. Hurry, do not let it escape. Aimuti retrieved a talisman from its chest and pursued the fleeing bear. With the enhancement of Wang Nua's spell, the exploding bear could not shake off Aimuti, which had affixed numerous talismans to its wounds. Shen Tian Wuji, Chen Kuan borrowing law explode. Suddenly, the talismans on the exploding bear detonated, and blood gushed forth as it stumbled a few steps before collapsing on the ground. Returned Aimuti, Wang Nua, hiding behind the tree, refrained from approaching, fearful that the exploding bear might perish in a burst of fury. One must tread carefully to avoid calamity, as he lacked Aimuti's resilience. Aimuti returned and nestled behind Wang Nua, mirroring him as they both peered cautiously at the fallen exploding bear. Impressive, Wang Nua chuckled at the sight, mocking Aimuti while completely forgetting his own earlier clumsiness. After a moment, he observed the bear's blood staining the earth and confirmed it had lost the will to fight. Let us investigate. Aimuti sprang onto the fallen bear's back, delivering a few forceful blows, causing the sound of cracking bones to resonate. All right, do not crush it. Wang Nua, elated, bounded toward the exploding bear, leaping onto its massive form. Such a simple victory. Do you dare pursue me again? Wang Nua retrieved a prepared beast skin bag and filled it with the bear's blood from the wound. Tossing it into Aimuti's embrace, hold tightly, this shall be your beverage. He affixed another talisman to Aimuti's head and stored it within the Bagua mirror. Having completed all of this, Wang Nua hurriedly made his way southward. After running for over 10 minutes, he finally beheld the blasting bear. Quick, take it down, you bring people over to deliver the finishing blow. So soon, Geely expressed surprise. The blasting bear, a 3rd-tier beast, possessed formidable defenses and could wield earth-based magic. It was nearly impossible to defeat without 3 or 4 swordsmen of equal caliber. It was astonishing that Wang Nua had single-handedly brought it down. Truly a testament to a mage's prowess. Even when depleted of magical energy, Geely contemplated returning to the Magic Academy for further studies. Geely produced a whistle and blew a few notes. Upon hearing it, several knights immediately gathered around, led by Wang Nua. They approached the blasting bear's side. How was it killed? Who did this? The knights exchanged puzzled glances, never once considering Wang Nua. They suspected that the Baron had arranged for a skilled individual to assist in cheating. Go and deliver the finishing blow. I assure you the reward will be generous. Remember, this is a kill we achieved together, Geely urged. The knights eagerly rushed forward. After all, this was gold, gleaming gold beckoning them. One great swordsman stepped forward, cleaving the bear's head to retrieve a palm-sized magic core, the most valuable part of a magical beast. The value of a magic core varies with the beast's tier. The higher the tier, the more challenging it is to obtain the core, as many beasts opt to destroy their cores. This 3rd-tier magic core could fetch 20 gold coins. There were specialized magic traders across the continent. Or one could venture to the major cities where the Mages Guild consistently sought them. Geely held the magic core aloft and spoke. Since you all assisted in the kill, you must bear some injuries as proof. Inflict some wounds upon yourselves, I care not how you do it, but it must look genuine." Driven by the allure of gold, the knights resolutely complied, with some even breaking their own arms and smearing dirt upon their faces. "Excellent, this will suffice. Remove the corpse. The gold from the sale will be divided among you." "Thank you, Miss Geely," the knights responded joyfully as they lifted the body, which could easily fetch 10 gold coins. Considering their annual salaries totaled merely 20 gold coins, Wang Nuo and Geely distanced themselves from the main group as Taikwai prepared that bow and arrow I requested. Of course, behold, Wang Nuo accepted the crossbow from Geely and shot it at a large tree. The bolt pierced through effortlessly, showcasing its immense power. This was a design Wang Nuo had devised for Taikwai to create all to find a suitable justification. Baron Jita and Baron Bailey were drinking in the training grounds, where various beast corpses piled high in front of Baron Bailey, courtesy of Beto's servants. In stark contrast, Baron Jita's area remained barren. He was already bracing himself to lose 500 gold coins. As Bailey had a habit of extorting him annually, much to his discomfort, Jita resolved that once this incident passed, he must recruit a powerful mage. Rather than losing gold, it would be wiser to employ a great mage. At the very least, with such a mage, Bailey would think twice before acting so brazenly. Suddenly, Geely's figure emerged in the distance, with knights hoisting a blasting bear's corpse behind her. "Geely has slain the blasting bear." "Impossible!" Upon seeing Geely's group on the training grounds, both Jita and Bailey exclaimed in astonishment. Even Jita could scarcely believe his own eyes. Geely approached the two barons and bowed. "Father, I have won." Jita snapped back from his shock. Good, haha, my daughter, splendid work." "No, this cannot be. A Geely, a mere novice, could not have achieved this," Bailey interjected. "Bailey, mind your noble decorum. Are you insulting my daughter? Look at my knights, they bear grievous wounds." Jita rebuked loudly. "Among nobles, hypocrisy abounds. To maintain their so-called noble demeanor, they are exceedingly insincere." "Apologies, Jita, I did not mean it that way. I simply find it astonishing that your niece could slay the blasting bear in such a brief time." Bailey's words dripped with skepticism. In his mind, Geely was a fool. As a noble child, she should have been mastering magic, not prancing about wielding weapons. This was a clear lack of education. I was merely fortunate to encounter the blasting bear, and the valiant knights acted without hesitation, ultimately leading to our success. Bailey's expression darkened. In the viewing area, Steward Lee and 2 fourth-tier swordsmen were present. From what he understood, this was Jita's utmost military strength. He firmly believed that Jita had secretly dispatched experts to hunt the blasting bear, and he would never accept that Geely, the so-called fool, could kill it. "Go summon Beta back here," Bailey instructed someone behind him. With the blasting bear slain, there was no need to continue the charade. Minutes later, Beta arrived at the training grounds, still in search of the blasting bear, only to be informed that it had been slain by Geely. It was not that he looked down on Geely, but he believed that their group could not have dispatched a third-tier magical beast so swiftly, especially since he had brought only elite knights. "Geely, could you explain how you accomplished this?" Beta inquired, eager to uncover a flaw in Geely's story. "It was the weapon. Recently the steward brought back a dwarven slave who forged us an extraordinary crossbow." Geely replied, producing the crossbow and firing a few bolts at the blasting bear. The bolts, spinning at high velocity, embedded themselves within the beast's body. All those wounds were inflicted by these bolts. Beta stepped closer. Observing the bolts lodged in the blasting bear's carcass circling the body, he noted the numerous puncture wounds in the beast's hide. Curiosity swelled within him. What manner of weapon could inflict harm upon a third-tier magical beast? If he could possess such a crossbow, his own prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In truth, the crossbow had taken Taikwai 4 days to forge, as the crafting of a crossbow demanded high-quality materials. Taikwai utilized many precious metals, particularly for the 10 bolts, which were all forged from cold iron. "May I see this crossbow?" Beta asked. "Absolutely not. It was a painstaking effort by my father to have the dwarves craft it. We intend to present it to the Lord," Geely asserted. Wang Nuo had instructed her on precisely what to say and do. If she failed to execute this correctly, it would indeed confirm her as a simpleton. Bailey's expression oscillated between stormy and calm. Jita's backing came from the Lord of the Tower, and given Jita's impoverished territory, the Lord hardly paid him any mind. This was why Bailey felt emboldened to brazenly extort Jita. Never expecting that Jita's dwarven artisan could create a crossbow capable of slaying a third-tier magical beast, Bailey envisioned the new crossbow being presented. Undoubtedly Jita would gain significant favor. "Damn it, I possess dwarves too. And I provide them with ample food and drink. Why haven't those foolish dwarves produced something similar?" and that wretched Jita, so cunning, he must have obtained such a weapon long ago, waiting for my arrival. Recalling Jita's persistent refusals to participate in hunting contests over the preceding days, Bailey inwardly cursed, "What a hypocritical scoundrel, Jita, congratulations. With such a weapon, fortune will surely favor you. I cannot believe you concealed this so well. Were you waiting for my arrival?" He laughed. Jita's face radiated an uncontrollable smile. His daughter had indeed provided him with a tremendous surprise. "Bailey, you have bested me on numerous occasions, shouldn't you return the favor?" "You know I am nearly destitute, Jita. We are friends, this is merely entertainment. The gold is of no consequence," Bailey replied, producing a card and handing it to Jita. "This contains 1,000 gold coins, that is excessive." "Bailey, our wager was 500 gold coins, the additional 500 is a gift for my niece. Would you dare refuse?" Bailey smiled, as the two families were closely tied, and with the possibility of Bailey gaining favor. He had no qualms about spending a few hundred gold to smooth relations. Geely, quickly thank Uncle Bailey. "Thank you, Uncle Bailey." Upon hearing her father's words, Geely reached out for the card. "The password is XXXXX. Bailey recited. This blue card, known as a debit card, was a unique invention of the Gnomes Bank. This lowest-tier blue card required a deposit of 100,000 gold coins to obtain. 100,000 was the threshold. Once achieved, it became significantly more convenient. Clients with cards could visit the bank's counter to request multiple blue cards, each costing 5 gold coins. In the continent of Tianan, the race that collaborates most closely with humans is the gnomes. They possess the most advanced technology on Tianan and manage the wealth and conveniences for humanity. In prosperous cities, their magical items are commonplace, and one can observe their presence anytime, anywhere. The gnomes are the most adept at generating wealth globally. With 90% of the continent's banks under their control. Chapter 23, The Rules of the Game. Despite Jita's fervent attempts to retain him, Bailey ultimately found an excuse to depart. He did not wish to witness Jita's triumphant smirk. "Father, why did you give him 1,000 gold coins?" Beta inquired, perplexed. "What do you think of that weapon?" "The crossbow," Bailey countered without answering. "It is incredibly powerful. If knights could be equipped with such crossbows, their combat effectiveness would increase by 20%, potentially saving lives in critical moments." Beta lavishly praised. 2 Knights of equal prowess. Should one unexpectedly draw a crossbow during combat, how many would possess the agility to evade at such close quarters? The mere thought of facing an opponent equipped with such a weapon sends a chill down Beta's spine. Therefore, if 500 gold coins could mend relations with Jita, do you believe it to be a loss? "In truth, I would willingly exchange 50,000 gold coins for the schematics of this crossbow," Bailey remarked. "Father, have I been narrow-minded?" Beta promptly admitted his error and tentatively suggested, "Father, might we not seize the schematics?" Bailey halted suddenly, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, fixating on Beta. He then raised his hand and struck Beta across the face. "Fool, why would you entertain such thoughts? They are nobility, not commoners. Do you truly believe we could eliminate the entire city of Jita without a trace? Are you aware that such notions could bring calamity upon our entire family? Is this what you learned at the Knight Academy?" Bailey chastised his son without reservation. Beta's thoughts were perilously reckless. Both he and Jita belonged to the nobility, governed by their own set of rules. Any family that dares to defy these rules is destined to vanish into the annals of history, unless one is Vincent. "Father, I apologize, I was wrong." Upon witnessing his father's fury, Beta hastily expressed regret. "Humph, when does the academy commence?" "In 2 months. During these 2 months, reflect well at home. I will." Father, meanwhile, in the Baron's study, Jita and Geely sat at the table, with butler Rio standing nearby, a small crossbow displayed before them. "My daughter, do tell, what is this contraption? How did it come to be?" Jita inquired with curiosity. "Father, it is crafted from iron blocks," Geely replied, having promised Wang Nuo to keep the secret, attributing all credit to the iron blocks. "Iron blocks?" Jita questioned, puzzled. "Sir, it is a dwarf slave we purchased some time ago," Rio explained. "I see." Jita nodded, realizing only a dwarf could forge such intricate weaponry. "Father, I wish to share 500 gold coins with Iron Block and several knights." Geely proposed. "Miss, that is out of the question. You are unaware that the entire Baroness estate holds less than 2,000 gold coins. To spare you worry, the Baron has never allowed you to know these matters." Rio quickly intervened. As the estate's steward, he was well versed in its finances. Hearing that the young lady wished to part with 500 gold coins felt like carving flesh from his own body, and he naturally sought to prevent it. "But I have already promised them," Geely insisted, oblivious to her family's financial plight. "Must you not spare a little?" Jita ventured cautiously, 500 gold coins weighing heavily on his mind. "Father, we are nobility, how can we go back on our word? It would reflect poorly on us," Geely stated. "They dare," Rio interjected, suggesting that retaining the dwarf would suffice while allowing others to disappear as he saw fit. "Father, I earned this, I helped you gain 1,500 gold coins. Are you truly unwilling to grant me 500? Geely said, her frustration evident. The room fell into contemplation. Indeed, as Geely had asserted, the money was hers, without her assistance. Not only would he have failed to earn 1,000 gold coins, but he would have incurred a loss of 500. "Father, I have decided to return to the Magic Academy," Geely announced. "What, my dear daughter?" "Repeat that," Ajita said, disbelief etched across his face. He had always opposed her attending the academy years prior. When Geely's mother passed away, Jita had done everything to indulge his only child. Every noble family aspired to send their heirs to the academy for the finest education. As the daughter of nobility, one would naturally study magic. However, Geely had returned after just a year, vowing never to return, much to Jita's distress. He had urged her countless times, yet she remained steadfast, a source of great worry for him. Rio had long advised him to seek a new wife, as the Baron needed an heir. "I said I wished to return to school," Geely reiterated. After recent events she had gained clarity. The small sword Wang Nuo had taught her to wield was indeed entertaining and impressive. Yet it could never slay a third-tier magical beast. Conversely, Wang Nuo, a man drained of magical power, had single-handedly defeated such a beast, fundamentally shifting her perspective. In this world, the supremacy of mages was undeniable. "Very well, use the 500 gold coins as you see fit. I shall not interfere, provided you return to the academy. The remaining 500 coins are yours to take. Your father requires none," Jita declared, expressing his elation. He uttered good thrice, his excitement palpable, even moistening the corners of his eyes. Rio stood by, refraining from opposition. The young lady's decision to return to the Magic Academy was paramount for the entire baronial estate. After Geely departed, only Jita and Rio remained in the study. "Rio, Geely has matured," Jita remarked with satisfaction. "Indeed, my lord. Have you seen such a crossbow before?" Jita asked, lifting the lightweight weapon from the table. "I have not." "My lord, such a weapon, if it existed, would have been widely utilized long ago. Indeed, such a small device possesses such great power. Dwarves are truly born blacksmiths," Jita praised. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Rio inquired. "We shall present it to Lord Marquis. Its potential value is immense, far beyond our capacity to safeguard. You shall personally handle this matter," Jita stated without hesitation. "If this crossbow could be mass-produced, the resulting value would be tremendous." As a mere baron, he lacked the ability and resources to undertake such an endeavor. Submitting it was the wisest course of action. In time, the Marquis would not forget him, and he hoped the Marquis would recognize his contributions and elevate his standing. "Rest assured, my lord, I will personally attend to this matter," Rio responded, deeply moved by the Baron's trust in him. "Rio, you are the one I trust most. If even you were to betray me, I would be a truly failed Baron." Rio knelt, proclaiming, "It is my honor to pledge my loyalty to your family. My lord, I believe the situation is not so simple." Chapter 24. Dragon Knight Vincent Wang Nuo leaned against the entrance of the blacksmith's shop. "Negotiating terms with Ironblock, impossible, absolutely impossible. You expect me to forge a suit of armor for you using my gold? You must be out of your mind. Perhaps you should consult a physician." Ironblock retorted. Since winning the hunt, he had been caught up in excitement, his eyes filled with visions of gold, bountiful gold, 50 gold coins. He had never been so affluent in his life. Just imagine how much wine that could procure. Enough to last him for years. He envisioned digging a pit in the room, filling it with wine, immersing himself within, waking to drink, then sleeping again. The thought was beyond imagination, just as Ironblock indulged in these fantasies. Wang Nuo approached him, requesting that he use his winnings to forge a set of exceptional armor. Ironblock suspected Wang Nuo had lost his mind. How could he expect to wrest gold from a dwarf? "Without my schematics, can you truly create a crossbow?" Wang Nuo inquired. "You provided me with the schematics. I never requested them. Moreover, without me, you would be unable to craft that crossbow," Ironblock declared resolutely. The intricacies of crossbow forging demanded exceptional skill, and few humans possessed such capability. "Please leave and do not disrupt our operations, or I shall inform the butler," Ironblock insisted, attempting to dismiss Wang Nuo. This only amused Wang Nuo, for Ironblock had learned to wield the butler as a threat. Return my schematics. I refuse to believe you are the only dwarf capable of this. Your vision is dreadfully narrow, Wang Nuo scoffed, continuing, this weapon will surely captivate the entire empire. The name of its creator will echo throughout the realm. I am asking only for a suit of armor, which is a paltry request. If you fail to recognize its worth, I shall seek someone else. Ironblock's small eyes darted about as he pondered Wang Nuo's words. He had not considered such profound implications. Humans were indeed cunning. Just think, if your name were to resonate across the empire, the dwarf clans would surely hear of it, your kin would take pride in you. Elevating your status among the dwarves, perhaps even securing a position as an elder, Wang Nuo pressed on. The lifespan of dwarves exceeds that of humans. Ironblock is only in his 40s, akin to a human of 16. Ironblock remained silent, the wheels in his mind turning ever faster, caught in a struggle between honor and the allure of abundant ale. Return my schematics, Wang Nuo demanded. You win, Wang Nuo, for the honor of the god of crafts. I shall agree. I will forge you a suit of armor. Now leave, I do not wish to see you again. After Wang Nuo departed, Ironblock lay down on the table, lamenting and cursing Wang Nuo. Thief, vampire, my precious wine. Jili not only fulfilled her promise but, upon learning of Wang Nuo's magical depletion, felt a pang of sympathy for him. Given that this entire venture was Wang Nuo's doing, she generously bestowed upon him 200 gold coins to help him gather enough to purchase a magical spring. Thank you, Jili suddenly said. Wang Nuo was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that a noble like Miss Jili would express gratitude to him. Miss Jili, the one who ought to be thankful is I. He replied. In a couple of months, I will be heading to Langia City for my studies, Jili stated. That is indeed a fortunate opportunity, Miss Jili, Wang Nuo remarked. However, I do not wish to go, Jili said. Resting her chin on her hand, may I inquire as to why? Wang Nuo asked. The environment at the school is quite unwelcoming. Due to my lack of talent, they mock me, Jili confessed, her head drooping in sadness. Langia City is the territory of Duke Edward, and apart from the imperial capital, it stands as the most prosperous city in the entire Dulan kingdom. The city is replete with an abundance of nobles. Whereas Jili is merely the daughter of a minor baron, in the academy, her status places her at the very bottom, alongside commoners. No one at the academy would indulge her. The more esteemed nobles look down upon her. And because of her poor magical aptitude, those of similar lineage deride her as well. If she converses with commoners, she is reprimanded by those around her. Jili nearly succumbed to solitude during her year at the academy. And after enduring the tedious meditation, she ultimately chose to leave and return to her family estate. Miss Jili, you should not confine yourself to the perceptions of others. Why concern yourself with their judgments? Wang Nuo observed. Jili did not strike him as unpleasant. She was a whimsical little girl who enjoyed playing pranks on slaves and commoners, yet she would never resort to true malice. Such behavior is a product of the class system, one that cannot be altered. With her head lowered and spirits dampened, Jili pondered why she had seemingly matured overnight. Was it due to her father's embarrassment or witnessing Wang Nuo's prowess as a magician? Miss Jili, consider this. Those commoners dream of sending their children to Dulan Academy, yet due to their status, they will never have the chance. You, on the other hand, were born into a position they could only aspire to attain. This opportunity is one you should cherish, Wang Nuo encouraged. I understand, but the academy also admits commoners. Jili lifted her head to look at Wang Nuo. Dulan Academy accepts commoners? Wang Nuo inquired, astonished. He had gathered some information about Langia City during his time there and had heard that Dulan Academy was considered the finest institution in the Dulan Empire. How could such an esteemed academy accept commoners? Isn't Dulan Academy the best in the empire? Why would it admit commoners? It seems you have truly lost your wits and forgotten this matter. Jili replied, exasperated. This rule was set forth by Lord Vincent himself. Any citizen of the empire may enter the academy, provided they pass the assessment. Vincent? Wang Nuo thought to himself, wondering if this was the same fellow who wielded 2 axes to vanquish foes. Jili recognized from Wang Nuo's expression that he had forgotten even this detail and spoke earnestly. Wang Nuo, if others discover that you do not even know Lord Vincent, you might very well be in grave danger. Miss Jili, I truly have forgotten many things. Could you enlighten me? Wang Nuo implored, astonished that forgetting a name could lead to such dire consequences. Well, Lord Vincent is the idol of all knights. His tales resonate throughout the continent. He is one of the 3 dragon knights of the blessed land. A dragon knight is one who forges a bond with dragons, riding them into battle. Dragons are the mightiest race in the blessed land. favored by the heavens, born with powers akin to that of a human star mage. Moreover, dragons possess innate immunity to elemental magic, and their physical prowess rivals that of star knights. You can imagine just how formidable dragons truly are. And for Vincent to establish a pact with them is nothing short of extraordinary. His power must be utterly terrifying. Not only that, but the veins of dragons provide the finest material for bows. Their blood is the best potion for body refinement, their horns are exquisite for magical crafting, and their hides serve as the finest armor. If one were to slay a dragon, congratulations, you would have struck gold. And your wealth would reach unimaginable heights. However, due to the dragon's propensity for slumber and the difficulty of their reproduction, they are exceedingly rare. According to human estimates, the number of living dragons in the Blessed Land does not exceed 50. Impressive dragon knights, Wang Nuo marveled. Lord Vincent was born a commoner. Jili dropped another bombshell. How is that possible? Wang Nuo exclaimed in disbelief. In this world of strict hierarchy, how could a commoner achieve such heights? It was akin to a child defeating a mage, an absurdity. Incredible, isn't it? I too find it hard to believe, but it is the truth. His name is known throughout the empire. He is the idol of all knights, particularly among commoners, who revere him with almost fanatical devotion. Thus, I reiterate, if you do not know his name, you might find yourself in peril. Jili's eyes sparkled with pride as she spoke of Vincent. Feeling a sense of pride as a citizen of the Dulan Empire, now do you comprehend the greatness of Lord Vincent? Indeed, he is remarkable. So was the admission of commoners to Dulan Academy his initiative? Yes, at the time, all the nobles opposed it, including His Majesty the King, Jili replied, and then, Wang Nuo asked, intrigued. It is said that Lord Vincent rode a giant dragon to the royal capital to negotiate with those nobles. And only then did they relent. Jili shared with growing excitement, momentarily forgetting her own noble status as she leaned closer to Wang Nuo and whispered, in truth, it was not merely a negotiation. Lord Vincent thrashed those dissenting nobles to compel their agreement, but this is a secret, so do not let it slip. Wow, that is truly impressive. Wang Nuo was completely in awe of this Lord Vincent. Wow, what does that mean? Jili inquired curiously. Wow expresses surprise, and impressive means remarkable, Wang Nuo casually replied, bemused by her thought process. Is that really important? Not particularly. You think it's impressive too, right? Wang Nuo felt as though a crow had flown over his head. Jili was evidently pleased with Wang Nuo's reaction. Indeed, it is incredibly impressive, truly remarkable. Wang Nuo nodded. Only a legendary figure such as this could shatter the class system and overturn the rules of nobility in such a world. From this day forth, he shall be my idol, Wang Nuo declared loudly. It was difficult not to regard such a person as an idol. In truth, Wang Nuo harbored a wish of his own, to find a place in this world where he could create a haven free of class distinctions. A modest locale perhaps accommodating a few thousand souls, yet he understood that this was but a fanciful dream unless he could achieve feats akin to those of Vincent. Wang Nuo, after you leave, where do you intend to go? Jili asked. Langya City, Wang Nuo replied with unwavering certainty. This had already been a predetermined path, and now, having heard the tales of Vincent, his yearning intensified. To glimpse such a legendary figure, even if just once, would be a source of immense satisfaction. Really, that is wonderful. I shall be able to come and visit you then, Jili exclaimed joyfully. In some sense, Wang Nuo should be considered her only friend. Very well, what of your enemy, that star mage? Where is he from? Will he come after you again? Jili inquired, her tone laced with concern. Miss, he is not from this region, he hails from the wilderness, Wang Nuo explained. The wilderness lies a great distance away, one at the southernmost point and the other at the northernmost. That is excellent. This means that the star mage is unlikely to appear here, Jili said, her spirits lifting. Indeed, miss, but for safety's sake, I shall depart as soon as possible, Wang Nuo assured her. That sounds prudent. You should head to Langya City ahead of time. It is quite safe there, especially with Duke Edward's presence. The star mage would not dare to act recklessly, Jili advised. Langya City, due to the influence of both Vincent and Edward, stands as a paragon of security within the entire realm of humanity. Thank you, Miss Jili. I shall take my leave now, Wang Nuo said as he rose to bid farewell. Please inform me when you depart. It is a pity you cannot accompany me to school. The journey by carriage will take over a month. How dreadfully boring, Jili lamented. Very well, Mississippi. Wang Nuo would not be leaving just yet. He still needed to wait for Tai Kwai to forge his armor and for AI-1. Each day, Wang Nuo would visit the market, yet he had not encountered AI-1 even once. I shall wait a few more days, if Tai Kwai does not appear with the armor by then. I will not concern myself any longer, Wang Nuo thought to himself, eagerly anticipating a journey to Langius City and the chance to witness the city itself. Upon returning home, Wang Nuo released Aimuti and retrieved the yellow paper he had prepared during this time. The talismans were dwindling, and it was time to replenish his stock. Ggggg, I'm hungry. You just had your meal at noon. How can you be hungry already? Wang Nuo replied. Ggggg. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Nuo stood and fetched a jar of beast blood from his room, tossing it to Aimuti. I must get to work, go drink in your room. Ggg no. Aimuti refused, standing beside Wang Nuo. Suit yourself, but do not disturb me, Wang Nuo retorted before placing 3 incense sticks into the cauldron. O great ancestor, hear my plea. After completing the incense offering, Wang Nuo sat at the table, took a clay jar, added some cinnabar and beast blood, then pricked his finger to let a few drops of blood fall in before commencing his talisman drawing. Aimuti clutched the jar, watching beside him. After a while, growing bored, Aimuti scampered off to the coffin in the room to sleep, and so Wang Nuo worked diligently for 4 hours, crafting over 70 talismans. Once he had tidied up, he glanced at the sky outside. Night had fallen. O great ancestor, this cultivation of my skills is progressing far too slowly. When shall I reach the 4th tier? Wang Nuo sighed. At present, his capabilities were limited to a supportive role entirely reliant on Aimuti for offensive output. Aimuti's methods of attack consisted merely of poking, hitting, kicking, jumping, and headbutting, which were decidedly uncharacteristic of a magical realm. In Sancha town, after fainting from casting a soul summoning spell, his ancestor had imparted several formidable spells to him. Alas, even the most basic of these required him to reach the 4th tier before he could wield them. Following a gradual and methodical approach, achieving the 4th tier alone would take him over a decade, let alone the 6th or 7th tiers. Wang Nuo harbored a persistent belief that there must be a shortcut to mastering the Tao. One that he had yet to uncover. Among the teachings of his ancestor, there existed a spell at the 4th tier called Huang Jinli Shi, which could summon a colossal stone giant of immense strength to assist him in battle. Taking out a piece of yellow paper, Wang Nuo fashioned a small bowl, eager to test his ability to succeed. To enhance his chances, he decided to use only his own blood for this attempt. With eyes closed, he meticulously practiced the drawing of Huang Jinli Shi in his mind, ensuring he had it committed to memory. Grasping a brush, he performed a hand gesture. The brush, saturated with his blood, descended onto the yellow paper, making 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. Wang Nuo felt his internal energy rapidly depleting. At that moment, he had only completed half of the talisman. Just as he reached the 2/3 mark, he hit his limit, his head spinning, and he collapsed onto the ground, the talisman on the table reduced to ashes. Only a third remained. What a pity! Gasping for breath, Wang Nuo pondered whether there were alternative methods to improve his odds of success. Moonlight, a high-quality peachwood brush. Yes, he could also use red talisman paper, however, those considerations would have to wait. His energy was nearly exhausted, and he would need to rest for a month or so before he could recover. Chapter 26, Custom Armor. Examining the blueprints, Wang Nuo noted that spikes needed to be forged onto both shoulders, as well as on the heels, and similarly at the back and top of the helmet. Holding the plans, he explained his armor requirements to Taikwa, who would put such things on armor. Are you a hedgehog? Do you still possess the dignity of a knight? Should I fashion you a visor as well? Taikwa scoffed. Upon hearing Taikwa's remarks, inspiration struck Wang Nuo. Truly, as a blacksmith, his insight was piercingly accurate. He must protect his face as well. Indeed, clever. Wait, I shall revise the helmet design to include a visor with a few holes for breathing and visibility. Can't you tell I'm mocking you? Taikwa stood atop the table, saliva almost landing on Wang Nuo's face. Well, don't concern yourself, I shall have it made just as I wish, Wang Nuo asserted. Knightly dignity was inconsequential, his life was paramount. Furthermore, the armor should resemble fish scales. The knees and thighs must be separated for enhanced agility. Don't look at me like that, I'm doing this to save you materials. Do you think me a fool? This fish scale armor requires each piece to be crafted individually, and then linked together. Just that alone would waste over half a month of my time? And you still demand it to be hard and resilient. This cannot be forged from ordinary materials. By the gods of craftsmanship, put an end to this demon. He seeks to exhaust the esteemed Taikwa for the sake of aesthetics. Naturally, Taikwa was unwilling. He felt that Wang Nuo was deliberately tormenting him. He was only prepared to invest 40 gold coins in Wang Nuo's armor, and according to Wang Nuo's specifications, the materials alone would cost at least 80 gold coins. You understand nothing. This fish scale can dissipate force, you know, Wang Nuo retorted. This is the wisdom of our ancestors from Blue Star, dissipate force? Taikwa queried, perplexed. Of course, watch closely. Wang Nuo gathered some tiles, stacking them piece by piece to form a fish scale pattern. Observe, I will strike here with my sword due to the slant of the fish scales. The force will be transmitted along these gaps, thereby dispersing a portion of the impact. This is physics, understand? Wang Nuo derided. Taikwa pondered. He had never considered that armor could be crafted in such a manner. Armor, as a vital protection for knights, had always prioritized sturdiness. If constructed as Wang Nuo suggested, not only would its durability be preserved, but it could also dissipate force. Is this your own invention? Of course. Wang Nuo boasted shamelessly. I won't believe it. You must have seen it somewhere. Taikwa sneered, unwilling to acknowledge Wang Nuo's brilliance, convinced that such an ingenious concept was beyond him. How could Wang Nuo possibly think of this? Then don't concern yourself. I intend to proceed as I wish. Just tell me whether you will forge it or not. If not, return my crossbow blueprints. Wang Nuo threatened. Curse you, Wang Nuo, even if I spent all my gold. I couldn't create the armor you desire. To achieve the quality you seek, it would require at least 100 gold coins. Do you understand? 100 gold coins, and Taikwa does not possess that much. Taikwa bellowed, are you trying to deceive me? Wang Nuo questioned, skeptical of Taikwa's motives. Taikwa's face flushed, concealed by his beard and hair. Indeed, he had intended to pocket 20 gold coins, yet he stubbornly replied. If you don't believe me, then go buy the materials yourself. I shall forge it for free. Do you have the materials? Dare you use those from the Baroness estate? Wang Nuo inquired. That is no concern of yours. Agree, and bring forth the gold. Thanks to Wang Nuo, Taikwa's status had risen considerably. He was now a significant figure in the Baroness estate. Steward Rio had already spoken with Taikwa, providing him with a wealth of precious materials, requesting that he forge several crossbows to stockpile. Crossbows were sure to become standard equipment for knights, inevitably appearing on the market, and selling them would be a lucrative venture. This batch of materials was perfectly suited for crafting Wang Nuo's armor. Of course, dwarves never skim on their clients' materials. He simply needed to inform Steward Rio of his intentions, and as long as he compensated with gold, Rio would not object. Don't think you can deceive me, Taikwa. I will give you a maximum of 80 gold coins. Wang Nuo probed. Go to hell, Wang Nuo, the Dwarven King will punish you. Taikwa exclaimed, exasperated. He was being asked to work for nothing. 80 coins. If you refuse, I shall seek another. 80 is insufficient. Return my blueprints. Wang Nuo threatened. Wang Nuo, we are the best of friends. You cannot expect me to work for free. Without ale, I shall perish, Taikwa lamented, attempting to adopt a softer approach, a tactic he had learned from Wang Nuo over the past few months. I will give you 100 gold coins, but you must make a crossbow within the armor's arm. I will provide you with the blueprints. If you refuse, then so be it, Wang Nuo declared. Within the arm, how would that work? Taikwa inquired. Wang Nuo explained to Taikwa how to create the mechanism. It needs to be concealed, invisible to others. We can create a mechanism at the fingers. When I wear it, I will place the switch on my middle finger. As soon as I raise my hand, the mechanism will trigger, and the crossbow bolt will fly forth. Once Wang Nuo finished explaining, Taikwa stood in stunned silence, envisioning Wang Nuo battling others. He suddenly raised his hand, saying, wait, and imagined a crossbow bolt taking down an opponent. Wang Nuo, you are more cunning than a gnome, Taikwa praised genuinely. This is wisdom. Just tell me if you can create it. Wang Nuo taunted. Of course, we dwarves are born as divine craftsmen. Your request is something only we dwarves can accomplish. However, it will require additional payment. Taikwa boasted of his kind. Impossible. 100 gold coins. If you refuse, I shall leave immediately. 120 gold coins. Hand over the blueprints. 110. The blueprints. 105. The blueprints. Damn you, Wang Nuo. I swear this will be our last transaction. I shall never assist you again. Taikwa fumed. Wang Nuo conversed with Geely for a while, then left the Baroness estate and made his way to the market. Many days had passed, and calculating the time, the lad named Ai Li should be arriving soon. As if sensing this, the moment Wang Nuo reached the market, he spotted Ai Li standing at the entrance, scanning the bustling crowd. A package at his feet. From a distance, he caught a whiff of an ominous aura. Ai Li, my lord. Upon seeing Wang Nuo, Ai Li hurriedly picked up the package, approaching with delight. I guessed you must have brought me good news. Wang Nuo smiled. My lord, my friends, and I scoured the entire mountain, but we only found this much. As Ai Li began to open the backpack, he was halted by Wang Nuo, having heard Taikwa's account. He needed to exercise caution. Follow me. Aili Chapter 27. Do you have aspirations? Wang Nuo led Aili back to his home. Upon reaching the doorstep, Aili set down the package and stood at the entrance. Come inside. No, my lord, I might dirty your home. Just look at whether this is enough for your gold coins. If it isn't, I will return it to you. Aili shook his hands in refusal. Not a problem, come in, Wang Nuo urged. My lord, I said come in. Wang Nuo feigned anger. Yes, my lord. Aili plucked a handful of grass from the roadside, wiping the mud from his shoes. After tidying himself, he nervously stepped into the room. His hands clutching the hems of his trousers, standing tensely inside. Is the place where you gathered this far from here? Wang Nuo inquired. He could sense the presence of dark entities, and knowing that Aili and his companions would not be able to uncover those buried underground, he needed to investigate personally. My lord, it would take about 15 days on foot. Aili pondered aloud, contemplating how it was conceivable for adults to traverse on foot. He hastily remarked, if we were to ride horses or take a carriage, it would only take 4 days. Very well, take me there tomorrow, and I shall compensate you. You may stay here for the night. No, my lord, I cannot. Aili quickly declined, for he did not dare to entertain such a luxury. All right, find yourself a place to rest for the night, and come seek me in the morning. Observing Aili's discomfort, Wang Nuo chose not to press him further. With a sigh, he tossed several silver coins to Aili. Lamenting the wretchedness of the slave society, thank you, my lord. Go now. Upon opening the pouch, Aili discovered 7 or 8 iron pieces of various sizes, 4 of which exhibited a remarkably low density of dark energy. Likely due to prolonged exposure to sunlight, Wang Nuo summoned Aimuti, gesturing towards the table, hastened to consume. Aimuti excitedly bounded over, eagerly absorbing the dark energy piece by piece, finishing it all within a minute. Come here, let me see if there are any changes, Wang Nuo called out. Aimuti proudly extended his right hand, revealing that his palm had entirely changed color. The originally pale blue skin now appeared a more vibrant yellow-white, looking significantly more normal. Well done, Wang Nuo praised, observing Aimuti swaying as if intoxicated. He affixed a talisman and then placed him into the coffin, opening the skylight with bamboo to allow the moonlight to touch Aimuti. He approached the window only to find Aili sitting at the roadside, having found a sheltered corner to wait for him throughout the night. What a morbid world, Wang Nuo muttered to himself. This ailing human realm was comprised of 1 in 10,000 nobles and an overwhelming 99.99% of commoners, of whom the vast majority served that minuscule fraction. Even more absurd was the fact that the lives of these 99.99% were entirely at the mercy of that 1 in 10,000. Wang Nuo thought of the old man slain by slave traders and the slaves who had been arbitrarily executed by the steward. The world should not be this way, though altering the world was a formidable task. One must at least try. Perhaps the heavens had sent him here to incite change in this world. The following morning, as Wang Nuo stepped outside, Aili rushed over, evidently having not slept a wink. Go rent a carriage and wait for me here. Wang Nuo handed Aili a gold coin, uncertain of the rental cost. Yes, my lord. Upon arriving at the baron's estate, the servant informed him that Geely had yet to awaken. Originally intending to speak with her, he now had to rely on Ironblock to convey the message. Approaching Ironblock's quarters, he could hear loud snoring from a distance. Upon reaching the door, a strong scent of alcohol wafted out. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, who is it? Ironblock's furious voice erupted, followed by the door being flung open. Wang Nuo glanced over and saw Ironblock clad in fluffy black trousers. His upper body bare, a thick mat of hair adorning his chest, accentuating his robust physique, a rather eye-watering sight. God is fair. He bestowed upon you the talent for forging, yet took away your normal appearance. What do you want? Why disturb Lord Ironblock's rest? Oh, we are friends, are we not? Not since yesterday. Well, it seems my wine has gone to waste. I might as well give it to Uncle now. Wang Nuo feigned an intention to leave, but Ironblock quickly seized him, pulling him inside with such strength. How were you captured? Humph, I was tricked by you humans and got drunk. Otherwise, do you think they could have caught me? Ironblock opened a bottle and took a swig. All right, you win, but why didn't you flee once you sobered up? Why would I run? I merely snuck out to find some drink. The nobles won't kill us. In the end, we all forge iron, and they provide us with wine. Ironblock responded nonchalantly. Humans and dwarves share a decent relationship. Knights favor armor and great swords crafted by dwarves. As long as we do not overstep, our lives are generally safe. It seems you are living quite well now. You ought to thank me, Wang Nuo remarked. Upon hearing this, Ironblock promptly downed the remainder of his drink and thrust the empty bottle into Wang Nuo's hands. No more, it's yours. Wang Nuo chuckled at the bottle. You only return it after you've drained it dry. I won't seek your assistance. I plan to be away for a while, roughly half a month. Please convey this to Miss Geely. You should have said so earlier. That is doable. Iron Block replied with relief. As for my armor, please expedite the process. If you manage to procure it for me within half a month, I shall reward you with 5 gold coins. 10, 6, or I shall take my leave. Fine, 6 it is, but advance the payment. After handing Iron Block 6 gold coins, Wang Nuo departed from the Baron's estate, where Ailey was already waiting with a rented carriage at the entrance. My lord, your money. Wang Nuo eyed the gold coins in Ailey's hand, puzzled. Doesn't renting a carriage cost money? I covered it myself. The iron pieces earned me a gold coin, so I have profited quite a bit. Renting the carriage doesn't cost much, Ailey explained. Wang Nuo nodded as he entered the house, aware that even if he offered Ailey the money, he would refuse. After retrieving AI Muti and tidying his gear, he set off. To save costs, Ailey took on the role of the coachman. Upon leaving the city, the road conditions deteriorated significantly, even within the city. They were hardly better. Ailey had opted for the most dilapidated carriage to save money, offering no semblance of comfort. As they journeyed over the bumpy terrain, Wang Nuo found no interest in sitting inside the carriage and instead climbed to the front beside Ailey. My lord, would you like to disembark? Ailey inquired as he halted the carriage. No, proceed slowly. I wish to enjoy the scenery. Wang Nuo reclined against the side of the carriage. Oh, very well. The pace of the carriage slowed considerably, and the scenery was indeed splendid, with dense forests all around, untouched by human hands, and a plethora of lush plants thriving. Wang Nuo noticed Ailey's nervousness and sought to initiate a conversation. Ailey, do you have aspirations? Chapter 28, Aspirations. Ailey, do you have aspirations? Wang Nuo's question took Ailey by surprise. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from a lord of the castle. A nobleman discussing aspirations with a mere servant, should this be revealed, others would surely deem him mad. Do not be anxious, Ailey. I am not a formidable lord. We are merely having a casual chat. Of course, if you prefer not to discuss it, I shall not press you. Not at all, my lord. It is my honor. And what, pray tell, are your aspirations? I wish to be a knight's squire, to follow a knight and assist him with his sword and horse, Ailey expressed with longing. Wang Nuo fell silent, pondering how many individuals like Ailey roamed the continent, living in an environment that instilled such cautious dreams, so fearful of even voicing the desire to become a knight. Have you never considered becoming a knight yourself? Ha, I dare not, Ailey replied with a foolish grin. To be a knight, that would be something extraordinary. If I were truly to become one, the entire village would envy me. But alas, it is merely a fantasy. Armory, great swords, steeds, each one a figment of my dreams. Isn't Dueling Academy open to commoners? Wang Nuo inquired. Yes, commoners can participate in the assessment starting at the age of 16. And if they pass, they may enter the academy. I attempted the test last year but failed even the first round, Ailey admitted with some embarrassment. What does the test entail? Speed, strength, technique? Wang Nuo found himself at a loss for words. How many commoners could pass such tests? They struggled daily just to survive. Who had time to train for speed and strength, and technique? How could one learn it without a teacher? Are there many applicants? Countless, every year. Many come for the new term. Are many accepted? Very few indeed. When I went last year, fewer than 10 were accepted all day. A fellow from our neighboring village was accepted. He returned home a few days ago, riding the armor and horse provided by the academy. He looked so impressive, especially with that magnificent sword. As Ailey spoke of knights, his nervousness dissipated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, he soon fell silent, a hint of sadness in his expression. For he had visited the neighboring village, hoping to become that fortunate one squire, only to be rejected. How he longed to touch the beautiful great sword and valiant steed. Does the academy provide war horses, armor, and weapons for free? Wang Nuo queried. Yes, it is stipulated by Lord Vincent the Dragon Knight that anyone who passes the assessment at 16 will receive a complete set, Ailey replied. Wang Nuo contemplated this, realizing that the funding must come from Vincent himself. Nobles would never spend their wealth on commoners. Providing the knight's 3-piece set to talented commoners was a means to alleviate their feelings of inferiority at the academy. This legendary knight's actions were truly commendable. All praise to Lord Vincent, Wang Nuo said sincerely. All praise to Lord Vincent, Ailey echoed. Time flew by, and before long dusk settled and Ailey drove the carriage to a gathering place. The night here lacked streetlights, and the forest was perilous after dark, prompting the townsfolk to gather at such spots, waiting for dawn before departing. There were many such gathering places. In the open area, Some villagers who had come to trade had already lit torches. Glancing curiously at the approaching carriage, Wang Nuo dismounted from the carriage, and the structure here was rather rudimentary. It was merely a circle of stones enclosing the area. With people gathered inside. In certain places, additional circles had been formed, serving as a windbreak. Upon noticing Wang Nuo approaching the bonfire, the surrounding individuals immediately rose to their feet, preparing to relocate and rekindle the flames. Given Wang Nuo's attire, it was evident that he did not belong to the common folk, and they were reluctant to risk their lives in such a remote wilderness. Wang Nuo stood awkwardly beside the fire for a few seconds before retreating back into the carriage. The moment he departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Ali, are there any acquaintances of yours inside? There are some adults, you should seek them out to warm yourself." "Very well, my lord, I shall first kindle the fire for you." Ali gathered the branches he had found and began striking two stones together, but his luck was lacking. He only produced sparks without flames. Wang Nuo retrieved a talisman, performed a hand gesture, and cast it upon the branches. Xintian Wuji Qin Kuan borrowing method. Ignite. Suddenly, a roaring fire erupted, startling Ali, who gazed at Wang Nuo with wide eyes, his mouth agape. Conjuring fire out of thin air was surely a feat reserved for wizards. Go find your friends. There's no need to attend to me here. All right, my lord, Wally stammered in response. Ali was filled with doubt. Could this gentleman truly be a wizard? Yet, during their first encounter, he had been clad in the armor of the Lord's guards. "Hey, Ali, who is that gentleman? Why are you helping him with the carriage? He is a lord from the Lord's manor. He wishes to hunt in our area." Ali replied, "Hunting so far away, the thoughts of the wealthy are truly peculiar. Ali, do not ask others for money unprompted. If he refuses, let it be. Understand." An elderly man nearby advised to Grandpa Bakin, "This lord is different from the others." Ali attempted to explain. "In what way is he different?" Someone inquired. "He has neither struck me nor scolded me, and he even gave me money in advance. Moreover, along the way, he asked me about my aspirations." Ali recounted. Laughter erupted from the group, their harsh realities having long since dulled their sensitivities. What aspirations could a group of commoners entertain? Hearing the laughter, Ali felt a pang of disappointment. He truly was different from those gentlemen. Ali shared his conversation with Wang Nuo with his friends. Although others remained skeptical, Ali trusted his instincts. Though their voices were low, the content of their discussion reached Wang Nuo's ears. The group chatted and laughed, producing large flatbreads from their bundles and roasting them on the flames. Once Ali had finished cooking one, he intended to offer it to Wang Nuo to taste. "What are you doing, Mully?" "I am bringing it to the Lord for him to try. Don't be foolish. He wouldn't eat such a thing." "But the Lord did not bring food," Ali argued. "Ali, you fool, how can you be so careless? What if he gets angry and strikes you?" Someone interjected. "He won't." Ali mustered his courage and walked toward the carriage with the flatbread in hand. "Do you think that Lord will eat it?" "Certainly not. Let us hope Ali does not face punishment." Indeed, these lords are not easy to please. Ali approached the carriage and called out, "My lord." Wang Nuo stepped down from the carriage, and upon seeing Ali holding the roasted flatbread, he looked at him with a hint of anticipation. "Thank you, Ali. I happen to be quite hungry." Wang Nuo took a bite of the flatbread. It was far from delicious, bearing a rather bitter taste, yet he devoured it heartily, finishing nearly half in a few bites. Wang Nuo then retrieved a bottle of wine from the carriage and handed it to Ali. Ali, stunned, instinctively accepted the bottle, his mind lingering on the words of gratitude. This feeling was indeed peculiar, as if he were being acknowledged. "Go share the fine wine with your friends, do not mind me," Wang Nuo said before returning to the carriage. The thank you had been intentional. He wished to conduct an experiment to see if his respect could awaken the slumbering dignity within Ali. "Did you see that? The Lord ate a significant piece," Ali remarked. "We saw. This Lord must have endured hardship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to consume such fare. I too sense that this Lord is somewhat different. Just now the Lord even thanked me. Look, he has given us this wine." As Ali uncorked the bottle, a rich aroma of grape wine wafted through the air, causing those around him to swallow hard. They had never tasted such fine wine. Chapter 29, Taiping Village. The journey passed swiftly. In Wang Nuo's presence, Ali felt less constrained and shared numerous amusing anecdotes. After 8 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at their destination, Qinghao Village. It was a picturesque village, nestled beside mountains and rivers, where some women washed clothes by the riverbank while a few children chased each other with sticks. "Brother Ali, you've returned." It was evident that Ali was well liked, as many greeted him upon sight. What puzzled Wang Nuo, however, was the absence of men. He had not encountered a single one. Ali's home consisted of 3 rooms constructed from large stones. Rather modest in appearance, with a hearth in the corner darkened by smoke, Wang Nuo noticed a wooden sword and several small horse models in the corner. "Ali, is there no one at home?" "Indeed, my lord, my mother passed away early, and my father died a few years back," Wali said, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Did he succumb to illness?" "Not at all, some years ago when noble lady came to hunt. And the village men were driven into the mountains to corner wild beasts. They later encountered magical beasts and perished," Ali explained. Memories of the past still vivid in his mind. No compensation was offered. 1 silver coin per person. Wang Nuo's teeth ground together in disbelief. A human life was worth but a silver coin. A gold coin could buy 100 lives. Was life truly so cheap? Without the men, how would the remaining elderly, weak, and women survive? "Let us venture into the mountains." "Very well, my lord." Ali led Wang Nuo deep into the mountains, where, apart from the areas dominated by various races, the majority of the land was comprised of towering mountains and flowing rivers. After 3 hours of walking, they arrived at the spot where Ali had first discovered iron shards. In Wang Nuo's perception, countless dark spots appeared densely underground. "Indeed, there is an abundance below. Ali, begin digging here." Wang Nuo also took up a shovel and moved to the opposite side. In his sensing, the malevolent energy was located about 5 meters underground. As if arranged within a vast chamber, Wang Nuo produced a copper mirror and summoned Aimuti. For digging, Aimuti was undoubtedly more suited. The appearance of Aimuti startled Ali, causing him to sit down in shock. "Do not be afraid. His name is Aimuti, my summoned beast." Wang Nuo reassured him with a smile. "You are a wizard?" Ali asked tentatively. "Indeed, how impressive." With Aimuti's assistance, their digging speed increased significantly. Aimuti, with its rear raised, swiftly excavated large clumps of earth. After 4 or 5 hours of labor, they had unearthed a pit over 100 square meters in size, revealing numerous decaying iron pieces below. Wang Nuo casually pushed aside the iron, uncovering layer upon layer beneath. "Just how much is this?" he wondered, astonished. According to the records, these remnants were to be collected for destruction after the Great War. Why had this area been overlooked? With such a wealth of iron, one could only speculate how far Aimuti could evolve. "Ali, no need to dig further." Wang Nuo halted Ali's efforts. "At this depth, Aimuti could directly consume the energy. You may return for now. Come back tomorrow." "Very well, my lord." Once Ali departed, Wang Nuo observed Aimuti, who was now eagerly positioned at the edge of the pit. "Feast." A stream of blue light surged from the ground, all of it entering Aimuti's nostrils. The blue glow intensified, enveloping Aimuti entirely, and a faint blue luminescence radiated from its form. As the energy was consumed, Aimuti collapsed into the pit, prompting Wang Nuo to rush over. As he approached, he felt a chilling air, involuntarily shivering. Aimuti, he called several times, but received no response. Wang Nuo lightly slapped Aimuti's face, yet it remained unresponsive. Its skin felt impossibly hard, as if he were striking cold steel. "Goodness, how firm." After circling Aimuti, Wang Nuo noted that its skin was rapidly transforming, taking on a brass hue. Could it be that it has overdosed on energy and fainted? Wang Nuo thought, vexed. The entire process continued for 6 hours before all the malevolent energy had been absorbed into Aimuti's being. Its skin shifted from brass to silver. Wang Nuo threw a punch, and a wave of recoil reverberated back. Glancing at his knuckles, he saw they were swollen. As several more hours passed, Aimuti showed no signs of awakening. With dawn approaching, Wang Nuo gathered some branches to construct a shelter, placing Aimuti inside it. He felt uneasy about returning it to his realm, wishing to remain vigilant concerning Aimuti's transformation. As Wang Nuo's premier summoned beast and protector, Aimuti's existence directly influenced his current state of survival. At noon, Ali brought some food, consisting of flatbreads and meat. "Ali, is there a blacksmith in the village? After that incident in the mountains, he perished, and now there is none." "How many people remain in the village, and how many men are there?" "My lord, there are over 80 individuals, with 28 men and 8 children. Go summon all the men in the village to gather here, and remember to bring an axe." Ali assumed Wang Nuo intended to venture into the mountains for hunting, and memories of events from years past surged back to his mind. "My lord, please spare us. The village cannot afford to lose any more men. If another dies, we will all be unable to survive." Ali suddenly knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He recalled that day when the noble lady had similarly instructed the able-bodied to take bows and axes and accompany her into the mountains, promising rewards, yet ultimately none returned. The noblewoman merely left behind a handful of silver coins and departed with her entourage. The families of the deceased received less than a silver coin, and the entire village was engulfed in grief. How many had become widows, how many orphans? This tragedy had only unfolded a few years ago, and they had only just emerged from their sorrow, struggling to survive. Must they endure such anguish once more? I beseech you, my lord, spare us. There are young children in the village, and they are still so small. Ali repeatedly struck his head against the ground, pleading with Wang Nuo for mercy. Ali, rise, my lord, I implore you. You may take my life, but spare them. I have no need for gold coins, they remain at home, I do not want them. Stand up, Wang Nuo bellowed, approaching Ali, and lifting him up forcefully. Ali's forehead was bruised and caked with dirt. Tears streaming down his freckled face, and snot dripped from his chin. Damn it. Wang Nuo kicked a nearby iron shovel away in frustration, his heart ablaze with fury. He longed to exact vengeance on that hunting noble girl who had destroyed the entire village for the sake of a mere game. The survivors bore the psychological scars of that day. Ali, listen to me. I do not intend to hunt. My lord, is that true? Indeed, I do not hunt. I wish to assist you. Come, I shall descend the mountain with you, and I will speak to them. Wang Nuo took Ali by the hand, leading him down the mountain, instructing Ali to gather everyone together. Chapter 30. The fault lies with the world. The villagers were summoned, their faces filled with trepidation as they gazed at the finely dressed Wang Nuo, uncertain of his intentions. I have gathered you here to request your assistance in the mountains. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately knelt, including the children, who were pulled down by their guardians. My lord, grant us mercy. My lord, we cannot venture into the mountains again. My lord, enough, Wang Nuo shouted, then lowered his gaze, perplexed by his own hair-trigger temper that day. Was it due to the dignity lost under noble oppression, or was it rage directed at that noble woman's actions? Yet, no matter how furious he felt, it was unjust to unleash his ire upon these unfortunate souls. I apologize. Wang Nuo retrieved a bag filled with gold coins from his belongings, placing it on the table before him and opening it. The sight of the coins awed the crowd. They had never encountered such wealth. I do not wish for you to hunt. I only need your help to transport some items. I discovered some iron within, and I require your assistance to retrieve it and forge it anew. Wang Nuo explained. As he descended the mountain, he had devised a plan. He intended to undertake significant changes for this village. Transforming the world is arduous, yet altering a village is not insurmountable, and he possessed the capability to effect such change. Ali, tell them whether I am deceiving them. On their way down, Wang Nuo elaborated on his intentions. Ali stepped forward and spoke. Yes, there are some iron pieces, and my lord wishes to extract them. The villagers murmured among themselves. Many still skeptical, haunted by the traumatic events of years past. Women are also welcome, Wang Nuo added, aware that the villagers would remain guarded. If so, he would employ women instead, even if it meant making multiple trips. Furthermore, for your labor, I shall compensate you. Here is a gold coin. I will hire 15 individuals to assist me, and this coin represents your wages for one day, to be paid until the task is completed. I can provide today's wages up front. Wang Nuo handed the gold coin to Ali, instructing him to exchange it for silver coins to place on the table. Now, those willing to work, please step forward. Under the allure of money, several men emerged, while others were firmly restrained by the women behind them. They remained unable to trust Wang Nuo. Such was the tragedy of their era. Once harmed, healing took an eternity. Women may also participate. Ultimately, a few women stepped forward, as the prospect of earning several silver coins in a single day proved irresistible. Quickly gathering the necessary 15 individuals, now, I require 2 cooks. Their wages will be the same, and they need not ascend the mountain but will prepare meals in the village while we are away. Who is willing? Wang Nuo inquired. I am willing, hearing that they would not need to venture into the mountains. More women eagerly volunteered, clamoring to express their willingness. You too shall suffice. This gold coin is your responsibility. Bring forth as much cured meat as possible to feed the 15. Wang Nuo handed the coin to a matron and, noticing the children kneeling on the ground, added, prepare extra. The children shall eat for free. I intend to stay here for an extended period. Should funds run low, seek Ali or me. Upon realizing that assisting Wang Nuo came with such generous compensation, including meat, the villagers found it hard to believe that they knew that whenever they pulled their goods for sale, they barely earned a few silver coins. My lord, we thank you for your kindness. Ali was the first to kneel, calling out Wang Nuo's name in reverence, and soon the others followed suit. Now that the good news is concluded, I must share some bad news. As Wang Nuo uttered these words, the crowd fell silent. Sensing that fortune rarely falls from the sky. Do not be alarmed. The bad news is that no one is permitted to kneel before me on a whim. Anyone who kneels shall lose 1 silver coin. Now, please rise. The villagers looked at Wang Nuo in confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind this decree. Wasn't bowing to their lord a customary act of respect? Under the rigid class system, servility had been ingrained within them. Kneeling was merely a commonplace occurrence. Under Ali's command, the villagers returned home to fetch their tools and followed Wang Nuo into the mountains. Ali, do not kneel so easily. As they walked, Wang Nuo suddenly remarked, "Why, my lord, we kneel simply to show you respect." Ali replied, puzzled. It is not respect. It is more akin to fear. One cannot remain kneeling indefinitely, for if one kneels too long, they may never rise again. Wang Nuo stated, "My lord, I still do not understand. In time, you will comprehend." Ali, I once read a story about a people known as the Chinese. In another world, they faced enemies whose strength far surpassed their own. Some chose to kneel, while others chose to resist. Ultimately, those who knelt perished, while those who stood victorious. Wang Nuo sought to impart wisdom to Ali, realizing that discussing dignity in a world of magic seemed absurd. However, he wished to convey a principle: kneeling before the powerful is not shameful, yet one must understand the reason for their submission. One must possess faith to truly live as a human. Do they not fear death? Ali inquired. Yes, everyone fears death, but what is more terrifying than death is a death devoid of dignity. Each of them harbors a belief. Their faith is to protect their families. Countless lives have been sacrificed to safeguard their loved ones. They have built a new great wall from flesh and blood, yet they never forget the reason for their submission, Wang Nuo explained. Are you implying that we should not kneel before nobles? Ali asked. No, currently you lack the strength to stand. Failing to kneel may lead to your demise, therefore you must kneel. However, do not allow it to become a habit. You must understand why you kneel. There is a distinction between compromising one's dignity and yielding to oppression. You must cultivate a belief within your heart, a belief in self-improvement, and remind yourself that you can become someone like Vincent. Ali scratched his head, pondering how it could be possible to become someone like Lord Vincent. If only Lord Vincent would deign to speak a word to him, even if it were to announce his impending death. He would gladly accept. I will make you understand. Wang Nuo recognized the change would not occur overnight. He could not instantly alter their perceptions. Such transformation must unfold gradually. He aimed to change this village. But first, he must possess the capability to protect it. Otherwise, he would truly endanger their lives. To safeguard this village, he must obtain a noble title and become its lord upon reaching the excavated pit on the mountain. Wang Nuo began directing some villagers to fell trees while the others dug for iron ore. He instructed the villagers to stack the felled trees together and pile the retrieved iron pieces atop the wood. These iron blocks would prove useful to him. He had subtly inquired about the iron pieces, learning that they could be repurposed after being heated. The tasks within the pit are undoubtedly insurmountable in a single effort. As Wang Nuo glanced at the time, he gathered the villagers and together they descended the mountain with the heated iron scraps. At that moment, the villagers finally felt a sense of relief. And they exerted themselves with renewed vigor as they carried their burdens. Upon reaching the village, the food was already prepared, but due to the reluctance to spare any seasonings, the combination of meat and vegetables produced a rather overpowering aroma. Unfortunately, the spices were only available in the city, and the villagers could seldom afford more than a small amount, reserving it for festive occasions. Beside the large pot, a group of children watched with hungry eyes. Wang Nuo affectionately ruffled the head of one child, picked up a stone bowl from the ground, filled it, and wandered off to eat in solitude, aware that his presence would deter the others from indulging. Sure enough, once he stepped away, a throng of villagers hurriedly surrounded the pot, with a matron protectively hovering over it like a hen with her chicks. They took turns to serve themselves, starting with Ali, who had led the adults to the village, enabling them to earn a living from the meat. Ali, bashful, took a bowl of vegetables and sat down to eat. Then it was the children's turn. The matron conversed as she served several children before finally attending to the laborers. Being the last to partake, Wang Nuo watched the crowd with a sense of gratification, savoring the particularly fragrant meat in his bowl. Genuine affection exists among humankind. Many villagers who had not come felt deep regret as they stood at a distance, watching the others feast. It's all your fault. I had intended to go, one lamented. Who knows if it was truly safe? If something were to happen, how would we orphans survive? But as long as my son has food, that is all that matters. Look how happy he is. Should we not seek out the adults to apologize? Perhaps we could join them in labor. Very well. After the meal, Wang Nuo sat on the cart in meditation when Ali approached him. Sir, is there something you need? Some villagers wish to work together tomorrow. Wang Nuo lifted the curtain of the cart and saw a large gathering of people not far off, men and women alike. Anxiously watching, Sir, the wages can be reduced, Ai Li explained, then feeling he may have overstepped, quickly added, even without wages, as long as there is food, call everyone, Wang Nuo instructed. With so many individuals, the scrap iron could be gathered in just a few days, costing little gold yet improving their lives significantly. Thank you, sir, Ai Li exclaimed joyfully, nearly bowing in gratitude. Dare to kneel and I shall deduct a silver coin. Ai Li awkwardly half-squatted, unsure if he should bow. Go on. Wang Nuo pulled down the cart's curtain, and Ai Li rushed over to convey the news, prompting a jubilant leap from the crowd. A few attempted to kneel before the cart but were quickly pulled up by Ai Li. The master says no need to kneel to him. Kneeling to others is fine, but kneeling to him will cost you a silver coin. Chapter 31, Duke Edward in the city of Langya. Surrounded by towering walls, the enclosed area spans approximately 1 million square meters. However, due to the prosperity and stability of Langya, the daily foot traffic reaches several million. Here, one can witness a multitude of races. Save for the orcs, the sworn enemies of humanity, whose wars have never ceased. On the streets, a regiment clad in armor patrols in formation, their cloaks emblazoned with a black tulip, signifying their allegiance to the Lord's estate. The tulip is a highly valued ingredient for magical potions, known for its ability to neutralize the properties of various elixirs. Duke Edward, by adopting the tulip as his family emblem, epitomizes nobility and magnanimity. The Duke's Castle, an opulent structure, sits atop the central mountain of the city, boasting a vast garden filled with rare flora. At this moment, Duke Edward strolls through the garden, accompanied by his beautiful granddaughter. Elena. De grandfather, look at that flower, it's exquisite, Elena exclaimed, pointing at a blooming tulip. Edward smiled and nodded, plucking the flower and handing it to Elena. If you like it, it's yours. Oh no, I'll surely be scolded by mother. This is her favorite flower, Elena pouted, just tell her I picked it. Edward gazed fondly at his granddaughter, pondering why all his descendants were sons and grandsons, with Elena being the sole granddaughter. This distinction ensured that Elena was the cherished little princess of the tulip family. Especially since she possessed remarkable magical talent, already a fourth-tier mage at the age of 19. I will definitely tell mother, Elena declared, though a smile betrayed her as she accepted the flower. Little Lena, you must work hard. You lost to Ely in the last assessment. Ely, the princess of the Durin Empire, also studied magic at Durin Academy. That was only because her magic book was of a higher level. Otherwise, I would not have lost, Elena retorted. Thus, you must strive even harder. Betty of the Tandin Empire became a master mage at the age of 40. Lady Betty, I dare not compare myself to her. Betty awakened her powers at 8, achieved 3rd-tier mage status by 11, reached 6th tier by 21, became a star mage at 30, and attained master mage status by 40, accomplishing each milestone in a mere decade, a feat unparalleled across the continent. Betty and Vincent are the two brightest stars in this world. When your birthday arrives, grandfather will present you with a valuable gift. What sort of gift? Elena inquired eagerly, her curiosity piqued. If grandfather deemed it valuable, it must be something extraordinary. A secret. No, please tell me, grandfather, Elena pleaded, tugging at Edward's hand, unabashedly using her charm. Only she dared to do so within the empire. Her brothers and cousins would cower in front of Edward like quail. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the sky, shrouding it in ominous clouds. Edward looked up to see a colossal blue dragon, its massive wings stirring up fierce gales. Elena quickly cast a spell to prevent herself from falling. Vincent, do you intend to destroy my estate? Edward called out, for only Vincent among the Durin Empire would dare intrude so brazenly. Eye in the sky, a small figure grew larger, plummeting to the ground. The newcomer, clad in sturdy armor, sported short brown hair and a stubbly beard that exuded mature charm. His chiseled features radiated gallantry, complemented by deep, penetrating eyes, an embodiment of a knight from a fairy tale come to life. I pay my respects to Lord Vincent. Elena quickly curtsied, for Vincent, a paragon of strength and the titleholder of Dragon Knight, was not only an idol for knights but a hero to all within the Durin Empire. Elena, you've grown. The last time I saw you, you were this small, Vincent remarked, gesturing to his shoulder. He approached Edward, grabbed a glass bottle from a stone table, and began drinking directly from it. The last time you saw Elena was 3 years ago. Of course she has grown in that time. As expected of a duke's estate, this wine cannot be found elsewhere, Vincent declared as he set down the empty bottle. Feel free to take some with you. Forget it, if I get accustomed to it, how will I enjoy other wines in the future? You only come here when you need something. What is it? Edward inquired, knowing his friend too well. The grandfather, mother has sent me to assist. I must take my leave now. After Elena excused herself, she understood that the conversation between her grandfather and Lord Vincent was not for her ears. Quite commendable. It is rare for you to offer such praise. But it truly is impressive. Edward laughed heartily. You old rogue, truly shameless. Now, what is it? Money, how much? I do not know. You do not know. Indeed, I am out of money. I cannot produce a single silver coin at the moment. For this new term at the Academy, I need your assistance in procuring equipment for the commoner knights. Very well, Edward responded readily. His relationship with Vincent had elevated the Tulip family to the foremost in the empire, commanding respect even from the royal family, akin to the dynamic between Betty and Lister. Moreover, Vincent was not just his friend but also his idol. Edward held immense admiration for his dear friend, who had single-handedly dismantled systemic barriers and shattered conventions, providing hope to commoners who dared to dream of knighthood. For 40 years, this steadfast friend had never wavered from his principles, covering all tuition and equipment costs for commoners entering Durin Academy. It is unfathomable that a dragon knight could be without a few coins. One can only imagine the sacrifices he has made. Thank you, Vincent expressed, for whenever he requested assistance, Edward had never turned him down. There is no need for such formalities between us, Edward replied nonchalantly. I am grateful for what you do for them, Vincent stated. Their bond was founded not on Edward's status but on his unwavering support for commoners' education and his endorsement of Vincent's philosophy. Within Edward's domain, not only were commoners treated with respect, but they also enjoyed the protection of the Empire's laws. Are you weary? Edward inquired. Of course, I am exhausted, Vincent replied matter-of-factly. Indeed, he was tired, yet he could not afford to pause. All of the Empire awaited the spectacle of his endeavors. To aspire to single-handedly shatter the entrenched rules and regulations is a profound arrogance. Initially, with Edward's unwavering support, the nobles, coerced by Vincent, acquiesced to the agreement permitting commoners to enter the Academy. However, they were mandated to pay double the tuition of the nobles, and the Academy would not furnish any equipment for the commoners. Vincent, indifferent to the costs of tuition, readily offered his gold and pledged to provide the necessary gear. As a divine knight, the resources required for his cultivation were extraordinarily precious, and all remaining gold was directed towards sponsoring the Academy. Over the decades, Vincent lost count of how many gold coins he had spent. He roamed the snow-capped mountains and the vast seas, capturing high-tier magical beasts and seeking rare materials. Fortunately, his companion, Xiao Hai, being of dragon lineage, possessed an innate treasure-hunting ability. Otherwise, he might have faced bankruptcy long ago. Yet, even with such assistance, funds remained insufficient. In recent years, it was Edward who supplied him with gold. Chapter 32. Justice. Under Vincent's patronage, numerous commoner knights emerged from the Academy, most of whom ultimately found their place within the territories of the nobility. This reality became a source of mockery for the imperial aristocrats. Isn't Vincent formidable? The knights he trained with his wealth have ended up serving under us. What a grand irony this was. Vincent had his moments of doubt, yet on the day the Academy received its first gold coin, his resolve solidified. He understood that his efforts were justified. The knights who graduated either became mercenaries or noble knights. Yet they repaid Vincent's generosity through their hard work. Vincent firmly believed that as long as he persevered, one day, these sparks of ambition would surely ignite a conflagration. What are your plans next? Edward inquired. There's something you need. I require your assistance with a small favor. Just speak your mind. I seek a branch from the Tree of Life. Very well, but I cannot guarantee its acquisition. Vincent replied. The Tree of Life, Gaia, resided in the elven forest of the northern sea, revered as the deity of the entire elven race. Its branches were akin to its very essence. Vincent was uncertain whether he could procure such a treasure. No need for theft. I can purchase it. I merely need you to act as an intermediary. You know how Her Majesty the Queen is. She would not grant me any favors. I see. In that case, I can speak with her, but what do you intend to do with it? Vincent asked curiously. Elena's birthday is at the year's end, and this is a gift for her. Vincent regarded Edward with resignation. A branch from Gaia was among the finest materials for crafting staves, second only to dragon bones for practitioners of life magic. It surpassed even tomes crafted from dragon bones. Who among the mages of the entire continent did not yearn to possess such a staff? Even archmages were few and far between in their ownership, and now Edward requested his assistance for a gift intended for his granddaughter, who had yet to reach her 20th year. Such was the disparity between nobles and commoners. I shall make an effort. I must depart. The Northern Sea is not a short journey. With a sharp whistle, Xiaohai, waiting at a distance, soared over. With a powerful push, Vincent launched himself into the sky, landing deftly upon Xiaohai's back. My friend, I must rely on you for the Northern Sea. A resounding roar echoed throughout Langia City as Xiaohai ascended into the clouds, disappearing from sight. It would take 4 months for Vincent to traverse back and forth between the Dulan Empire and the Northern Sea. Aside from archmages, only Vincent could accomplish such a feat, for his companion Xiaohai was a wind dragon. Meanwhile, Wang Nuo had gathered all the iron plates and constructed a storage room to neatly store them. As the project concluded, he ceased the distribution of wages and cancelled the meals, unwilling to allow these individuals to fall into the habits of unearned gain. On the vacant ground before Wang Nuo lay an array of words: iron blocks, food, fruit, wine, dwarves, goblins, secrecy, gold coins, merits, titles, and paper. Lines connected these words, and ultimately, Wang Nuo struck through the food. He envisioned transforming this place into a modernized village, enabling the inhabitants to become self-sufficient while enhancing their quality of life. While Vincent's approach was to treat the symptoms directly for swift results, Wang Nuo aimed for a fundamental solution, albeit one that would take considerable time. To accomplish this endeavor, he first required gold coins, followed by titles. Only with gold could he develop and invite goblins and dwarves to aid in crafting the modernized village he envisioned. Titles would provide protection for the village, or perhaps a safeguard to ensure that their hard-earned achievements would not fall prey to others. As for the wine, Wang Nuo deliberated for a long while before ultimately deciding to produce distilled spirits. Brewing with food was too extravagant and demanded extensive preparation, and managing food resources was no simple task. Thus, the most prudent method was distillation, followed by dilution with water and the addition of fruit juice for flavoring. Wang Nuo had previously engaged in winemaking at Sancha village, where Lister frequently indulged in his concoctions and praised them highly. Lister, being a grand noble, attested to the wine's market potential, and fruit wine would only enhance its appeal. As a transmigrator, Wang Nuo found that earning money was not as daunting as he had initially believed. Presently, he possessed several dozen gold coins, sufficient for his startup capital. In the ensuing days, Wang Nuo devised a comprehensive 3-year plan. Determined to revamp the village within that time frame, Aimuti remained in a deep slumber, now nearing 15 days, which stirred Wang Nuo's concerns. However, fretting proved futile. He was trained to combat the undead, not to revive them. Besides, who would take it upon themselves to rescue a zombie? Wang Nuo could only resort to the most conventional method, allowing Aimuti to continue absorbing moonlight for self-healing. Aimuti's body had transformed entirely into a silvery hue, with even the fingernails exhibiting a hint of gold. I wonder how formidable Aimuti will be upon awakening. Wang Nuo exited the room, and life in the small town carried on as usual. A group of women sat by the riverside, working on crafts with animal hides and branches. Initially, when the iron plates were completed, the villagers expressed profound regret, yearning for Wang Nuo to continue providing them with work. Yet, due to the lack of materials, Wang Nuo remained silent. Nevertheless, life must go on. Within 2 days, they returned to their previous routines. After several days of interaction, the villagers finally relaxed their guard against Wang Nuo. Realizing he possessed no airs of superiority and would express gratitude when seeking their assistance, Wang Nuo often played with the children, lifting them up and tossing them about. His actions appeared peculiar to the villagers, who secretly discussed him, deeming him an oddity. As Wang Nuo emerged from his quarters, a young man stationed at the door hurried over. Ally was sent to the city to procure supplies, accompanied by several villagers. Wang Nuo had initially intended to arrive in Langia City by the start of the Dulan Academy's academic season, but due to Aimuti's situation, he was compelled to postpone. The journey to Langia City was fraught with peril. Without Aimuti, he feared for his survival on the way. Wang Nuo resolved to establish the framework here, enabling the town to function normally, and only after the first batch of wine was produced would he venture to Langia City to seek a market. Kailuan, where can we find fruit nearby? There are some in the back mountains, but not in abundance. Take me to see. Of course, my lord. In Taiping village, the lush vegetation flourished due to the winding rivers. And with spring in full swing, the leaves on the ground had yet to decompose entirely, forming a thick layer that felt delightful underfoot. A narrow path led to the back mountains, where the sound of footsteps on the leaves harmonized with the chorus of insects, creating a unique melody rich in charm. According to Kailuan, due to certain events from a few years prior, the villagers, in search of food, inadvertently discovered an orchard. Upon reaching their destination, Wang Nuo was left speechless with joy. The round fruit Kailawan mentioned turned out to be peaches, with many still clinging to the branches. Chapter 33. The Millennium Peach Tree. Wang Nuo wandered excitedly through the grove, stopping intermittently to caress the peach trees as if they were exquisite beauties. Magic tomes and staves serve as the weapons of mages, amplifying their magical prowess. Peachwood, on the other hand, is the weapon of Taoist practitioners, enhancing their spiritual abilities. Wang Nuo plucked a peach, wiped it on his clothing, and took a bite. The fruit of this world was far more delectable than that of Blue Star, dripping with juice, after days of consuming either roasted meat or stews devoid of seasonings. Wang Nuo's palate craved sweetness, and he finally savored it. Gather 10 villagers and commence work. Bring baskets and axes. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the call to work, Kailawan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As one of the first to be employed, he had earned more in those few days than he typically would in half a year, and he had thought such luck was a rarity. Now, Wang Nuo had unexpectedly offered another opportunity. Wang Nuo climbed a thick peach tree and soon spotted an immense tree in the distance. Rushing towards it with exhilaration, before him stood a peach tree so grand that 2 individuals could not encircle its trunk. Tears of joy welled in Wang Nuo's eyes. This tree must be at least a millennium old. After spending over a decade in this world, he could finally upgrade his equipment, transitioning directly from white grade to purple grade. Indeed, the Taoist principle of cause and effect held true. Had he not sought to assist the villagers here, he would never have discovered this bountiful peach grove. Every action and its consequence were preordained. In the village, news of the impending work spread, and the villagers eagerly volunteered. Ultimately, it was decided that 10 individuals would work each day, rotating shifts, when they arrived at the back mountains with their tools. Wang Nuo awaited them eagerly. You 7 gather peaches, focus on the larger ones. Fill your baskets to the brim. You 3 strip the bark from the trees, like this. Wang Nuo demonstrated with his axe. Kailawan, come with me. Beneath the ancient peach tree, Wang Nuo inquired, is there any way to climb up? Indeed, came the reply. Very well, ascend and bring me down a branch. Karen scoured the surroundings for some vines, encircling the grand tree to form a ring. Then, he stepped inside, leaning against the vines, summoning his strength as he gradually ascended. 2 hours later, the villagers had completed the harvesting and had nearly stripped the bark. Any further would likely prove futile. To Wang Nuo's astonishment, he had not anticipated the remarkable hardness of the millennia-old peachwood. After 2 arduous hours, Karen still had not succeeded in severing it. Karen, how much longer? Wang Nuo asked. My lord. Approximately 4 more hours, Karen replied, seated atop the tree, panting heavily. Initially expecting this task to be straightforward, he was surprised by the tree's formidable resilience. You all return with the items. 2 of you go assist him. With the combined efforts of the 3, they finally succeeded in cutting through a branch as thick as a thigh. After 3 arduous hours, the branch crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, burying itself into the earth. As Wang Nuo approached, he discovered the interior of the wood was a vibrant pink, confirming it indeed was ancient peachwood. The 4 toiled mightily to transport the severed branch back to the village. Knowing that crafting ceremonial implements would require meticulous attention, Wang Nuo directed the villagers to soak a portion of the bark in the river, preparing it for a few days to make paper. The remaining bark was assigned for grinding to produce incense. With this peach grove, they would never lack for materials in the future. They also cleaned all the peaches and brought them into the house. With Imu tea present, it served as a ready-made refrigerator, the temperature of the entire room chillingly low. After several days, Ailey finally returned, driving 3 carts laden with inferior liquor, a small distillation apparatus, and various spices. Ailey, how much did the equipment cost? This distillation apparatus was crafted from iron. When Ailey departed, Wang Nuo provided him with 10 gold coins along with a letter. The letter contained blueprints and specifications. 5 coins were for the labor of the ironworker. 6 coins were the minimum he would accept, but out of respect for you, my lord, he only charged 6. Ailey explained, noting that even if Wang Nuo had not asked, he would have shared this, as it was quite a sum. Wang Nuo chuckled, realizing Ailey had been swindled by the ironworker. No matter, gather some people to bring the equipment inside. The brewing room and cellar had long been prepared, and under Wang Nuo's direction, the installation was swiftly completed. Pour 10 bottles into the kettle. Only 4 individuals remained in the room. Karen's father and brother, alongside one whom Ailey introduced. After all, distilling liquor was easily accomplished with the right equipment, and such industrial secrets needed to be kept confidential. Thus, that afternoon, the small village was filled with the rich aroma of alcohol. The villagers curiously gazed at the smoking house, unaware of the activities within. They had never encountered a scent so intoxicating. I in the workshop grinding the bark, the laboring men swallowed hard. Currently, Wang Nuo had 4 workshops, one for paper making, one for incense, and one for juice production. Every villager was now working for Wang Nuo, with each household contributing 1 member, earning 2 silver coins per day, a far greater sum than in the city. Wang Nuo took a spoon, gazed at the clear distilled liquor, and poured a little into his mouth. A fiery sensation coursed through his intestines straight to his stomach, warming his entire body. Nearby, several others swallowed hard. The intoxicating aroma was overwhelmingly potent, and they could experience it more vividly within the room. You all should try it, just a spoonful each, do not overindulge. The 3 middle-aged men immediately took up their spoons and sipped, only to expel it without exception. Spicy, so spicy, their faces turned crimson. Such high-proof liquor could easily intoxicate with even a small amount. Wang Nuo laughed heartily, realizing that the freshly made distilled liquor was likely over 80 proof. Who could consume it in one gulp? He had only sampled a tiny bit himself. Ali, yes, my lord. We absolutely cannot allow outsiders in here. It would be best to relocate to a secluded cave in the mountains and move the equipment there, Wang Nuo instructed. He overlooked a critical issue, the aroma of the liquor. If outsiders came, they would easily detect it, and he could not remain there indefinitely. My lord, I know of a quiet cave in the mountains where no one would wander, Karen suggested. Excellent, you and Ali shall oversee this matter. Remember, the liquor produced here must remain confidential. No one is to take anything out of the village but me. Rest assured, my lord. Seeing Wang Nuo's seriousness, the others quickly made their promises. After another 7 days, everything was prepared, and the distillation workshop was relocated to the secluded cave in the mountains. Wang Nuo also utilized this time to concoct fruit wine suitable for this world, reducing the alcohol content to 40 proof. Furthermore, he crafted a batch of rose fruit wine with a much lower alcohol content, perfect for women. In this world, the highest alcohol content was 30 proof, and Wang Nuo was confident that these 2 varieties would capture the market. Especially in a bustling city like Langia City, when the time came, he would procure exquisite glass bottles and repackage them, ensuring a sophisticated and upscale presentation. With this batch of liquor, he would no longer be short of gold coins. Wang Nuo also prepared the necessary ritual implements for himself, a brand new Bagua mirror and a sword made of millennia-old peachwood. A generous supply of yellow paper and peachwood incense filled the room. On the Aimuti front, there were still no signs of awakening. As time passed, Wang Nuo found his gold coins dwindling, prompting him to consider an early departure. Chapter 34. Departure days passed, and Aimuti showed no signs of awakening, compelling Wang Nuo to embark on his journey back to the city. Without Aimuti, retrieving items became cumbersome, so he instructed others to load 3 barrels of liquor onto the cart, along with some peachwood incense and talisman paper. Accompanying Wang Nuo on this journey was Karen, as Ali had to oversee the village's operations, which saddened him greatly. However, when Wang Nuo presented Ali with a substantial sum of gold coins, the young man was moved to tears. Never expecting such immense trust from Wang Nuo. Ali, the liquor must be continuously produced until the gold coins are exhausted. The villagers' wages cannot diminish. If the coins run out, we will halt production. It won't be long before I send more gold. My lord, you can rest assured, I will fulfill this task. A week later, Wang Nuo returned to the city, having taken over a month for what was expected to be a fortnight's journey. He opened the door and stepped inside. Karen and 2 villagers who had assisted with the transport had already moved everything into the room before departing. Upon returning home, the first order of business was, of course, to pay homage to the ancestral master. Ancestral master, with the finest century-old peachwood incense, may you bless your disciple with swift cultivation. Wang Nuo lit 3 sticks of incense. As the night grew silent, he prepared himself for another challenge. This time attempting the talisman of the Yellow Turban Warrior. As his blood dripped into the bowl, Wang Nuo produced 10 sheets of vibrant red talisman paper, soaked in his own blood over time. Sitting before the ancestral master until his heart settled, he then grasped the millennia-old peachwood brush. Ancestral master, I beseech your blessing. The replication of the Yellow Turban Warrior talisman required no contemplation. He had envisioned it thousands of times in his mind, each stroke predetermined. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, 4 strokes, 5 strokes, 6 strokes. Only 2 strokes remained, and beads of sweat formed on Wang Nuo's forehead as the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. Biting his tongue, he fought to maintain clarity. The brush danced upon the vivid red talisman paper. 7 strokes, 8 strokes. As Wang Nuo completed the final stroke, the entire sheet of talisman paper floated into the air. A flash of red light flickering before it settled onto the table. Ignoring his fatigue, Wang Nua jubilantly grasped the talisman. He had finally succeeded in crafting one, with this yellow turban warrior talisman. He now possessed a means of self-preservation. The next day, Wang Nua brought the liquor to the Baron's estate to find Taikwa and Miss July. As the lady's bodyguard, he could freely enter the Baron's residence. Wang Nua, where have you been? It's taking you so long to return. You have no idea how dull it has been without you, Jili complained, having expected Wang Nua to be gone for just half a month. Yet it had stretched to over a month. You had so many people with you, how could you possibly be bored? They are all rather dull. Conversing with them is hardly entertaining, Jili retorted disdainfully. Miss, I have brought you a gift. Oh, what gift? Show me, Jili exclaimed with delight. This is the liquor I specially brewed for you. Do give it a taste. Wang Nua presented the rose fruit wine, eager for her to sample it. But I don't like drinking. Upon seeing the jar on the table, Jili's enthusiasm quickly faded. Miss, I personally brewed this. Please taste it and share your thoughts. Fine. Observing Wang Nua's earnest expression, Jili reluctantly picked up the jar and removed the cork. Instantly, a wave of rose fragrance and the scent of alcohol wafted forth. How delightful! Is this truly liquor? Wang Nua quickly poured her a glass, the ruby-red liquid crystal clear, paired with an exquisite noble's goblet. Illuminated by sunlight filtering through the greenery, creating a breathtaking spectacle. So beautiful, Jili lifted the glass, having never encountered such a stunning beverage. Initially skeptical of the jar Wang Nua had brought, her expectations were low. But as a noble, her experiences far surpassed those of ordinary folk. Delicious, this has the flavor of peaches and a hint of rose. Wang Nua, where did you procure this? Jili's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked. Upon observing Jili's expression, Wang Nua understood the implications. At the appropriate time, he would merely repackage the product and market it exclusively to the nobility, charging a gold coin for each bottle. I have procured some for myself. If you fancy it, I shall bring you a few shortly. Yes, do send more. I am quite fond of this flavor and intend to take it to school with me. As Jili spoke, she indulged in another glass. This beverage is rather mild, with an alcohol content of approximately 11 degrees, thus Wang Nua was unperturbed by the prospect of her inebriation. I shall deliver 10 cans to you this evening. Is that all? I had hoped to send a cart's worth back. Jili's remark nearly choked Wang Nua. A cart? The total yield of this wine scarcely fills a vat. Miss, this concoction is exceedingly labor-intensive to produce. Merely filtering out the impurities takes an inordinate amount of time. What I have brought you is of the utmost quality, devoid of any impurities, Wang Nua hastily clarified. It truly is immaculate. Jili poured herself another glass. And indeed, as Wang Nua had asserted, it contained not a trace of impurity. Moreover, this wine possesses beautifying properties. The more one consumes, the more radiant one becomes. Wang Nua was not exaggerating. Moderate consumption of fruit wine is indeed beneficial to one's health and has cosmetic effects. Is that true? Drinking wine can enhance one's beauty, yet this jar is rather unsightly. There are some glass bottles in the storeroom. You may use those. Jili, somewhat skeptical, then expressed disdain for the vessel containing the wine. Thank you, Mississippi. Wang Nua gladly accepted, not anticipating such good fortune. Miss, when do you plan to visit Langya City? Wang Nua was uncertain when Imuti might awaken, so he decided to accompany Jili on her journey to save himself considerable hassle. They will come to fetch me in 3 days. Oh right, you are free now and may accompany me. Jili's spirits lifted. It is my honor. Why don't you join me at the academy? Perhaps not. Miss, you know I am devoid of magical power and would surely fail the entrance examination. Wang Nua replied despondently. I had forgotten. Meanwhile, Baron Bailey, having gathered information, learned that the crossbow had been passed through multiple layers of authority and had reached His Majesty. It is rumored that the sovereign holds this weapon in high esteem and may elevate Jita's rank. As a shrewd businessman, Bailey understood the necessity of currying favor with Jita at this juncture. Thus, upon learning that Jili intended to attend school, Baron Bailey promptly dispatched a messenger to inform her that Beta would be sent to escort her. Baron Jita accepted with pleasure, for Bailey's influence far surpassed his own. Being part of his retinue would ensure Jili's safety. After bidding farewell to Jili, Wang Nua proceeded to the blacksmith's shop, where he intended to inspect the armor he had commissioned. After such a lengthy interval, it should be complete. Should it not be ready, he would have to confront Tai Kwai regarding the extortion of a gold coin from Eli. From a distance, Wang Nua spied a new gazebo constructed outside the blacksmith's shop, where Tai Kwai was taking a rest. The esteemed Tai Kwai was in a foul mood. A few days prior, Butler Li Yue had sought him out to request his assistance in forging crossbows for the Duke in Langya City. Naturally, Tai Kwai had declined. His aspiration was to forge iron until fatigued, then indulge in drink, and after drinking, to sleep. Upon awakening, he would return to his craft. Tai Kwai believed he had achieved his goal. Content to produce a few crossbows each day and enjoy a drink, with no desire to venture to Langya City, due to the rewards associated with the crossbows. Baron Jita had long since returned Tai Kwai's slave contract, and he was now in an employment relationship with the baronial estate. Life in this regard was quite prosperous. Faced with Tai Kwai's refusal, Butler Li Yue displayed a handful of raw iron. It is worth noting that sending Tai Kwai to Langya City was the directive of Duke Edward, and refusal was not an option. Observing Tai Kwai being coerced by Butler Li Yue, Tai Kwai felt a chill run through him before reluctantly accepting the assignment. Butler Li Yue employed both gentle persuasion and firm insistence, informing Tai Kwai that Langya City boasted many wines he had yet to sample and that he could earn more gold coins if furthermore, upon arriving in Langya City, he would encounter numerous kin. As Duke Edward had invited hundreds of dwarves to participate in the forging process to expedite the equipping of his forces with these crossbows, Li Yue had anticipated that Tai Kwai would be pleased upon hearing this news. Yet instead, he appeared even more despondent. The obstinate Tai Kwai would never disclose that he had secretly absconded with gold coins belonging to the clan elder, only to find himself enslaved once the coins were exhausted. Chapter 35, The Believer. Tai Kwai, what troubles you? Wang Nuo inquired upon seeing Tai Kwai's despondency. What business is it of yours? Tai Kwai retorted defiantly. Oh, very well, if you possess such prowess, do not speak to me. Humph. Tai Kwai turned his back to Wang Nuo, using his body language to convey that Wang Nuo's concerns were irrelevant. Wang Nuo still held the armor in his possession, contemplating how to extract a few gold coins from Tai Kwai. Had Wang Nuo chose not to engage in conflict, placing the spirits he had brought on the table, then uncorking a bottle to pour himself a glass. As the bottle was opened, the intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Proudly, Tai Kwai turned his head, his nose and ears twitching. What a delightful, rich scent! As a member of the dwarven race, they were indeed a people enamored with fine wine. Exquisite beverages and blacksmithing were the pursuits of their lives. Damn it, what kind of wine is this? Why have I never encountered such a fragrance before? Tai Kwai's curiosity was piqued, his large nose greedily twitching, yet he had just turned hostile and still possessed some pride. Alas, what a fine wine! Truly exquisite. Wang Nuo's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. What a pity, what a pity! Such fine wine can only be enjoyed by me. What a shame indeed, this wine is far too scant. Tai Kwai could no longer restrain himself, spinning around in a flash, his eyes immediately drawn to the pink liquid in Wang Nuo's glass. What kind of wine is this? What business is it of yours? Wang Nuo retorted with Tai Kwai's own words. Hand over my armor, I am leaving. Wang Nuo pretended to pour the contents of his glass back into the jar, feigning departure. Tai Kwai, mesmerized by the enticing pool of alcohol, felt his mouth water uncontrollably. Stop, don't go. Seeing Wang Nuo about to leave, Tai Kwai hastily grasped the jar in Wang Nuo's hands. What, do you intend to rob me? Wang Nuo glared at him coldly. Tai Kwai released his grip, feigning indifference, and stubbornly declared, this is surely not fine wine, it merely appears attractive. One cannot be certain it tastes good. Wang Nuo chuckled. Tai Kwai had matured considerably, even employing the tactic of feigned indifference. Very well, I shall allow you a taste. Wang Nuo directly poured a glass, which Tai Kwai snatched without hesitation, immediately gulping it down. The moment the wine hit his lips, Tai Kwai's face flushed, and his eyes turned red. By the Dwarven King, Tai Kwai had never tasted such excellent wine. The flavor was akin to dozens of beautiful dwarves proposing to him. Tai Kwai leaped onto the table, performing a dwarven war dance, leaving Wang Nuo utterly astonished. This was not mere intoxication. It was as if he had consumed a stimulant. Tai Kwai, what else do you intend to do? Are you trying to extort me? Tai Kwai finally snapped out of his wine-induced reverie. Reaching for the jar, Wang Nuo was prepared, clutching the jar tightly to his chest, attempting to snatch it. Tai Kwai leaped onto Wang Nuo's back, reaching out to grab it. In his mind, such exquisite wine could not be wasted on someone like Wang Nuo. Hey, get down, leave the wine, otherwise I shan't descend. What an outrageous display, you loathsome creature. What is that against my neck? Good heavens, could it possibly be your saliva? Wine, here, take it. Feeling the dampness against his neck, Wang Nuo surrendered. Placing the jar on the table, Tai Kwai sprang onto the table, lifting the jar to take a generous swig. What splendid wine, exquisite indeed. Return my armor, or I shall not allow you to drink. Wang Nuo blocked the jar with his hand. Fine, I shall wait. Tai Kuai scampered into the shop, swiftly retrieving Wang Nuo's armor. Having long since abandoned his earlier intentions of extorting gold coins, the azure armor was carelessly tossed onto the table by Tai Kuai. Wang Nuo picked up the armor, utterly enthralled. Each piece of azure scale resembled a product of machinery, uniform in size. Each scale glimmered with a dark luster, indicative of a high-quality item. Wang Nuo donned the entire set of armor. Feeling thoroughly protected, the spikes on his shoulders gleaming menacingly, presenting an intimidating appearance. Dashing, Wang Nuo aimed at the ground, triggering the mechanism in his grasp, and a crossbow bolt swiftly embedded itself into the earth. TSK impressive, Tai Kuai, your craftsmanship is exceptional. Wang Nuo intended to offer further praise to Tai Kuai but turned to find him inebriated, clutching an empty jar and sitting on the side, grinning foolishly. I in the Tandin Empire. Within a certain room belonging to the Li family, Li Site reverently lit 3 incense sticks before an image. Were Wang Nuo present, he would be astonished, for the arrangement of the entire room was identical to that of his former residence. O Grand Ancestor, may you bless Wei Lin with success. Li Weilin cautiously retrieved several crumpled talismans from a nearby box and picked up a brush, attempting to replicate the symbols Xin Tian Wu Ji. Shen Kuan borrowing law, Li Weilin cast the talismans, yet they fell to the ground without effect. Fluttering uselessly, examining the talismans, Li Weilin compared them closely. They appear identical. Why then do they not work? Li Weilin, unwilling to accept defeat, stepped outside, convinced that Li Site must have overlooked some detail. At 45 years of age, a 7th-tier knight, he had expended countless family resources to reach this point, yet he lacked the talent for learning magic. Several years ago, Li Weilin personally witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Wang Nuo, who, with merely a portrait, caused a magical device to explode, leaving Li in sheer awe. From that moment on, he became fixated on Wang Nuo's mystical arts. Unfortunately, an incident befell Wang Nuo, leaving Li with no further knowledge to acquire. Consequently, Li Weilin approached Lister, compelling him to divulge everything he knew. He even made a trip to Sancha village, retrieving all of Wang Nuo's magical paraphernalia. Over the years, Li Weilin conducted experiments one after another, yet not a single bubble manifested, which left him in utter frustration. When Lister entered the room and observed the layout, he was momentarily taken aback. Mistaking it for Wang Nuo's chamber in Sancha village, upon closer inspection, he realized several aspects were distinctly different, clearly the work of his uncle. Lister, look at this identical paper. Why does it yield no results when I use it? Li Weilin inquired, pulling Lister into the room. Uncle, why are you still studying such things? I've told you, Wang Nuo's methods are not something others can replicate. Betty and her teacher have tried, to no avail. Besides, his techniques are meant to be paired with incantations, Lister replied, exasperation evident in his tone, convinced his uncle was truly obsessed. I know the incantations as well. Did you not say so? Li Weilin retorted, brandishing the talisman and dramatically reciting an incantation. Xin Tian Wuji Jin Kuan Gfa, the yellow paper flew forth, yet it remained utterly ineffective. That's not right, you missed the crucial part, the G. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I knew something was amiss, Li Weilin chastised. Xin Tian Wuji Jin Kuan Gfa G. He hurled the talisman once more, but unbeknownst to anyone, a wisp of spiritual essence from the portrait drifted into the talisman. Li Weilin felt a palpable change within his body. Though he could not articulate the specifics, Lister, attack me, quickly. What? Li Weilin struck out at Lister, who was bewildered and quickly defended himself. Asa Star Knight himself, Lister had previously triumphed in their sparring sessions. The pace of their duel quickened, and Lister grew increasingly astonished at his uncle's newfound swiftness. 5 minutes later, Li Weilin's speed suddenly waned, leaving him vulnerable to a blow from Lister and tumbling to the ground. The talisman, meanwhile, disintegrated into ashes. I understand now. Ju signifies extreme speed. Uncle, what does this mean? Lister, I have succeeded. Extreme speed, indeed. Li Weilin knelt before the portrait, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. 3 years of sincere devotion, commendable indeed. For the transmission of the first 3 layers of the mystical arts must not be disclosed. Seek out Master Wang Nuo to acquire the subsequent heart method. A voice resonated within Li Weilin's mind. Thank you, Master, thank you. Li Weilin joyously prostrated himself, leaving Lister in a state of bewilderment. Uncle, what has happened to you? I will fetch a doctor immediately. Do not, Lister, I am perfectly fine. There are matters I cannot disclose. But I assure you, I have not lost my sanity, Li Weilin replied, brimming with excitement. At that moment, Lister noticed the ashes on the ground, remnants of the talisman that had been thrown, realizing his uncle had urged him to attack, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. He pondered the implications. Uncle, you, Lister, tread carefully, Li Weilin interrupted, casting a cautious glance at the portrait. Quickly, help me inquire about Wang Nuo's whereabouts. Eagerly, Lister sought clarification from Li Weilin's gaze. He discerned the answer he longed for, though incredulous. Every sign pointed to the truth. His uncle had indeed mastered Wang Nuo's methods. Lister, there are things I cannot reveal, but I know Wang Nuo is still alive, Li Weilin cautiously stated, stealing another glance at the portrait and feeling reassured when the ancestral figure did not intervene. Is this true? Lister grasped his uncle's shoulders, excitement overwhelming him. It has been nearly 4 years. I had given up hope, yet today news of Wang Nuo resurfaces. It is true, Li Weilin affirmed with a nod. I must share this news with Betty. Hey, do not divulge my affairs, Li Weilin began, but Lister had already vanished. In recent years, Betty had lived in a state of guilt, burdened by the thought that had she been more cautious, Wang Nuo would not have encountered misfortune in her pursuit of spatial magic. She had faced perilous situations multiple times, were it not for her teacher Castan, who had always safeguarded her. In a chamber of the magic tower, Betty's desk was cluttered with books, all focused on the intricacies of time and space. As she diligently studied, she could not deny that time and space magic was indeed the most challenging, with historical references but no recorded instances of a spatial mage. 3 years had passed. Yet she had yet to grasp even the fundamentals. Castan had informed her that without a tranquil heart, mastery would remain elusive for a lifetime. Time magic was unrelated to talent, but rather to fate. Deep in thought, Betty was suddenly interrupted as someone opened the door. Furrowing her brow, she detested being disturbed during her studies. Upon looking up, she found Lister standing there. Lister, what brings you here? Has something occurred? Seeing Lister in a flurry, Betty assumed something dire had transpired. Betty, Wang Nuo is alive. What did you say, Lister? Have you located Wang Nuo? Where is he? Betty exclaimed, rising with joy and rushing to Lister's side. Anxious for answers, I have not found him, but he is indeed alive, I swear it. How do you know? Disappointment clouded Betty's face, convinced Lister was merely attempting to console her. Betty, you recall the portrait in Wang Nuo's room? Correct, of course. Though over 3 years had elapsed, the experience of probing Wang Nuo's soul remained vivid in her memory. It had been the closest brush with death she had ever encountered, impossible to forget. Additionally, she understood more than most. He was a deity walking among mortals, his power surpassing even that of the goddess of magic. My uncle, Lister recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving Betty in disbelief. She and her teacher had spent a year grappling with Wang Nuo's magic, yet they had grasped not even a hint of understanding. Castan was renowned across the continent for his wisdom. His insight as profound as his strength. After a year of research, they had gleaned no leads on Wang Nuo's techniques. Now Lister claimed his uncle Li Weilin had mastered them. How could this be? Betty, it is absolutely true. I have witnessed Wang Nuo casting spells. Each time he did, the talismans turned to ashes. Just moments ago, I personally saw my uncle's talisman disintegrate, and his power surged dramatically in a short span. Lister elaborated. Tears streamed down Betty's cheeks as she finally accepted the truth of Wang Nuo's survival. Lister, I am so happy, truly happy. Me too, Betty. I am equally elated. Since Wang Nuo is alive, we shall surely reunite. Promise me, do not engage in any more dangerous pursuits, Lister said, embracing Betty with heartfelt sincerity. In the Dulan Empire, within Langia City, a large contingent of dwarves burdened with provisions entered the city, drawing the attention of the crowd. Dwarves lived in tribal communities, each tribe comprising approximately 2,000 individuals, with around 400 skilled blacksmiths among them. The sudden appearance of over 100 dwarves was a rare sight, led by an elderly dwarf with graying hair and beard. The latter bound in sections with twigs cascading down to his waist. Forge Master, what brings you here personally? John, stationed at the city gate, greeted him with surprise. John, it has been a while, the Forge Master replied with a smile. Indeed, it has been several years. John, the chief steward of the Tulip family and a figure of considerable authority, managed the household affairs in Edward's absence. He oversaw the family's operations and procurement, and given the dwarves innate blacksmithing skills. The Tulip family, being one of the foremost noble families in the Dulan Empire, had maintained a long-standing relationship with them. Come with me, Forge Master. I have arranged a banquet. My friend, you know I have no particular demands when it comes to food. Ha, rest assured, there will be ample fine wine. John laughed heartily, well aware of the dwarf's proclivities after years of collaboration. Upon hearing of the fine wine, over 100 dwarves erupted into animated dances at the city gate. Their movements comical, prompting waves of laughter from the surrounding crowd. The banquet was held in a castle atop the mountain, and John ensured the forge master was given due respect. After feasting, a multitude of dwarves sprawled haphazardly across the banquet hall. For dwarves cherished comfort, often drinking themselves into a stupor wherever they happened to be. From the moment the iron block was drunkenly whisked away, one could ascertain the extent of their indolence. Of course, this laziness pertains solely to matters they find unappealing. Indeed, this is fine wine. Such exquisite liquor is rare in the tribe. John, where is the Duke? Hammer inquired, patting his round belly and letting out a hearty belch. The Duke has journeyed to the imperial capital and shall take some time to return. Oh, I had thought that upon the arrival of an old friend, he would deign to make an appearance. How could that be, Hammer? We are friends after all. What of the remarkable item you mentioned, which only we dwarfs can forge? Pray, show it to me, for your letter has piqued my curiosity immensely. Hammer spoke eagerly. John had mentioned in his letter that a dwarf had invented a formidable weapon capable of inflicting tremendous damage on third-tier magical beasts. Remarkably, even a child could wield this weapon, which intrigued Hammer greatly. The letter also indicated that only dwarves possessed the technical expertise to craft such a weapon, demanding a high standard from artisans. John hoped to invite the tribe's elite to Langia City for assistance. And naturally, the remuneration would be most generous. Generally, Hammer seldom engages in smithing these days, focusing instead on nurturing the next generation. Yet, the weapon John referenced stirred his interest, prompting him to travel to Langia City personally. John produced the blueprints sent back by the Duke and handed them to Hammer. Hammer scrutinized the blueprints intently, examining the 7 sheets for a good 10 minutes. Truly a genius conception. The intricate design speaks to the brilliance of its creator. Hammer exclaimed, continuing, indeed, this is a creation only dwarves could forge. This contraption, termed a crossbow, demands exceptional materials and craftsmanship. Thus, I reached out to invite you here. Hammer, what say you? Is it feasible? The Duke places great importance on this weapon. John inquired, ordinary materials will not suffice. We require black iron and silver, or rest assured, there will be ample supplies. Simply provide a list, and within the hour, the materials shall be before you, John confidently assured. The Duke's estate will never lack materials, and moreover, this endeavor has the king's endorsement, with the treasury also contributing some supplies. John, you underestimate this weapon. It is capable of more than merely harming third-tier magical beasts. If crafted from superior materials and enlarged 20-fold, it could even pose a threat to 7th-tier magical beasts. John, one of the 2 master craftsmen of the dwarven race, instantly recognized the potential, already contemplating an advanced version. 7th-tier magical beasts, impossible. The words hung unspoken on John's lips, as his position demanded a perspective far beyond the ordinary. The primary military strength of an empire consists of knights, while its ultimate power lies with mages. On the battlefield, each stellar mage inflicts devastating damage upon soldiers. A single spell can claim the lives of countless men. 7th-tier magical beasts rival human stellar mages, and if the crossbow Hammer mentioned could indeed harm such beasts, then what of the Grand Mages? Chapter 37. Just in among the 3 great empires, the Tanding Empire boasts the greatest strength, for it has the most mages and magic instructors. Relations among the 3 empires are far from peaceful. Although open warfare has not erupted in recent years, tensions have never ceased. Each conflict between the Dulan Empire and the Kanding Empire against the Tanding Empire has ended in tragic losses. With their esteemed Grand Mages inflicting unimaginable devastation should a weapon capable of threatening stellar mages come to fruition, the balance of power among the 3 empires would be irrevocably altered. Hammer, should you require any materials, do not hesitate to inform me. I will dispatch someone to procure what you lack. There is no rush. I wish to study this weapon thoroughly. By the way, who invented it? Hammer inquired with curiosity. It is said to be the work of a dwarf named Taikwai. Taikwai, that little wretch, impossible, Hammer gasped. Taikwai is his grandson, who ran away a year ago after stealing his gold coins, leaving a note stating his desire to find a place to laze about, urging others not to seek him. In a fit of rage, Hammer punished Taikwai's father, for he had hoped to pass on his extensive smithing knowledge to Taikwai, hence his somewhat stringent approach. How stringent, you ask? He would force him to toil for 20 hours a day. Failure to complete tasks meant no ale and a sound thrashing. Unexpectedly, Taikwai could not endure the training and fled. Now, with John claiming that this weapon was forged by Taikwai, Hammer is understandably skeptical. It is not that Hammer looks down on Tai Kwai. While he possesses some smithing talent, he could never design such a weapon. That little wretch. John regarded Hammer with curiosity. Indeed, that little wretch is my grandson. Who ran away? John, where is he now? It seems he is your grandson. No wonder he could craft such a weapon. He must have inherited your true teachings. He is not here, but he is already on his way. Hammer's face flushed with embarrassment, as he was certain this matter had little to do with him and Tai Kwai. John, please do not mock me. Our dwarven race excels in forging, yet we possess little aptitude for design. This weapon could not possibly be of dwarven design. By the way, is Tai Kwai well? After all, he is my grandson, and I have not seen him in over a year, which weighs on my mind. He is thriving, managing a blacksmith shop under a baron. Your grandson has quite the personality. I heard that when invited, he initially refused, claiming he wished to laze about. John jested. Laze about? I shall ensure he does not. Hammer declared, clenching his fist like a large pot. Once the dwarven tribe is organized, John summoned a guard, assemble a team and proceed south to retrieve a convoy. The convoy's owner is named Geely, and it contains a dwarf named Tai Kwai. Ensure his safety and return swiftly. At once, my lord. The importance of this weapon has now risen to the forefront of his mind. John will not permit any missteps. In the capital of the Dulan Empire, Duke Justin returned to his estate and, in a fit of rage, lashed out at several servants with a whip. He was furious. That newfangled weapon, which he had presented, had been commandeered by His Majesty for Edward's troops to use first. Cursed Edward! Justin cursed vehemently. Beside him, the steward bowed his head, seemingly oblivious to the long-standing feud between the Duke and Edward. He had no place to interject. Dunlowan. My lord, you can establish contact with the Orc tribe, correct? Justin murmured. Yes, my lord. Have the Orc tribe eliminate the dwarf named Tai Kwai. Understood. I shall send word immediately. The king's orders are immutable. Yet he can still inconvenience Edward. Who would have thought that a duke of the empire would have ties to the Orc tribe? Justin holds sway over 40% of the slave trade in the Dulan Empire, which is his most significant enterprise. Where are the most slaves found? Naturally, among the Orc tribe. After years of warfare, the Orc tribe has imprisoned countless humans, all prime candidates for slavery. Justin collaborates with the Orc tribe to sell these slaves to other nations, reaping enormous profits, and it is these coins that afford him the standing to contend with Edward. Of course, Justin would never undertake such dealings personally. Collaborating with the Orc tribe would be deemed a crime against humanity, resulting in the execution of his entire clan. Meanwhile, Beta and his convoy were already en route. Wang Nuo had not brought many belongings, for his journey to Langia City was aimed at opening markets. And if all proceeded smoothly, it would only take a few months. Based on market responses, he would need to return to Taiping village for supplies, as it would be his future stronghold. Wang Nuo was surprised to find that Tai Kwai was also headed to Langia City, and he eagerly approached to greet him. However, Tai Kwai appeared utterly despondent, shot him a glance, and promptly dove into sleep. Is he possessed or something? Wang Nuo lamented. The convoy comprised over 40 individuals in 4 carts, one of which belonged to Wang Nuo, containing wine and armor, with Chiron as the driver. Of course, the outward pretense was that these items belonged to Miss Geely, and as a mere guard, he was not worthy of riding with the nobility. As Geely's guard, Wang Nuo rode alongside her cart. The distance to Langia City was considerable, requiring passage through 6 small towns. They had only traversed 2 thus far. Wang Nuo's groin ached considerably. He felt compelled to learn horseback riding, for his skills were woefully inadequate. To keep pace with the main force, his thighs had turned bruised. After 4 more days, they finally reached a noble's territory. As the carts approached the village entrance, they spotted a remarkably strong young man awaiting them. Still some distance away, Geely leaped from her cart, joyfully calling out, "Senior Charlie, Geely, it's a pleasure to see you." The robust young man beamed, embracing Geely warmly. "I thought you had already gone to school. I heard you and Beta were passing through, so I waited for you." Charlie ruffled Geely's hair, smiling. Geely wore a radiant smile, intentionally standing on her toes to encourage Charlie to touzle her hair. Wang Nuo observed the imposing figure beside Geely with curiosity. He was exceptionally strong, resembling a chimpanzee, and stood nearly 1.9 meters tall. Wang Nuo had never seen Geely so genuinely joyful. Her smile was heartfelt, igniting his interest in Charlie. Unbeknownst to Wang Nuo, the sentiments he had once expressed to Geely were echoed by another, Charlie. During times when Geely faced ostracism from the nobility, Charlie often defended her. reassuring her not to mind others' opinions, but to find joy within herself. To Geely, Charlie was akin to an older brother. Beta, along with the distant knights, is equally welcomed. A gentle smile graced Charlie's face as he spoke. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. The group promptly dismounted in response. Wang Nuo's curiosity deepened. The nobility he had encountered thus far had left a rather poor impression, and he had never before witnessed such courtesy among the aristocracy. Beta's expression soured slightly, feeling that Charlie's inclusion of him among others was somewhat disrespectful. The truth is, Charlie owed him no respect. Even his father would bow before Charlie, for Charlie was not only the pride of the Dueling Knight Academy but also a lord. A title inherited rather than earned through valor in battle. At the tender age of 15, following his father's demise in a conflict with orcs, Charlie ascended to his title within the Dueling Academy. Charlie was a unique figure, capable of befriending all, regardless of their social standing, and he cared little for such distinctions. He inherited not only his father's title but also his responsibilities, although his fief was modest. The common folk within it thrived under his benevolence. He honored his father's wishes by treating the peasants kindly, adhering to the chivalry code of bravery and integrity. Duke Edward once declared, "Charlie is a true nobleman." This endorsement caused those within the empire who coveted Charlie's estate to vanish without a trace. As Charlie matured, he began to shine within the academy, and by the age of 22, he had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier knight. No one dared to underestimate this young lord any longer. However, the praise from Duke Edward engendered resentment among many of the highborn within the academy. Some advised Charlie to maintain distance from the commoners, fearing that proximity would diminish noble stature. Charlie, however, remained unfazed, often responding with a knowing smile. He would not bother to explain. Some notions were deeply ingrained in the minds of the nobility, and explanations were futile. They had forgotten how their own families had ascended to nobility. Chapter 38. Lord Charlie. The group entered Charlie's domain, bustling streets alive with passers-by and throngs gathered around various shops. The townsfolk harbored no fear of Charlie. Occasional glances cast his way reflected only respect. "My lord, these are freshly baked pastries, do try some," a woman said, pressing a bun into Charlie's arms before retreating to her shop. "And Lila, you haven't taken your payment. My lord, please put away your money." "How could we possibly accept it? Here are some freshly picked fruits for you to enjoy." An elderly gentleman in a hat approached, offering Charlie several pieces of fruit. "Kuchi uncle, you." Both Geely and Beta watched this scene with curiosity, including Wang Nuo, who wondered if it was all an act. "Charlie, how can these commoners be so disrespectful? You are a lord. How dare they touch you?" Beta remarked bluntly. "If such audacious commoners existed in my father's territory, they would have been executed long ago." "Beta, I must inform you that all here are my subjects. They are not commoners. If I hear that term again, I shall be quite displeased," Charlie replied sternly, his expression cold. "I apologize, my lord. I'm Beta. I was somewhat impudent just now, entirely forgetting my place. I dared to instruct a lord," Beta stammered, feeling out of sorts. Upon seeing Beta's apology, Charlie's expression softened, and he patted Beta on the shoulder. "No need to be so rigid, Beta. Come, the banquet is prepared." "Yes, my lord." Beta followed Charlie into the castle, no longer daring to act out of turn. The castle was modest, lacking in extravagance, yet the smiles on the faces of those within suggested that their work there brought them joy. Inside, the butler led Wang Nuo and the others to a separate dining area. Geely and Beta accompanied Charlie to the banquet hall, where two servants stood alongside a kind-hearted middle-aged woman. "Mother, allow me to introduce Geely, the daughter of Baron Jidet." "Madam, greetings," Geely said, nervously curtsying while clutching her skirt. "Good child, no need for such formality. Charlie has spoken of you. Feel free to visit here and chat with me anytime," Daisy said gently. Having learned of Geely's plight from her son, an orphan child isolated at school, who ultimately felt compelled to return home and cease her studies. "Yes, madam, I will," Geely replied, taken aback by the warmth of Daisy's welcome, which reminded her of her late mother, causing her eyes to well with tears. "This is Beta, the child of Baron Bailey," Charlie introduced again. "Welcome, Beta. It is a pleasure to have you as a guest." "Your father is quite the astute businessman," Daisy complimented. "Thank you for your kind words, madam," Beta responded hastily. The servants began to serve silverware, presenting dish after dish of prepared delicacies. One brought forth a bottle of wine. Preparing to uncork it, suddenly Geely recalled the wine Wang Nuo had gifted her, unsure if Daisy would appreciate it. "Madam, I have several bottles of fine wine I wish to present to you." "Thank you, Geely, but after such a long journey, you should eat first." "I am not tired. I will fetch it now. Moments later, Geely returned, cradling 6 bottles of wine, her entire remaining stock, but at that moment, she wished to share something special with Daisy. When did you develop a taste for wine, madam? This is a delightful vintage I acquired. I thought to gift it to you. Oh, splendid, but I must warn you, my tolerance for alcohol is quite low, so I cannot indulge too much. Daisy chuckled. Please do sample it. It is truly exquisite. Chelsea served Geely's wine. Please. Of course, madam. Chelsea accepted the bottle and approached Daisy, pouring the wine into her glass. A fragrant bouquet of roses wafted through the air, mingling with the delicate aroma of the wine. How delightful it smells, Daisy exclaimed. Indeed, it is truly enchanting. I can hardly resist. Charlie raised his glass and took a sip. It is rather light, yet the flavor is rich and aromatic. He commented, this is wine meant for women with a low alcohol content. It is beneficial for one's complexion, Geely explained, having learned this from Wang Nua. Then I shall savor it thoroughly. Daisy lifted her glass and took a gentle sip, a wave of floral essence exploding in her mouth. Indeed, it was perfectly suited for a lady. Geely watched Daisy with eager anticipation, much like a child awaiting praise from a parent. Geely, I truly appreciate this gift. Thank you. I am glad you like it. I will bring you more when I acquire it. Geely resolved to ask Wang Nua to help her brew more wine shortly. Meanwhile, Wang Nua and the others enjoyed a lavish feast of wine and meat. After finishing his meal, Wang Nua gathered some provisions to take to Karen, only to discover that Karen had already begun to eat. Karen, where did you get this food, my lord? A servant brought it. The drivers have some too. Is that not acceptable? Of course it is. Keep an eye on the cart. I shall step out for a moment, rest assured, my lord. Wang Nua approached the cart belonging to Tikua, who had been specially provided with a carriage by the butler. Tikua, why aren't you eating? There is plenty of wine and meat. Go away, go away. I don't want any. The closer they drew to Langia City, the more unsettled Tikua felt. The dwarf kin were quite united, and many recognized one another. As soon as they arrived in Langia City, his family would undoubtedly learn of his presence. Heavens, Tikua thought, feeling a wave of despair as he recalled the haughty tone of the letter he had left behind. The thought of his irascible and strict grandfather filled him with trepidation. As for alcohol, since tasting the wine Wang Nua had given him, all other wines seemed devoid of flavor. He suspected that Wang Nua had drugged him. Though he had no proof, Wang Nua, undeterred by the cold reception, approached a guard and inquired, May I step outside? Of course. You are guests of the Lord's estate. Feel free, the guard replied. Wang Nua, filled with curiosity about the territory, yearned to explore and ascertain its authenticity, yet he longed for it to be real, if only to prove that others were engaged in similar endeavors, and that they were far ahead of him. Wandering through the streets, he observed a relaxed atmosphere. Children frolicked, and the air was filled with the calls of merchants. Passing by a pastry stall, Wang Nua spotted the butler standing at the entrance of the shop where the woman had delivered the pastries. The butler placed money on the vendor's counter before proceeding across the street to do the same at the fruit stall. Wang Nua pondered deeply. This Charlie was indeed a true nobleman. He roamed the city until dusk before returning to the estate, where the butler thoughtfully arranged accommodations for all. Chapter 39. The enemy attack. At this time each year, Charlie would return to the academy, and many villagers from his territory would accompany him on the journey. Due to the low prices offered by the merchants who came to collect goods, Charlie suggested that the villagers store their wares and transport them to Langia City for sale each year. This way, the villagers could earn more money while also gaining exposure to the wider world. The villagers rented carts for transporting goods, piled high with various game and herbs accumulated over the year. As they climbed aboard, awaiting the Lord's command, Charlie, clad in immaculate armor and bearing a great sword, stood at the forefront of the caravan, bidding farewell to his mother. Be careful on the road, Charlie. Your mother, you too. Take care of yourself in my absence. Daisy reluctantly released her son's hand and said, Go on, Charlie. She remained at the village entrance until the long procession vanished from sight, filled with pride for her child. With the villagers joining, the originally 40-strong group swelled to over 100, transforming 4 carts into more than 30, thus significantly slowing their pace. As Beta brought numerous guards, Charlie had only 10 accompanying him. After a day's journey, the caravan halted for a respite. Wang Nua sat on the grass, massaging his thighs, wincing in pain. Bear with it. Once we traverse the mountains ahead, the path will ease, one of the guards advised. Indeed, after a brief rest, the group set off once more. Wang Nua, unable to shake an inexplicable sense of unease, circled the caravan several times, yet discovered nothing amiss. Trusting his instincts, he felt that something significant was about to transpire. He rode to the rear of the caravan and approached Charlie. My Lord Igard, what troubles you? Charlie inquired, recognizing that Wang Nuo was not a knight, having discerned early on that no true knight would lack equestrian skills. I sense impending danger, Wang Nuo replied. What have you detected? Charlie pressed. Nothing specific, but my heart is restless. It likely forebodes trouble. Lacking evidence, Wang Nuo relied solely on his anxious feelings, uncertain if Charlie would take him seriously. Do not be alarmed. You are merely fatigued from riding. Have a drink. Nothing will go awry. Charlie patted Wang Nuo's shoulder, offering a flask of wine. Wang Nuo declined and returned to the front of the caravan. The feeling of dread intensifying, as if his heart might leap from his chest. No, something is definitely amiss. He approached his carriage and asked Karen to retrieve his backpack after slinging the pack over his shoulders and placing a wooden sword on his horse. He produced 2 talismans and affixed them over his eyes. A wooden sword to vanquish demons, a talisman to discern fortune and misfortune. Xintian Wujie, Jin Kuan borrow the law, open the heavenly eye, as the talismans fell away. Wang Nuo turned to observe those around him, only to see a sea of crimson. Every individual appeared red, with the hue deepening further back in the line. Moments later, the vision returned to normal as the effect of the talisman faded. A great calamity, a blood disaster. Wang Nuo hurried back to find Charlie. My lord, we must quicken our pace. Danger looms. Charlie looked at Wang Nuo, puzzled. You claim there is danger but cannot pinpoint its source. How can I believe you, my lord? I am not jesting. Xintian Wujie, Jin Kuan borrow the law, open the heavenly eye. Wang Nuo brandished a talisman, sweeping it across Charlie's eyes. Instantly, Charlie's perception shifted, revealing the crimson scene Wang Nuo had witnessed. Why is everyone turning red? What sorcery is this? Charlie asked. My lord, this is not sorcery. The deeper the red, the greater the danger. The rear is the most crimson, indicating peril approaches from behind. We must hasten our journey. Wang Nuo explained. Despite his lingering skepticism, Charlie, recognizing Wang Nuo's seriousness, acquiesced to his counsel. Convey the order. Quicken our pace. Thank you for believing in me. No need. You act for the good of all, Charlie replied, then instructed a nearby guard. Go to the back and investigate. Wang Nuo felt relieved by Charlie's decision. However, unbeknownst to them, Beta's guard nearly circled the rear and then found a spot to nap. My lord, no one is following. Everything appears normal. This guard dismissed Wang Nuo's concerns regarding him as paranoid. Wang Nuo began to doubt himself. Could he have been overly anxious? Yet, the laws of the universe would not deceive him. He cast the spell once more, only to see the same blood-red vision. Not far from them, a werewolf watched intently. When shall we strike? The bear leader inquired. At dawn tomorrow, we will attack directly. I want all the goods, the leading werewolf responded. Understood. I want that dwarf and the woman. The bear's eyes glinted with greed. Very well. As they were still far from the next city, Charlie ordered an impromptu rest, and the group set up tents. Wang Nuo suggested traveling through the night, but Charlie countered that both horses and men required rest. Wang Nuo had Karen pitch their tent beside the carriage and set up Geely's tent nearby. Then moved the wagon to the front. This way, if trouble arose from the rear, they would at least have time to escape. Wang Nuo stayed awake all night, guarding the tent as the sky turned a dark red. Heralding the dawn, just as the first light appeared, a flurry of arrows suddenly rained down upon the caravan. Enemy attack, shouted the guard on watch. A barrage of arrows fell, and several villagers collapsed into pools of blood. The unexpected assault scattering the crowd in chaos. As people fled in all directions, those on the road became easy targets, one villager after another falling. Charlie's eyes turned red with anger. Hide, quickly hide, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the tumult. Karen, drive the carriage. Wang Nuo rushed to Karen, then dashed into the tent to pull a still drowsy Geely out. Wang Nuo, what are you doing? Geely exclaimed, startled at the sight of the dead. Wang Nuo unceremoniously tossed him into the wagon and commanded Karen, protect him, run, do not look back, just keep running. Wang Nuo jabbed his sword into the horse's rear, causing it to bolt forward. He then pierced the hindquarters of another horse pulling a cart, which had been sleeping inside the wagon. Seeing Wang Nuo's actions, Charlie shouted, quick, climb onto the wagon and flee, forget the cargo, just go. The frightened villagers scrambled onto the various carts, but laden with goods, they could barely move. To the front. Charge ahead, or we'll all perish, Wang Nuo urged. Only 6 carts could potentially escape, while the rest were old horses that could not run. Where are the guards? Protect me, quick, protect me. Beta finally emerged from the shock, shouting frantically, Beta, stay, you are a noble, protect the civilians. Charlie roared. No, hurry, protect me, you are my guards. In that moment, Beta exhibited none of his noble demeanor, trembling in fear. Most of the knights, having been brought by him, followed his lead, rushing to the front wagon, but it was already packed with people. Damn peasants, toss them aside, hurry. In a bid for survival, the villagers naturally resisted being thrown off, prompting Beta to draw his sword and strike, causing several villagers to fall lifelessly to the ground. Beta, how dare you? Charlie exclaimed, attempting to charge forward, only to be shoved to the ground by Wang Nuo as arrows rained down around them. Are you insane? How can you charge now? Wang Nuo swiftly opened a nearby box and donned his specialized hedgehog armor. In his line of sight, Beta had already commandeered a carriage flanked by a throng of guards. Do not leave us, stay, we can still prevail. Charlie was taken aback by Beta's cowardice, who sought to flee without grasping the situation. More critically, from the volley of arrows, it was evident that their enemies numbered at least 50. While Beta had taken all the guards with him, cursed shame, a dishonor. Charlie slammed his fist into the ground, cursing loudly. My lord, we pledge our loyalty to you, we will not retreat. From behind a rock, 10 of Charlie's guards declared it. Very well, Charlie replied, then glanced at Wang Nuo, who was dressed oddly, and asked, you had a chance earlier. Why didn't you leave with Geely? Because I've gone mad. You have earned my friendship. Guard, what is your name? I am Wang Nuo. When the opportunity arises, flee with the villagers. Understood. Why should I run? Wang Nuo inquired. I admire your courage, but this armor and wooden sword will not protect you. Haha, the guards laughed at Wang Nuo. Damn it, get lost. Wang Nuo retorted, realizing that whether he survived today was up to fate. Wang Nuo, assist me in escorting them to safety. Understood. Wang Nuo nodded in agreement. At that moment, several villagers attempting to flee were shot down. Charlie bellowed, I am Charlie, your lord. All of you, drop to the ground and remain still. When I signal you to escape, you shall do so. I will hold back the pursuers for you. Indeed, Charlie's words proved effective. He and his father earned the trust of the populace through their actions, as those who remained alive lay motionless beside the cargo. Stick it on quickly, Wang Nuo exclaimed, as he affixed a talisman to himself and handed the remainder to Charlie. Hurry, don't forget, I was the first to notice the problem. Follow my instructions. At this juncture, there was no time to question the rationale. Charlie accepted the talisman, and a group of knights also took up the talismans, applying them to themselves. They all awaited, poised for the enemy's arrows to cease their onslaught. Along the path, every steed lay lifeless upon the ground, accompanied by the corpses of over 30 villagers. Stop, they're coming, shouted the lookout guard. Orcs, why are there orcs here? Charlie remarked, bewildered, as he glanced towards the distance where dozens of figures approached. The orcs, towering over 2 meters tall, sprinting towards the caravan with alarming speed. Run, follow me to face the enemy. With Charlie's command, countless villagers surged to their feet in flight. Charlie grasped his greatsword and charged at the multitude of foes that outnumbered him. Shen-Tian Wuji, Qian Kuan Jefat Extreme. As Wang Nuo unleashed his spell, the talismans on the 11 swordsmen turned to ash, their speed surging instantaneously. Though astonished, they had no time for surprise, for blades were already clashing together. Charlie led the charge, cleaving through the rushing orc with a single stroke, while the others collided with the orcs in an instant. Being a 4th-tier knight, Charlie wielded immense strength, and with Wang Nuo's rune enhancement, his speed increased by more than half, rendering the orcs before him no match. Within mere seconds, he had slain 7 orcs. Damn it, Xiongde, you didn't tell me there was a 4th-tier knight. I didn't know either. Rest assured, I will make amends afterward. The dwarves must die. Scatter, pursue those at the back, quickly. The orcs surged forward, intent on breaching their defenses. Hold firm, do not let them pass, Charlie roared. 10 men exerted every ounce of their strength. Yet human power has its limits. The enhancement from the talismans had waned, and their speed diminished abruptly. 3 guards were overwhelmed by the orcs, their heads and limbs torn asunder and cast aside. Run, keep running, do not look back. Wang Nuo turned to see this horrific scene unfold. 3 guards already slain, and aside from Charlie, all others were injured, yet no one retreated. Those who stood were the embodiment of hope. As a noble, Charlie chose to remain behind, sacrificing himself to offer the common folk a chance at survival. 10 guards, fully aware of their fate, willingly charged alongside Charlie. If only there were more such individuals, the world would indeed be a better place. Wang Nuo produced the Bagua mirror, releasing Aimuti, yet there was still no response. Damn it, Aimuti, wake up. Wang Nuo slapped Aimuti's face a few times, but to no avail. Stowing Aimuti away, Wang Nuo resolved to return. Ancestral Master, may this talisman prove potent. As he ran, he retrieved a red talisman, his hands forming intricate seals. Shen-Tian Wuji, Qian Kuan Jeffa Yellow Turban Warrior arise. The red talisman floated skyward, igniting slowly from above. When the entire talisman was consumed by flames, the earth trembled violently, the ground quaked incessantly, as if something were attempting to emerge from below. Such a commotion caused both sides to halt, bewildered, while Charlie and his companions seized a rare moment to catch their breath. Suddenly the earth before Wang Nuo bulged, and a massive stone hand emerged. Followed by a second beneath the surface, it seemed a cavern lay hidden, as a colossal figure began to claw its way out, revealing a large stone humanoid. With a mighty effort, the figure heaved itself from the ground. A stone giant standing over 20 meters tall, kneeling before Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo stood in shock. Ancestral master, is it truly this immense? The astonishing transformation left all in awe, as an orc trembled and shouted, "Titan giant, run!" Upon hearing the name of the Titan giant, the orcs fled into the forest without waiting for their leader's command. They could not fathom why the Titan clan, guardians of the abyss, had appeared here. Emerging from the earth, Wang Nuo rose, a drop of blood landing on the Yellow Turban Warrior. "Supreme Laozi, I command thee, Yellow Turban Warrior, aid me in vanquishing the orcs." "At your command," a resounding voice echoed within Wang Nuo's mind. The Yellow Turban Warrior sprang to life, leaping towards the distance, instantly obliterating those orcs who remained unresponsive. Charlie and his companions watched the giant soar overhead, feeling the rush of wind above them. Rooted in place, unable to move, however, to their astonishment, after the giant crushed the orcs before it, it did not harm them but instead charged into the forest. With each step, the earth trembled, leaving behind massive footprints. The Yellow Turban Warrior brandished its arms, seizing two colossal trees and effortlessly uprooting them, casting them away. Any orc struck by the falling trees was instantly rendered lifeless. The trees of the forest proved utterly incapable of obstructing the Yellow Turban Warrior's advance. With each enormous stride, the trees that obstructed its path were shattered. After dispatching one group, it swiftly altered direction, charging towards another. Chapter 41. My cousin, stop dawdling, quickly check if there are any survivors. Wang Nuo urged Charlie. Yes, let's see if there are medicinal herbs on the cart that can aid them. Charlie, shaken from his stupor, disregarded his own injuries and hurriedly began to examine the bodies around him. Alas, there were no living souls. The arrows used by the orcs were coated in deadly poison, ensuring that anyone struck was doomed. Charlie's expression darkened as he gazed upon the familiar faces. Yesterday these individuals had greeted him with laughter, and now they lay lifeless. Damn it, the orcs are cursed. Charlie plunged his great sword into the ground, unleashing a primal scream of anguish. Over 40 lives lost represented 40 families, and he had no idea how to explain this tragedy to their loved ones. Wang Nuo cast a guilty glance at Charlie. Had he acted sooner, perhaps a few more might have survived, yet he had never anticipated the Yellow Turban Warrior's incredible power. Had he known, he would have intervened without hesitation. At that moment, Wang Nuo noticed a villager leaning against a cart, coughing up blood, his mouth still moving. Come quickly, he is still alive, Wang Nuo shouted. Charlie rushed over, retrieving a vial from his person and pouring its contents into the injured man's mouth. Uncle Cudi, hold on, once we reach Langia City, you will be fine, Charlie spoke reassuringly. The middle-aged man named Cudi looked at the young lord before him, tears streaming down his face as he understood his imminent demise. Cudi's lips continued to move though his voice was barely a whisper. Speak slowly, Cudi, I am listening. Charlie leaned closer, straining to hear. My lord, thank you for not fleeing. It is an honor to be your and your father's subject. With those final words, Cudi's eyes closed forever, and Charlie's precious potion failed to save his life. It's all my fault, all my fault. Charlie sank to the ground, weeping like a child. Had he not insisted that everyone accompany him to Langia City, such a calamity might have been averted. Charlie, in Taoism, we speak of cause and effect. Had they not followed you on this journey, they might not have perished, but without your care over the years, they may not have survived to this day. Wang Nuo stated. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are all striving for the same goal. Only by growing stronger can we protect more people. As Wang Nuo spoke, the ground trembled again. Looking up, they saw the Yellow Turban Warrior approaching. After finishing off the orcs, retreat, take cover. Charlie and the others hurriedly fell back. While the giant had slain the orcs, who could say whether it would turn on them next? Even at their peak, they could never withstand a single blow, let alone in their current wounded state. Such a formidable giant was beyond belief. They could hardly accept that this overwhelming presence had been summoned by Wang Nuo. The giant approached them, each step causing them to retreat further until they found refuge behind a stone. Wang Nuo, hurry back. A guard, seeing Wang Nuo frozen in place, thought him paralyzed with fear and called out urgently. Fear not, this is my cousin. Wang Nuo jested. Cousin, my foot. one guard rushed forward, grabbing Wang Nuo in an attempt to pull him away. At the moment of contact, the yellow turban warrior raised its hand. A colossal palm descending upon them, the yellow turban warrior, summoned with a mission to protect Wang Nuo, regarded anyone in physical contact with him as an enemy. Stop! Wang Nuo quickly shook off the guard's grasp and commanded. The guard closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, envisioning himself and Wang Nuo being crushed into the ground. After several seconds without a response, he opened his eyes to find himself in utter disbelief. He discovered, to his astonishment, that the seemingly invincible giant was kneeling before Wang Nuo and him on one knee. This, he is truly your cousin, the guard stammered. At that moment, the air was thick with silence. And everyone stood frozen, gazing at Wang Nuo like a monstrous entity. Wang Nuo, who exactly are you? Charlie asked, his mouth parched, bewildered by the sight of such a formidable giant, whose power rivaled that of a stellar knight. Bowing before Wang Nuo. A good man, Wang Nuo replied. This was not the answer Charlie sought, yet Wang Nuo was unwilling to divulge more, nor did he dare to inquire further. Charlie, why not flee? You all could escape. Just like that, Beta, he suggested, because behind me are my subjects. They pay taxes to support me, and I must protect them, Charlie stated matter-of-factly. Wang Nuo fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. I have encountered many nobles. They differ from you. To them, commoners are no more than beasts. Why are you different? That is their way. From the day my ancestors became nobles, our family has adhered to one principle: to treat commoners kindly. My father upheld this, and now that he has passed, I shall continue to do so, Charlie asserted, his gaze fixed firmly on Wang Nuo, his eyes radiating determination. This was a noble with conviction. Charlie, you are a true noble. It brings me joy to count you as a friend. Wang Nuo extended his right hand, and Charlie reciprocated, shaking it firmly. In the face of danger, Wang Nuo did not flee, earning Charlie's respect. As friends. May I inquire as to his identity? Charlie asked curiously. My summoned beast, Wang Nuo replied casually. You are not entirely forthcoming with your friends, Charlie remarked. Such a powerful summon could only be accomplished by a stellar mage. Yet, observing Wang Nuo clad in incomprehensible armor, exuding an aura of fear, he hardly resembled a stellar mage. I was merely jesting. A magic artifact was gifted to me by a Lord Archmage intended for a single use. Serving as my safeguard, Wang Nuo provided a plausible explanation. An Archmage, you know an Archmage, they bestowed upon you a magic artifact. A throng of individuals could hardly fathom that someone acquainted with an Archmage could be merely a lowly guard. Wang Nuo rolled his eyes, thinking, if I told you Beta is my sister, you would surely faint. Wang Nuo, I apologize. I will make it up to you, Charlie said. The magic artifact, by its very name, exuded immense value. Charlie was taken aback that Wang Nuo had sacrificed his means of survival for their sake. Oh, it's nothing. I shall simply be more discreet in the future, Wang Nuo waved dismissively. Many years later, Charlie would tell his descendants that when speaking with the Wang family, one should always believe only half of what they say. By the way, please keep this matter confidential. We shall say it was a passing stellar mage who inadvertently saved us. Agreed, words alone are insufficient. Let us vow as knights, Charlie replied, gazing incredulously at Wang Nuo. What of trust among friends? Hurry, or my cousin shall be displeased. The yellow turban giant turned its head, devoid of facial features. Yet the group felt as if they were being scrutinized, their skin prickling. They hastily swore their oaths. Just as they finished, the yellow turban giant began to tremble, cracks appearing all over its body, which ultimately crumbled into a pile of stones. Wang Nuo understood that time was up. Calculating, he realized that from the moment it was summoned until now, it had been precisely 30 minutes. This was the duration of the yellow turban giant's existence. There goes your cousin, one guard muttered, cracking his knuckles as he approached Wang Nuo. What do you intend to do? Did you not instruct us to swear an oath? Cousin, help! Several fists flew towards Wang Nuo. Relishing the joy of having survived a calamity, the best place for men to forge friendships is on the battlefield. A shared struggle in adversity reveals who among them are foes and who are allies. Enough of this, let's tidy up and send everyone off, Charlie remarked, his enthusiasm waning. The group began to gather the surrounding corpses. In this world, burial was not customary, for they believed that cremation liberated the soul to ascend to paradise. They constructed a wooden frame, piling countless bodies upon it. Charlie stood at the forefront, bowing his head, lost in thought. After a great fire consumed everything, only ashes remained. Chapter 42. The totem Warsong Karen drove the carriage along the path. Utterly oblivious to his surroundings, simply obeying Wang Nuo's command to keep running without pause, inside the carriage, Geely sat in the corner by the door, for there was no other place to sit. As it was crammed with cargo, with 3 barrels of wine taking up a significant portion of the space, since Wang Nua had rudely snatched her from her bed, she had witnessed the dead and the panicked villagers ultimately being tossed into the carriage by Wang Nua. Even now, Jili remained in a state of shock, her heart racing, uncertain of what had transpired, rendered utterly dazed within the carriage behind Karen. Another carriage followed closely. As the narrow road prevented the heavy cart carrying Taikwai from speeding up, Taikwai was sleeping soundly until he was jolted awake by the bumps. Furious, he clambered out of the carriage, ready to reprimand the driver, only to discover there was no driver. His cart was entirely unaccompanied. What in the world is happening? Where is my driver? Damn it, who jabbed my horse's rear? Seeing blood streaming from his horse's backside, Taikwai cursed. Recognizing the carriage ahead, he shouted, Wang Nua, Wang Nua. Hearing the commotion, Jili poked her head out, spotting Taikwai driving his own carriage and hollering, Taikwai. At that moment, any familiar face brought a measure of comfort to her frayed nerves. Miss, what is happening? There are enemies. We must flee. What about Wang Nua? Unknown. They stayed behind to hold the line. Just then, a cloud of dust arose behind them, and Jili initially feared it was the enemy until she spotted Beta's carriage. Stop, it's Beta. Assuming the situation was resolved, she hastily urged Karen to halt. Karen shared her sentiment and quickly brought the carriage to the side of the road, awaiting Wang and Yuo. My lord, Miss Jili is up ahead. The leading guard announced from within the carriage. Ignore her, we must run, Beta commanded outright. The knight cast a disdainful glance at the carriage before charging ahead, colliding with Taikwai's cart and flipping it over. Damn it, did you not see Lord Taikwai? Taikwai grumbled, scrambling up from the grass. Beta, Jili cried out, yet no one paid her any heed as dozens rushed past them. Miss, quickly get in the carriage, they are surely retreating. And the lords are covering our escape. Jili numbly climbed back onto the cart, shocked that Beta's convoy showed no intention of stopping. She had never expected Beta to act this way. Karen urged her to board, and Jili hastily complied. What about me? Lord Taikwai has yet to board. Karen, unfamiliar with Taikwai, pressed on, but Taikwai, quick-witted, leapt to the driver's side. Hey, you didn't hear me speaking. Karen ignored him, focusing on driving the cart forward. Hey, I'm talking to you. I don't know you. The Lord did not instruct me to protect you. Karen had no desire to engage in conversation, burdened by the heavy cargo and the horse bleeding excessively, reducing their speed. If there were pursuers, they would surely be unable to escape. Nonsense. Wang Nua is my good brother. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Taikwai, mere driver? Karen remained silent, preoccupied with the safety of the Lord. He had not contemplated the consequences. The village had only just begun to prosper, and if something happened to the Lord now, it would revert to its previous state. Moreover, Wang Nua was a good man. Lost in thought, tears began to stream down Karen's face, crying, Good. Under Lord Taikwai's guidance, you have recognized your error. Why are we moving so slowly? Hurry up. I'll sit in the back. Taikwai clung to the edge of the cart, preparing to leap inside, but upon lifting the curtain, he was met with the sight of Jili in tears. The cart was overflowing, leaving no room for anyone else. Miss, Taikwai called out. Jili glanced up at Taikwai but remained silent, her heart heavy with sorrow. Taikwai chuckled awkwardly and returned to the front, suddenly freezing in place, as if he had just seen something extraordinary. Hey, are you hauling wine? Taikwai swallowed hard, quickly reopening the curtain for another look. And upon seeing Jili's puzzled expression, he retreated. Kid, answer me, or else Lord Taikwai will teach you a lesson. The thought of the exquisite wine Wang Nua had offered him made Taikwai's mouth water. Damn Wang Nua, with so much, he only gives me a tiny jar. Stop the cart, I want a drink. Karen was incensed, glaring at Taikwai, who was no saint either, and kicked him off the cart. Damn it. Taikwai tumbled to the ground, rising in a rage. He stood still for a moment before breaking into a bizarre dance, his entire being animated, stamping his feet on the ground and mumbling to himself. Oh, how extraordinary! As the iron block recited the incantation, his body expanded as if filled with air, growing taller by half, and he dashed swiftly towards the carriage ahead. This was none other than the totemic battle song of the dwarves. The song of fury of this powerful melody could significantly enhance their strength and speed for a brief period. With remarkable speed, the iron block caught up to the carriage within mere seconds, leaping to the front and forcefully halting the horse by pressing down on its head. Kailawan was taken aback, gazing at the enlarged dwarf before him. What immense strength must it take for one individual to stop a carriage? Jili, startled by the sudden stop, peeked out to see the magnified figure of the iron block. Iron Block, she exclaimed. The Iron Block approached Kailawan, unceremoniously tossing him from the carriage. How dare you kick the esteemed Iron Block, are you frightened now? He stood proudly before Kailawan, eagerly awaiting his tearful pleas for mercy. Iron Block, what are you doing? Why have you grown so large? Hurry and leave, Jili urged. You fear not, my lady, I merely wish to teach him a lesson. He was far too bold, kicking me off the carriage moments ago. Jili then cast a glance at Kailawan, who seemed lost in thought, unaware of the unfolding events. Do not harm him, who will drive the carriage if he is in trouble. Jili stepped off the carriage to stand before Kailawan. Very well, I shall show you mercy. After saying this, the Iron Block approached the carriage, having no intention of killing anyone. He merely sought to intimidate the driver. What are you doing? You cannot touch the master's cargo. Kailawan protested, only to be easily pushed aside by the Iron Block. He then dove into the carriage, drawn by the allure of fine wine. Upon opening a barrel, the Iron Block was greeted by a delightful fragrance of roses and immediately took a gulp. How exquisite, how delicate, he declared disdainfully. He opened a second barrel and eagerly drank from it. This is the flavor. What a fine wine. Satisfied, he turned to the third barrel, which also contained a potent fruit wine. Ha, so much, this is splendid. Overwhelmed by the abundance of fine wines, the Iron Block felt as though he were dreaming. Momentarily disregarding any threats of pursuers, just as he prepared to indulge, he spotted a smaller barrel tucked away in the corner. He quickly retrieved it. Such a well-hidden treasure must be something even more delectable. Chapter 43. Finding it inconvenient inside the carriage, the Iron Block carried the barrel outside. Upon seeing the small barrel clutched in his arms, Kailawan quickly exclaimed, "You must not drink that." The Iron Block was holding freshly distilled raw liquor, over 80 degrees proof. Wang Nuo had brought it for promotional purposes, hence the limited quantity. To prevent accidental consumption, Wang Nuo had concealed it deep within, but the keen-eyed Iron Block had uncovered it. Surely it must be fine wine. The more Kailawan protested, the more the Iron Block was determined to drink. He unscrewed the lid, and an overpowering aroma burst forth, wafting into the air. So fragrant, so pure. The Iron Block raised the barrel and began to gulp it down. As the fiery liquor coursed through him, he immediately spewed it back out. So spicy, so hot, he cried, swaying about, his vision blurring to the extent that Kailawan and Jili appeared as three figures. Seeing the Iron Block wobbling, Kailawan rushed over to snatch the barrel away. 2/3 of the liquor remained after the Iron Block's reckless gulp. An astonishing fifth of the contents consumed in one go. Kailawan secured the barrel and placed it back on the carriage, ensuring the other barrels were sealed as well. When she emerged, she found the Iron Block sprawled on the ground. A foolish grin plastered across his face. What a jest, consuming 2 pounds of over 80-degree alcohol in one go. Only a dwarf could endure such a feat. A mere human would have bled from the mouth by now. My lady, get in the carriage. I shall escort you. Kailawan recalled Wang Nuo's words, reminding her to protect the lady. What has happened to the Iron Block? He is intoxicated. Is he truly intoxicated? Jili asked, skepticism lacing her voice. I cannot say for certain. He should be drunk. We must leave, my lady, Kailawan urged, aware that they had already delayed for far too long. Are we not concerned for him? Ignore him. He is surely a fraud. We must hasten away. Once he awakens, he will be unable to follow. Kailawan insisted that he has not deceived you. He is indeed a friend of Wang Nuo, Jili interjected. Kailawan gasped in surprise. Then why did he seize my wine? He simply has a penchant for drinking. Let us take him along and trust me, Jili suggested. Very well. Just then, the Iron Block began to shrink, soon returning to his normal size. Kailawan approached, hoisting him onto the roof of the carriage. Before venturing into the forest to gather some vines, after wrapping them securely around the carriage several times, she confirmed their strength before setting off. What is your name? Jili asked from within the carriage, her earlier tension easing amidst the chaos. My lady, I am Kailawan. Where do you hail from? Kailawan remained silent. Their village held many secrets, and he was not foolish enough to divulge them. My lady, please rest for a moment. Jili was taken aback that a servant would refuse to answer her question, feeling discomfort, yet she chose not to press further. Instead, she turned her attention to the items within the carriage, still permeated with the strong scent of wine and roses. What a deceiver! Jili clenched her fists, recalling how Wang Nuo had confidently assured her there was none left. Wang Nuo claimed he had only a little bit left. Was this entire barrel what he referred to as a little? Thoughts of Wang Nuo led her to Charlie, stirring concern within her heart. The guards were all led by Beta. If he fled, could they fend off the enemies? As night fell, Kailawan was uncertain of their whereabouts and had no choice but to halt the carriage. Unloading some items to create a sleeping space for July. My lady, please rest. Geely did not complain, climbing into the carriage to sleep, having gone without a wink of sleep all day. She was truly exhausted. Kailawan opened the raw liquor, pouring some into his mouth before prying open the iron block's jaws to pour it down his throat. This rascal was far too mischievous, until their master returned. He dared not allow the iron block to awaken. Meanwhile, Wang Nuo and his companions gathered their goods, collecting branches to start a fire. They sat together, bandaged and tending to their catch, stringing it up to roast. The villagers had far too many goods and no horses. They could not transport everything with just themselves. Charlie dispatched 2 men to find the villagers and sent another back for assistance. While the remaining 3, along with Wang Nuo, guarded the cargo. Charlie, may I ask you a question? How does one make a village their fief? Wang Nuo inquired. Become a noble? Must one absolutely become a noble? Of course, only nobles are entitled to possess fiefs, Charlie stated matter-of-factly. Very well, then the question arises, how does one become a noble? By achieving merit. The simplest way is to go to battle, like today. That can earn you military accomplishments, Tessie chimed in, looking at Wang Nuo with a hint of envy. Not far behind them lay the severed heads of orcs, trophies from their recent endeavors, truly accomplishments worthy of note. Will today's exploits be sufficient for me to become a noble? Wang Nuo asked. Certainly not. It is not so simple to attain nobility yet if you were to repeat today's events 20 more times. Perhaps then you might have a chance. Tessie's words doused Wang Nuo's hopes with cold water. Wang Nuo glanced at Charlie, who had the most authority on such matters. What Tessie says is true. Moreover, having military accomplishments requires the endorsement of a lord of at least a viscount rank. My father told me that it took our family 3 generations of hard work to finally achieve nobility. The empire strictly regulates the number of nobles. After all, each new noble means a reduction in their tribute. Then what good are military accomplishments if they are merely to be stored away? Certainly not. Military achievements can be exchanged for gold. What is the exchange rate for military achievements? Wang Nuo inquired, now intrigued by the prospect of gold. By rank. Even orcs are categorized into ranks based on their bones. Charlie explained. I observed 2 4th-tier orcs among the others, all of which were 3rd tier. Wang Nuo, you might strike it rich. You must treat us in Langya City, Tessie exclaimed enviously. How much gold can one earn? 4th-tier orcs yield 100 military accomplishments, while 3rd-tier ones yield in total. There are over 50 of them, amounting to 700 military accomplishments. 10 military accomplishments can be exchanged for 1 gold piece. Tessie elucidated. 70 plus gold pieces. That sounds promising. Where do we exchange them? Langya City has a military administration hall. Simply bring the orc heads there to exchange them. Mercenaries often frequent these halls for such transactions. Each large city has an imperial military administration hall for tallying and exchanging military accomplishments. Alright, another question arises. Given my strength, would they believe me if I brought these orc heads to exchange? They would not. The others regarded Wang Nuo. It was a truthful observation. With his appearance, he hardly resembled someone capable of slaying so many orcs. Killing one might be plausible, but 50, especially 2 4th-tier ones? It was absurd. You could seek out others to assist in the exchange, Tessie suggested. Forget it. That sounds far too troublesome. Charlie, you go exchange them. I suspect they would certainly not question a noble, Wang Nuo decided. Military accomplishments cannot be transferred. Charlie reminded him. That matters little. Anyhow, it will not be enough to make me a noble, Wang Nuo replied. Do you wish to possess a village? Charlie inquired. Indeed, came the response. What do you intend to do with a village? Charlie asked, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 44. The Dream Village. Several years ago, a nobleman ventured to Tai Ping village for a hunt. Recounting the plight of the village to Wang Nuo. Beasts, Charlie exclaimed vehemently. Imagining that not all of the villagers had perished at the hands of monsters, rather most had likely been slain by the noblewoman's orders. To safeguard their reputation, the aristocrats would not hesitate to resort to such measures. Therefore, I aspire to transform that place into a city of dreams. A city of dreams, yes, a realm devoid of noble oppression and deprivation, a city where joy and happiness reign supreme. Tess glanced at Charlie and remarked. Your lordship's domain is free from such oppression. I am aware, which is precisely why I would return to rescue you. Otherwise, I would have fled long ago. Wang Nuo replied. Charlie, let them relocate to my territory. I swear upon my knightly honor that they shall not suffer deprivation or oppression, Charlie declared, echoing the vision of the dream city that Wang Nuo himself was striving to realize. That is out of the question. Your territory is too dilapidated. I spent an entire day there and found nothing. I assure you, I intend to make my city exceedingly luxurious, complete with banks, mercenaries, mages, and all manner of taverns, whatever other cities possess. I shall have as well, Wang Nuo boasted. Charlie did not contest Wang Nuo's assertions. While the inhabitants of his lands lived reasonably well, they were not affluent. He had contemplated such ambitions but lacked the necessary funds. These aspirations required an abundance of gold. The current predicament had arisen precisely due to a shortage of coins. Upon observing Charlie's despondence, Sturt remarked, "My lord, you have already accomplished quite a lot. How many nobles can achieve what you have?" "I did not suggest it was insufficient," Charlie replied. "Then why the complaint? Just look at what you propose. Mercenaries are one thing, but mages, have you ever seen a mage who would deign to reside in a village?" Tess felt that Wang Nuo was merely boasting. In their eyes, Charlie was the finest noble, deserving of their unwavering loyalty. "Actually, I have encountered a mage lord who opened a tavern," Wang Nuo asserted. At this, the others could no longer contain themselves and raised their middle fingers at him. A mage lord, a being of such nobility, how could they possibly run a tavern in a village? The more Wang Nuo spoke, the more absurd it sounded. "Very well," he conceded, knowing full well that no one believed him. "I will proceed step by step. First, I shall earn money. What worries me is that once I have succeeded, a noble might come along and seize the village." "Is that why you wish to become a noble?" Tess inquired. While others sought nobility for a better life, Wang Nuo desired it to transform the village and uplift the common folk, an ambition that aligned remarkably with Charlie's own. "Indeed, there is no need to become a noble. You could seek a patron." Charlie pondered for a moment before speaking again. "A patron? Why not have you as my patron? Me? I am not capable. Do not be deceived by my title of lord. I possess little power. A baron might show some respect, but others may not," Charlie explained. A word from the Duke had secured his estate and safety, yet it did not confer true strength, unless he could ascend to the rank of a star knight. At which point, with a commanding shout, many would surely rally to him. Without strength or wealth, who would pledge allegiance to him? Charlie had never doubted his own talent. However, true genius was recognized through growth, and those who fell short were merely regarded as the deceased. "Fear not, I shall initially rely on you as my patron, and later I will devise a strategy," Wang Nuo stated unabashedly. "Very well," Charlie acquiesced, retrieving a piece of iron from his pocket to present to Wang Nuo. "This is my proof of nobility. Keep it, and return it to me when it is no longer needed." "How could I accept this?" Wang Nuo protested, yet he took the iron piece and tucked it into his bag. "A knight's disgrace," Tess chided with a laugh. "I am a mage, not a knight. Then why don that bizarre armor?" "It is, of course, to protect myself." "A mage's disgrace," another knight interjected with a chuckle. Charlie remained silent. True knighthood was not determined by strength but by virtue. He felt an inexplicable conviction that Wang Nuo would succeed. "Wang Nuo, if you genuinely wish to establish a city, you must first possess the strength to protect your village. You must understand that danger may not solely arise from the nobles." Charlie offered his insight. "Fear not, I shall hire a few high-ranking mercenaries for round-the-clock protection," Wang Nuo replied. Having already contemplated this issue, the presence of formidable mercenaries would alleviate many concerns. They could safeguard the villagers and deter lesser nobles. "Do you have the funds for that?" "High-ranking mercenaries do not come cheap," Tess remarked, noting that high-ranking mercenaries were those who had achieved the rank of great swordsmen and passed rigorous assessments. "How expensive could they be?" "A level 4 mercenary costs 10 gold coins per month, level 5 costs 50, and level 6 costs 200, Charlie explained. "That seems reasonable, not excessively pricey," Wang Nuo mused, his calm demeanor causing Charlie to feel uneasy. Had he failed to communicate clearly? After all, he was referring to gold, as in a person. "I am aware," Wang Nuo replied. "Are you wealthy?" Sturt asked curiously. "Not particularly, but I can earn it." "Brother, I am astounded. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to make money? If it were that easy, my lord would have recruited people long ago." Sturt was at a loss for words, observing Wang Nuo's demeanor, which hardly resembled that of a wealthy individual. "As for me, I may not excel in many areas, but I am quite adept at making money." Sleep. "I do not wish to hear your boasting," Sturt declared, lying down. "Do not believe me. Behold this," Wang Nuo exclaimed, lifting a piece of armor nearby and introducing it. Scale armor. Designed to dissipate force, crafted by a master dwarf. Charlie took the armor and noticed it was composed of overlapping iron plates, remarkably lightweight. He squeezed it firmly, and it showed no signs of deformation. "This is truly a remarkable item. That master spent a month crafting it and can dissipate 30% of applied force. How does it dissipate force? Charlie inquired, as he only knew of armors made from materials studied by goblins that could weaken magical damage but had never heard of force dissipation. This structure, when force is applied, disperses it along the scales. You would not comprehend it. You'll understand once you try it, then allow me to test it. Charlie summoned two of his guards. One donned the scale armor, while the other wore ordinary armor. He instructed them, do not defend. With clenched fists, he unleashed the same force, resulting in one retreating 7 steps and the other 6. Switch, he commanded. They exchanged armors, and this time when Charlie struck, the outcome was precisely reversed. What is the principle behind this? It is physics. You would not grasp it. So, do you believe me now? The group gathered around admiring Wang Nuo's armor, as Charlie had demonstrated its efficacy through direct experience. How much for a set? Tess inquired, envisioning how wearing such armor would enhance both speed and strength. 120 gold coins for a full set. Time to sleep. Tess promptly lay down, contemplating how many years it would take to save that amount, and that does not include the dwarf's crafting fee, Wang Nuo added, delivering a final blow. This, Charlie could only gasp. The labor of a master dwarf could surpass the cost of materials. How do you possess such wealth? Charlie asked, intrigued by the juxtaposition of the magical artifact and the specially crafted armor. Do you fancy it? Of course, Charlie nodded. What knight would not be enamored with armor and swords? He contemplated whether to acquire a set for himself. However, the total cost of Wang Nuo's set amounted to 300 gold coins, far too exorbitant. The gold he had saved was intended for recruiting knights, and given the recent events, he needed to set aside some coins to compensate the villagers. When we reach Langia City, assist me with a task, and I shall gift you a set. Really? Indeed, what task? You will know when the time comes. Wang Nuo spoke cryptically, already devising a strategy to penetrate the market, and he required a gatekeeper. With Charlie by his side, he would stand at the entrance and deter any chaos. Chapter 45. Poisoned. As dawn broke the following day, Charlie's guards returned from their search for the villagers, accompanied by over 30 villagers. They had not ventured far, as they were unfamiliar with the terrain. They had merely followed the path until they could run no longer, ultimately seeking refuge in the mountains. The seasoned veteran guard had swiftly located them, having served in reconnaissance during his military tenure. Upon hearing that the crisis had been averted, the villagers embraced one another, extolling the bravery of their lord. What is that noise? Charlie sensed a disturbance, promptly opening his eyes and seizing his sword, only to find the villagers approaching. My lord, the villagers knelt before him, repeatedly calling his name as a gesture of respect and gratitude. Wang Nuo and the others awoke just in time to witness the scene. Faced with the villagers' gratitude, Charlie felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Is it only you? Are there no others who survived? My lord, no one else remains. We all fled together, no one separated from the group. Although he anticipated the outcome, Charlie still felt a deep sorrow. I am sorry. My lord, you need not apologize. It is we who have burdened you. My lord, sob I in the midst of the crowd. Someone began to weep, for some of the deceased were their friends, while others were their kind. In the span of a single day, they had been irrevocably separated from their loved ones, a reality that rendered their hearts heavy with sorrow. I shall compensate them. For those who have lost their loved ones with children at home, I will assist in raising them. For those with elderly family members, I shall provide for their care. At present, Charlie has done all he can rise and organize the goods, awaiting the arrival of others. The villagers searched for their belongings, commencing the task of sorting through them, primarily clearing away the arrows that lay atop. Since the animal hides were placed at the very top, they suffered considerable damage. The torn furs became worthless, for the nobles in the city would never deign to accept such flawed pelts. Yet, all of this seemed trivial in comparison to the grief of losing friends and family. 2 days later, at dawn, all provisions had been exhausted. Karen ventured into the nearby thicket in search of sustenance. He aimed to hunt some game, but lacked suitable tools. The fruits of the season were scarce. After a lengthy search, he managed to gather only 7 or 8, which he cleaned before returning to the cart. Placing them atop, release me, you scoundrel of a cart driver, cowardly human, do you dare challenge me, a block of iron, to a fair duel? Curse it, by the oath of the Dwarf King, I shall annihilate you. You, cart driver, shall learn your lesson from this block of iron. The block of iron awoke with a loud shout. Karen chose not to retort, pouring a bowl of wine, preparing to force it upon the block of iron. At that moment, Gilly emerged from the cart. Is this potion safe for the body? Gilly inquired, having watched Karen administer this substance to the block of iron countless times over the past few days. Whenever the block of iron awoke, a single bowl would render him instantly quiet. Gilly suspected it to be a narcotic, fearing that the block of iron might not withstand it. "Miss, save me, I am starving." "Miss, your beauty rivals that of a gorilla. I praise you, lovely woman." The block of iron had learned this line from Wang Nuo. He recalled how that shameless one had uttered similar words upon first arriving at the Baroness estate. Eliciting hearty laughter from Gilly each time, were Wang Nuo present, he would surely scorn the block of iron, exclaiming that he should speak of beauty akin to the stars, lauding the lovely goddess. Upon hearing Gilly's voice, the block of iron cried out for help. Having not eaten for 2 days, the wine was too potent, a mere sip would send him reeling. If he refused to drink, the cart driver would pinch his nose and force it down his throat. 2 days without food, no, it had been 3, had left the block of iron emaciated. "It's all right, miss," Karen reassured. "Miss, please save me. I am on the brink of starvation." The block of iron whimpered pitifully. "Release him." Gilly ventured cautiously. "Absolutely not, miss. The wandering poet once said that dwarves are as cunning as gnomes. If we let him go, he will certainly assault me and drink all the masteress wine," Karen asserted. "I would never. Please, let me go," the block of iron hastily replied, while plotting how to deal with Karen, the audacious cart driver, who dared to compare him to a gnome. "Then let us find him something to eat. We have no food left." Gilly was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Smiling as she spoke, "It's all right, you go hunt something. Without a bow or arrows, I cannot catch any game." Karen hung his head in shame, feeling unworthy of the masteress trust for failing to provide even food for the Mississippi. "Ha ha, rookie, hurry and release Lord Ironblock. I will hunt," the block of iron proclaimed, reveling in mischief. Though he was no skilled hunter, merely wishing to trick Gilly into letting him go, Karen was no fool. How could a dwarf without tools possibly hunt? What could those short legs chase? "Miss, please wait a moment." Karen climbed atop the cart with the wine boy. "What do you intend to do?" "No, don't pinch my nose. If you have the courage, let us have a fair duel. I'll give you one hand." A few minutes later, calm returned to the cart as Karen presented the gathered fruits to Gilly. "Miss, please have some fruit. There is a stream in the mountains. I will see if I can catch a fish," Karen suggested. He had considered this before, but fearing that too much time would pass and Gilly might be in danger, he prioritized returning with the fruits. Gilly accepted the fruit and took a bite, a bitter taste flooding her mouth, which she promptly spat out. "How bitter. I apologize, Mississippi." Karen felt a pang of disappointment. He had searched for a long time, finding only this. "It's fine, I'll try another." Gilly selected a different fruit and popped it into her mouth, immediately smiling. "This one is delightful. I truly enjoy this. Thank you. I will tell Wang Nuo." "Thank you, miss," Karen replied, overjoyed. "Do have some yourself." "No need, I am not hungry. I have already eaten." Gilly refrained from exposing Karen, for if he had truly eaten, he would not have offered her fruit. The ones she had later were also bitter. Gilly did not notice how she was changing. She would have once been indifferent to the emotions of a mere cart driver. Karen loaded everything onto the cart, checking the injuries on the horse's rear, which had improved significantly. Applying fresh herbs. Once Gilly was aboard, Karen steered the cart away from the forest, knowing that Gilly's safety was paramount. Regrettably, luck seemed to elude Karen. There were no fish in the stream, and after a long search, he returned empty-handed, frustratedly grabbing a handful of wild grass to chew on. With no other option, he pressed on until evening, when he unexpectedly spotted a tree laden with red fruits by the roadside. Excitedly, he halted the cart and hurried over, plucking one and tasting it. How sweet! Karen picked many more, hiding them in his clothing as he rushed back, never contemplating why such a conspicuous spot bore fruit that had gone unnoticed. "Miss Fruits, they are incredibly sweet." Gilly reached for one and quickly grabbed another. Indeed, truly sweet. Karen found a bag, climbed the tree, and harvested all 20 or so fruits, washing them clean while eating and merrily returning. Wow! Before reaching the cart, he saw Gilly doubled over, vomiting. "Miss, what's wrong? The fruits are poisonous. Do not eat them," Gilly exclaimed, feeling herself nearing collapse, her consciousness fading. At that moment, Karen sensed his own stomach beginning to churn. His later consumption meant his symptoms would manifest more slowly. Wow! Karen fell to the ground, retching violently as the mixture of grass and fruit spewed forth, releasing a foul odor. He realized he had made a grave mistake. This could potentially endanger the Miss's life. Gilly was also retching, having lost awareness. Karen gritted through the pain in his stomach as he pushed Gilly into the cart. He knew it would not be long before he succumbed as well. At this point, there were no alternatives. He could only move forward one certain of the path, knowing only that retreat was the only option. He steered the cart around, hoping fervently for the safety of his master and companions. For if all was well, perhaps there would still be a chance. Turning the cart around, Charon urged the horse onward. Thank you for your gifts. I am a novice, please point out any issues or typos. I am grateful once again. Chapter 46, Valuing. Edward held a crossbow in his hand. With this implement, the survival rate of the swordsman in close combat would increase significantly. How many do we have? 320. Edward drummed his fingers on the table, dissatisfied with the figure. 100 dwarves had taken 10 days to forge 320, yet he understood that such crossbows were primarily useful for low-tier soldiers and held little value against Star Knights. Who could withstand them due to their fighting spirit? With an army of over 100,000 under his command, the current pace was far too slow for equipping them all with such crossbows. Too slow. Enlist more dwarf tribes. Yes, my lord. Are the materials sufficient? Enough of the rest. One more matter. I wish to report to you privately. Edward glanced questioningly at John and waved to the guards in the study. Everyone leave. Once all had exited, John spoke quietly. Your Grace, the blacksmith claims he can forge crossbows that can harm star mages. This revelation was of monumental significance. John had not dared to use a magical crystal to report this, opting instead to wait for Edward's return to relay it in person. Crossbows that can harm star mages? Edward inquired again. Yes, where is the blacksmith? Take me to him. Receiving John's affirmative response, Edward could no longer remain seated. What John had envisioned, he too had recognized. This was a weapon that could alter the very fabric of their struggle. The forge for the crossbows was situated on the mountain, the designated site for the Duke's weapon creation. John had arranged for a section to be left open for the blacksmiths to utilize. At that moment, the blacksmith held several blueprints, scrutinizing them intently. On the table beside him lay 2 crossbows, which he had personally crafted. Their size was 2 to 3 times that of a standard crossbow. However, these 2 crossbows had not met his expectations, falling far short of their intended power. The larger the size, the more the power diminished. This was contrary to his expectations. Despite the enhanced materials and increased size, he could not comprehend why the power remained insufficient. The blacksmith was at a loss, repeatedly examining the blueprints. Were Wang Nuo present, he would undoubtedly mock the blacksmith mercilessly. A crossbow of such caliber undoubtedly encompasses a myriad of disciplines and an extensive body of knowledge. If the solution were merely to scale it up proportionally, then the fields of physics and mechanics would indeed be rendered a jest. John arrived at the forge with the Duke hammer. Look who has come, he announced. The hammer, upon lifting his gaze, immediately recognized Duke Edward and promptly rose to greet him, holding the Duke in great esteem. It is widely acknowledged that dwarves are innate masters of metallurgy, and possessing a weapon or armor forged by their hands is a knight's fervent aspiration. Yet, why do the nobility not recruit dwarves en masse? Primarily, it is due to the dwarves' reverence for freedom and their volatile tempers. When provoked, they show no regard for one's noble status. Additionally, dwarves are notoriously unhygienic, though this is a lesser concern, as the nobility can endure it for the sake of superior equipment. The crux of the matter lies in the exorbitant costs of dwarven craftsmanship. The finer the item, the steeper the price, often reaching 1.5 times the cost of the materials. During the Abyssal War a millennium ago, the dwarves' forging skills proved invaluable, and the treaty signed post-war with Wilson was notably amicable. The nobility cannot harm the dwarves without consequence, as it would be deemed a grave disrespect to the Archmage Wilson. Consequently, the nobility resorted to other tactics, often nitpicking the finished products and withholding the dwarves' gold. Such occurrences led to a gradual erosion of trust, resulting in dwarves shunning human patrons unless prepayment was assured. Edward and Hammer have collaborated for over 30 years without ever shortchanging Hammer a single coin, earning him considerable trust, which is why he has brought forth all of his clan's elite artisans. Hammer, how have you found your stay? Edward inquired with a smile. As always a pleasure to collaborate with you. There is ample food, drink, and profit for all. Everyone is well, Hammer replied. That is splendid to hear. Should you require anything, feel free to speak directly with John, Edward assured. Rest assured, I shall not hold back, Hammer chuckled. Then continued, what brings you here at such a late hour? My Duke, Hammer, John has informed me that you may be able to forge a crossbow capable of inflicting harm upon the Star Mages. Is this true? Edward asked. Alas, I fear it is not, Hammer replied awkwardly, having already validated that the concept was overly simplistic. Hammer's words doused Edward and John's excitement, tempering their enthusiasm. Hammer, is there a specific difficulty you are encountering? John inquired. John, my duke, it is not a matter of materials, but rather. Hammer began demonstrating with a standard crossbow alongside two of his own creations, conducting an experiment for Edward and John. How is the power diminished so drastically? Edward questioned. That is precisely what I wish to understand, Hammer admitted. Edward felt a twinge of disappointment. Given the degree of reduction, crafting a crossbow that posed a threat to the Star Mages would necessitate an enlargement by over 100-fold. Setting aside the rarity of the materials, such a colossal size would be impossible to conceal, allowing the Star Mages ample time to evade, thus nullifying any purpose of forging it. Is there a potential solution to this predicament? Edward still clung to a glimmer of hope, for Hammer was a master craftsman. I cannot say for certain. To be candid, I have yet to conceive a remedy, Hammer confessed. What of the iron block? Your grandson, John inquired. John, while such a weapon can indeed be forged from an iron block, it is certainly not designed by it. The blueprint alone is quite intricate. I have examined the crossbows crafted by my kin, and those that closely adhere to the blueprint yield greater power. What do you mean? John probed. It means that these figures are derived from precise calculations representing the optimal configuration, Hammer explained, marveling at the genius of the individual who had conceived such blueprints. Wang Nuo, having been raised by an old Taoist, was no ordinary figure in Blue Star. He was the president of the Taoist Association and lacked for nothing in his line of work. The old Taoist spared no expense in Wang Nuo's education. His affinity for cold weapons led the old man to enroll him in a prestigious military academy, primarily studying Taoist arts. Wang Nuo would often delve into the study of cold weapons out of sheer curiosity, thus he possessed an effortless grasp of these crossbows and armors. If we could locate this person, might it not resolve our issue? Edward inquired. It is quite possible, Hammer suggested, albeit without assurance. John, Edward called. My duke, I have already dispatched someone to receive him. John replied. No, you shall procure 3 pieces of top-tier magical crystals from the storeroom. Proceed directly to the Magic Academy to seek out Dean Hakimi, and request his assistance in establishing a teleportation array. You must personally visit the estate of Gita. This matter must be foolproof. Edward instructed. Hakimi, the dean of Dulan Academy and a 9th-tier star mage, had little temptation from gold at that level. They were not in want of coins. Magical crystals hold extensive utility for mages and serve as currency for high-ranking sorcerers. A single piece of intermediate magical crystal is valued at over 10,000 gold, let alone the top-tier variety. This illustrates the significance Edward placed upon this endeavor. Understood, John responded hurriedly before departing. At the academy, upon receiving the magical crystals, Hakimi's wrinkled visage broke into a flower-like smile. Duke Edward remains as generous as ever, he lauded. The construction of a teleportation array within a short distance would not consume much time. John had provided a rough estimate of the distance, clarifying the direction. Hakimi produced several intermediate magical crystals and completed the array in 10 minutes. I shall activate the array in half an hour to bring you back. Do not exceed the time, or you shall have to walk back, he warned. Thank you, Dean, John replied earnestly. Having once been a prodigious student at Dulan Academy, enamored by Edward's capabilities and charisma, John chose to become Edward's steward upon graduation. Joining the Duke's household. At the time, Edward was not yet a duke, and his brothers were his competitors for the title. Many were baffled by John's decision, such talent squandered on becoming a mere steward instead of pursuing nobility. However, once Edward ascended to dukedom, all dissent quieted, and now John stood as the esteemed steward of the entire Duke's estate, commanding respect from Edward's progeny. Chapter 47, Salvation. The teleportation array established by Hakimi was exceedingly precise. Or rather, John had provided an accurate location as it materialized directly within Gita's domain. Upon stepping out of the array, John made his way to the Baroness' residence, arriving swiftly within moments. To assume the role of chief steward of the Duke's estate, one must possess commensurate prowess. John, a natural talent aided by Edward, was now an 8th-tier star knight. Gita, come forth to meet me. John's voice reverberated throughout the castle. The first to appear before him were guards and Rio. Who are you? This is noble territory. I am John, steward of the Tulip family. Summon Gita at once. I must take him to Langius City, the Duke wishes to see him. At these words, the surrounding individuals immediately lowered their weapons. My lord, please hold. Gita, roused from slumber by the commotion, hastily donned a garment and emerged. Feeling honored to be summoned by the Empire's most powerful duke. He had never considered whether it might be a harbinger of ill fortune. There exists a hierarchy among nobles, should a duke wish to eliminate a baron. He need only convey a glance. You are Gita, my lord, that is indeed me. Who is the steward? I am Rio, interjected Rio, more astute than Gita, recognized that the Duke's interest in the crossbow indicated its significance. Otherwise they would not be worthy of such a summons. Follow me. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Duke's estate. The presence of authority is an intangible force, yet palpably felt. Long accustomed to power, Edward exuded a formidable aura. Merely seated casually on a stool was enough to induce a sheen of perspiration on Gita and Rio's brows. Gita, who designed that crossbow? Edward inquired. My Duke, it was Ironblock. As I suspected, Rio thought, exhilarated. Gita's favor from the Duke would undoubtedly elevate his status as well. You dare deceive the Duke, John thundered. The booming reprimand caused Gita and Rio to kneel instantly. Deceive, my Duke? Gita would never dare, Gita quickly clarified, turning to Rio. Rio, is it truly crafted by Ironblock? My Lord Duke, it is absolutely true, all were forged by Ironblock. There are more crossbows within the estate. We would never dare deceive you. Rio was also drenched in cold sweat. I spoke of the design, not the forging. Edward discerned the flaw in their words. My Duke, the blueprints are also Ironblock's. Everything originates from him. I have not uttered a single falsehood. Impossible, Hammer interjected. I swear, everything I have said is the truth, Rio insisted. Edward observed the two, finding no semblance of deceit, his expression morphing into one of perplexity. Recount the entire affair from beginning to end. As the affairs of the Baroness estate were managed by Rio, he promptly began narrating, starting from Ironblock's arrival to the point of his departure. Ensuring not to miss any detail, upon hearing that Ironblock had been sold as a slave to the Baroness estate and branded with a slave's mark, Hammer erupted in fury. After all, that was his grandson. Had it not been for John's intervention, the Hammer would have struck with a fierce blow long ago. Damned it, how dare you defy the covenant? Have you forgotten the words of the esteemed Archmage Wilson regarding the treatment of the dwarven race? Covenant? What covenant? Gita, bewildered, had only recently ascended to nobility and was unfamiliar with such matters. Dwarves are forbidden from branding slaves, John explained. My lord, I truly know nothing of this, Gita lamented, on the verge of tears. As he had never heard of such a thing, this matter can wait. Are you saying that Ironblock suddenly produced design blueprints and crafted weapons, securing your victory in the hunt? Edward inquired. Indeed, the others exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. The timing was far too coincidental, and for individuals of their stature, coincidences were never trusted. Rise, bring them to rest. No one is to leave without my command. 2 guards approached. Assisting the 2 men and escorting them away, John, dispatch a flying mount to retrieve Ironblock. Understood, all evidence pointed to Ironblock. Should anything happen to him now, the mastermind behind it would leave no trace. Above the castle, 10 griffins soared high, departing from the Duke's estate. It was spring, and a gentle rain fell from the heavens. Poor Lord Ironblock was currently drenched atop his carriage. Miss, please release me. Coachman, coachman, Ironblock had been shouting for hours, yet no one responded. Only the sound of rain accompanied him. Gilly and Karen had already fainted, leaving only the horses to trudging through the muddy path. At that moment, a loud eagle cry pierced the air. A massive griffin descended, its sharp claws and pointed beak glimmered ominously in the night. It is over. Lord Ironblock is doomed. Help, help, Ironblock screamed in panic. Fearing the griffin mistook him for prey. As the griffin landed, Ironblock caught sight of the knight atop it. My lord, save me. I am a master craftsman of the dwarven race, Ironblock pleaded desperately. Fearing for his life, are you Ironblock? The knight on the griffin asked urgently. They were merely passing by, and upon discovering someone here, the captain had ordered him to investigate, not expecting to find the very Ironblock they sought. Yes, I am Ironblock. The griffin knight swiftly dismounted, freeing Ironblock from his bindings. He then inspected the carriage and discovered Gilly and Karen. And who are they? This is Gilly from the barony. And this is a coachman. Do you have any food? I am quite famished, Ironblock lamented. The knight, amused, produced some food and handed it to Ironblock, who appeared utterly disheveled, his face smeared with dirt. Leaving only his eyes visible, his clothes resembled those of a beggar, damp and filthy. The knight checked Gilly's condition, administering medicine to both Gilly and Karen. The knight then took out a communication stone and spoke. "Captain, we have located Ironblock, ensure his safety and return immediately." A voice resonated from the stone. "There is also a noble lady and a coachman, bring them all." The knight tossed Ironblock onto the griffin, then assisted Gilly and Karen aboard, but Ironblock struggled to climb up due to his short stature. The griffin stood over 3 meters tall. Ironblock, now satiated, glared at Karen, his anger flaring towards the wretched coachman who nearly cost him his life. He kicked Karen off the griffin in fury. "What are you doing? This scoundrel is no good. He bound me and nearly brought about my demise. Do not take him. Leave him here," Ironblock fumed. The knight remained silent. His task was to locate Ironblock and ensure his safe return to the Duke's estate. The griffin flapped its wings and gradually ascended the whirlwind it created, sending Karen tumbling into a ditch. Yet, none cared, for he was merely a coachman. Chapter 48. The search. When Ironblock's disheveled figure appeared at the Duke's estate, all were left speechless, assuming he had been begging along the way. Before he could utter a word, a large hand seized him, delivering 2 resounding slaps that left his face swollen and blood streaming from his nose. "Weren't you supposed to be lying low? How did you end up like this?" The hammer was both furious and heartbroken, immediately turning to Gita, demanding an explanation. "My lord, we absolutely did not harm him. When he arrived, we provided him with a carriage." Rio interjected. "Ironblock, who did this to you?" The hammer inquired. "I fell by accident," Ironblock hastily replied, unwilling to divulge that the coachman had caused his current state. It would be too humiliating, especially since he had already taken his revenge. Still boasting, the hammer delivered another slap. "Grandfather, I dare not." Ironblock fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling utterly wronged. He had suffered immensely in recent days, first being bound and starved by Karen, only to arrive here and be struck by the elder. "Hammer, what are you doing?" John intervened, doubting that Ironblock could ever design a crossbow in such a state. "I won't do it again, I promise," Ironblock cried out, tears streaming down his face. John helped Ironblock to his feet and asked, "Ironblock, I am a friend of your grandfather. Did you forge this crossbow?" "Yes," Ironblock nodded, recalling what Wang Nuo had said. The opportunity for fame and fortune had arrived, and he was instantly filled with excitement. Gold coins, fine wine, and elders would soon be his. Ironblock stood proudly, striking a stance and casting a smug glance at his grandfather, who designed it. John pressed again, all eyes on Ironblock, awaiting his answer. "It was, of course, my design," Ironblock boldly affirmed, puffing up with pride and casting another triumphant glance at his grandfather. "You little wretch, how dare you lie?" The hammer's expression darkened, and he swiftly stepped forward, delivering a punch to Ironblock's head. The proud Ironblock was caught off guard, stars exploding in his vision as he fell to the ground. John was stunned, quickly pushing the hammer away. This was his real grandson. Did he truly intend to strike him? "Ironblock, we know you did not design it. Quickly tell us who did." John pressed. "I knew he was deceiving me." "Liars, all of them," Ironblock shouted, realizing that all talk of fame, fortune, and master craftsman had been mere self-deception. "Who was he?" "It was that scoundrel Wang Nuo. He provided me with the blueprints," Ironblock confessed without hesitation. "Wang Nuo, who was that?" Indeed, Ironblock had someone backing him, John rapidly inquired. "A despicable, ugly, and cunning human," the hammer asked darkly, for both Edward and John were human. "A guard from the barony, sold alongside me by slave traders to the Baroness estate." Ironblock quickly explained. "Bring Gita and the steward here." A few minutes later, Gita and Rio entered the room, rushing to Gilly, who lay unconscious nearby. Gilly, what has happened?" Gita's heart shattered. It had only been a few days, and his daughter had lost so much weight. "My lord, it is all my fault. Please spare my daughter," Gita pleaded, cradling Gilly and kneeling on the ground. "Oh, where have you erred?" Edward asked. Gita was momentarily speechless, uncertain of his mistake, wondering why his daughter had become involved. "It is all my fault. I bear the blame." "Rise, Gita. Your daughter has been poisoned, but it was not my doing. Asa noble, you must uphold your dignity and refrain from kneeling at every turn." After Edward finished speaking, he turned to John and said, "Bring Davis here." After John left, Edward inquired further about Rio and Gita's connection to Wang Nuo, but gleaned no useful information, only that they were quite close to Miss Gilly. Shortly thereafter, Davis entered. "I greet you, Duke. Please save this young lady." Gilly. Davis produced a staff and began reciting incantations. "Great life goddess Azalus, grant me your strength to purify the world as filth." A surge of pure energy flowed into Gilly, visibly restoring color to her face. Gilly opened her eyes to see her father, Father, where am I? I am so hungry. Davis, you may withdraw. Very well, my lord. John, bring some pastries, Edward instructed, stepping closer to Gilly and asking. Gilly, I am Edward. Duke. Gilly hurried to rise and pay her respects but was gently pressed back down by Edward. No need for that. Tell me, where is Wang Nua? Yes, Wang Nua. Duke, you must send someone to rescue Wang Nua and Charlie. We were ambushed, and they stayed behind to protect us, Gilly suddenly recalled, speaking urgently. What did you say? Edward's voice dropped, and the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. Ironblock, seated on the ground, dared not even wipe the blood from his nose. He was paralyzed with fear, realizing that despite all the effort to uncover the mastermind, this was the answer he received. John, send someone to search. We must see their bodies. Additionally, send someone to investigate. Edward's expression darkened. Having controlled Langia City for decades, no one had ever dared to challenge his authority, yet now someone had the audacity to disturb his domain and take those he deemed important. Coincidence? No, there are no coincidences. After John's departure, Edward continued to inquire about the events that transpired with Gilly. Unfortunately, Gilly was not privy to much information. She had been promptly thrown into the carriage by Wang Nua. What kind of arrow? Edward pressed, seizing the crux of the matter. So long, so thick, black. Gilly gestured with her hands. Orc's iron hammer interjected. Damn it. The table before Edward shattered into splinters. He hadn't anticipated that some individuals could be so utterly depraved. He had long suspected collusion between certain members of the Empire and the Orcs, and now he was certain that such treachery existed. Without the assistance of the nobility, how could the Orcs have appeared here? More critically, the weapon designer Wang Nua was also implicated. If something were to befall him, all of Edward's plans would amount to naught. Gilly, did Wang Nua create the crossbow design? Edward inquired. Gilly glanced at the iron block, then at her father, knowing that this secret could no longer be kept. Yes, I heard you have a close relationship with him. Why? Because Wang Nua is a good person, Gilly replied. A good person? Yes, Gilly confirmed. He treats those around him well, and he possesses a wealth of knowledge that often brings me joy. A wealth of knowledge? In what regard? Aside from knightly skills, he knows a little of everything. Gilly honestly stated. Wang Nua could wield women's sword techniques, draw, brew wine, and even tell jokes. Is he a magician? Gilly looked up at the Duke, nervously fidgeting with her hands, and said no such small gestures could not escape Edward's keen observation. Though he chose not to comment, Edward closed his eyes, awaiting a resolution. He remained still, as did the others, and the room was enveloped in silence. The griffins soared above for a day and a night before finally spotting Wang Nua and his companions. This time led personally by John. A dozen griffins circled above, sending the villagers scurrying beneath their carts. Fear not, it is the Duke's griffin army, Charles announced loudly. Charles felt a twinge of doubt. After all, this was the Empire's most elite force, with each griffin being a 5th-tier magical beast, and only 6th-tier knights could become griffin riders. Chapter 49, Making a Name for Oneself. The griffin knights truly exuded magnificence. Tess gazed enviously at the circling griffins. The reason knights paled in comparison to magicians was that they could never engage them directly, and magicians could fly, maneuvering freely, while knights could only defensively endure magical assaults. Flying mounts were the only means for knights to approach magicians. However, the wild nature of flying magical beasts meant they could only be tamed from a young age to become companions. And the eggs of such creatures were worth a fortune, often snatched up frantically by the nobility. Among flying magical beasts, griffins were the most formidable. Of course, dragons were in a league of their own. Being sacred and majestic creatures, Wang Nua handed a piece of paper to Stet, who, puzzled, asked, "What for?" "Wipe your drool or get lost," Tess retorted, annoyed. "What do you think these people are here for?" Wang Nua wondered, suspecting that such a grand assembly could not merely be for their rescue. "Of course they're here to save us. Haven't you seen their attire? The Tulip family. Duke Edward's lineage is quite favorable towards the Lord," Tess replied. "Is that true?" Wang Nua questioned skeptically. "Is it possible they are here to fetch you?" John leaped down from his griffin and immediately spotted Charles. "Charles, are you unharmed?" "My lord, I am well," Charles replied. "What about Wang Nua? Is he in trouble?" John asked, seeking the primary objective. Beside him, Tess and Wang Nua were both bewildered. Could they truly be searching for him? Had he unwittingly landed himself in a predicament? "My lord, has something happened?" Charles shot a glance at Wang Nua and spoke. "Charles, tell me quickly, is Wang Nua all right?" "The Duke wishes to see him." Charles felt torn, caught between his benefactor Duke Edward and the one who had just rescued him. "Wang and my lord, he is Wang Nua. He is not a villain. He is a good person, and he is the one who dealt with these orcs, Charles explained. Upon hearing this, John finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Nuo, please accompany me, the Duke is waiting for you. Charles spoke kindly. Waiting for what? Wang Nuo regarded John with caution. Rest assured, it is not ill-intentioned, you should already know the reason, John stated. Aren't the blueprints meant for the iron block? Wang Nuo questioned, perplexed. You need not be anxious. I heard you faced an ambush, and the Duke specifically dispatched me to retrieve you. John's reference to you rather than you all underscored Wang Nuo's significance. Tess looked at Wang Nuo incredulously. Who exactly was this individual that Duke Edward would send griffins for his sake? I will accompany you, Charles declared, standing and walking to Wang Nuo's side. Very well. Wang Nuo also wished to experience flight. Though the wind was so fierce it made it difficult to keep his eyes open, John noticed this and took the initiative to position himself before Wang Nuo, which instilled a measure of goodwill in Wang Nuo towards him. The group traveled swiftly day and night until they finally arrived at Langia City, where the griffins descended directly onto the mountaintop. Following John, they entered the castle, the opulence within leaving Wang Nuo astounded. It was a far cry from any architecture he had encountered since arriving in this world. It surpassed even the castles he had seen on television back on Blue Star, the floors entirely paved with stone resembling white jade. Senior Charles' grandfather John, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, approached, greeting John. She was none other than the beloved little princess of the Tulip family, Elena. Wang Nuo felt a longing to return to a simpler life. This woman, aside from her figure, surpassed Yu Qinhua in beauty, her visage so striking that it would put even the most stunning flowers of earth to shame. The Duke is still waiting for me. I must go ahead, John remarked. Very well, Grandfather John, be busy, Elena replied politely, casting a curious glance at Wang Nuo. Without affording Wang Nuo a moment to ponder, they soon arrived in a chamber. Upon entering, Wang Nuo spotted Jili and the iron block. Feeling elated that they had been rescued, however, the appearance of the iron block was so comical that Wang Nuo couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Wang Nuo mock him, Iron Block glared in anger. Wang Nuo, this is Duke Edward, Charles introduced, bowing to the Duke, to which Wang Nuo followed suit. Edward nodded. He had received word that Wang Nuo was alive when he saw Charles confirming it, observing Wang Nuo before him. With black hair, yellow skin, and dark eyes, he was not particularly tall, appearing quite different from the norm. Edward paid little heed to it. While such features were uncommon, they were not unheard of. Wang Nuo, did you design the crossbow? Indeed, could you devise a weapon of greater power? Edward inquired. Certainly, it simply requires scaling up. Nonsense, I've tried it, and the power enhancement is minimal, Iron Hammer interjected. Not just any scaling, many structures require complete redesigning. How would you redesign them? Iron Hammer asked. Wang Nuo remained silent, already grasping the situation. It seemed the Duke Edward had set his sights on the carriage crossbow. No wonder he had dispatched griffins to fetch him. He had initially intended to keep his superior weapon designs under wraps, as they were his foundation, and he planned to install them in his village eventually. Now, it appeared that withholding these innovations was impossible. However, this could work to his advantage. Utilizing the carriage crossbow design could earn Edward's approval, thereby alleviating the challenges he faced. Kid, why are you silent? Iron Hammer pressed grandfather. He is undoubtedly preparing to make demands. Iron Block remarked, having a keen understanding of Wang Nuo. He was certainly someone who would not act without benefit. Edward regarded Wang Nuo without uttering a word. Never had a young person dared to make demands before him. Those who could be summoned by him were all filled with gratitude. He was curious to see whether Wang Nuo was merely feigning composure or truly unflappable. Wang Nuo remained silent, gazing up at Duke Edward. Gambling on whether Edward was as rule-abiding as the rumors suggested, Charles, Jili, and the others felt their hearts racing, continuously signaling to Wang Nuo with their eyes, yet Wang Nuo pretended not to notice. After a minute or so of this silent exchange, Edward finally spoke. You possess quite the audacity. Not particularly, I am already sweating, Wang Nuo replied, overwhelmed by the Duke's oppressive presence, feeling damp at the waist. Edward was taken aback by this response and chuckled. What do you intend to negotiate with me? The bed crossbow, the size of a table, with a power 100 times that of an ordinary crossbow. Impossible, Iron Hammer interjected immediately. The size of a table, with 100-fold power, that is barely even 20 times the original. You're an expert in blacksmithing, but this you do not understand, Wang Nuo boasted audaciously. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Edward inquired. Of course, I would never gamble with my life. Are you certain? A table-sized weapon with 100-fold power, Edward reiterated for confirmation. Absolutely, though I can design the blueprints. If you cannot forge it, that is not my concern. Wang Nuo affirmed that the requirements for crafting the bed crossbow had reached an exceedingly stringent level, and he was uncertain whether the dwarves would be capable of producing it. You're talking nonsense. Is there anything I can't forge? The Iron Hammer retorted, not believing there was a weapon in this world he could not create. Wang Nuo, this is my grandfather, the god of craftsmen. Understand? My grandfather is incapable of producing it, and thus no one in the world can. The iron block boasted. Little did it know that before the statement was complete, it was struck by a fist from the Iron Hammer. I want you to speak. This made Wang Nuo chuckle. The words of this master craftsman were far too absolute. If I were to provide you with the blueprints for an atomic bomb, could you construct it? That should pose no challenge. Wang Nuo replied. The Iron Hammer took offense at Wang Nuo's words, as the dwarven god of craftsmanship, being doubted by another was a blatant insult to him. Where are the blueprints? In my head. Wang Nuo pointed to his temple. Edward laughed. He had never encountered such an amusing young man. Wang Nuo, state your demands. Chapter 50, Iron Block vs. Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo, state your demands, Edward remarked, indicating his trust in Wang Nuo's words. All eyes in the room turned to him, curious about what he would request. I want a fief, a village south of Baron Jita's territory. Very well, Edward replied. He had the authority to grant land. No noble shall enter my fief without my consent. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. It was evident he held nobles in disdain, or rather, was wary of them. Do you harbor resentment towards the nobility? Edward inquired. No, none at all. I simply fear that nobles would plunder my achievements, and I do not wish for them to arbitrarily slay the villagers in my fief. Edward gazed at Wang Nuo. His words disparaged all nobility, and he himself was among the aristocracy. Wang Nuo's audacious remarks chilled the atmosphere of the room. To disdain the actions of nobles in the presence of a Grand Duke was tantamount to courting death. Charles grew anxious, hastily interjecting, Your Grace. Wang Nuo did not mean it that way. Edward raised a hand, and Charles fell silent instantly. Is there anything else? Yes, pray tell. I wish to open a shop in Elingi City. And I hope to receive your protection. All merchants in Elingi City will be under my protection. That is not a condition, Edward stated. I have no money, Wang Nuo shyly admitted. Upon hearing this, Edward burst into laughter. You disdain the nobility, yet now you seek their coin. Is there anything else? No, John, prepare a shop for him in the finest location in the city, Edward concluded. Falling silent, Wang Nuo grew anxious. The shop was secondary, the village was of utmost importance. I can forego the shop, but the first two conditions must be met, or I would rather die than yield. Interesting, Edward chuckled. Once you complete your task, you shall receive what you desire. Will you keep your word, Your Grace? Perhaps you should swear an oath. Impudent, John bellowed, furious that Wang Nuo dared to question the Grand Duke's promise. This was sheer folly. A tremendous pressure bore down on Wang Nuo, forcing him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, yet the weight of a star knight was beyond his capacity to withstand. Your Grace. Wang Nuo was merely jesting. Charles quickly knelt, pleading for clemency. Edward cast a glance at John, who then retracted his pressure and approached Wang Nuo. Edward surveyed the prostrate figure of Wang Nuo. If one does not trust the nobility, what credibility does a noble's oath hold? Young one, not all nobles are malevolent, such as this gentleman beside you. With that, Edward exited the room. John remarked, Your requests have all been granted by the Duke. I hope your words bear truth. Rest assured, I, Wang Nuo, am a man of my word. How long until the blueprints can be produced? 7 days. During this time, you shall reside in the Duke's manor. Should you require anything, you may seek me. Very well. Wang Nuo rose and turned to Geely, asking, Geely, where is Chiron? I do not know. I awoke here. Geely replied, Iron Block. Do you know where Chiron is? Wang Nuo inquired once more. No idea, Iron Block said. Unblinking, Wang Nuo hastily asked John, My lord, could you tell me where Chiron is? Who is Chiron? The person who was with them. The guards brought back only those two. John said, That cannot be. My lord, please summon the guards to inquire. He is my family and of great importance to me, Wang Nuo insisted earnestly. John quickly called for the guards. My lord, was there not another person with them? Indeed, where is he? Did you not save him? No, the guard quickly shook his head. My lord, when I found them, the young lady and that coachman were both poisoned. I administered the antidote and planned to bring them back together. But this Iron Block kicked the coachman out, claiming he was not one of them. Iron Block, you scoundrel. Before the guard could finish his words, Wang Nuo charged at Iron Block, equally furious after being tied up and beaten. confronted Wang Nuo. The two immediately engaged in a scuffle, with Wang Nuo leveraging his height advantage to rain blows upon Ironblock's head. Ironblock was no pushover, having spent years forging iron. His hands were powerful, and he struck Wang Nuo's thighs mercilessly. The two wrestled back and forth in the halt. Bastard, you wretched cur, scoundrel. John's expression darkened, nearly boiling over with rage. Such a solemn meeting room had never witnessed such chaos since its establishment. Did they think this was a marketplace? Cease this at once. The guards and Charles rushed to separate the two, who were still intent on fighting. You bastard, Ironblock, how much have I given you? Wine blueprints, what have I not given you? I provided you with the resources to make your name, and this is how you repay me. You're full of it. The blueprints were earned by me helping you forge armor. And I even lent you a heap of gold. Without those blueprints, I would still be lying low. Ironblock's anger flared further. The notion of gaining fame was absurd, given that the Iron Hammer had nearly beaten him to death. Ha! Wang Nuo laughed in frustration. You scoundrel, when the orcs attacked, you were the first to be sent away. Had it not been for me covering your rear, you would have perished long ago, and you dare abandon my people to die in the wild. You bastard Wang Nuo, that coachman tied me to the roof of the carriage, and when I woke up, he was pouring wine down my throat. I went days without food and nearly starved. Let go of me. I will kill him. Ironblock struggled against the guards, flailing his limbs. You are the one full of nonsense. How could Chiron have tied you up without provocation? You must have done something. Wang Nuo hurled insults, and Iron Hammer's expression darkened further. Kid, clean up your language. Are you trying to bully the small? Where is Duke Edward? I wish to renegotiate the terms. Who is bullying you? Do not speak recklessly. It was your coachman who first bullied Ironblock, or he would not have abandoned him. Exactly, Ironblock chimed in, seeing his grandfather speak up. Wang Nuo, however, did not believe Chiron capable of such behavior. He turned to Geely. Miss, what exactly transpired? Ironblock attempted to steal some wine, but Chiron kicked him off the cart. Afterward, Ironblock grew larger for some reason and came back to thrash Chiron. Later, Ironblock emerged from the cart with a jar of wine, took a swig, and got drunk. In the end, to ensure safety, Chiron tied Ironblock to the cart, and then we were poisoned. No, I borrowed it. Not stole, Ironblock protested vehemently. Did you hear that, you dwarf, you little rascal? Wang Nuo scolded furiously. You little brat. Iron Hammer, having lived a lifetime, had never been insulted so brazenly. His anger boiled within him. John stepped forward to restrain Iron Hammer. Go rest for now. He then turned to Wang Nuo. Do not speak further. I will dispatch someone to fetch him. Since the guard administered the antidote, he should be fine. You little brat, just wait until I deal with you. Iron Hammer felt somewhat guilty and kicked Ironblock's rear, dragging him away. Grandfather, please, no, you shameful fellow, getting drunk on one sip of wine. Shameful, shameful, that wine was too strong. I got drunk after one sip, and yet you still dare boast. You bring shame to the Dwarven clan. You cannot drink, cannot forge. What can you do? You get drunk after one sip. Try to get me drunk. Outside, the sounds of Ironblock as pleas for mercy echoed. Wang Nuo remained silent for a few minutes in sympathy for Ironblock. No wonder he resisted coming to Elingi City. If he had been beaten so severely, he too would not want to come. Wang Nuo felt a bit reassured. As long as the antidote was administered, he would certainly be fine. Wang Nuo, thank you. Baron Jidit expressed gratitude to him, for Geely was indeed his beloved. My lord, you are too kind. I am merely the Lady Esgard. This is what I ought to do, Wang Nuo replied. Once John had arranged everyone, he proceeded to the adjacent room to find Grand Duke Edward. Chapter 51. Dwarves have nothing of value. John. What kind of person do you think Wang Nuo is? A very unique young man indeed. Unique. It has been a long time since anyone dared to present me with terms, and especially to belittle the nobility in my presence. Should I consider him bold or foolish? Your Grace, he is audacious indeed. Audacious. He knows I would not harm him. He simply has yet to understand you. Once he spends some time living in Langia City, he will come to appreciate your greatness. Do check into his background. Indeed, Edward wearily remarked. Wang Nuo's words undoubtedly cast a shadow over all nobility, as if he had nearly proclaimed them all to be executioners. Edward could never have anticipated that this inquiry would unveil merely the tip of a monumental conspiracy. The following day, upon awakening, Wang Nuo found Karen awaiting him at the door. Karen had been brought back the previous night, and upon regaining consciousness, he discovered he was alone, with Miss Geely and the dwarf nowhere to be found. Fortunately, the cargo remained intact. Unfortunately, he could not find his way and was compelled to follow the road in a horse-drawn carriage. Before long, he was located by the Griffin Knights, who promptly escorted him back. The opulence within the castle made Karen question whether he had entered a realm of fairy tales when the servants offered him a room. He hastily declined. Karen was solely intent on finding Wang Nuo. The unfamiliar surroundings filled him with dread as he felt adrift without the presence of an adult to anchor him. Ultimately, a guard informed him that Wang Nuo resided next door, which gave him the courage to enter the room. The bed's linens were as soft as snowflakes, instilling in him a sense of trepidation that prevented him from lying down, not to mention the luminescent objects that required no kindling. The entirety of the room sparked immense curiosity in the 15-year-old boy, who had never before encountered such grandeur. After lying on the floor for an extended period, he rushed to the adjacent door at dawn to await Wang Nuo. He felt a profound sadness for having misplaced Miss Geely, believing he had let down the trust of an adult. Karen, when did you arrive? Wang Nuo inquired cheerfully upon opening the door and spotting Karen standing vigil. My lord, I arrived during the night. Then why did you not sleep? My lord, I lost Miss Geely. No kneeling. If you dare kneel, I shall send you back. Rest assured, Miss Geely is unharmed, Wang Nuo reassured him. My lord, I also tied up your friend as he attempted to seize your wine, but I did not allow it. Well done. That is precisely how it should be. There is not a single good dwarf among them. Wang Nuo remarked bluntly. What did you say, young calf? Wang Nuo's residence was where Duke Edward hosted significant guests. As the principal designer of bows and crossbows, Wang Nuo certainly qualified as an important guest. As the patriarch of the dwarf clan, Iron Hammer also had the right to reside there. Last night, Iron Hammer, having been infuriated and abstaining from alcohol, arose early only to overhear Wang Nuo's words upon stepping outside regrettably. The present moment is not yet ripe. First and foremost, he must establish the village, creating a stronghold of his own. He envisions transforming Taiping Village into a sanctuary of freedom and ease. My lord, your shop is just behind us. Would you care to take a look? Inquired a guard who approached. Oh, it is here, Wang Nuo exclaimed in astonishment, not anticipating that Duke Edward would be so audacious. A shop in such a prime location would undoubtedly command an exorbitant price. Charlie and Geely shared his surprise. This was Shangchan Avenue, a place where every inch was precious, and wealth alone could not purchase a storefront. Indeed, my lord, please follow me. The shop designated for Wang Nuo by Edward was situated on the street directly opposite the Mercenary Guild, a 3-story building. Upon entering, to the left, there was a horizontal counter with several round tables within, and the staircase nestled in the corner. Wang Nuo found it curious that the furnishings appeared quite new. Why had the previous occupants vacated? After exploring the upper floors, Wang Nuo felt quite satisfied. The third floor encompassed approximately 300 square meters, ample space for his aspirations. He planned to sell liquor on the first floor, establish an arena for beast fighting on the second, reminiscent of the once popular Hong Yuden Tavern, while reserving the third floor for his own residence. At that moment, outside the Mage Guild, a group of young individuals emerged, their handsome features accentuated by their noble robes. Carly, did your father not wish to acquire a shop in Langya City? Queried Kuchi. Indeed, but it is quite challenging and exceedingly expensive. Carly sighed, a look of pitiful despondency gracing her face. The pursuit of magic proved to be a significant financial drain. Her father's wealth was modest, and with several siblings to support, her monthly share of gold coins was meager. Fortunately, her beauty attracted suitors, Kuchi being one among them. Kuchi hailed from the illustrious Tulip family, which greatly appealed to Carly's vanity. However, she was not so naive as to readily accept his advances. Understanding that anything obtained too easily would not be cherished by him, Carly dared not aspire to be Kuchi's wife. For the Tulip family was beyond the reach of a mere baroness. Shops within Langya City were highly lucrative. If she could establish her own, her concerns regarding training resources would vanish. Thus, she subtly broached the subject with Kuchi on several occasions. Haha, Carly, I have prepared a shop for you on Shangchan Avenue. Would you like to see it? Oh my, Shangchan Avenue nobility is not comprised solely of malevolent individuals, nor are commoners exclusively virtuous. The distinction of nobility arises from possessing wealth and power that ordinary people lack. After all, who among the nobility did not originate from common beginnings? They may treat commoners kindly, yet they seldom afford them true respect. As the head of the Tulip family, he must weigh numerous considerations. He does not impede his children from befriending commoners, though he does not encourage it either. In contrast, forming alliances with fellow nobles is deemed essential. as they will inevitably require their own network as they mature. Edward bears no aversion to his children wielding their power for certain purposes, so long as their actions do not stray too far from propriety. He tacitly approves. Edward feels discomfort at Wang Nuo's demeanor, perceiving it as a threat, akin to the events of the previous night. Some things I may willingly offer, yet you must not demand them. Hence, let us provide him with an explanation. The shop will be relocated to the southern district, Edward declared. Very well, accompanied by the enchanting Kuchi, who was relishing the softness bestowed by her presence. A retinue of guards appeared. Young Master Kuchi, please board the carriage. The Duke wishes to see you. Though a flutter of anxiety stirred within Kuchi, he still managed to smile as he bid farewell to the others. I suspect my grandfather seeks my counsel. I shall take my leave. Upon returning home, Kuchi was ushered into a room, where he poured himself a glass of wine and took a hearty gulp. The door swung open, and Kuchi promptly rose. Father, what brings you back? Edward remained silent, seizing Kuchi by the hair. Slap, slap, slap. Several strikes landed, leaving Kuchi bruised and battered. Father, why do you strike me? Kuchi inquired. Next time you speak or act, think with your brain, Edward admonished. Delivering a few more words of discipline before exiting the room, John stood at the threshold. Edward did not greet him, simply departing. Edward's expression was grim. He was aware of the unfolding events and felt no remorse. Believing it was merely a matter of kicking a commoner, which could easily be rectified with an apology, yet John insisted it was insufficient. He demanded an attitude. Edward found it laughable. When did the Tulip family become beholden to the sentiments of commoners? Edward sought out Edward, who offered succinct advice. Do as John suggests. Thus Edward's attitude toward John became evident. Let us go, John called out. Where to? To apologize to Wang Nuo. I refuse. Kuchi flatly declined, incredulous at the notion of apologizing to Wang Nuo. For it was his shop to begin with. As a scion of the Tulip family, how could he stoop to apologize to a commoner? Such news would surely provoke ridicule among the students from the capital. You must go. I shall not, unless you kill me. As a member of the Tulip family, Kuchi retained a measure of pride. Then let it be death. A voice resonated in the room. Edward's voice. John, of course, had no intention of harming Kuchi. He grasped him firmly and forcibly led him to Wang Nuo's quarters. Kuchi's face bore clear imprints of the slaps, his eyes glinting with defiance as he glared at Wang Nuo. Speak, John commanded. To apologize to a commoner felt like a grave humiliation to Kuchi. I will not, he declared, holding his head high. Very well, Wang Nuo replied. All he sought was an acknowledgement. Once that was granted, he was satisfied. Observing Kuchi and John's expressions, one would think they had suffered a profound affront. Wang Nuo pondered. Was it truly so difficult to apologize for a mistake, just because you are nobility? Does that render an apology to a commoner an indignity? Those who do not share common ground do not share plans, was Wang Nuo's inner reflection. Within 5 days, I shall have the blueprints ready. I hope you will honor your word, he stated. Agreed. John escorted Kuchi from the room. Chapter 54. The life of Kai. A few small tornadoes collided in the open space ahead, spinning like tops. Xiaohai lay bored on the grass. Whenever one tornado dissipated, he would conjure another, amusing himself thoroughly. Vincent stood at the entrance of the elven forest, awaiting an audience with the queen. A throng of elves gathered at the forest's edge. Curiously observing Xiaohai, the dragon they had only heard tales of but never seen. 2 elder elves emerged. Lord Vincent, the queen requests your presence. Thank you. Xiaohai, please wait for me outside. The dragon rose, unfurling its vast wings, and with a whoosh vanished into the sky. Vincent followed the elders through the forest, ultimately arriving at the elven castle. The enchanting scenery never failed to uplift the spirit. The entire castle was woven from towering trees, with Alice crowned and seated upon a throne of interlaced branches. Lord Vincent, what brings you here? Alice inquired. Her voice was as gentle as a forest spring, and as the queen of the elves, her beauty was blinding. Unlike Betty, who barged in unannounced, Vincent adhered to ancient protocols. The tales of Vincent's exploits, sung by wandering bards for decades, had spread across the continent. He befriended many, valuing character over status and power, even among the reclusive elves. Vincent's legend endured. Your Majesty, a dear friend of mine wishes to purchase a life wand. Vincent stated. You must know that the life wand is a priceless treasure. I am curious what price your friend is willing to pay. Alice did not flatly refuse but instead posed a question. Vincent understood the life wand's significance but was uncertain of its worth. Perhaps, Your Majesty, you could suggest a price. I could inquire on their behalf. Vincent's tone was amicable, and as a premier figure of the heavenly blessing continent, he undoubtedly granted the elves their due respect. After such a long journey, you should have a drink, Alice said. As she spoke, A beautiful elven maiden approached with a wine jug. A viscous green liquid flowed from the jug into a wooden cup, each drop sparkling like diamonds. Vincent raised the cup to his lips and took a hearty sip. Feeling invigorated as fatigue washed away, "Is this the water of life?" "Indeed, thank you, your majesty." Vincent rose once more, bowing in gratitude. The water of life was a treasure of the elven race, reserved for honored guests. And Alice's offering signified high regard. "Could I trouble you for another glass?" Of course, the maid filled another cup, yet Vincent refrained from drinking it, instead pouring it into a flask. "This is for Xiao Hai," he explained with a smile. "Your friendship is truly enviable. Please take a moment to rest while I meet with the oracle. The life wand is composed of the branches and leaves of Gaia. Alice lacks the authority to bestow it. Bring him along," Alice stated as she rose, just as Gaia's voice echoed in her mind. "Vincent, the great Gaia wishes to see you." Vincent paused momentarily before responding. "It is my honor." The sacred grounds of the elven race were tranquil, surrounded by unidentifiable greenery, and the air shimmered with green auroras. With each breath, Vincent felt his soul purified, his spirit lifted. In his line of sight stood a tree as thick as a house, encircled by a pool of liquid. The green liquid flowing within the pool was the very water of life he had consumed earlier. The trunk of the tree shifted, revealing the visage of an elderly man. "Oracle, a great Gaia." The two greeted each other respectfully. "A dragon knight." Vincent bowed deeply. The name of the oracle Gaia was known far and wide across the continent, and no one knew how long he had existed. He was the most revered life force of the land, often consulted by the great Archmage Wilson even a millennium ago. Gaia's prophecies had saved the continent on several occasions. "You are a true knight. You flatter me, child. Your path is unfolding well. Thank you for your guidance. I have a gift for you." As Gaia spoke, patches of bark began to shed from his form, floating in the air before gradually coalescing into green wooden blocks. The blocks flew toward Vincent, adhering to him and transforming into armor. "This life armor is bestowed upon you. I hope that when the elven race is in need you will extend your hand." "Great one, this is too precious," Vincent replied. The armor crafted from Gaia's bark was beyond compare. "It matters not. Here is the wand you sought." A green branch detached itself from Gaia and floated before Vincent. "Thank you, Great One. In the name of the night, I vow that should the elven race ever face peril, no matter the distance, I shall come to their aid." "There is no need for such solemnity. I have heard tales of your legend even from afar in the North Sea. You are the finest knight in a millennium. I am unworthy of such praise. Remember, dawn will inevitably come. You are not alone in this battle." Vincent unexpectedly lifted his gaze. What did this mean? Gaia's utterance held profound significance. Before Vincent could inquire further, Gaia spoke again. "Go now. I am weary." Vincent took his leave, as did Alice. The trees returned to their original state as Alice and Vincent departed. Only 10 years remained. Gaia's sigh echoed throughout the sacred grounds. His time was limited. When Vincent arrived, Gaia glimpsed a fragment of the future, recognizing that Vincent played a crucial role in the impending calamity. Yet in that future, Vincent bore grievous wounds, thus Gaia was willing to sacrifice her own body, using her flesh and blood to forge this life armor for Vincent. With a heavy heart, Vincent departed from the elven forest, summoning the small sea creature to traverse the skies. In Langia City, atop the castle on the mountain, Ironblock, his head wrapped in bandages, stood on the table, boasting to a few dwarves about his valor during the year he had been away from home. Those human folk wished to capture the invincible Lord Ironblock. How could I ever consent to that? With a left hook and a right hook, I brought them all down, boasting, "Are you capable of such feats?" One dwarf expressed skepticism. I jumped up to strike. Ironblock defended himself. The surrounding individuals were evidently doubtful, filled with skepticism. Would I, Ironblock, exaggerate? I passed by the Baron's estate, and that Baron Jita directly knelt before me, begging me to stay and help him forge iron. In the end, I reluctantly agreed. I even acquired a slave named Wang Nua. Then why do you seem so miserable? Another inquired. Clearly, this group of companions was not easily deceived. This is the result of my grandfather's actions, Ironblock retorted. You brought it upon yourself for stealing your grandfather's gold coins. Furthermore, I do not believe your tale. If you were indeed thriving, would you return here? Someone jeered. I swear by the Dwarf King, I had no desire to come here. I am a dwarf who cherishes freedom. Without freedom, I would rather die. My grandfather summoned me to take over his duties, which I vehemently resisted, thus I was beaten. Be content, Ironblock. This place is splendid, good food and good drink, and the wine here is exquisite. Shovel remarked. Exquisite, haha, you've never tasted true fine wine. That kind of wine, once you take a sip, It feels as if you've soared to the heavens, surrounded by countless plump maidens dancing around you. TSK Ironblock scoffed. He was not exaggerating. Wang Nuo's wine was indeed unparalleled in the world. Wiping his mouth, he was already salivating. I don't believe it. Exactly, where is such fine wine? Ironblock, exasperated, declared. If I were lying, you could refute me, yet when I speak the truth, you still disbelieve. Humph, tonight, I shall take you to witness it for yourselves. Ironblock had already devised a plan. He had discovered Wang Nuo's cart and intended to take his companions to steal some wine that very night, suddenly, with so much traffic and so many requests for updates. I shall provide an additional chapter today. Thank you all for your support. I hope for more comments, and I shall respond to each one. Chapter 55, Special Operations Team and the Stillness of the Night. The Special Operations Team composed of Ironblock, Ironball, and Shovel officially commenced their mission. Ironblock, you cannot deceive us, Ironball insisted. Is it really that delicious? Ironclaw inquired. You shall find out soon enough. We agreed. If caught, we shall bear the consequences together, Ironblock stated. Indeed, very well. I hereby declare the Dwarf Special Operations Team officially established. Let us proceed. The three individuals each took a piece of black cloth, wrapping it around their heads, leaving only their eyes exposed. Under Ironblock's leadership, they crept along the courtyard wall, advancing stealthily in the darkness. What are you doing? A voice called from a distance. We've been discovered. Run, Ironball exclaimed nervously. Fear not. They cannot be referring to us, Ironblock explained, clinging to optimism. They are hiding so well, surely they are not speaking of us. Shall we leave? If grandfather catches us, we will be punished. Ironclaw suggested, wavering. Silence, I am the captain, heed my command. Seeing the three still crouched, Captain Shaowen walked over, bemused. As the head of the castle's guards, he was responsible for the security of the entire fortress. From his position, no subtle movement could escape his notice, especially not the three dwarves disguised so poorly. Shaowen captured the three of them. It's over. This is dire, Ironblock. You've brought about my demise. Ironball and Ironclaw, newcomers to the human realm, expressed their trepidation. Ironblock, however, was different. Having mingled at the Baron's estate for several months, he had grown arrogant, regarding the guards with disdain. He pulled off his headscarf, revealing his bandaged head, and declared, I am Ironblock. We have come to find my grandfather. Shaowen, upon seeing Ironblock's appearance, burst into laughter. Did you just come from the battlefield? What are you laughing at? Oh, why must you crawl to find your grandfather? It is a custom among us dwarves to crawl while walking at night, Ironblock explained. Very well, continue on your way. Upon learning that the little ones were seeking Iron Hammer, Shaowen did not obstruct them but remained cautious, curious to see what they intended. Ironblock, you are truly impressive, Ironball praised, still shaken from earlier. What is this? Just a guard. Tonight, I have important matters to attend. Otherwise, for inciting Lord Ironblock's displeasure, I would punish him, Ironblock boasted, strutting as if he were still at the Baron's estate. A stone flew through the air, striking Ironblock squarely on the backside. Ouch, who did that? Ironblock cried, turning to find no one there, and ceased his boasting, leading his companions inside, silently sneaking into the cart. Ironblock opened the wine barrel, and the aroma immediately made the other two wine enthusiasts salivate. Quickly, he took a sip of filled a bag and urged the two to flee. I haven't filled mine yet, neither have I. I'll split it with you. We'll change our plan and come back tomorrow night. Bringing water to swap for his wine, Ironblock devised a clever scheme, believing he had found a way to steal without being caught, replacing Wang Nuo's wine with water, ensuring no one would know who had done it. You think that one bag won't be discovered? He certainly won't notice such a small amount. The group hastily retraced their steps, and Shaowen chuckled to himself, realizing it was merely two little thieves of wine. The rich aroma undoubtedly indicated fine wine. Approaching the cart, Shaowen took out his own flask and filled it. Indeed, fine wine, he praised after taking a sip. Ironblock and his companions returned to the room. Gathering around the table, Ironblock opened the bag and waved it before the noses of the other two. What do you think? Did I deceive you? It smells wonderful. They nodded eagerly, swallowing hard and reaching for the bag. What are you doing? Ironblock withdrew the bag, casting a shrewd glance. Hurry and pour it out for us. What do you mean? You don't intend to keep it all for yourself, do you? How could that be? We shall drink together, Ironblock proclaimed generously, knowing he had no choice but to share with his companions. The bag for the stolen wine was small, designed for easy carrying. Likely containing no more than 2 pounds, Ironblock retrieved 2 cups, filling them for his companions and then taking a large bowl for himself, pouring the remainder of the wine into it. Cheers. Iron Ball and Iron Claw glared at Iron Block, disgruntled. That wretched Iron Block was using a bowl while they had cups. What are you waiting for? I'm taking a loss here. Drink, Iron Block urged. Lifting his bowl, naturally Iron Ball and Iron Claw objected. It was absurd they had agreed to share, yet he had poured 2/3 for himself. What's the matter? I am the captain, I deserve a larger share. Use the cup, I'll give you one extra, Iron Claw retorted. Yes, you cannot take so much, Iron Ball added. Humph, short-sighted. A single cup reveals your true nature. This is a test for you. Is this amount of wine excessive? Iron Block angrily raised his bowl and downed the contents in one gulp. Not excessive, see? It's not even enough for one sip. We must think long-term, understand? Tonight is merely to assess your attitudes. Tomorrow night each of you shall fill a bag. Iron Block licked the bottom of his bowl, wondering why the wine disappeared so quickly. With a glance, he noticed his two companions glaring at him. They hadn't yet drunk their share. Wait a moment, this wine tastes off. Let me have a taste of yours. Iron Block reached for their cups, but Iron Ball and Iron Claw quickly downed their drinks. Delicious, so fragrant. The two little ones licked their cups, reveling in the exquisite taste. Iron Block had not exaggerated. If there were more, surely they would see plump maidens. The dwarves had a peculiar sense of beauty. In their eyes, the shorter and plumper, the more beautiful. Pathetic. Follow me from now on, and I promise you'll enjoy the finest foods and drinks. One day, I'll help you escape, and then we shall find a noble to rely upon. So you can witness what good days truly are. Will be beaten to death by grandfather. As long as he doesn't find out, we'll be fine. I and the dwarven clan. Iron Block was a legitimate second-generation official. His grandfather was one of the 7 dwarf kings, and he himself was quite talented. As the first miner who dared to venture into the human empire alone, at least that's what he claimed. His companions held him in considerable esteem, thus Iron Block maintained a degree of authority, and others were willing to play with him. You wouldn't understand the world of freedom, where even the air is filled with fragrant delights. Let me share a secret. A baron has contacted me, wishing for me to visit his territory. If you behave well, I'll take you with me. We have our own abilities, why should we rely on grandfather? Iron Block continued to boast, enticing his companions with dreams of grandeur. Indeed, someone had reached out to Iron Block, but that was before he left the baron's estate when Bailey sought to undermine Jita. Bribing one of the baron's guards to contact Iron Block. However, now Iron Block was at Duke Edward's estate, and even if Bailey had the audacity, he would not dare to encroach upon Edward's territory. Really, Iron Ball was intrigued. Of course, if you run away with me, I'll ensure he finds you each a plump maiden. Iron Block continued to tempt them, eager to escape from this place. Grandfather, father, uncle, and elder relatives, whenever there is an opportunity. They would beat him soundly. The unfortunate Iron Block's mental state shattered, prompting him to contemplate his second escape from home. You swore that each of us would find a plump girl, with an ample supply of wine. Indeed, you swore it. The dwarf king above. Iron Block readily agreed. Choose another. Do not invoke grandfather's name in vain. Should you deceive us, you shall never find a plump girl in your life. Iron Block's countenance immediately soured. Such a vicious oath was uncharacteristic of him, yet, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, the messenger had indeed promised to fulfill any of his conditions. Very well, I swear. If I Iron Block speak falsely, I shall never find a large plump girl. Chapter 56. The escape plan of Iron Block. As dawn broke, Karen rose and, as per his daily routine, inspected the carriage. There were no issues with the vehicle. But upon entering the compartment and opening the wine barrel, he quickly noted a reduction in its contents. Karen hurried to knock on Wang Nuo's door. Sir, we are short on wine. Has someone stolen it? Yes, I check daily, and today there is less than usual. Karen confirmed. How much is missing? Wang Nuo inquired, aware that he had brought a meager supply of wine, all of which was worth a substantial amount of gold coins. About 4 pounds. Humph, do not concern yourself. I will handle it tonight, Wang Nuo replied, suspecting that the thief was none other than the shameless Iron Block. 4 pounds stolen seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of this fellow. Wang Nuo mused, certain that the rogue would return that evening. At this moment, Iron Block was scouring for a large sack with his two companions. Having tasted success the previous night, they resolved to execute a comprehensive raid on Wang Nuo. Intending to replace all the wine with water, Wang Nuo, twirling a pen in his hand, found himself in a quandary, unable to resolve a numerical problem he had wrestled with for an extended period. He had promised the steward to deliver results in 3 days, but was now stuck. After a fruitless struggle, he raked his fingers through his hair and decided to seek out Charlie, though they resided separately. The distance was not great, however, wherever Wang Nuo went, guards followed him, ostensibly for protection, but more accurately for surveillance. Midway, they coincidentally crossed paths. I was just about to find you. The supplies have arrived, let us go. You can exchange for your merits. Yes, I also intended to go out for a stroll. To prevent any thieving rogue from pilfering wine during the day, Wang Nuo did not bring Karen along, instructing him to remain behind as a guard. To preserve the heads from spoiling, Tess had pickled them in some earth ash, and a carriage was drawn directly into the military and political hall. Bearing the emblem of tulips, the guards at the entrance did not hinder their passage, allowing them to proceed without delay. Charlie familiarized Wang Nuo with the process, which was quite straightforward: report to the window, and the inspector would come out to inspect. As the cloth covering the cart was pulled away, revealing a full cart of orc heads, the visual impact was staggering. Those in the hall turned their heads in astonishment, gazing at Wang Nuo and Charlie. They were accustomed to exchanging one or two heads for merits, but never had they witnessed an entire cart's worth, were it not for the guards accompanying them. Many would have approached to inquire if a small orc tribe had been discovered. The inspector, pen in hand, began counting and assessing the ranks. 2 4th-tier orcs, 51 3rd-tier orcs, totaling 710 military merit. Please verify if this is correct. A commotion erupted in the once quiet hall. 4th-tier orcs were akin to elite human swordsmen, often the leaders of smaller factions. In the corner, 3 swordsmen gripped their long swords tightly, enviously observing Wang Nuo and Charlie, who had 3 orc heads displayed before them. They must have had assistants. In a way, that armored fellow is senior, Charlie asserted, the only one among them clad in armor. Charlie, is he the 3rd-rank swordsman in your school? Cass inquired, astonished. Indeed, at 22 years old, he is a 4th-tier swordsman, Cass declared with profound admiration. No wonder he is so formidable. Cass remained silent, knowing well of Charlie's prowess. However, it was impossible for one man to have slain so many orcs. Orcs were social creatures, and to encounter a solitary one would have to adopt a cautious approach. As they had only 2 months of respite, it was highly likely that assistance had been rendered. A common occurrence among nobles. Observing the guards following Charlie, Cass felt a twinge of envy. Surely, it must have been the Duke's intervention. Charlie, please hand over your insignia, the inspector requested. It was not me, you are mistaken. He is the one who did all the killing, Charlie quickly clarified to him. The inspector finally turned his gaze toward Wang Nuo, who had previously assumed that Charlie was the one exchanging merits, with the guards accompanying him. And you are? I am Wang Nuo, a commoner, Wang Nuo replied. The inspector appeared perplexed by the situation. A commoner seeking to exchange such a substantial amount of merit? Sir, these guards are here to protect Wang Nuo. He is a distinguished guest of the Duke, Charlie explained. Greetings, just sign here, and I will process everything for you immediately, the inspector said upon realizing the Duke's involvement, understanding that even a slave would pose no issue in such a scenario. Once Wang Nuo completed his signature, the inspector produced an iron plate for him. This is your identity insignia. Since it is your first visit, simply drop a drop of blood on it. He presented 2 plates. One for Wang Nuo and retained one for himself. As a droplet of blood fell upon it, the insignia instantly displayed a number 710, with another number 71 below it. The upper number represented military merit, while the lower indicated the gold coins available for withdrawal. You can use this to withdraw or deposit gold coins here or at the bank, the inspector elaborated, showing great courtesy toward Wang Nuo. Please withdraw all the gold coins. Very well, please wait a moment. Soon someone approached carrying a bag of gold coins. Wang Nuo accepted the coins, and a group exited together. On the way, Wang Nuo produced 40 gold coins and handed them to Charlie. What is this for? Charlie asked, vexed, fully aware that these coins were rightfully Wang Nuo's. This is not for you, it is for those 3 guards and the deceased villagers, a token of my appreciation. With that, Wang Nuo stated his intent, leaving Charlie with no choice but to accept. I thank you on their behalf. Tess, divide these 12 gold coins among you all. Wang Nuo then produced another 12 gold coins and offered them to Tess. No need for that, just treat me to a drink, Tess replied, pushing Wang Nuo's hand back. A drink? No problem, in a few days, I shall introduce you to truly fine wine. That sounds splendid, Tess chuckled. As the group entered, a voice called from behind, Senior Charlie. Cass, are you out shopping as well? Charlie greeted warmly. Cass was his junior, a diligent knight hailing from the southern outskirts of Langia City. No, I just exchanged military merit and spotted you. You went hunting, orcs? Charlie exclaimed, taken aback, considering that Cass had only recently reached third-tier swordsman status. Indeed, with nothing to do during the break, I took my 2 younger brothers out for a bit of luck. These are your younger brothers? Hello, I am Charlie. He smiled and greeted the two. You, hello, I am Cass. You are my idol. I am Kaz. You are also my idol. We will be attending the Knight Academy next month. The 2, 3 years younger than Cass, stood tall, their bashfulness eliciting a chuckle. I am honored. Keep striving, you will surely succeed, Charlie encouraged. Upon hearing those words, the 2 felt invigorated, as if they had been filled with newfound strength. Cass, this is my friend, Wang Nuai. Hello, I am Cass. Cass, hello, I am Wang Nuai. Wang Nuai extended his hand, causing Cass to look surprised. He had assumed Wang Nuai to be of noble birth, as nobles typically did not shake hands with commoners. Hello, Cass quickly reached out his hand. Wang Nuai retrieved 2 talisman papers from his bag and handed one to each of them. Take one each. Carry it with you during the exam. The 2 stared at Wang Nuai in bewilderment. Uncertain whether to accept, unsure of what these items represented. Please accept it, Cass. Congratulations in advance. Your family will gain 2 knights. Several guards who had fought alongside them looked enviously at the talismans in Wang Nuai's hands. They understood the value of such items. These miraculous talismans could enhance a person's speed by 30% with no adverse effects, more than sufficient for an examination. Cass stared blankly at Charlie. Struggling to comprehend the significance of those 2 papers, hurry and thank Wang Nuai. These are precious items, Charlie urged. Thank you, they all said in unison. After parting ways, Tess immediately spoke up. Give me one. That he had seen that Wang Nuai's bag contained many. Useless to you, I only have value in my possession. Giving it to you would be like handing you a blank sheet of paper, Wang Nuai replied. Such talismans required specific hand gestures to wield their power. Otherwise, they were ineffective, and the extent of Wang Nuai's control was limited to approximately 1 kilometer. He planned to create more talismans for the Knight Academy's assessment day, envisioning a commoner wielding one. He anticipated the examiner's astonished expression. Chapter 57. The downfall of the dwarven squad. John sat in his chamber, listening to the report from the guards. Over 50 orcs, more than 700 military merits. 2 4th-tier orcs. This Charlie truly lives up to the Duke's expectations. He is indeed impressive. However, this likely means that Charlie's side suffered significant losses. John harbored no suspicions, for he was unaware that Charlie had only brought along 10 guards, 3 of whom had perished. How fares the other matter? There has been no word yet. It is likely still under investigation. John inquired about the village mentioned by Wang Nuai, a task handed down from the higher authorities. As night enveloped the world in silence, Wang Nuai and Charlie concealed themselves within the carriage, poised to apprehend the dwarves. Following the previous battle with Tai Kwai, Wang Nuai had come to a profound realization of his own shortcomings. Tai Kwai's strength was formidable, and to ensure absolute certainty, he had summoned Charlie to assist him. As time elapsed, the specialized squad of dwarves appeared punctually, each carrying a bag brimming with water. This time, they exhibited no fear. Boldly striding forward with their burdens. We are delivering wine to my grandfather, one of them declared. Shaowen cast a glance at the trio but chose to remain silent, already sensing the presence of individuals within the carriage. Intrigued as he trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama, the 3 dwarves approached the carriage stealthily, and Tai Kwai set down the water bags, lifting the curtain to slip inside. Suddenly, a large sword was thrust against his neck. Ah, who goes there? Upon hearing this, Tieshing and Tiejo dropped their bags and fled, while Charlie sprang forth, pursuing them with swift strides, toppling each one with a kick and hauling them back by their garments. Well, Wang Nuai chuckled. Teamwork was indeed their forte. Wait, it's me, Tai Kwai. Wang Nuai emerged, pressing down on Tai Kwai as he gathered the 3 dwarves together. Bind them. I shall seek an explanation from the elder dwarf. No, Wang Nuai. I was wrong. Tai Kwai pleaded hastily, not wishing to endure another blow from Tiechue, the bump on his head still fresh. Wang Nuai, is he not your slave? You must speak with him. We must not approach the clan leader. Tiejo interjected urgently. Yes, am I your slave? Wang Nuai inquired with a smile. What nonsense, slave, this is my good friend. Wang Nuai, you are not my friend, Tai Kwai exclaimed, covering Tiejo's mouth to silence him. Ever since you abandoned Kalen in the wild, we have not been friends. Get up, we are going to see the elder dwarf, Wang Nuai declared. At that moment, Kalen was roused from his slumber and stepped out, observing the captured dwarves and deducing that they must have stolen the wine. Please, Wang Nuai, you must not do this. We once endured hardships together. Moreover, I did not prevent the guards from administering medicine to him. I merely intended to frighten him, Tai Kwai whimpered, clinging to Wang Nua's leg. Wang Nua glanced at Tai Kwai, finding a strange amusement in his appearance, wrapped in bandages like a traitor, yet, recalling how Kalin had been left in the wild, his resolve hardened. What does it matter to me? Away with you, my grandfather will surely punish me. Look, I am already in this state. Tai Kwai refused to let go, weeping, and smearing his snot and tears onto Wang Nua's trousers. Oh, my trousers, release me at once. Not until you let me go, and us as well, Tiejo quickly added, fearing Tai Kwai would forget them. I will apologize to Kalin, and I will bring you something. You know my skills are exceptional, please spare me. Tai Kwai pleaded, darting over to embrace Kalin's leg. Kalin, I am truly sorry, please forgive me, for it was you who kicked me off the carriage first. In his desperation to evade punishment, Tai Kwai resorted to every tactic imaginable. Casting aside his dignity, Kalin found himself at a loss. Had he known earlier that Tai Kwai was a friend of Wang Nua, he would not have kicked him off the carriage. Furthermore, Tai Kwai's current state was indeed pitiable. And he hesitated before speaking. My lord, why not let it go? It was indeed I who kicked him off the carriage first. Was it not he who sought to steal the wine? He deserves what he gets. Wang Nua retorted. Wang Nua, please, look, Kalin has forgiven me. You must let me go, Tai Kwai implored. Wang Nua found himself wavering. Tai Kwai had indeed assisted him on several occasions, which is why he had rushed to save him. However, the incident with Kalin left a significant discomfort in his heart. Wang Nua retrieved the driving whip from the carriage and handed it to Kalin. Kalin, strike him. Let it go, my lord, Kalin replied. What do you mean? Let it go, strike him, Wang Nua commanded. Kalin accepted the whip, his heart stirred with emotion. Tai Kwai, I tell you, if you allow Kalin to strike you once, this matter will be settled. Should you dare to evade, I shall turn you over to your grandfather. Very well, Tai Kwai conceded. Compared to the iron fist of Tietue, he preferred to be struck by Kalin. Besides, looking at Kalin's slender arms and legs, he doubted it would hurt much. Strike! Kalin swung the whip towards Tai Kwai. Crack! That hurts terribly. I am dying. Tai Kwai collapsed to the ground, rolling as if suffering grievous internal injuries. Kalin, bewildered, held the whip, unsure of what to do, for he had not used much force. Wang Nua snatched the whip from Kalin and swung it with vigor. After 3 strikes, Tai Kwai's clothing lay in tatters. It hurts, it truly hurts. Stop, I was wrong. This time, the pain was genuine. Tai Kwai scrambled to his feet. Clutching his waist and rear, hopping about on the ground. Let it go, give him a chance, Charlie suggested. The dwarven race was known for its strong camaraderie, and fostering animosity with them would yield no benefits. Charlie, aware of the events of that night, understood that Tai Kwai had no intention of harming Kalin. He merely sought to discipline him. However, the timing and location had been entirely inappropriate. The boy had grown accustomed to life among the dwarves. Lacking the human perspective to consider consequences, he merely thought that if Kalin kicked him, he should retaliate. Fortunately, Kalin had taken the antidote and experienced no adverse effects. Otherwise, Wang Nua might have truly summoned his cousin to deal with him. My lord, let it go, Kalin pleaded. Very well. Seeing both of them plead for Tai Kwai's mercy, Wang Nua pondered for a moment before finally relenting. Thank you, thank you. Upon hearing Wang Nua's decision, Tai Kwai quickly rose, eager to depart. Halt, I have not finished speaking. The 3 of them turned anxiously, fearing Wang Nua might change his mind. Help me craft something. What is it? The blueprint I had someone deliver to you last time. Do you remember? I remember. It was quite simple. Leave it to me, Tai Kwai replied, clutching his backside. Good, gather your own materials. Once you finish, I shall reward you with a bag of that wine, Wang Nua stated, for he knew Tai Kwai well. Without some temptation, he would surely cut corners. Really? Tai Kwai asked immediately. Have I ever deceived you? First, give me a jug. Forget it. I shall seek the elder dwarf instead. No, I will do it. Trust me, once it's done, you will definitely receive a bag. Back in their quarters, the 3 little dwarves sat glumly at the table, having failed to steal the wine and now captured. Tai Kwai, did you not say he was your slave? What slave? When did I ever say that? He is my good friend, my buddy. Did you not hear him say he would bring me wine? Do you still wish to drink? Tai Kwai retorted, asserting his authority. Mentioning wine piqued the interest of the other 2. It was simply too delectable. Will he truly give it to us? He should, Tai Kwai replied, uncertain. Wang Nua had not truly deceived him. Aside from his grandstanding, what if he doesn't? He dares not. I will simply transform and deal with him. Pfft, you are all talk. You were just scared to the point of tears. Nonsense, I was merely acting. Would he have let you go otherwise? Tai Kwai adamantly refused to admit he had been frightened. Once we obtain the wine, we shall flee. I have observed these past few days, There are not many guards here, and the servants dare not interfere with us. Are we really leaving? What is wrong? Do you not wish to escape? Taikwai's expression shifted, casting a scheming glance at Tejo. He was determined to flee, for he could no longer endure life here. I am afraid of being beaten. What is there to fear? I am not afraid. Do you not want that fat one? Do you not desire the fine wine? Taikwai tempted. Of course I do. Then it is settled. After bidding farewell to Wang Nuo and Charlie, Taikwai miraculously recalled how to calculate that number. He retrieved the blueprint and swiftly began working, determined to finalize it that very night. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tietue stared blankly at the insignia in his hand. It was the token of the Dwarf King and a component of the fateful armor. As the Dwarf King, Tietue's strength was indisputable. How could he remain oblivious to the commotion in the courtyard? Out of sheer embarrassment, he refrained from stepping outside once Wang Nuo returned to his quarters. Tietue was poised to deliver a thorough reprimand to the little miscreants, when suddenly the insignia on his shoulder radiated a searing heat. The insignia glowed. What could this mean? Tietue attempted to open the door, and the insignia flared with renewed heat, as if preventing him from exiting. Confounded, Tietue glared at the insignia. The dwarven race was inherently slow-witted, and the insignia was incapable of speech. The fateful armor was the culmination of the Dwarf King Taihan's life's work. Infused with his essence and the blessings of past dwarf kings, each time the armor issued a warning, it signified impending events. Since its inception, the armor had only illuminated thrice, each time allowing the dwarves to avert perilous situations. Tietue resolved to seek an audience with the Grand Duke. Matters concerning the safety of their kin demanded his return to the clan to confer with other dwarf kings. Stepping outside, he suddenly noticed the insignia had ceased its warmth. Tietue felt a flicker of understanding. He promptly redirected his intentions towards punishing Taikwai. As expected, the insignia began to glow once more. Is the destiny indicated by an iron block. The hammer quietly approached the iron block's room, and a gentle snoring drifted through the air. Upon opening the door, 3 little fellows were found asleep on the table. After gently relocating them to their beds, the hammer sought out John to explain the purpose of its visit. Is there something urgent? John inquired. According to the agreement with Wang Nuo, the design blueprints would be available tomorrow, and at this critical moment, the hammer intended to depart. There are matters within the clan that require my attention. Can't someone else go in my stead? Hammer, you know how much the Duke values the crossbow. John replied. I have my reasons. I must return, but I will not take my kin with me. I will leave them here, and you must look after them. But can they really create the crossbow that Wang Nuo mentioned? John questioned. I don't know. You can let them take a look. If they can't manage it, then wait for my return. The hammer insisted firmly. Fortunately, the hammer did not plan to take all the dwarves, leaving John feeling troubled about how to report to the Duke. Do not worry, my friend. I shall return. Shall I send the griffin with you? John tentatively asked. No need. The hammer declined. The dwarven clan's stronghold had always been underground. They would not expose themselves to humans irrespective of friendship. This was a matter of survival for the entire race. With no other option, John had to allow the hammer to depart. The hammer gathered several elders, assigned them tasks, and left the Duke's residence that very night. Chapter 58, Goblin Technology. The next day, Wang Nuo presented John with the blueprints, a total of over 20 sheets filled with intricate diagrams and annotations that John could not comprehend. Is this the design? John exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that these few pages could alter the very fabric of their reality. Show it to the old dwarf, and he'll understand. Wang Nuo wearily replied. You, an outsider, should refrain from meddling in matters you do not grasp. I toiled through the night and am utterly exhausted. Please wait. John approached the current dwarf leader, Ironhead, who happened to be the father of the iron block. Ironhead scrutinized the blueprints carefully. While he could comprehend the majority of it, he noted numerous circles of varying sizes and patterns, which Wang Nuo had labeled as gears. The iron block stood by the forge, wielding a large hammer, curiously observing, fully aware that this was indeed the object Wang Nuo had spoken of. It is challenging, but it can be forged, Ironhead declared. That is reassuring. John exhaled, relieved. Including myself, only 7 individuals can undertake this task. The precision required is exceedingly high, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary craftsman. Certain components of Wang Nuo's blueprints necessitated precision down to the millimeter, a feat not achievable by just any dwarf. Moreover, the several gears posed the greatest difficulty, likely requiring multiple attempts to succeed. John nodded, recognizing that he had not expected everyone to be able to forge them. What about the materials? He inquired. We only need to procure some cold iron. The primary requirement is the bowstring. If my calculations are accurate, we will need at least the tendons of a 7th tier magical beast. Ideally those of an 8th tier, Ironhead stated earnestly. No problem. The materials will be delivered shortly. You assemble those capable of this task and prioritize forging it. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me, John responded. Understood. After finalizing the blueprints, John visited Wang Nuo's chamber, discovering Chiron sorting through the litter of discarded papers strewn across the floor, each adorned with various diagrams and numbers and text. What are these? John inquired. The calculations. Do you require them? Of course. John immediately summoned a guard to remove all the documents, ensuring not a single scrap remained on the floor. The crossbow was currently the Duke's most classified secret, and its details must remain concealed. How about the blueprints? Are they satisfactory? Wang Nuo asked. I cannot say, John replied. What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts? Wang Nuo rose, confident that the old dwarf would surely comprehend his meticulously crafted blueprints. Until the project materializes, no one can ascertain its authenticity, John asserted. Very well, however, I must take my leave. I will not depart from Langia City just yet, as I need to establish my shop, Wang Nuo stated. The academy is about to commence, and this is the most bustling time in Langia City, making it prime for business. Agreed. I shall send someone to accompany you, and your shop's location will be changed. Why the change? Wang Nuo inquired. John glanced at Wang Nuo but refrained from answering. Surely he understood the implications of the relocation. Chiron drove the carriage guided by the guards towards his new shop. Upon descending the hill, the guards led him southward for 2 hours until they finally reached their destination. Wang Nuo gazed at the dilapidated structure before him, utterly astounded. Goodness, compared to Xiangshan Avenue, this place is akin to a sewer. He intends to open a shop here, yet he has placed it in the commoners' district, making it impossible for me to sell wine to the nobility. The surrounding houses were tightly packed, each one adjacent to the next, with dusty roads devoid of any building exceeding 3 stories. Countless individuals emerged from their homes, curiously regarding Wang Nuo. This was the southern district of Langia City, a place where nobility rarely ventured. Isn't this Xiangshan Avenue? Wang Nuo asked. Indeed, it is. Here are the property documents, a guard replied, handing the deed to Wang Nuo. After carefully examining it, he confirmed its authenticity and understood that this was the price for punishing Kuchi. Let it be here. It is quite satisfactory. Wang Nuo nodded. At least there was a courtyard. Upon entering the house, a musty odor assaulted his senses, and he noted a pile of tables and chairs cluttering the space. Grabbing a stool, he applied slight pressure, and it shattered into splinters. How long has this been neglected? He ventured upstairs to find that most of the furnishings were unusable, necessitating complete replacement. Chiron, remove everything from inside. Chiron promptly entered the house to begin clearing out the items. Wang Nuo returned to the courtyard. The stench inside was overwhelming, and he feared it might asphyxiate someone. A crowd gathered around, though they dared not approach due to the guards stationed at the entrance. This was not the atmosphere Wang Nuo desired. I am fine now, you may leave, he announced. I apologize, but we must ensure your safety, the guard replied sternly. Wang Nuo produced a communication stone and contacted John to convey his concerns. That is unacceptable. They are here to protect you. I and the establishment I plan to open. How can I operate with such a large entourage? It only raises suspicion. Would you consider relocating me back to Xiangshan Avenue? That is impossible. There are no available shops there. Then withdraw them. As a commoner, having so many guards is more indicative of trouble than safety. I will leave 2 individuals to heed your instructions. Very well. After concluding the conversation, all knights following Wang Nuo retreated, leaving only 2 behind. Wang Nuo instructed them to change into different attire, which they promptly did. With the guards having withdrawn, the onlookers approached. Greetings, I am Wang Nuo. Could anyone here direct me to find a craftsman? Greetings, my lord, I am a craftsman named Nok. How may I assist you? A sturdy man from the crowd offered. Indeed, this house is in dire need of repair. As I wish to open a shop, therefore, I require several skilled artisans. I can assist. So can I? Me too. Upon hearing Wang Nuo's call for craftsmen, several individuals stepped forward from the crowd. Work was scarce in Langia City. Wang Nuo selected 5 individuals and inquired, what are your daily wages? My lord, we charge 1 silver coin for our labor. Nok stated, I shall pay you 2 silver coins, provided you adhere to my specifications and expedite the completion. Wang Nuo offered, rest assured, my lord. We will fulfill your requirements with quality and efficiency. The chosen 5 were elated. 2 silver coins a day was considered a high wage in Langyus City, after parting with some additional coin. Wang Nuo hired a few to procure materials. He led the selected craftsmen inside, outlining his specific needs. Once the materials arrived, they set to work with great enthusiasm. Wang Nuo sought out a lumber yard. Selecting a fine piece of timber to load onto the carriage. He also sought out neon lights, which he had seen in Sancha village and within the Duke's castle. However, he was unaware of where to procure them. After several hours of searching without success, he reluctantly turned to Charlie for assistance. Through Charlie's guidance, Wang Nuo learned that such items were called magical lamps, produced by goblins, and were not typically available in ordinary markets. Under Charlie's direction, he arrived at a small shop named Goblin Technology. The shop was modest, encompassing only around 30 square meters, with a green-skinned little fellow wearing glasses reclining in a chair. Chapter 59, Tavern Setup. As they entered the shop, a cage hung at the entrance, within which a mechanical bird flapped its wings and chirped, "Welcome, welcome." The interior of the shop was lined with glass displays. To the left were various mechanical models, while the right showcased an array of colorful potions, presumably the renowned magical concoctions of the continent. "What can I do for you, esteemed sir?" the goblin inquired, standing before Wang Nuo, who was slightly taller than the goblin's shins. Goblins, while similar in stature to dwarves, were notably shorter, devoid of hair or beards, and entirely green, which rendered them seemingly unremarkable. However, this did not detract from their status as the most intelligent race in the world. "I seek walls that emit light." "What color?" "Yellow." The goblin approached the counter on the right, opened the cabinet, and placed a bottle of powder onto the table. "Simply mix it with water and apply it to the walls, and it will suffice. 10 gold coins per bottle." "How much?" Charlie exclaimed in astonishment. For such a small item, akin to a regular wine bottle, to cost 10 gold coins seemed no different than robbery. 10 gold coins, no bargaining. The goblin glanced at Charlie, visibly displeased, and remarked that these uncouth individuals had no understanding of the arduous process involved in creating this luminescent powder. "I'll take it, and I would like another bottle." Wang Nuo retrieved his pouch and tossed 20 gold coins onto the table. He continued, "Since I am purchasing so much, would you kindly include a small amount of black paint?" "Of course not. Every transaction must be meticulously recorded. This is not solely my establishment." Goblins are social creatures, deeply united, and they prefer to collaborate in business and research. A shop like this likely has a dozen or more owners. "Very well, I will take one for a gold coin." The goblin regarded Wang Nuo with a sidelong glance, retrieved a new bottle, poured some powder onto a piece of paper, waited, noticed it was excessive, and discarded a bit before finally wrapping it up and handing it to Wang Nuo. "How miserly!" Wang Nuo muttered. "Human, this is not miserliness, it is fairness. When transacting with us goblins, you need never worry about being taken advantage of." The goblin corrected him. "All right then, I presume these exquisite bottles are also produced by you?" Wang Nuo inquired, pointing at the potion bottles within the cabinet. "Indeed, these are called crystal bottles, far more beautiful than your ordinary glass." "How much for one?" 5 silver coins each, replied the goblin. "These crystal bottles are essentially crafted by humans, though a specific mineral powder is added to eliminate impurities, costing less than 1 silver coin to produce." "Then I will take 200. Wang Nuo casually tossed 10 gold coins, envisioning how splendid they would look for holding wine. "We do not have that many in stock. You can leave an address, and someone will deliver them in 3 days." "Very well, have them delivered to the Jianghu Tavern in the southern part of the city." "The Jianghu Tavern, indeed. Are you using them to hold wine?" "Yes." "Well, you may not be suited for business. The people in the south cannot afford wine stored in such bottles, and you will find yourself at a loss." The goblin kindly cautioned, "That is my affair. How many bottles do you have available? I wish to take them with me. 20. After parting ways with the goblin, Wang Nuo indulged in a shopping spree throughout the city, ultimately realizing he was left with scant gold coins. Charlie was perplexed as to why Wang Nuo opted for such high-quality items. Everything he purchased, from cutlery to tables, was clearly aimed at the nobility. "You are opening a tavern. These items are far too extravagant," Charlie remarked, with Tess and the others nodding in agreement. In a single afternoon, Wang Nuo, like a spendthrift, squandered all the gold coins he had earned from his military exploits. "It matters not, I can earn more." "Whether you can earn more remains to be seen, but we certainly have witnessed your spending habits," Tess responded, exasperated, as the group of guards struggled to carry a large wooden table. By evening, upon returning to the tavern, The workers, motivated by the promise of double wages, were working diligently. A week later, a brand new wooden building emerged in the southern district, its walls entirely wooden and adorned with Wang Nuo's luminescent paint. As night fell, the building shimmered with a golden glow. Though it might not stand out on Xiangchan Avenue, it became a significant attraction in the commoner district. At night, throngs of people would gather to marvel at the glowing slogans on the walls. 10 steps to kill a man, no trace left behind. A cup of wine in the spring breeze, 10 years of lanterns in the night rain of Jianghu. May I ask where the wine shop is? The shepherd points towards Taiping village. The shopkeeper asks how drunk I am. I reply, 300 more cups, please. All 4 walls were covered in graffiti styles, all designed by Wang Nuo, for given the name Jianghu. It was only fitting to embody a rustic spirit. The outdoor courtyard had been fenced in, featuring transplanted flowers and plants, adorned with pebbles. Upon entering the courtyard, one would find a sign reading Jianghu Tavern. Inside the tavern, the bar was directly in front, with a wall behind it designated for wine storage. To the left were 2 tables, and in the upper left corner, a staircase led to the second floor. To the right, the design was much more rugged, featuring a central arena for beast fights, surrounded by numerous tables and benches. This design was inspired by the style used by Betty from Sanxia Town, which Wang Nuo had directly adopted. The second floor housed 8 luxurious private rooms, primarily aimed at the nobility. The back courtyard on the first floor served as the kitchen, offering roasted meat and wine exclusively. On the grill, a whole sheep continuously dripped with grease, emitting a steady sizzle. Wang Nuo grabbed a handful of special spices and tossed them onto the fire, igniting the flames in an instant. The aroma was simply irresistible. This was his secret blend of spices, one word, fragrant, similar to cumin from Blue Star, which pairs perfectly with lamb. Charlie, Geely, Chiron, and Tess stared intently at the lamb grilling over the fire. Utterly captivated by the intoxicating scent, even Charlie and Geely could not help but swallow, as they were accustomed to roasted meat, yet the nobility primarily consumed beef, unable to tolerate the gamey flavor of lamb. They were taken aback by how delightful the normally pungent lamb had become. Look, Chiron, that white area has turned a golden brown. We need to add more spices. Be generous, it's quite cheap, we can always add more later. Wang Nuo was instructing Chiron when suddenly a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Chiron went to open it, and upon doing so, he was surprised to find 3 dwarves standing there. Equipped with tools they had crafted, they had prepared everything long ago. The iron blocks had been waiting for Wang Nuo for 3 days, and fearing Wang Nuo would renege on the agreement. Iron Block brought along 2 other team members to collect the debt. What is that delightful aroma, so fragrant? What kind of meat is this? Charge. Iron Block, holding distillation equipment, dashed towards the backyard, followed closely by the other 2. Iron Block, wait for my announcement. Chiron reached out to stop him, but Iron Block was too agile, throwing the items to him and slipping away. As they reached the backyard, the rich aroma enveloped them. Iron Block, what brings you here? Wang Nuo inquired curiously. The items you requested are ready. I'm delivering them and seeing if you need any assistance. Iron Block replied, yes, we are here to help. Iron Ball and Iron Claw wiped their mouths and formed a line around the grill. Wang Nuo, is this meat? Wang Nuo rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? Where are the items? Chiron has them. Chiron confirmed. Go help him bring them in. We need to prepare to eat. Bio. Now that Iron Block had discovered them, there was no driving him away. The 3 rushed outside, quickly returning with the equipment atop their heads, fearing that if they delayed even a second, the meat would be gone. Place that in the side room. They complied promptly. Curious, Charlie asked, what is this? Just useless trinkets, nothing significant. Chiron responded. Chiron, bring out the raw liquor. Chiron emerged from the kitchen, cradling the raw liquor, which Wang Nuo accepted. Upon opening the lid, everyone was immediately hit with a potent aroma of alcohol. Wang Nuo took a spoon and drizzled the raw liquor over the roasted lamb, intensifying the already rich fragrance. The mingling scents of wine and meat created a unique aroma that had everyone drooling. Wang Nuo placed a plate, knife, and fork in front of each person before beginning to serve the lamb. He first offered a sizable piece of meat, a delectable mix of fat and lean. To Charlie and Geely, then, he sliced a generous chunk of lamb onto their plates. Geely picked up the knife and fork, gazing at the glistening meat, and took a bite. Spicy, fragrant, and piping hot, this is exquisite. Geely exclaimed, cutting another piece, her pace unconsciously quickening. Charlie too, after swallowing his first piece, couldn't stop. This damn delicacy was enough to make even a knight's resolve falter. The spicy lamb paired with the rich wine was utterly irresistible. Once one took a bite, they could not stop. Wang Nuo, this is incredible, huh? I'm glad you're satisfied. Wang Nuo nodded with delight. This was the tavern's signature dish. Here, the nobility tended to shy away from lamb and pork, leaving it for the common folk. Little did they know the essence of lamb. Who could resist a piece sprinkled generously with chili and cumin, marbled with fat and lean? Wang Nuo, another piece, me too. Count me in. Wang Nuo was taken aback. Within mere moments, these three had devoured a pound of lamb, even licking their plates clean. Give me another piece. Tess, with half a piece remaining, extended his plate eagerly. All right, but take your time. It pairs perfectly with the wine. Wang Nuo served them another piece, and this time the Special Forces team calmed down, savoring each bite, reluctant to rush, pausing to relish the flavors before taking another. 2 minutes later, the three were licking their plates once again. Charlie stood up, swiftly cutting a large piece for himself, realizing that if he didn't act quickly, there would be none left, after Wang Nuo returned with more wine. He served Geely and Chiron another piece, leaving little behind. Only about 2 pounds remained. The Special Forces team gazed longingly at Wang Nuo. Wang Nuo, are we forging iron? Iron Block inquired. Wang Nuo smiled knowingly and handed over the leftovers to them. And they eagerly dug in. Truth, lamb should be savored in this manner, akin to how Geely and Charlie indulge such a tiring affair. Once the meal concluded, a fine cup of wine appeared before several individuals, peach wine for the gentlemen and rose wine for the ladies. With that cup consumed, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped them. Indeed, it was a delectable feast. Tez reclined in his chair, affirming that Wang Nuo was not embellishing. This wine was undoubtedly unparalleled in the world. Indeed, I have never consumed so much meat in my life, Geely remarked, having devoured over a pound, utterly unable to continue, fearing she might burst. Miss, are you full? Tai Kwai gazed at Geely with anticipation. Yes, Geely nodded, signaling her inability to partake further. No sooner had she spoken than a claw reached over, swiftly depleting the meat from her plate. Tai Chiu, how dare you? Tai Kwai fumed, and upon witnessing Tai Chiu's audacity, he charged forward. In an instant, Tai Chiu snatched the meat and bolted away, glancing back to find only a morsel remaining in his grasp. Tai Kwai seethed. I am the captain, cursed Tai Chiu, that was my meat. Here. Tai Chiu tossed the leftover meat to Tai Kwai, initially intending to consume it all, but Wang Nuo still owed them wine, and he was reluctant to let Tai Kwai claim a cut. The trio engaged in playful scuffles for a while before Tai Kwai approached Wang Nuo demanding wine. No, it's not available right now, Wang Nuo replied. There is only one barrel meant for sale, and I cannot possibly give it to you now. Are you trying to cheat me? Tai Kwai exclaimed, growing frantic. I swear next month I'll bring you some. I have plenty of this wine, just not here, it's in the village. I didn't bring much, as it's for promotional purposes, so I can't give it to you now. Next month, I promise to bring you a barrel, Wang Nuo explained. Fine, just give me a jug for interest. You lot are feasting on lamb for free tonight. RNTU, 1 cup will suffice. 3 cups, Tai Chiu reminded, noting that Tai Kwai often forgets them. At that moment, Wang Nuo sensed movement from the Bagua mirror at his waist and quickly executed a hand gesture. Chirp. Aimuti appeared before Wang Nuo, joyfully bouncing about, pressing his head against Wang Nuo and nuzzling him repeatedly. Aimuti, Wang Nuo exclaimed joyfully. It had been 3 months since Aimuti had shown any sign of life, and he was pleasantly surprised to see him awake tonight. Hey, Aimuti, do you still recognize me? Geely greeted with a smile. What is this? Charlie inquired curiously, eyeing the tiny figure that had appeared out of thin air. Chirp, Daddy, your son, Charlie gasped in astonishment. Nonsense, this is my little brother. Daddy, Wang Nuo's face darkened. Having Aimuti call him father felt like a curse upon his lifespan. Call me brother. No, Daddy allowed. Aimu's eyes twinkled as he spoke. Upon awakening, Aimuti's intelligence had evidently increased. He could now utter 2 syllables instead of just one, though he remained the same, still resembling a 7 or 8-year-old child. He retrieved a small bear cookie from Wang Nuo's bag and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes instantly brightening. Want, Aimuti exclaimed again. Wang Nuo still had plenty in his bag, having saved them during Aimuti's unconsciousness. Knowing no one would consume them, but he tossed a piece into the air, and Aimuti opened his mouth, poised to catch the cookie. As part of their usual game, however, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Give it here. Tai Kwai seized the opportunity, catching the cookie mid-air, performing a somersault and landing securely while exclaiming, Run! Tai Chiu and Tai Jiu, always loyal to Tai Kwai, quickly scampered away, fearing he would hoard the treat for himself upon witnessing his beloved bear cookie snatched away. Ai Mutiai's face transformed with fury. How dare anyone take his cherished cookie? With a powerful kick, he propelled himself to the courtyard entrance in an instant. Tai Kwai, unable to halt in time, collided with Ai Muti, feeling as though he had crashed into a steel wall, his head spinning. Looking up, he wondered how this little rascal had appeared before him, yet Tai Kwai was not one to be trifled with. He swiftly opened his mouth and shoved the cookie into Ai Mutiai's mouth. A repugnant, foul taste filled Tai Kwai's mouth, and he swore it was the most disgusting thing he had ever tasted. Akin to excrement. Pot, take it back. Tai Kwai spat onto the ground. Ai Muti, enraged, jabbed his hands toward Tai Kwai's belly. Ai Muti, no, Wang Nuo quickly interjected, knowing how sharp Ai Mutiai's nails could be. Even Tai Kwai in the past would not have withstood such an attack. Despite his anger, Ai Muti did not relent, clenching his fist and delivering a blow to Tai Kwai's abdomen. Tai Kwai felt as if a monster had assaulted him, soaring into the air before crashing into something. Tai Chiu and Taijiu swallowed hard, gazing at the human-shaped hole in the wall. Wondering if Tai Kwai had been fatally injured. How could this little creature possess such strength? Incredible, incredible. Not only were the two dwarves astonished, but Charlie and Tez were also left speechless at the remarkable speed displayed. Karen and Geely had seen Ai Muti before, but Karen had only ever witnessed him sleeping. He had not anticipated that this seemingly slumbering little one could be so formidable. I have seen all the comments and appreciate everyone's suggestions. Many have expressed a longing for Hongjie. I will make arrangements. Also, thank you to the generous benefactor for the gifts. There will still be 3 updates today. Chapter 61, Tai Kwai vs. Ai Muti picked up the bear cookie and returned to Wang Nuo, glancing at the saliva-soaked, broken cookie in his hand, his face contorted in displeasure. It's gone. Weren't you supposed to take it easy? Who told you to hit so hard? Wang Nuo scolded. Ai Muti was nothing more than a child wielding immense power. If not properly guided, he could inadvertently harm many. Chirp, 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 in a moment of panic. Ai Muti found himself at a loss for words. He was just playing with you. You can't hit him so hard. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Being angry isn't acceptable either, if you continue like this. I won't let you come out to play. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Alright, you didn't hit him hard. The others looked on in confusion at Wang Nuo and Ai Muti, questioning whether this was indeed a form of communication. Did the chirping possess such a multitude of meanings? Angry, Ai Muti threw the cookie to the ground and stomped on it. Bang! Instantly a basketball-sized hole appeared in the ground, cracks radiating outward like a spider web from where Ai Mutiai's foot had landed. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Charlie attempted to stomp on the ground himself and quickly realized he could never achieve such a feat. Even a 5th-tier swordsman would struggle to match such power. No more anger. If you do this again, you won't be allowed out. Here, take another one. Wang Nuo produced another cookie. Ai Muti eagerly shoved it into his mouth, his anger dissipating as he savored the treat. Next time you encounter such a situation, you need to reason with them, understand? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Fine, you don't know what reasoning means. Next time, you must listen to me. Got it? Chirp, chirp. Ai Muti nodded vigorously. At that moment, Taijiu and Taijiu brought Tai Kwai inside. He seemed unharmed, merely dazed, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Who has any medicine? Wang Nuo inquired. I have some, Geely replied, producing a vial of medicine. Wang Nuo administered it to Tai Kwai, who immediately sprang to his feet upon awakening. Ouch, my stomach hurts. What did I just collide with? Brother, you were struck by that little one. Taijiu reminded. Impossible, just him. Wang Nuo stared incredulously at Tai Kwai, who had been knocked senseless by Ai Mutiai's punch. I refuse to believe it, Tai Kwai insisted. Dwarves were renowned for their formidable defense and strength. He could concede that he might not prevail against an adult, but how could he be bested by such a small sprout? It's true. Noticing that Tai Kwai was not feigning, the others quickly explained what had transpired. All the while gazing at Ai Muti with admiration, Tai Kwai's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Ai Muti, still unconvinced. Observing the looks from Taijiu and Taijiu, he felt his status threatened. Wang Nuo, let your son out. I want to fight him again, Tai Kwai declared, unwilling to accept that Wang Nuo could not defeat him while he was bested by Wang Nuo's child. You'd better go cool off. I can't afford to buy you a coffin if Ai Muti ends up killing you, Wang Nuo retorted. Stop fooling around, Tai Kwai, Geely interjected, concerned. Ai Muti was clearly no ordinary child. Charlie admired the dwarf's bravery but was worried about his intelligence. Wang Nuo, however, regarded Tai Kwai with suspicion, pondering whether Ai Muti had somehow damaged his wits. The disparity was too significant for him to overlook. The only possibility was that Ai Mutiai's punches possessed a unique form of attack. You dare to look down upon Lord Tai Kwai? Very well, today I shall show you. Tai Kwai was incensed. He had his pride. How could this group of individuals belittle him, joining his hands together? He formed a peculiar gesture, stomping his short legs on the ground while chanting incantations. O chu and ima di and ija ji de rang wa shang chila o yan yen sin egwa guesun. Wang Nuo observed Tai Kwai with curiosity. His demeanor seemed off, reminiscent of a bizarre ritual dance from Blue Star, the Song of Fury. Charlie elaborated. What song? The Song of Fury. The dwarven totem battle hymn. It is said to quintuple one's combat power in a short time. It is the strongest known enhancement technique on the continent, but it can only be used by dwarves, Charlie explained to the group. Can every dwarf perform this? Tez asked, having dealt with dwarves before but never witnessing such a thing. I don't know. It's a closely guarded secret among the dwarves. It's rumored to require self-awakening. Lacking any formal technique, relying solely on comprehension, Charlie replied. So Tai Kwai is a genius? Wang Nuo chuckled. Absolutely, the age of dwarves differs from ours. Judging by the appearance of Tikua, he is comparable to a human of around 14 or 15 years of age. It is indeed rare for a dwarf of such youth to possess such remarkable intelligence, Charlie elucidated. Through several encounters, he had long since recognized Tikua's exceptional cleverness. In the clearing, Tikua had grown larger. Now transformed into a sizable figure, standing an impressive height of 1 meter 40. Sir, he behaved in precisely this manner last time, Karen remarked softly. Tikua, with one hand on his hip, pointed at Imutai and exclaimed, Little Sprout, come forth and engage in a contest. Noticing the attention of the crowd, Tikua quickly added, the adults must not intervene. This is a duel between warriors. Wang Nuo, eager to validate his suspicions, advised Imutai. Do not use your nails. Be gentle. If you win, I shall prepare canned goods for you tomorrow. Canned goods, canned goods. Imutai leaped in front of Tikua, gazing at him with an endearing innocence. Wang Nuo, do not worry. I shall be gentle with your son. Tikua grinned wickedly, having devised a cunning strategy to strike downwards upon his opponent's head, burying them into the earth. Typically, he would be the one receiving blows to his head due to his stature. But today he was determined to relish the experience of dominating a taller opponent. Little Sprout, Tikua's fists collided, and he aimed directly at Imutai's head. Imutai, however, did not evade. He allowed the mighty fist to descend upon him. Bang! A metallic sound resonated from Imutai's head as he looked at Tikua in confusion. How is this possible? Tikua exclaimed in disbelief, intensifying his assault on Imutai. Standing firm, Imutai permitted the barrage, staggering under the blows. Too timid to retaliate. He was uncertain of what constituted gentle, fearing he might inadvertently harm Tikua and provoke Wang Nuo's ire. Unable to watch any longer, Wang Nuo shouted, I told you to be gentle. Not to treat him like a punching bag. Fight back, Imutai, strike him. Upon receiving the command, Imutai swiftly dodged, wrapped his arms around Tikua's legs, and executed a throw that sent Tikua crashing to the ground. Little Sprout, you possess tremendous strength, Tikua exclaimed, rising quickly to charge again, yet Imutai suddenly vanished from his sight, only to feel himself being lifted by his legs and slammed back down to the earth. Kick his backside, Wang Nuo instructed. Imutai complied, delivering a swift kick to Tikua's rear, propelling him over a meter away. Still disoriented, Tikua suddenly felt himself being hoisted into the air by Little Sprout. Gazing down, he estimated he was at least 20 meters high. If I fall from this height, it might be rather painful. Stop, Little Sprout, I concede. Imutai, unable to comprehend Tikua's words, released him with a forceful toss. The ground trembled once more, sending up a cloud of dust. Ouch, enough already, enough. Wang Nuo, tell your son to cease. I yield, Imutai, that will suffice. Wang Nuo called out urgently. Upon hearing the command, Imutai bounded to Wang Nuo's side. Tikua stood up, feeling sore all over, particularly in his backside, and began to shrink in size. Imutai hopped beside him, curiously observing Tikua's sudden diminishment, reaching out to poke him. Wang Nuo, quickly return your son, I concede. As Imutai's sharp black nails approached, Tikua felt a pang of danger. Imutai, no hitting. Tikua is merely playing with you. Imutai refrained from striking, simply fascinated by Tikua's fluctuating size. He prodded Tikua's face, as if discovering something delightful. Bouncing around him in excitement, chirp chirp chirp. What is he doing? Tikua inquired. He wishes to play with you, Wang Nuo translated. Oh. Observing Imutai's non-aggressive demeanor, Tikua stood tall, the two locking eyes. Little Sprout, come forth. Chapter 62, New members of the Special Operations Team. Tikua mimicked Imutai's movements, extending his arms and jumping a few times, which instantly delighted Imutai. Chirp chirp chirp. Tikua turned to Wang Nuo, saying, "He claims you can jump as well." Wang Nuo replied, exasperated, "Of course, I can jump quite high." Tikua resumed his playful bouncing, "Chirp chirp chirp, he isn't as tall as you," Wang Nuo stated. "That's because Tikua is accommodating you." "What is your name?" Tikua inquired. "He is called Imutai," Wang Nuo replied. "Imutai, not a pleasant name." "Let us call him Iron Egg," Tikua declared. "Chirp chirp chirp, you think Iron Egg sounds delightful as well, don't you?" Tikua asked. "Chirp chirp chirp, do not lead Imutai astray," Wang Nuo cautioned Iron Egg. "Do you truly perceive Imutai as a dwarf? Would you like to join our special operations team?" Tikua proposed. Having witnessed Imutai's fighting prowess, even in his enlarged form, he was unable to prevail. In Tikua's eyes, if one was taller than him, he could not defeat them. If they were older, he could not best them either. Tikua had a myriad of excuses for his defeats. Imutai, while slightly taller, appeared to be a mere child. A child capable of matching him in combat was someone Tikua greatly respected. He had to recruit him into his team. All right, Imutai responded. "Oh, you can speak," Tikua exclaimed. "Chirp chirp chirp, excellent. I shall take that as your agreement." "Iron Ball, Iron Grip, come here," Tikua called to the two. "Iron Egg has officially joined our special operations team. He shall be our second in command." Iron Egg, Iron Ball and Iron Grip welcomed him eagerly. Fully conquered by Imutai's strength, they no longer idolized Tikua but revered Imutai instead. Imutai, seeing their smiles, grinned back. "What an absurd name, Iron Egg. His name is Imutai. Imutai, do not play with him, do not be led astray," Wang Nuo warned sternly. "While we little folks converse, adults should not interrupt. Come Imutai, let us discuss our special operations team over there." Tikua said. Imutai glanced back at Wang Nuo with anticipation, who resignedly nodded. Go on. Truly, they were carefree, one nearly beaten to a pulp moments ago, the other nearly reduced to tears over a stolen biscuit. Yet now they frolicked together. This time, Imutai's awakening had transformed him significantly. His expressions were becoming increasingly nuanced. Now, he resembled a true person, displaying anger and frustration during their scuffle, and later laughing joyfully at Tikua's imitation of his jumps. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of playing with Tikua. Everything was becoming more human-like. Aside from his peculiar manner of walking and talking, no one would doubt his humanity, after all. Imutai was indeed a human, even the deceased are still human. The four diminutive figures frolicked away, bouncing joyfully in their play. Wang Nuo, "Who is Imutai?" Charlie inquired. "Oh, he is my little brother," Wang Nuo casually replied. Tess shot Wang Nuo a disapproving glance. "That giant is your cousin, and this child is your little brother. With such extraordinary powers, if any of your elders were to emerge, wouldn't they be soaring through the skies?" Gilly, too, looked at Wang Nuo with curiosity, pondering how such a formidable Imutai could speak and consume food. She was acutely aware that Imutai was certainly not a summoned creature, rendering Wang Nuo's claims dubious. "Everyone has secrets. In due time, you will understand," Wang Nuo stated. There were some matters he simply could not elucidate. Each falsehood required countless others to sustain it. It was exhausting, thus, he opted to tell them that it was a secret. "Let us just say he is my brother," Wang Nuo concluded. "All right, rest assured." They all nodded, perceiving Wang Nuo as increasingly enigmatic. First, the elder cousin, now the younger brother, along with the extraordinary roasted meat and fine wine. The elder cousin could be overlooked, as he was evidently formidable, yet, now this remarkable younger brother had emerged, equally impressive. "Your brewing and roasting skills are remarkable." "What a pity," Charlie remarked. "A pity," Wang Nuo echoed. "Indeed, if this establishment were situated on Shangchan Avenue. I can only imagine the fortune you would amass," Charlie mused, envisioning a scene where nobles would clamor to purchase such exquisite wine and delicacies. Is it not possible to profit now? Difficult. Nobles are a breed that values their pride above all. They would not venture into the commoner's district for a bottle of wine, Wang Nuo countered. He held a different perspective, believing in the power of marketing and hype. There's a saying on Blue Star, if you package a pile of dung well enough, create an engaging story, and link it to health, it would sell at a premium, attracting a throng of gullible buyers. As a talented individual from the 21st century, Wang Nuo might not be an expert in this realm, but he certainly understood the basics of marketing. "How much do you plan to sell each bottle for?" "That's confidential, just don't make it too expensive. Lend me Tess and the others for a few days. I will compensate them for their efforts." No problem. I can also come to assist, Charlie offered. "I can help too," Gilly added. "You and Gilly can assist in the shop, but the tasks for tomorrow may not be suitable for you too. Given your noble status, commoners would hesitate to approach with you around. After bidding farewell to Gilly and Charlie, Wang Nuo approached the window, eager to observe what the little ones were up to. The four tiny figures formed a circle, crouched on the ground. Tikua held a silver ingot and a gold coin, hesitating for quite some time before ultimately deciding to store away the gold coin. Retaining only the silver piece, with the other hand, he produced a small hammer, tapping away at the ground, eventually shaping the silver ingot into a round medallion. Take a cone, engrave an egg upon its surface. Then thread it with a string and adorn the neck of Imu-T with it.